Xiaoxici jolted awake, struggling with all her strength as she grabbed whatever was at hand and hurled it outward. Her mind was filled with the terror of being strung up and bled dry. Yet the scene before her left her momentarily dazed. Unbelievably, this was the bathroom of her home from before the apocalypse descended. The apocalypse had clearly already ravaged the world for 10 years, and Xiaoxici had long since left H-City. How could she have returned to the bathroom of her family home again? Following the sound of a song, she looked over to see a phone resting by the sink. On its pink case was a couple's photo of her and Lin Yi. Hadn't phones long since become useless? And wasn't she, at this very moment, being bled and divided up as food? The terror of a blade slicing through skin, the blood dripping down her fingertips drop by drop, and the despair of life ebbing away without end still clung to her heart. And that bastard Lin Yi. Now whenever she saw that face, nausea rose within her. Picking up the phone in disbelief, Xiaoxici felt her hand trembling. The time on the screen read January 26, 5023, exactly 3 months before the onset of the apocalypse. Had she truly been reborn? After fumbling for quite a while, she finally remembered how to use the phone. Xiaoxici turned off the music, then rose and stood before the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Long glossy black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her slightly upturned peach blossom eyes, high nose bridge, and delicate features were all intact. From head to toe, aside from a scar on her thigh left by a bicycle accident when she was 10, there was not another mark upon her. After the apocalypse, in order not to be targeted by men with vile intentions, Xiaoxici had personally shaved her own head. Yet in a world without order, those men were like rabid wild dogs. In the end, left with no other choice, Xiaoxici had even ruined her own face. 3 jagged scars slashed from her chin all the way to the center of her brow. The pain had cut straight to the bone. Suddenly something occurred to her. She hurriedly put on clothes and began searching. Before long, she found the ring she had placed on her dressing table. It was a simple old-fashioned ring, aged silver set, with a fine piece of jadeite, a vivid spring-green stone the size of a pigeon egg. It had been given to her by Lin Yi. Yet before that, her grandfather had given it to the Lin family as a token of friendship. It had originally belonged to the Xia family. Xiaoxici quickly used the fruit knife beside her to slice open her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the ring. The emerald green surface of the stone instantly absorbed the bead of blood, and its hue shifted from bright green to a vivid crimson. At the same time, a vast space abruptly unfolded within Xiaoxici's mind. The space was about the size of 3 football fields, edged in dense white mist. She tried using her thoughts to move the cup on the table into the space. Sure enough, the cup vanished from the table, and in a corner of the space, within her mind, appeared a small cup with a smiling face. The corners of her lips lifted. In her previous life, Xiaoxici had already discovered that the ring contained a space. But after Lin Yi took this ring, he had never given Xiaoxici the slightest benefit. In the end, it was even he who sent her away to be bled. Just then her phone rang again. Seeing the name Lin Yi on the screen, Xiaoxici's brows knitted into a Having been reborn, Xiaoxici felt sick the moment she saw those 2 characters. Yet, she also recalled that the Lin family owed her several tens of millions in funds and stocks. Now the space was in her hands, but she did not have much money, far from enough to stockpile supplies. Those stocks and funds had to be reclaimed. The corners of her lips tilted slightly as Xiaoxici sent a breakup message and immediately blocked him, all in one smooth motion. Xiaoxici knew Lin Yi's temperament well. They were at the critical juncture of their engagement. By doing this, Lin Yi would surely panic. Then, while Lin Yi was flustered and off balance, she could take the chance to reclaim all the stocks and funds worth tens of millions that the Lin family owed her. Thinking of the looming crisis ahead, Xiaoxici quickly took out her phone and immediately contacted a food wholesaler she knew. She first locked in a batch of rice flour, coarse grains, and peanut oil. She had met this wholesaler before when she helped connect someone with a big deal, and his contact information had remained in her phone ever since. Though the types and quantities of goods he had on hand were not large, his prices were about 30% lower than the market rate, which left Xiaoxici quite satisfied. Because Xiaoxici had previously introduced him to a lucrative deal, the boss even threw in 2 extra boxes of assorted seasonings for her. Things like ground pepper star, anise, Sichuan peppercorns, black pepper powder, and the like. Since there was not much money in Xiaoxici's bank card at the moment, only a few $100,000, with some savings still needing formal procedures to withdraw, she had to be careful. After purchasing grain and oil from the wholesaler, Xiaoxici went online and bought a large batch of daily necessities: sanitary pads, toilet paper, ointments, toothbrushes, shampoo, body wash, and so on. She bought these items at wholesale prices, and after selecting the quantities, she haggled with the sellers through the platform's messaging system. By coincidence, there was also a promotion. Spend 200 and get 30 off, making the final cost extremely cheap. With this round of purchases, the money she could freely use was nearly spent, leaving only a little over 100,000. Still, she felt much more at ease. After a brief consideration, she decided that in the coming days, she would focus on making more money and stockpiling supplies. For now, the most important thing was, she glanced at the spatial ring on her hand, dressed properly, and headed straight to a jewelry workshop near the antique market. In her previous life, she had come here to have a necklace made from a piece of jade she had cut open. I want your craftsman Master Chen to make a piece of jewelry for me as quickly as possible. Price is not an issue. Walking into the store, Xia Cici stated her request directly. The ring was inconvenient to keep safe, and this space was her essential safeguard for survival after the apocalypse. Master Chen was the best craftsman there. The jewelry he made was sturdy, durable, and pleasing to the eye. After examining Xia Cici's ring for quite some time, Master Chen asked in disbelief, "This jadeite ring is an old piece, and the red jade is extremely valuable. You truly want to dismantle it and turn it into a necklace?" Xia Cici nodded. She intended to have this ring made into a very special piece of jewelry, one that after the apocalypse arrived would never fall off due to intense movement and would not be exposed for others to see. Seeing how determined she was, Master Chen removed the jadeite from the ring on the spot. Using the hardest platinum, he crafted a hinged outer casing, and on the outside of this platinum shell, he added several chains according to Xia Cici's specifications. These chains would keep the pendant pressed tightly against her skin, ensuring that even running or jumping would not send it flying out. It would be difficult for others to grab or break it. After she added extra payment, Master Chen said he would need about 5 hours. Because this craftsman had an excellent reputation, and she already knew him from before, and because she had also recorded a short video of him working on the piece in advance, Xia Cici was not afraid he would swallow her ring and temporarily took her leave. Next, Xia Cici went to the bank and withdrew a fixed deposit she had previously set aside. With that, she had money on hand once more. She then wandered around the nearby antique market. Upon spotting a shop with a sign that read "Antiques and Calligraphy," she walked straight in. The shop was manned by a young man with bright orange-dyed hair, completely at odds with the store's antique decor. "Miss, looking to buy something?" the young man asked. Xia Cici said nothing, walking directly to a landscape painting that covered half a wall and knocking on the wall behind it. A hollow thudding sound echoed. The inside was empty. "I want what's inside here," she said. The young man froze for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Girl, I don't know what you're talking about." Without further words, Xia Cici scanned a payment of 20,000 at their shop's QR code. "A friend sent me. He said you've got good stuff here," she said. "Don't worry. I can show you my ID card. If I leak anything and you get into trouble, you can have your brothers come kill me," she added. With that, Xia Cici handed over her ID card. Her series of actions left the young man dumbfounded, yet he still took her ID. 22 years old. "I thought you were underage," the young man exclaimed. Xia Cici rolled her eyes, inwardly thinking that while her height, over 1.60 meters, was not short, her baby face did make her easy to misjudge. After scrutinizing her up and down for a long moment, the young man gritted his teeth. "Fine." He closed the shop door, drew the curtains, and pressed some hidden mechanism. Very soon the entire wall swung open, revealing a small room behind it filled with cold weapons. "Wow, even cooler than my friend," described Xia Cici, breathed. That friend was someone she had met after the apocalypse. She had heard that during a supply run they had discovered this entire room of treasures. When they brought it back to the base, it had caused quite a sensation. "How much for all of this?" "I'll take everything," Xia Cici said with a squinting smile to the young man. An hour later, she watched with satisfaction as he loaded 4 large boxes of cold weapons into her trunk and back seat. After the young man left, she took from one of the boxes a Tibetan knife inlaid with rubies. Its blade was razor-sharp, glinting with cold light. On closer inspection, one could see fine green veining along the blade, something truly unique. This was the knife Xia Cici had favored in her previous life, one she had purchased from her friend at a high price. Her main purpose in coming here today was to find this very knife. She had once met a young Tibetan man who said it was a remarkable weapon. She had just asked the young man about it, and he said the knife had been left by his father, its origin unknown. With this blade in her hand and the stockpile of cold weapons in her spatial space, her odds of surviving the end of the world had risen by another notch. She noticed a large agricultural wholesale market beside the regular marketplace, reputed to be the biggest of its kind in this district. Without hesitation, Xia Cici headed straight inside, buying almost everything that caught her eye. Down jackets, tracksuits, loungewear, Xia examined the comfortable, durable fabrics and selected dozens of sets in various styles, asking the vendor to deliver them directly to her home address. Of course, she told the vendor she was buying in bulk to resell. Her height and weight were fairly average, so she simply ordered everything in standard sizes. She moved on to all kinds of dried goods: black fungus, dried bean curd, sticks, tofu, skin, shiitake, mushrooms, kelp. Everything here was sold at wholesale prices, bundled up in large packs. Next came seasoning, soy sauce, white vinegar, sesame paste, sesame oil, oyster sauce, and more. Xia ordered a whole batch and paid on the spot. To her surprise, Xia came across a stall selling seasonal wild vegetables. These were gathered from the mountains and were usually hard to pick. They were delicious when made into dumpling or bun fillings. Ordinarily, only near the mountain regions would a few local farmers sell such things, and even then it was rare. She had not expected to run into them here. Xia promptly bought out all the wild vegetables the farm woman had brought. She also bargained for some seasonal fresh vegetables, agreeing on a price and asking the vendor to drive and deliver them downstairs to her building at a suitable time. After she finished wandering through the agricultural market, she turned her head and noticed that the curio market opposite was lined with shops selling various books. Since she was already here, Xia headed straight toward it. Thinking of the days to come when there would be no electricity or running water, Xia swept through the major bookstores, buying up books she liked. Comics, novels, culinary guides, all sorts of manuals and reference books, maps, even highly specialized volumes on repair work, animal husbandry, and crop cultivation. As long as she deemed it useful, she bought it. By the time she had loaded everything into her car, she found that it was packed to the brim and not even a single extra book could be squeezed in. Glancing at the time and seeing that nearly 5 hours had passed, Xia drove straight back to the jewelry shop. The craftsman at the jewelry store had already set the chains according to her specifications. After settling the bill and returning to the car, Xia quietly stored the books and cold weapons into her space, then headed back out, eager to continue her sweep. What she did not expect was that as she passed one particular stall, the gemstone at her chest suddenly trembled. The vigilance honed in the apocalypse snapped her to attention at once. She stepped back by a meter, and the gemstone on her chest trembled again. Directly before her was a roadside stall selling so-called antiquities. One sweeping glance was enough to tell her that everything there was fake, designed to fleece those who knew no better. With a curious, complicated feeling, Xia crouched down in front of the stall. "What are you looking for, young lady?" The stall owner, an older man, seemed delighted. It looked as though he had not had a customer in quite some time. Xia scanned the spread. Most pieces were artificially aged ornaments and agate bracelets. Only a raw stone set in the corner seemed somewhat inscrutable. She reached out, and the moment her fingers brushed that gold or the gemstone at her chest, shuddered even more violently. She knew she had found the right thing. "How much is this?" The stall owner's eyes flickered, seeing how young she was. He clearly intended to overcharge her. Before he could speak, Xia said, holding the raw stone, "This is a piece of gold ore, but judging from the surface, the gold content isn't high. The shape is mediocre, and it's too small. Most people would feel it lacks presence as a display piece. At best, it's only slightly better than an ordinary ornamental stone. 1,000 yuan for something I simply like. Will you sell it?" 2 minutes later, Xia slipped the stone into her pocket and walked away. When no one was around, she transferred the raw stone into her space. As her consciousness entered the space, Xia saw the raw stone explode apart the moment it appeared inside. Points of blue light shot out from the golden ore and vanished in the space in the blink of an eye. Before her eyes, the space began to undergo a tremendous change. White mist billowed, a violent wind howled to life. She watched, flustered and uneasy, worried that those blue lights might be some harmful substance. Yet when the mist dispersed and the gale subsided, a new tract of black soil, roughly 100 square meters in size, had appeared in the space. Just looking at it, she could feel how incredibly fertile it was. So the space had upgraded. Xia clenched her fist in delight. She circled the market twice more, but found nothing else that made the gemstone at her chest tremble. She reasoned that this must be the method to upgrade the space, though the cause and nature of the required material remained unclear. With her supplies still far from complete, she decided to set this matter aside for now. Once she had stockpiled enough supplies, she would study the space in detail. Passing a small shop that wholesaled seeds, Xia went in and bought a variety of them: vegetable seeds, flower seeds, fruit and melon seeds, and more. She was already envisioning planting on that black soil. By the time she returned home that evening after a full day on her feet, her legs were cramping with exhaustion. She had to admit this current body really could not withstand much strain. The combat skills she had forged in the apocalypse were more than this physique could comfortably bear. But with several months still remaining before the apocalypse, she was confident that with training her physical fitness would improve until she once again became the Xia Sisi, who had survived 10 brutal years in the end times. She did not allow herself any slack. Taking out a small notebook, she listed the tasks she needed to complete and drew a large circle around the item labeled Improve Physical Fitness. Xia Sisi experimented and discovered that the space actually had a preservation function. Not only could it keep things fresh, but if she placed a cup of water at 85 degrees inside, it would still be at 85 degrees when she took it out. It was practically a divine artifact. At the same time, another crucial thought occurred to her. She needed to buy a dog, and not just any dog. In the early phase of the apocalypse, there had first been acid rain with mild corrosive properties. People had already stopped going outside by then. Meteorologists said it was caused by global environmental pollution combined with unknown changes in Earth's atmosphere. Since the acidity was not initially strong, people did not take it very seriously at first. But later the rain intensified, flooding some areas up to the second floor of buildings. Unable to go downstairs to shop or live normally, people finally began to panic. And that was only the beginning. After the acid rain came blizzards. Temperatures plunged instantly to more than 60 degrees below zero. With power and water already cut, survival became nearly impossible. Snow fell for a full 3 months, burying even 10-story buildings. It was then that people discovered some animals had mutated. Their bodies grew larger, their endurance greater, and they grew more attuned to humans, becoming vital weapons for many trying to survive the apocalypse. Now Xia Sisi intended to purchase a cold military dog. From her memories, she knew that around these days the local military unit would publicly auction off a batch of unqualified military dogs. During the training of military and police dogs, some candidates were always filtered out due to issues like hyperactivity, timidity, or insufficient drive, becoming unqualified working dog reserves. Although these dogs were unqualified as working dogs, they were still far stronger than most ordinary dogs. In her previous life, Xia Sisi had thought about this option for a long time, but had never made up her mind. This time, however, she was determined to choose a strong, obedient, unqualified military dog. With that in mind, Xia Sisi took out her phone and began searching for information. Sure enough, she found information about an auction of unqualified military dogs on her phone, which she tried contacting the person who had posted the information and, to her surprise, received a reply she could come to the base the next morning to have a look. Overjoyed, Xia Sisi was too excited to sleep for a long time and decided instead to study her newly upgraded space. She happened to have a packet of flower seeds in her hand. Using her mind, she scattered them across the soil in the space, then went to sleep. She wanted to see whether, given that normal seeds took several days to sprout, this black soil possessed the ability to accelerate plant growth or something else entirely. She could not shake the feeling that this black soil was extraordinary. The next morning, Xia Sisi arrived at the military base. A uniformed officer with a straight posture and an easy smile walked toward her. "Miss Xia, hello," he greeted. The previous day, drawing on her past life memories, she had found the notice about the military dog auction and then contacted the person in charge here. To her surprise, the officer had said that they happened to have 2 retired military dogs who were not suitable for auction and asked if she might be interested. Xia Sisi had agreed immediately. She remembered that in her previous life some unqualified military dogs at auction had sold for as much as 1,000,000 yuan, prices she could never have afforded. Through introductions, she learned that the officer's surname was Ren. He was a second lieutenant responsible for training the unit's military dogs and was the one who had contacted her online. On the way, Second Lieutenant Ren kept asking how familiar she was with military dogs and dog keeping. When her parents had been alive, her family had kept a dog, and she had even played with the army's dogs back then, so her answers came smoothly enough. When they reached the training base, the sound of barking filled the air. Xia Sisi saw 12 dogs being photographed, their pictures about to be uploaded online. There were 8 German Shepherds, 3 Labradors, and 1 Doberman. Almost instantly, Xia Sisi's attention locked onto the Doberman. Its coat was jet black, its muscles powerful, even sitting, its height reached just below Xia Sisi's chest. Even before any mutation, a dog like this at home would be enough to scare off a whole group of ill-intentioned intruders. And as it happened, this Doberman was one of the retired military dogs not suited for auction. Why was this Doberman retired? Suppressing her excitement, Xia Sisi posed the question to Second Lieutenant Ren. He led her 2 steps closer. When they were about 3 meters away, the Doberman turned its head toward them. Its massive head dipped slightly, and its upturned almond-shaped eyes glinted with ferocity. Being fixed by its gaze alone was enough to make one feel a stab of fear. "Don't be afraid, it looks fierce, but it's very gentle, just a bit stubborn." Lieutenant Rin led Xia Sisi a few steps forward and took the dog leash from the soldier. The Doberman did not react at all, still sitting quietly. Its name is Dahe, and it's actually only 6 months old this year. 6 months and already this big, eh? Xia Sisi exclaimed. Lieutenant Rin nodded and patted Dahe's large head, saying its mother gave birth to only one pup, and it was larger than other dogs right from birth. You could say it's the chosen dog. Lieutenant Rin said humorously. Dahe, lay down. Dahe obediently lay down, revealing a scar more than a foot long on its back. The fur over the scar had not yet grown back, leaving a pink raw area covered with hideous scabs looking. It's very smart and suitable to be a military dog. It started carrying out missions when it was over 5 months old, but was severely injured in a fight with criminals, which led to its retirement. Because of this injury, it needs to find a suitable family to take care of it. As a distinguished retired dog, it deserves a good home for the rest of its life, so it won't be involved in auctions. Lieutenant Rin sighed while patting Dahe's head, saying this guy saved our entire team. After chatting for a while longer, Xia Sisi decided to adopt Dahe. At just 6 months old, this size will only grow larger. Smart and obedient, it will also support Xia Sisi. Although it has an injury, according to Lieutenant Rin, it may affect Dahe's right front leg movement in the future, especially on rainy days when it might flare up again. It requires very careful care and nurturing and may even need lifelong medication and costly medical expenses. But for its future mutations, this is not a concern at all. Eventually, this long-standing injury will fully heal due to its powerful self-healing abilities. It's clear that Lieutenant Rin truly loves dogs. After Xia Sisi decided to adopt Dahe, Lieutenant Rin took her to a nearby meeting room to talk for an hour. They discussed Dahe's diet, the precautions due to its injury, and arranged a follow-up visit. He even inquired about Xia Sisi's family situation. Upon learning that Xia Sisi was a student, Lieutenant Rin seemed somewhat dissatisfied. I am in my 4th year, have no classes, and am interning, so I can completely take care of Dahe. In the end, after asking a few more questions, Lieutenant Rin said he still needed to see how Dahe felt. He brought Xia Sisi to Dahe's side. Dahe lay quietly in the cage, merely lifting its eyelids when Xia Sisi approached, showing no significant reaction. It's more thoughtful than other dogs, as sometimes we feel it's like a person. Lieutenant Rin walked over and opened the cage door. Hearing the noise, Dahe stood up, its black eyes fixed intently on Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi held what was said to be Dahe's favorite treat, a donut wrapped in leather. She slowly approached Dahe. Although she loved dogs, she still felt a bit nervous in front of the large Dahe. Dahe did not give Xia Sisi any face, simply staring at her, silently glancing at Lieutenant Rin beside her but not eating the treat in her hand. Just when Xia Sisi thought Dahe didn't like her, it finally lowered its head and gently bit the donut in her hand. At that moment, Xia Sisi was so excited she almost jumped up. Lieutenant Rin beside her also breathed a sigh of relief, saying, if it hadn't accepted the treat from you today, I really wouldn't have dared to let you take it home. This dog is very picky, only those it approves of will receive its favor. With that, Lieutenant Rin said no more, tacitly agreeing to Xia Sisi's adoption. Lieutenant Rin mentioned that Dahe had rejected 4 people already, and seeing Dahe accept Xia Sisi, they all felt relieved. Xia Sisi looked at the dog in front of her and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. She never expected a little dog to be so thoughtful. After completing the paperwork, Xia Sisi took Dahe home along with a box of toys, a box of dog treats, 2 bags of dog food, and some dog supplies. These were gifts from the soldiers in the team, expressing their gratitude for its life-saving actions. Xia Sisi also went to a pet store to buy a dog bed. Interestingly, she took Dahe with her when she went to pick out the dog bed. She pointed to a few dog beds in front of her, indicating for Dahe to choose one. Xia Sisi didn't think Dahe would understand her meaning. Who would have thought? Dahe looked at her and then walked over to a deep blue dog bed, placing its paws on it and looking back to indicate. That look seemed to say this one. In that instant, Xia Sisi truly felt this dog was extraordinary. She had 3 months to build a bond with Dahe. She didn't know if she would succeed, but she understood one thing. Dogs are very simple creatures, much simpler than humans. As long as you are good to them, they will be good to you. To Xia Sisi's surprise, when she returned home, she found an unexpected visitor standing at her door. Long legs wrapped in tight jeans, a white trendy shirt with the top 3 buttons undone, revealing a fair and muscular chest. A face of a trendy young man wearing an anxious expression. Sisi, why did you block my number? The visitor was Lin Yi. If Xia Sisi remembered correctly, at this time he should be discussing their engagement with her. The marriage between the Lin and Xia families was arranged by Xia Sisi's grandfather before his passing, with token gifts exchanged. The Lin family sent over an ancient ring that Xia Cici's grandfather had given, claiming that it was a beloved ornament of Xia Cici's grandmother, and they felt unworthy to keep it, returning it just to serve as a token. Pfft. That was because they took the seemingly imperial green ring for appraisal and found it was just a dyed old item worth nothing at all. But who would have thought that this object contained space, becoming an invaluable treasure for survival in the upcoming apocalypse? Moreover, after it was activated with blood, this thing turned from a dyed old item into a genuine high-grade red jade. As for the token given by the Xia family, it was genuine cash and shares. And this token was something the Lin family had actively requested. Xia Cici was foolish in her past life, believing that giving them half of the shares and funds her parents left her was right. She even believed their words, once you marry Lin, you will be one family, and it will still belong to your Xia family. While you are studying these years, we will help you manage it. In her previous life, she was truly foolish. Moreover, after the apocalypse, Xia Cici learned that Lin had been involved with her childhood friend and bestie Hao. Now looking at Lin standing in front of her with old grudges and new enmities, combined, Xia Cici really wanted to set her dog on him. But she knew she couldn't yet. The apocalypse had not arrived. When the apocalypse comes, let them struggle to survive. Xia Cici brewed her emotions and squeezed out 2 tears, saying, "You want me to be alone for a couple of days? I've been missing my parents lately." Lin wanted to approach, but at that moment the large black dog beside him suddenly stood up, baring its teeth and blocking their way. Lin staggered back in fright, exclaiming, "Cici, when did you get such a big dog?" Xia Cici silently praised the large black dog in her heart. What a good dog! It could tell that she disliked Lin. "I just got it. After all, I live alone, and having it around makes me feel safer." Xia Cici gently patted the soft fur on the dog's neck. "Such a nice texture. If you really feel uncomfortable living alone, you can come stay with me." As soon as Lin words left his mouth, Xia Cici wanted to spit at him. Bah! In her previous life, Lin had approached Xia Cici at the onset of the apocalypse, bringing her a load of supplies, claiming he wanted to get through the difficulties together. However, that very night he revealed his true intentions. He only wanted to sleep with Xia Cici. Although Xia Cici was somewhat foolish, she wasn't quick to agree to Lin wanting to develop their relationship slowly. That night, Lin became unwilling and even attempted to force himself on Xia Cici. In a panic, Xia Cici struck Lin on the head with something. Lin went mad on the spot, cursing Xia Cici and calling her a worthless woman, saying she was pretending to be virtuous and that she wouldn't be cheapening herself to him, but turning around to cheapen herself to some beggar. Xia Cici was furious and wanted to kick Lin out, but as he left, he kicked her to the ground, completely turning against her, taking all the supplies he had brought along and even that ring. It was all because of something Hao said, expressing her fondness for such antiquities. Later, just before Xia Cici's death, Lin leaned close to her ear, saying that Hao was 100 or 1,000 times better than her. Xia Cici clenched her fists, tightly biting her lip to refrain from punching the person immediately. "Lin, this is the house my parents left for me. I feel at ease living here." Lin wanted to say something, but Xia Cici immediately raised her voice to silence him. "Lin, weren't we supposed to get engaged? Can you return the shares and funds my parents left me? I've been dreaming about them scolding me lately. That's why I've been in a bad mood and deleted you. I don't want to see you for now." As expected, as soon as Xia Cici said this, Lin's expression changed instantly. "Cici, don't overthink it. If Uncle and Aunt knew you were getting engaged, they would be overjoyed. About the shares and funds, once you marry into the family, they will all be our joint property. I will never let you down. Well, I have to go now. There are still some things to attend to. Please remove me from the blacklist. After all, in a few months we will be engaged." Xia Cici coldly sneered within her heart. This engagement was probably not going to happen. Lin walked away just like that. Xia Cici watched his receding figure, silently mocking. "Scum, well, see what happens." After settling the large black dog, she checked the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Xia Cici's stomach was also a bit hungry. Taking out her phone, she prepared to place a big order. Braised pork ribs, Xiaolong bao, spicy hot pot, mala tang, northeastern cuisine, braised bone. She ordered 5 sets of everything she liked. The entire afternoon was filled with knocking sounds, causing the large black dog to remain alert, its ears perked up at the door. Xia Cici stored all the takeout in her space, leaving only 1 set of braised pork ribs with rice to eat. The large black dog sat nearby, silent, but staring intently at the pork ribs in Xia Cici's bowl. With no other choice, Xia Cici took out the largest piece and held it in her palm, asking, "Do you want to eat?" The large black dog tilted its head, looking a bit silly, as if to say, "Isn't that obvious?" 1 big piece of pork ribs swallowed whole. It was evident that its appetite was enormous. In between receiving takeout, Xiaoxici enjoyed the air conditioning in the room, taking out a small notebook to outline her upcoming plans. Following the sequence of the apocalypse, first came acid rain followed by floods. Then the temperature dropped abruptly, reaching as low as -60 degrees. At that point, a large number of people perished. But after the blizzards and drop in temperature, there would come a scorching heat where temperatures could reach 50 degrees. By then, the cities were mostly paralyzed, with power and water supply becoming problems, and people could only struggle to survive in the heat. Additionally, intermittent earthquakes would continually destroy human will. The most terrifying earthquake Xiaoxici remembered vividly caused some skyscrapers to collapse, the ground to crack open, and many people fell directly into the abyss. These temperature anomalies lasted for about 2 years. However, just like the Earth's punishment for humanity's reckless deforestation and environmental destruction over the years, this was far from over. Or rather, it was only just beginning. After this natural disaster, many animals and insects underwent mutations. Some became extremely strong, some grew larger, and others developed heightened reproductive abilities. A massive insect plague formed after the disaster. Originally due to natural disasters, the human population had drastically decreased. Faced with insect plagues and mutated animals, humanity was further unable to withstand the attacks, living in even greater hardship. Moreover, these creatures were virtually everywhere. At that time, the apocalypse truly revealed its. Many animals even developed high intelligence, forming kings that led their mutated armies. Reflecting on this, Xiaoxici's determination to live well in this second life became even stronger. She thought about the seeds she had placed in the black soil in her space the night before and decided to check on them. Upon looking, she was stunned. In the spot where she had sown the seeds yesterday, how was there a plush pillow shaped like a flower? It looked like a flower shape. Xiaoxici used her mind to retrieve it, holding it in her hand and squeezing it. It was indeed a plush pillow. However, how could this thing appear in her space? Xiaoxici was somewhat perplexed. Yet at the same time, some ideas began to form in her mind. Could this black soil grow all sorts of strange things? Lost in thought, Xiaoxici pulled out a weed from the flower pot and tossed it in. Meanwhile, a disgruntled Lin Yi, having left Xiaoxici's home, turned around and called Hao Ro. "What's wrong, Iguk?" Sensing Lin Yi's displeasure in his tone, Hao Ro quickly asked with warmth and concern. "Do you think that stinky woman Xiaoxici found something out? Today, she actually mentioned the funds and stocks left by her parents. She used to obey me completely, and now she even blacklisted me." Hao Ro, who was initially applying makeup, was startled by this. She accidentally made her eyebrow pencil go awry, ruining the half-done eyebrow she had drawn. She felt a bit annoyed as she wiped the tail of her brow, yet her tone towards Lin Yi remained gentle. "Ego, you're overthinking it. Xiaoxici has always been foolish. A few days ago, when I asked her about who would handle the money after you two get married, she was easily misled into saying she would let you manage her other half of the funds and stocks." In Hao Rao's eyes, Xiaoxici was just a brainless fool. For years, she had been having an underground relationship with Lin Yi, yet Xiaoxici had not realized it at all. Not only that, Hao Ro had been brainwashing Xiaoxici, making her feel that a man should manage the finances at home. Moreover, she as an orphan was lucky to be engaged to the Lin family. Under such PUA tactics, Xiaoxici indeed remained loyal to Lin Yi. Even when working during the summer vacation, she would hand over her earnings to Lin Yi, and whenever she saw something she liked, she would give it to him. In any case, Xiaoxici had always been so humble, obediently following Lin Yi's every command. What she didn't know was that all the kindness the Lin family showed her was hypocritical. If it weren't for the other half of the funds and stocks in her hands, the Lin family would have kicked her out long ago. As for the Lin family, which seemed to be thriving, they were actually facing some debt issues and urgently needed the stocks and funds in Xiaoxici's hands to save themselves. That's why they were in a hurry to get engaged, wanting to deceive her into handing over her other half of the funds and stocks after the engagement. But Xiaoxici was completely unaware of all this. "That's true. How could a person change so quickly? I must be overthinking. How are you dressed? I'm heading to your house soon. Tonight you should just stay over." "Hehe. Ego, you're so annoying." Xiaoxici, after finishing her study of the spatial realm, continued to write and draw on paper. She had been scribbling for a long time. Physical exercise is of utmost importance. Although protected by Dehe, Xiaoxici could not become overly reliant on him. In her previous life, she was skilled with a knife, having honed her alertness and combat techniques during the apocalypse. However, her current body is frail with insufficient muscle mass, necessitating an improvement in her physical condition. What remains is stockpiling food supplies and various medications, clothing, daily necessities to cope with severe weather, as well as dog food, treats, and clothing for Dehe. There are even transportation tools for dealing with harsh weather like snow floods and earthquakes. She needs to prepare RV sleds which Dahae can pull off-road vehicles and boats. Tents, camping lights, camping shovels, solar chargers, generators, and water purification devices. These are also indispensable. Next, she needed to renovate the house. Xia Sisi looked at the house in front of her. Although it was spacious, measuring a full 150 square meters left to her by her parents, and located in a prime area of the city, the floor was too low. Acid rain and floods, including heavy snow, could submerge buildings of 10 or 20 stories. For safety, it was best to choose floors above 20, preferably the top floor. Living on the top floor allows for quick access to the rooftop in case of emergencies, providing an additional layer of security. As she thought of this, Xia Sisi suddenly recalled a small incident from her previous life. It was about a month after the apocalypse began. Acid rain continued to fall and most streets were submerged, forcing people to travel by boat. Order had already collapsed and most households had dwindling food supplies. Everyone was frantically searching for food, unaware of what would happen next. Xia Sisi, along with a few companions, formed a temporary team to search for supplies. By chance, they arrived at a 12-story building. At that time, the lower 2 floors of the building had already been flooded. They entered the 3rd floor and discovered that the lower 2 floors were a delivery transfer point, while the upper floors were various live streaming sales companies. The upper floors had everything. However, due to the long period of rain, the building had suffered corrosion, and the items in the delivery point below were all submerged. Items soaked in acid rain were inedible. The building was somewhat old, poorly waterproofed, and numerous leaks appeared on the upper floors, damaging many supplies. Although everyone returned with their hands full, they felt regret over the wasted items. With this thought in mind, Xia Sisi took out her phone, opened the map, and searched for the name of that building from her memory. After several failed searches, she quickly recognized the small building named Shintai Building from the real-time image. That's it. Xia Sisi jumped up with joy, even dropping the pen she held. Nearby, Dahae, who had been gnawing on a sheep plush toy, was startled by Xia Sisi's sudden movement and looked over, still in the act of chewing, appearing somewhat silly. Dahae, let's go out together. Xia Sisi approached, wrapping her arms around Dahae's neck. Dahae sat up in surprise at her sudden affection. He looked at her as if she were a fool. However, Xia Sisi paid no mind, took Dahae's leash, grabbed the car keys, and happily dashed towards the Shintai Building. Xia Sisi intended to find a tall building near the Shintai Building to rent. When the apocalypse arrived and the water submerged the 1st floor, she and Dahae would sneak into that building and claim all the supplies within. After all, leaving it there would be a waste. After driving around the vicinity, Xia Sisi quickly found a high-rise that pleased her. The building was 68 stories tall, a mixed-use apartment building divided into 2 sections, A and B, with a large area for guest rooms on the top floor. The reason for needing a large area was for Dahae. Once the apocalypse struck, that place would be unsuitable. Dahae would not be able to move freely in a small room. After parking the car, Xia Sisi called the agent listed on the housing rental app, inquiring if there were any rooms available on the top floor, ideally larger. The agent was very excited upon hearing this. Sister, you are truly fortunate. A 1,200 square meter penthouse just became available. Will it be for long-term or short-term rental? Dahae watched Xia Sisi, or rather the phone in her hand, with a droopy expression, clearly unimpressed by the agent's sales talk. In downstairs, let's discuss in person. The agent happily provided Xia Sisi with the room number. Xia Sisi glanced at Dahae in the car, took out 2 pet toys and a bowl of fresh water from under the car seat, and cracked the window open a bit. Dahae, I'm going to see the apartment. I'll be back as soon as possible. Can you wait for me in the car? Dahae tilted his head slightly, picked up a small rabbit-shaped toy, and lay on the back seat, gnawing on it. Xia Sisi sighed. Clearly the bond between her and Dahae needed further cultivation. He obviously didn't rely on her at all. She particularly wanted to see Dahae's separation anxiety, to have him be a pampered dog. Upon arriving upstairs, the agent was already waiting. Upon seeing Xia Sisi, they quickly began to showcase the house's exquisite decoration and spaciousness. Look at this place overlooking the street view, so perfect. The agent led Xia Sisi to the living room and pointed at the floor-to-ceiling window in front of them. Standing by the window, Xia Sisi looked down and saw the tall buildings she had longed for. Not only that, but this building was also the tallest nearby, allowing a view of everything below from the top floor. This would also help Xia Sisi understand the situation in the vicinity. I want to rent for 5 years, need to renovate myself, pay every 3 months. Can I provide a deposit of 2 months' rent and sign the lease? 5 years. The agent seemed a bit stunned. After all, these apartments were relatively expensive compared to others, and very few people rented them annually. Yes, I want to renovate. If you agree, we can sign the contract this afternoon. The agent immediately nodded, a hint of joy on their face as they turned to call the landlord. After all, it was the peak tourist season in the city, and this price for 5 years was very reasonable. The landlord clarified that no load-bearing walls could be removed, no damage could be done to the main structure, and that Xia Sisi needed to restore the house to its current state upon vacating. Xia Sisi agreed to all these terms. Moreover, she signed a rather hefty compensation agreement and promptly paid 3 months' rent. 3 months later, when the apocalypse arrived, the landlord would likely not come to collect the subsequent rent. Under Xia Sisi's renovations, this house would help her survive the first 6 months of apocalyptic disasters without issue. After signing the contract and communicating for some time, Xia Sisi felt that this agent was quite good, and a thought arose in her mind to ask him to help sell her house. The price is 200,000 less than the market price, with only one requirement: do it quickly. Xia Sisi said seriously to the agent. The agent's eyes immediately lit up. Young lady, you should know that your apartment is definitely a hot item. Whenever it's listed online, a swarm of buyers comes asking if you lower the price this much. As he spoke, the agent rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with eagerness. Wait a moment, I'll go back and discuss it with our boss. During the time the agent was on the phone, Xia Sisi quickly went downstairs. Dahe was still in the car, and it had been 2 hours. She wondered how he was doing. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xia Sisi reached the bottom, she saw a crowd of people gathered around the vehicle taking pictures of the car window. Xia Sisi was instantly startled and hurried over. Among the crowd, a young man was live streaming, pointing his phone at Dahe. Moreover, he kept tapping on the car window, trying to attract Dahe's attention. From Xia Sisi's perspective, she could see Dahe baring its teeth towards the outside, its muscles tense. It was very angry, but holding back. Xia Sisi's anger flared up. What are you doing? She rushed over and snatched the phone. The young man with dyed yellow hair saw Xia Sisi's action and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Do you know you're keeping a band dog? What's wrong? Are you scared now? Don't want to take pictures anymore. He grabbed his phone back, raising his voice and repeatedly telling those around him that Dahe was a banned breed, threatening to call the police to have Dahe taken away. Several people approached and looked into the car window, seeing Dahe standing in the seat, almost filling the entire back compartment. Wow, that dog is really big. How can you keep such a dog in the city? What if it bites someone? The yellow-haired man wore a smug expression, his words filled with disdain. My dog is none of your business. Doing a live stream to attract viewers. Are you trying to reverse right and wrong? As Xia Sisi argued, he surprisingly reached out to push her. Fortunately, Xia Sisi had developed quick reflexes in her past life and dodged the push. However, his hand still brushed against her collar, filling her heart with fury. Initially, she thought Dahe was in the car and didn't want to cause trouble, but who could have known this person would be so brazen? She glared at him in anger, wanting to reason with him, when she suddenly heard a click. Xia Sisi's car had an automatic unlock feature, and when she was about a meter away from the vehicle with the car key, the locks would automatically disengage. Xia Sisi was a bit dazed and hadn't reacted yet when a shadow leaped down from the back seat and directly tackled the yellow-haired man to the ground. The yellow-haired man screamed loudly, but it was of no use. The shadow pinned him down, jumping around on him to prevent him from getting up. For a moment, the onlookers were stunned and stepped back 3 or 4 meters. Xia Sisi stood up, watching Dahe jump around, baring its teeth at the yellow-haired man, feeling an indescribable sensation in her heart. Was it protecting her? What's happening here? Suddenly, an authoritative voice came from behind. A young man in police uniform walked over. The yellow-haired man lay on the ground, pale and trembling, with an unknown liquid pooling around him, the air filled with a foul stench. The yellow-haired man had actually wet himself. Officer, please save me. This dog is going to eat me. This person is keeping a banned dog, please save me. Xia Sisi also didn't expect Dahe to act this way, nor did she expect it to open the car door. She felt a bit embarrassed at the moment. She stepped forward and grabbed Dahe's leash. Dahe, come here. Dahe obeyed very well, walking to Xia Sisi's side and sitting closely beside her, but its large eyes remained fixed on the tattooed man, showing its sharp white teeth as if threatening. Is this a police dog, right? A retired one? The officer asked Xia Sisi. She immediately nodded and took out the relevant documents from the car. She knew that bringing Dahe out was very eye-catching, so she carried Dahe's identification wherever she went. I knew it was a military dog when I saw it tackle someone and jump around. This is a tactic used by military dogs to subdue criminals. A jumping around like that prevents them from getting up. They can wait for soldiers and police to handle the criminal, the officer said with a smile as he took Xia Sisi's documents. We have a police dog in our station, very intelligent. After checking Dahay's documents, the officer quickly returned them to her. Then with a hawk-like gaze he turned to the yellow-haired man. So, what did he do to make a police dog so alert? At that moment the onlookers began to speak up for Xia Cici like reeds swaying in the wind, saying that the yellow-haired man had wrongfully accused Xia Cici's dog of being a banned breed, and had even pushed her. The dog saw Xia Cici being pushed and came out to protect its owner. The yellow-haired man didn't expect this outcome, but he felt uncomfortable and insisted that even if it was a retired dog it shouldn't cause a scene in a busy area. Many military dogs have psychological issues. Oh, what if it bites someone? Just saying it's a retired military dog can settle everything. I'm just trying to do a good deed by making you understand. The yellow-haired man was still being stubborn. The officer's frown deepened. Dahay watched the yellow-haired man closely, as if ready to charge at him at Xia Cici's command. Is this military dog named Dahay? Suddenly a timid voice emerged from the crowd. Xia Cici looked over and saw a girl around 20 years old nodding at her. Do you know Dahay? The girl's eyes lit up. She stepped out of the crowd, slowly approaching Dahay. Dahay seemed to sense the girl's kindness and stayed, still quietly observing her. Slowly the girl reached out her hand towards Dahay's head. Although Dahay appeared somewhat reluctant, it did not shy away, allowing her to pet it once before retreating behind Xia Cici. It was as if it were a shy child who didn't want to interact with others. Even after just that one pet, the girl was very happy. I actually got to pet a military dog. Dahay is a military dog that fought against criminals in S-City not long ago and saved an entire squad. Didn't you all see the news? The girl stood up and announced to everyone. At that moment the previously bewildered officer also reacted. No wonder the name Dahay sounds so familiar. It's the one reported in the news not long ago. It has actually been retired. Xia Cici crouched down and gently patted Dahay's head, pointing to the long scar on its back. The injury is too severe. It is no longer suitable for strenuous physical activity and must retire. Xia Cici looked at the crowd, noticing many were moved. She stood up and raised her voice. If such a heroic dog cannot reintegrate into ordinary life after retirement, enjoying a normal family life, then where is our conscience? Is the fate of these military dogs to serve the people only to be discarded afterward? They too are lives and have saved more people than we ordinary folks ever will. When I adopted Dahay, my officer kept telling me to treat it well. Dahay is their comrade, just like those soldiers, having undergone rigorous training and standing on the front lines of danger. Dahay deserves respect and a good life. It should not be slandered by petty people. Huang Mao, who had been live streaming, was trying to stir up trouble. Seeing the crowd's unanimous attitude and hearing Xia Cici's lengthy speech, Huang Mao hurriedly shut down the live stream. After Xia Cici finished speaking, the crowd erupted in applause, with the loudest clappers being the little girl and the police officer. In the end, Huang Mao left in disgrace, but even as he departed, many continued to curse him. The little girl and the police officer gave Xia Cici, or rather Dahay, a thumbs up. Dahay quietly panted beside Xia Cici, showing no pride or arrogance, remaining unperturbed by the praise, which made it even more endearing. Once the crowd dispersed, Xia Cici crouched down and gave Dahay a big hug. Dahay, were you protecting me? You were amazing. Dahay disdainfully swatted Xia Cici away, with its paw, its large eyes showing a hint of disdain. However, after this commotion, Dahay refused to return to the car. With no other choice, Xia Cici had to lead it upstairs. At that moment, the intermediary had finished discussing with their boss and signaled for Xia Cici to come over. Xia Cici thought that bringing Dahay upstairs would let it see if it liked the spacious flat. After all, it would also be one of the owners of that room in the future. That afternoon, the contract was signed. The house was in a good location and spacious, consistently a hot commodity in the city, priced at about 400. That afternoon, the contract was signed. The house was in a good location and spacious, consistently a hot commodity in the city, priced at about 460,000. Xia Cici saved 200,000, ultimately getting 440,000. After signing the contract, the intermediary boss paid Xia Cici the deposit that day, saying they would handle the transfer the next day. Holding the 50,000 deposit, Xia Cici looked at the time and decided to treat Dahay to something nice. First, they headed to the nearest pet store. Once inside, she let Dahay choose its favorite snacks and toys, encouraging it to pick as much as it liked. Dahay was not polite at all, and noticing the owner of the store waving gently, it began to sweep everything into its paws. It selected a pile of freeze-dried canned and dried chicken treats. For every item it liked, Xia Cici would ask how many there were and packed everything up. Dahay also chose its own dog food, standing in front of various bulk bins, sniffing left and right, picking out a few flavors it liked. Xia Cici asked the pet store how many they had and took them all. However, since pet stores usually have limited stock, after visiting 2 or 3 stores, they had only gathered a trunk full of dog supplies. Then Xia Cici discovered that Dahe was quite picky. It favored chicken and beef flavors, showing no interest in options like cod or salmon. It only reluctantly selected 2 cans that contained salmon. Looking at the items in the trunk, Xia Cici tapped Dahe's head, saying, "Dahe, being picky is not good. At the next store, shall we choose some snacks of various flavors?" Dahe seemed not to hear, turning its head away. It was clear that when it came to food it was quite stubborn. So when they entered the next store, Xia Cici helped it choose a few cans and snacks that contained fish, intending to add a bit of flavor to the monotony of daily meals. What if in the future it got tired of only eating chicken, beef, and venison? A person's taste does not remain unchanged, and a dog's taste likely does not either. Dahe looked a bit unhappy, its face drooped, eyes slightly rolled up, displaying an expression of, "I dislike you." Xia Cici felt helpless, but had no other options. Balanced nutrition is very important. Picky children are not good children. Let's buy just a little bit, okay? After Xia Cici's repeated persuasion, Dahe finally seemed a bit happier. As for toys, Xia Cici noticed that Dahe preferred plush toys. It liked all kinds of plush. Even the colorful little dog that Xia Cici found incredibly ugly, barely able to look at Dahe, treated it like a treasure, picking it off the shelf. Some of the plush toys were only palm-sized, fitting just a little bit in Dahe's mouth. But since it liked them, they bought them. Xia Cici also bought more than 20 dog beds from several pet stores, thinking it would let Dahe sleep more comfortably. Because of the large quantity, each pet store also gave extra chew toys. It was then that Xia Cici remembered that dogs also need to brush their teeth. Plus, with the coming apocalypse, giving Dahe a bath would be a problem. They couldn't go to the pet store anymore, so she bought enough pet shampoo and toothpaste for Dahe's lifetime. Then there were large blow dryers, about 5 or 6, for drying Dahe's fur in the future. After all, when the apocalypse arrives, Dahe will grow larger due to mutations, and if its fur gets wet during extreme cold, it could easily get sick. Finally, after wandering through more than 10 pet stores, Xia Cici was completely satisfied. The trunk was full, and she stored the items away. After going back and forth 7 or 8 times, Dahe had all the supplies and food needed for the apocalypse. At that moment, Xia Cici suddenly thought about Dahe needing to go to the bathroom. In fact, it wasn't just Dahe who needed to go, as she needed to as well. After the apocalypse, when they couldn't go outside, water and electricity would be issues, making it impossible to use. Naturally, flushing toilets would be unusable, requiring a way to relieve oneself. It was then that Xia Cici noticed the cat litter and pet pee pads in the pet store. In an instant, a plan formed in Xia Cici's mind. After inquiring about the prices at the pet shop and comparing them with the array of cat litter prices online, she decided to make her purchase online. With this order, she ended up buying thousands of bags of various types, averaging over 8 yuan per bag. For the time to come, just collecting this cat litter would likely wear her out. Seeing that the time was almost up, Xia Cici was already starving. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt a warmth in her chest. Xia Cici was startled. Last time, when she encountered the stone that could upgrade her chest space, she felt something similar. She hurriedly looked around. At the service counter of this pet shop, there was a stone inscribed with Taishan Stone Gondan. The stone appeared to be the size of a palm, gray-black in color and rather unremarkable. But Xia Cici knew there had to be something special about it. She circled the stone with feigned interest, and then asked the nearby owner, "Boss, did you get this stone from Taishan?" The boss casually glanced at it and replied with a smile, "This. I bought it at the foot of Taishan while traveling there. There are many sellers of this, and I thought it looked interesting, so I brought it back. After all, Taishan Stone Gone and is quite famous." Xia Cici smiled at the boss. "Boss, could you sell this to me? My house is under renovation right now. I've always wanted to get a stone from Taishan to ward off evil, but I haven't had the time." The boss chuckled. "This thing might not be very useful. I didn't spend much when I bought it. If you really like it, considering how much you're buying, I'll just give it to you. But let's make it clear, if it turns out to be useless, you can't blame me." Xia Cici laughed at the boss' antics and quickly insisted it was nothing, as she was also renovating and wanted it for good luck. No matter what she said, the boss refused to take her money, so she had no choice but to buy a bunch of things from his shop. Previously, she had cleared out all the treats like chicken-flavored, beef-flavored, and even venison and duck meat snacks. To buy more, Xia Cici could only get some sardines, cod, and salmon. This made Dahe somewhat unhappy, as it kept glancing at Xia Cici with disapproving eyes. It looked as if it were scolding her for being wasteful. Once outside the pet shop, Xia Cici hurriedly comforted Dahe. "Just think of it as stocking up for your future wife, okay? What if you fall for a girl in the future, and she just happens to love these flavors of canned food? Uncertain if Dahae understood Xia Sisi, noticed it still looked rather unhappy. Not caring much about Dahae's feelings, she quickly returned to the car and took out the stone. Seeing no one around, Xia Sisi focused her thoughts and the stone entered her space. Just like the previous gold mine, the stone entered the space and immediately turned to dust. Blue substances began to float out, which appeared to be even more abundant than what was found in the gold mine. As these substances dispersed into the space, a sudden tremor enveloped the area. Xia Sisi looked on in shock at the space. Suddenly a small house appeared within it, and she was abruptly standing inside the space. The space had upgraded once again, allowing Xia Sisi to hide inside. Fascinated, she looked around, touching this and that. It felt as though there was not a hint of wind in the entire space, yet the climate was refreshing and comfortable. After opening the small house, she found it was empty with no furnishings and measured about 40 square meters. Outside the small house was a modest patch of land. The soil was black, indicating it was very fertile. At that moment, a rope made of hemp over 2 meters long lay on the fertile ground. Judging by the position of the hemp rope, it must be where Xia Sisi had placed the weeds yesterday. So, did planting a weed result in a hemp rope growing? That seemed plausible. However, it also added an air of mystery and uncertainty to this fertile black soil. Suddenly inspired, Xia Sisi took a piece of bread from the space and buried it, wanting to see what would grow. Not far from this small house were Xia Sisi's scattered belongings haphazardly placed. Looking at these items, she thought she needed to buy some shelves, otherwise the space wouldn't be utilized efficiently. After circling around in excitement a couple of times, Xia Sisi was thrilled, her mind racing with countless ideas on how to gradually arrange the space. If there was ever danger, she could temporarily hide in here. She just wondered if Dahae could come in as well. With that thought, Xia Sisi hurriedly exited the space. Xia Sisi noticed Dahae was anxiously pacing in the car, emitting small whines, clearly worried about her. But the moment Dahae saw Xia Sisi, it immediately quieted down. Aside from a brief moment of shock at first, it returned to its usual aloof demeanor. Xia Sisi gritted her teeth. Keep pretending. You clearly care about me, yet you act indifferent. I wonder how long you can keep this up. Xia Sisi's mind raced, wondering if Dahae would be shocked if it suddenly entered the space. With that thought, she grabbed Dahae's paw and concentrated, entering the space. But soon Xia Sisi realized that only she had entered the space. Dahae did not follow. It seemed this space could only admit one living being at a time. It could be a person or another creature, but only one could enter at a time. She didn't know if this was temporary or a permanent rule. She needed to explore more. What if she found something else that could upgrade the space? This time, Xia Sisi's disappearance didn't alarm Dahae. It simply lay on the car seat, barely reacting to Xia Sisi's sudden appearances and disappearances, merely raising its eyelids. After all this commotion, Xia Sisi felt even hungrier. At that moment, she greatly missed a restaurant near her home called Ming's Dim Sum. They served various exquisite snacks such as crab meat buns, black gold molten buns, black truffle rice rolls, crystal shrimp dumplings, and more. Each dish was a mouth-watering delight. However, Dahae couldn't conveniently go to the mall, and Xia Sisi was a bit worried about leaving it in the car, so she had to head home first. But Xia Sisi had already made up her mind to go to that shop tomorrow and order a bunch of dim sum. When the apocalypse arrived, she could enjoy a plate of snacks to lift her spirits during tough times. The sweet and glutinous texture combined with the savory filling melting in her mouth would definitely bring a surge of happiness. Upon returning home, she suddenly realized the convenience of delivery services. She quickly placed an order for as many dim sums as possible, having the delivery service bring them to her. Additionally, she bought everything she liked from nearby, ordering whatever could be delivered and whatever couldn't through a delivery service. So from the moment Xia Sisi returned home until she went to bed, the doorbell of her house rang continuously. Hello, your order of 60 buns has arrived. Hello, your order of 30 portions of fried chicken has arrived. Hello, your order of 20 portions of spicy hot pot has arrived. Xia Sisi saw Dahae beside her, annoyed by the noise. However, she had no choice but to gently pet its little head to calm it down. Meanwhile, Xia Sisi took a fried chicken leg, tearing off pieces of meat and skin, and slowly fed it to Dahae. You can't eat too much, you still need to have boiled meat and pet food. Otherwise, if you eat too much salt, you'll lose your fur and become a bald dog. Other female dogs will avoid you. Dahae kept eating without lifting its head, and only after finishing did it raise its head, drooping its eyelids to look at Xia Sisi as if saying, "More please." Alright, Xia Sisi realized that this guy hadn't listened to her at all. Before going to bed, she took out the hidden knife, performed a set of martial arts she had learned before the apocalypse, and felt sore in her arms and legs. Her current body was truly weak. She decided to start running tomorrow morning to exercise to practice martial arts and regain her strength from her past life before the apocalypse. Before going to sleep, Xiaoxici received a text message from Lin Yi. It was filled with affection, talking about the experiences they had gone through over the years and mentioning that he was looking forward to their upcoming engagement. To avoid raising Lin Yi's suspicions, she had pulled him out of her blacklist. However, upon seeing this message, she almost felt nauseous. I wonder what dirty deeds he's doing in Hao Rao's arms now. Xiaoxici finally understood how she had been schemed against in her past life. Hao Rou was the true mastermind behind Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi had ill intentions, he lacked intelligence, and it was mainly Hao Rou who was giving him ideas from behind. So to say she hated Lin Yi, she was actually even more resentful towards that venomous green tea white lotus named Hao Rou. Xiaoxici didn't want to dwell on it, simply replying, "Understood, let's talk in detail another day, I'm a bit tired today." Lin Yi then sweetly sent a good night. Xiaoxici rolled her eyes. He really knew how to play Meanwhile, Lin Yi was lying in Hao Rao's arms, frowning at Xiaoxici's reply. "Hao Rou, what do you think Xiaoxici means by this? Why do I feel like she has become distant?" Hao Rou, looking at the message, was also uncertain. She reassured Lin Yi and then got up to call Xiaoxici. When Xiaoxici saw Hao Rao's call, she was first filled with rage, then it felt like a cold bucket of water had been poured over her head. Since her return, apart from hoarding supplies and raising her dog, she had nothing but resentment for this couple, Hao Rou and Lin Yi. Or rather, she still carried the bitterness from her past life. She wished she could chop these two up. Thus she displayed some impatience. Now that she thought about it, this was entirely irrational. Taking a deep breath and lightly sniffing, she finally answered Hao Rao's call. "Cici, I heard from Lin Yi that you two had a fight. What happened?" Hao Rao's concerned voice came through the phone. Xiaoxici sneered inwardly but maintained her composure, continuing to feign a little grievance. "Hao Rou, you are my best friend, and you know Lin Yi too. Do you think Lin Yi doesn't like me?" She could clearly sense the silence on the other end, as if Hao Rou hadn't expected Xiaoxici to say this. Then Hao Rao's chastising voice came through. "Cici, what are you saying? As an orphan, being favored by the Lin family is already a blessing. If Lin Yi didn't like you, how could he accept the engagement? Do you think the Lin family is just any family?" Look, she was starting to manipulate Xiaoxici again. Xiaoxici deliberately sniffled again, but I heard someone say today that if you like someone you can't help but have physical contact. Why does Lin Yi always avoid physical contact with me? Naturally, Lin Yi wanted to have physical contact with Xiaoxici, but Hao Rou wouldn't allow it. Xiaoxici said this on purpose to stab Hao Rou where it hurt. Hao Rou indeed fell silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice trembled slightly. "Cici, Lin Yi respects you. It's to ensure that you have a perfect wedding night after you marry. Where can you find such a good man now? How can you become so promiscuous? How could you even think of such things? Yes, it is my fault. I thought too much. I just sometimes want to hold Lin Yi's hand or kiss him. After all the couples around me do that. But Lin Yi always acted as if he wanted to avoid me." Actually, Xiaoxici was lying. Lin Yi had indeed kissed her, and not just once. Thinking about it now made her feel disgusted. However, kissing was absolutely forbidden in Hao Rao's eyes. Xiaoxici intentionally said this to make Hao Rou think that Lin Yi was in control, and so was she. Xiaoxici. Sure enough, Hao Rao's voice had noticeably brightened. After persuading Xiaoxici a few more times, Xiaoxici pretended to sniffle and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Xiaoxici snorted coldly. "Better for you to think I'm a fool, always believing I am still that naive girl. Thus, when I take care of you, it will be clean and swift." After hanging up, Xiaoxici noticed that Dehei had been watching her with a tilted head, looking astonished. Perhaps Xiaoxici's act of pretending to cry had confused it. Xiaoxici suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Human emotions, you naive little dog cannot comprehend. Xiaoxici reached out and gently patted Dehei's head. Overall, this day was quite fulfilling. That night, she wiped Dehei's body and let it sleep with her. At first, Dehei was a bit uncomfortable, as if it wasn't used to such a soft bed, and it was not accustomed to being held by Xiaoxici. In the middle of the night, Xiaoxici had fallen asleep, but Dehei suddenly got off the bed and ran to its own doghouse. Xiaoxici didn't want to force it. She thought that feelings should be nurtured slowly and continued to sleep. But who would have thought that when she woke up the next morning, Xiaoxici found Dehei sleeping sweetly beside her. However, the moment she opened her eyes, Dehei also alertly opened its eyes. Its big eyes stared intently at her. "Good morning, Dehei." Xiaoxici hugged Dehei's head and gave it a hearty kiss on its big head. Dehei's brows slightly furrowed, its face drooping again, looking like a cold, heartless rogue. But it was fine. Xiaoxici had a good mindset and could ignore Dehei's disdain. After waking up, the first thing Xia Sisi did was enter the space to see what had grown from the bread she had planted earlier. To her surprise, nothing had grown. It was still that same bread. It seemed that this black soil couldn't grow just anything. She would need to research this further. At least in the current stage, the bread was not accepted by the black soil. She wondered if it would have different effects when the space upgraded in the future. After placing the bread back, Xia Sisi exited the space. She decided to deal with stocking up and sorting out Linny's matters in the next few days. Once the apocalypse arrived, she would have plenty of time to study the space. Additionally, if possible, she wanted to upgrade the space as much as she could. After washing up, she took Dehe to run and walk the dog. After finishing all this, Xia Sisi took Dehe to stroll around a nearby breakfast shop and placed an steamed buns, tofu, pudding, soy milk, delicious fried cake, soft and glutinous sesame balls, thin-skinned, generously stuffed meat buns, tender boiled corn, sweet and fragrant millet porridge, and salted, incredibly fragrant century egg lean meat porridge. As long as Xia Sisi finds it appealing, she buys everything. Moreover, she orders over 50 portions in one go, claiming it's for company catering. Xia Sisi visited several shops and strolled through various snack stalls. Of course, people suspect whether she has reached adulthood, but Xia Sisi does not waste words and directly scans the QR code to pay. The shop owners, seeing her decisive manner, are all smiles as they prepare her food. Xia Sisi also mentioned that for the next half-month, she would come to the stall to pick up 50 breakfasts, which made their eyes light up. Naturally, since her car was nearby, she would place the food in her car after picking it up and then store it in her space. Especially since there is a place near her home that sells large buns with a slightly sweet dough and a thin skin stuffed with generous fillings, which Xia Sisi adores. Xia Sisi calculated that she could eat 3 each meal, so she decided to order 200 buns of various flavors every morning, and this time she ordered for an entire month. Large buns, Big Hay likes them too. Xia Sisi also decided to explore the night market later that evening. During the day, after handling matters related to her house, she planned to buy dozens of large shelves as well as some daily necessities. Laundry detergent, towels, cups, kitchenware, disposable meal boxes, and so on. But the most important thing is still food. Xia Sisi had previously bought a batch online, and now with money in hand, she rushed to stock up by the ton. She rented a warehouse and instructed the merchants to deliver the goods to a specified location. Although it appeared that she was moving things into the warehouse, she actually planned to store them in her space once the people had left. Looking at her space gradually filling up, Xia Sisi smiled. She is particularly fond of tropical fruits, such as jackfruit, durian, and cherimoya. However, in the northern region where she lives, these items are quite expensive. In the evening, she directly contacted the customer service in the live broadcast room, expressing her desire for a batch of tropical fruits. These fruits were to be delivered by truck, and at first the merchants thought she was joking. Xia Sisi, however, directly called the merchant's phone. After an hour of negotiation, she paid the deposit, and the deal was sealed. About a week later, the merchant's truck arrived. Still unloading at the warehouse nearby, Xia Sisi paid the remaining balance, and after sending the merchant off, she took out a cherimoya, broke it open, and took a bite, sweet and delicious. After shopping for a little over half a month this morning, after purchasing various breakfasts and bringing Big Hay home, Xia Sisi received a phone call. On the other end of the line was Zhao Ying, a university classmate with whom Xia Sisi was not very close. As soon as Xia Sisi answered the call, Zhao Ying began to mock her, saying Xia Sisi constantly flaunted her boyfriend's merits in school, boasting about her impending engagement, while in reality her boyfriend was cheating. Xia Sisi suddenly recalled that in her past life a similar situation had occurred. She had a poor relationship with this classmate, and at that time she was infatuated and confused by her boyfriend Lin Yi. So back then she scolded this classmate and later complained to Lin Yi about her jealousy. Looking back now, she felt so foolish. Zhao Ying, do you have time to meet today? Currently it is summer vacation and everyone is free, so Zhao Ying was quite surprised that Xia Sisi would calmly suggest meeting. I'll treat you to your favorite Sichuan cuisine. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Although we haven't been close in school, if I remember correctly, you were also cheated on by your ex-boyfriend. Just consider it helping me get back at a scumbag. Perhaps Xia Sisi's words convinced Zhao Ying and she agreed to meet. At the same time, Xia Sisi asked how she knew about Lin Yi's infidelity. Zhao Ying replied that her family runs a hotel, and this morning she was helping at the front desk when she happened to see Lin Yi checking out with another woman. Of course, she wasn't entirely sure that the person was Lin Yi, as she had only seen photos, but she said it to upset Xia Sisi. In her previous life, Xia Sisi hadn't clarified things with Zhao Ying, and she never expected it would turn out to be such solid evidence. Moreover, this Zhao could definitely be Xia Cixi's secret weapon. As Xia Cixi contemplated how to dump the scumbag Lin Yi, she said, "Please don't mention this matter for now, consider it a favor to me." Zhao fell silent for a while. Perhaps she had never heard Xia Cixi speak so humbly before, which is why she agreed. During the day, Xia Cixi handled the house matters with the agency without a hitch. The agency seemed to be afraid of Xia Cixi backing out, as their efficiency was remarkably high. The bank would likely disburse the loan in about half a month. Just right, Xia Cixi's available funds were running low. Before her parents passed away, they left Xia Cixi a substantial inheritance, but in recent years she had to spend on school and living expenses, and with her recent frenzied stockpiling, half of it was already gone. In another half-month, Xia Cixi was quite sure she would spend all of this money. The other half of her stocks and funds she had not touched yet. She had another plan: to use these stocks and funds to swindle the Lin family once more. As for getting back all the stocks and funds she had given to Lin Yi's family, it would be quite challenging, and she could only hope to retrieve part of it, depending on the situation. But combined with the stocks and funds she held, selling them to the Lin family would ensure she made a profit. Additionally, the loans from selling the house would help her stockpile even more supplies. In short, the motto was to buy, buy, buy. Before the agreed time with Zhao in the afternoon, Xia Cixi went to a nearby market and ordered over 80 shelves, each 5 meters high, 3 meters long, and over a meter wide. The gaps between these shelves varied, perfectly accommodating Xia Cixi's need to store various supplies. After paying a deposit, the owner told her to come back in half a month to collect the goods. As Xia Cixi was about to leave, she noticed that the owner's factory had those plastic water storage barrels. Each of these barrels could store 50 tons of water, said to be used by factories for holding liquid food, serving as a transit point before canning. Xia Cixi immediately ordered 100 water storage barrels, thinking that during the apocalypse water resources would be incredibly valuable. She needed to find an opportunity to fill all these barrels. Then when it came time to use the water, she wouldn't have to worry. After all, using bottled, purified water for laundry and washing dogs would be quite wasteful. These water barrels were also to be collected in half a month. After all this bustling activity, Xia Cixi noted that it was almost time to meet Zhao Ying, so she drove to the mall where they were meeting. Zhao Ying's hometown is in Sichuan, and she has a lively personality, loving Sichuan cuisine. They decided to meet at a Sichuan restaurant in a mall. Upon meeting, Zhao Ying rolled her eyes at Xia Cixi and then pulled out the information she had found in the internal system. The information clearly displayed that the person checking in was none other than Lin Yi, and the one he was staying with was Xia Cixi's childhood friend and bestie, Hao Rou. In this new life, these two have indeed gotten together again. After confirming with Zhao Ying, Lin Yi and Hao Rou have booked a room for 4 days, and tonight is only the second night. In Xia Cixi's mind, a series of cheating scenes and methods seen in novels appeared. Live streaming, bringing people to confront, exposing them, publicly revealing the two's true colors, and stripping the mistress of her clothes. However, all of this seemed rather impractical to Xia Cixi. The Lin family is quite reputable. If Xia Cixi were to truly make this matter widely known, the Lin family would not only refuse to annul our marriage, but would also withhold the shares of the foundation left by her parents, and they might even sever ties with her. They might even smear her reputation. To preserve their family's name, they could resort to desperate measures. Beating Hao Rou and stripping her would be actions to consider during the apocalypse. When chaos reigns, Xia Cixi could deal with this pair of scoundrels however she pleased. What I can do for you is just this: I originally couldn't stand you, but I came to dine with you because I empathized with your plight. Zhao Ying rolled her eyes at Xia Cixi. Xia Cixi thought about the conflicts between her and Zhao Ying, realizing they stemmed from her cold personality and her tendency not to complain, along with a few instances where she hadn't given Zhao Ying face. At that moment, an idea suddenly popped into Xia Cixi's mind, but it required Zhao Ying's assistance. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying, I need your help. What happened before was due to my stubbornness. I promise I won't go against you all anymore. Zhao Ying was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Xia Cixi to say this. After a moment, she nodded. Xia Cixi secretly smiled, feeling elated. Lin Yi, this time she would definitely sever ties with you. And with your Lin family. After parting ways with Zhao Ying, Xia Cixi contacted the matriarch of the Lin family. This matriarch was over 80 years old, but had always maintained good health. In her youth, she was a formidable woman, now ruling the household with an iron fist. Xia Cixi believed that while the matriarch might not be completely oblivious to Lin Yi's actions, she certainly couldn't know everything. At the very least, she was unaware of Lin Yi and Hao Rou's affair, because she despised infidelity and disloyalty the most due to her own youthful experiences. Years ago, Lin Yi's father had taken a mistress, nearly having his legs broken by this matriarch. Moreover, there was another point. She had a fondness for Xia Cixi's grandfather in her youth. An infatuation indeed. Therefore, leveraging this might help her completely sever ties with the Lin family. Xia Cixi told the matriarch that she would take her out for a drive, planning to pick her up tomorrow evening. The matriarch was overjoyed and even said she would wear her favorite silk scarf. Xia Cixi took a deep breath and hung up the phone, hoping the matriarch wouldn't be so upset that she tore her scarf apart. After running around all day, Xia Cixi returned home feeling a bit tired. Upon opening the door, she saw Dahei sitting at the entrance, with its head down, its eyes rolling up in a rather resentful manner. As if to say, "Where have you been?" Dahei's face drooped, making one want to laugh. Xia Cixi hurriedly took out the roast chicken she had bought, tearing off 2 pieces to feed Dahei. "Dahei, look what delicious food I've brought you. Come, let me feed you." Upon seeing the food, Dahei's expression improved slightly, and it grabbed the roast chicken from Xia Cixi's hand and went off to eat. After taking Dahei for a walk, Xia Cixi also stopped by a nearby convenience store to buy a bunch of fresh vegetables. She thought she would cook some meals after finishing her physical training tonight and store them. After all, Xia Cixi was quite good at cooking. Besides, the 5,000 disposable food containers she had ordered online had also arrived. For the time being, whenever Xia Cixi had free time, she would cook various delicious dishes at home, striving to fill all 5,000 disposable containers within the next 3 months. At this moment, Xia Cixi and Dahei passed by a milk tea shop. Upon seeing the beautifully packaged, sweet-smelling milk tea, Xia Cixi couldn't help but slap her thigh. How could she have forgotten about milk tea after stocking up on so much food these days? Milk tea. What a delightful addition to one's happiness. Just a cup of milk tea could energize Xia Cixi for an entire day. Immediately in the middle of the street, Xia Cixi, holding her dog, began searching for nearby milk tea shops. For every shop she liked, she ordered 30 cups. Lemon green tea with Yakult pineapple, fresh milk, strawberry cheese, rose fragrant taro, jade ice, etc. This milk tea shop in front of Xia Cixi couldn't be missed. She directly selected 40 cups of various types, paid, and then walked away with a pile of milk tea. When she reached a deserted area, she directly stored the drinks in her space. Thinking that starting tomorrow these milk teas would have to be added to her shopping list, Xia Cixi's mood improved greatly. Dahei didn't show much interest in such sweet things, and Xia Cixi didn't dare to let it eat random food. So when she returned home after walking the dog, she held a giant cup of milk tea in one hand and held on to Dahei with the other, feeling incredibly happy. In the evening, she practiced with her knife again and trained her fists and feet to build strength. At the same time, Xia Cixi was also tidying up her belongings, preparing to pack everything in her room. The house had already been sold, and she had agreed with the agent to give her 5 days to move out. On the new house front, Xia Cixi had taken the time today to find a reliable renovation company planning to reinforce the glass and flooring according to her requirements on top of the simple renovations currently in place, and even install 2 stoves in the house, the kind that requires coal and wood to burn. When the stove is lit, the entire house will be warm, and Xia Cixi's bed will be placed next to the stove. Initially, she had considered whether to make a heated bed used in northeast China, but thought that if she did that, her activity range would only be limited to the heated bed, which seemed impractical. If there is time in the end, she could consider making one as well. Additionally, the most important aspect is the doors and windows. When the apocalypse arrives, dealing with extreme weather is one thing. More importantly, it is about dealing with those with ulterior motives. Thus, the sturdiness of the doors and windows is crucial. For the glass, Xia Cixi directly chose bulletproof glass. All the windows will have 2-finger-wide railings reinforced on the outside. The doors will be the most robust double-layered ones. The outer layer will be a stainless steel gate 4 centimeters thick. As for the door inside, Xia Cixi has not yet looked at it properly and plans to check it out in the next couple of days. In the evening, she packed the few belongings she had. Sitting amidst a pile of clutter, Xia Cixi gazed at the old house. She was about to leave, feeling a pang of reluctance in her heart. This was the small space left to her by her parents. If it weren't for the fact that this place was truly unsuitable for survival in the apocalypse, Xia Cixi would definitely not leave. Among the items she was packing were many trivial things that were burdensome in the face of the end times, such as her diary from elementary school, a wide butterfly hairpin, the photo album left to her by her parents, and the yearbook signed by her classmates at graduation. These items cannot be eaten or drunk. Yet for Xia Cixi, they represent her life and memories. In her previous life, she had no time to carry these small items away and ultimately had to abandon this very house. What Xia Cixi stuffed into her pocket was merely a family portrait. Now that she had time to sort through these things, she felt immensely happy. Taking a deep breath, Xia Sisi placed all the packed items into the small room in her spatial area. Although the room was quite small, Xia Sisi still tried her best to arrange everything neatly, even deliberately according to the room's layout. If given the chance in the future, she would restore this room from her memories. While Xia Sisi was lost in thought, staring at the family portrait that had accompanied her for several years in her past life, Dahe suddenly leaned his big head over, startling Xia Sisi. His pitch-black eyes were fixed on Xia Sisi, filled with a hint of concern. At that moment, Xia Sisi realized that tears were streaming down her face. "Are you worried about me?" "I'm fine," she said hoarsely, gently stroking Dahe's big head. This big dog was truly too cute. Moreover, this was the first time he had buried his head in Xia Sisi's arms in these past few days. Did this mean that Dahe was gradually growing fonder of her? This thought brought Xia Sisi great joy, and she reached out to hug Dahe a little tighter. However, Dahe, seeing that Xia Sisi was fine, suddenly darted out of her embrace, leaving behind a big black backside. Xia Sisi sighed helplessly. This dog was a bit too proud. Before sleeping, she did not expect to receive a text from Lin Yi again. This time Lin Yi was equally disgusting, sending some cheesy lines about fantasizing about the future and reminiscing about the past. Thinking about how Lin Yi was surely with Hao Rou at that moment made Xia Sisi feel nauseous. What kind of twisted hobby was it to harass her repeatedly at this time? Xia Sisi grew angrier and felt she could not let this pair of dog men and women off so easily. Thinking this way, she looked at the messages, filled with nostalgia and future fantasies on her phone, and a slight smile curved her lips. "Lin Yi, brother, what I said to you that day, I thought about it and realized it was a bit harsh. I've been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days. Can you come and sleep with me? Let's have a good talk." After sending this message, there was no response for a long time. Xia Sisi's lips curled up slightly as she thought, being a green tea bitch, who can't do that? Right now Lin Yi and Hao Rou were probably fighting like crazy. Or perhaps Hao Rou was pretending to be magnanimous and pitiful, trying to manipulate Lin Yi. But Xia Sisi understood Lin Yi's character. Even if he liked Hao Rou and had no feelings for her, he would definitely not let go of this fat piece of meat. Now that Xia Sisi had thrown out such an olive branch, Lin Yi would grasp it no matter what he said. However, it seemed Hao Rou's charm was truly not small. After 10 minutes, there was still no response from the other side. Xia Sisi yawned, feeling a bit sleepy, and thought it was better to go to bed early. She sent another message. "Lin Yi, brother, I know it's a bit abrupt for me to bring this up. But since we've been dating for so long, we should take that step. Tonight, I'll push myself a little and wait for you at the XX Roads XX Hotel. You can tell the front desk you want to go to room 1203. After sending this, Xia Sisi turned off her phone and went to sleep. That sleep was truly a dream-filled night. She wasn't just randomly mentioning room 1203 at the XX Hotel. In her previous life, Xia Sisi had encountered a rich second generation who wanted to use money to crush people. She had heard that this rich second generation had a private room at this very XX Hotel in room 1203 for a long time. Tonight, she wanted Lin Yi to take a chance. If he ended up with a face full of disappointment, Xia Sisi would probably laugh awake in her dreams. The next morning, Xia Sisi turned on her phone. She discovered dozens of missed call notifications and over 10 text messages. Interestingly, among them were messages from both Lin Yi and Hao Rou. Xia Sisi, intrigued, clicked on Lin Yi's messages first. They began with a series of "Where are you? I arrived at the hotel, why can't I get through?" Followed by several similar messages. "I'm in room 1203, why aren't you opening the door?" Looking at the timestamps, the next message arrived 20 minutes later. "Xia Sisi, what do you mean? Why is there a man inside? Where are you? Speak. I got beaten." After that, there were some insults directed at her. It was evident that Lin Yi was genuinely anxious. It was also clear that Lin Yi had truly been beaten. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows, feeling quite. Exiting Lin Yi's chat log, Xia Sisi opened Hao Rou's chat log. The chat here was a different story altogether. Hao Rou first pretended to be very concerned, saying that Lin Yi had sent her a message claiming that Xia Sisi wanted to give her first time to Lin Yi, asking if Xia Sisi had thought it through. "Sisi, a woman's first time is the most important. You must consider it carefully. I heard Lin Yi say you were looking for him at the hotel. Sisi, you're not that kind of girl. What's wrong with you? What happened?" Looking at these words, Xia Sisi almost threw up. Bah! Such false. After that, there were various messages from Hao Rou disguised as concern, actually trying to make Xia Sisi retract her thoughts and not get involved with Lin Yi. Later, from the messages sent by Hao Rou, it could be seen that she even found her way to that hotel. However, she didn't gain any advantage and ended up cursing Xia Sisi alongside Lin Yi, questioning Xia Sisi's intentions while defending Lin Yi. It's a pity not to see the scene with my own eyes, Xia Sisi sighed. She began her routine of walking the dog, jogging, and buying breakfast again. Along the way, she strolled through the supermarket, checking if there was anything she had missed before. Xia Sisi discovered that Dahe had an astonishing appetite and especially loved to eat meat. Previously, Lieutenant Ren had mentioned to Xia Sisi that this breed of dog was quite expensive to raise, as its muscular body required a significant amount of protein. On regular days, it's best to boil some meat for it. Therefore, every morning apart from dog food, Xia Sisi would boil some beef or chicken breast for it. However, it devoured everything quickly as if it were a starving ghost reincarnated. After 2 days of feeding, Xia Sisi noticed that it had actually lost some weight. With no other choice, she had to call Lieutenant Ren and ask. To her surprise, it turned out that Xia Sisi had been underfeeding it. So upon returning from her walk this morning, Xia Sisi looked at Dahe, whose whole big head was buried in the pot wolfing down food, and thought she would need to buy more meat than she had anticipated. Moreover, in the apocalypse during the early stages, the methods for dealing with mutated creatures had not yet been studied and people were hesitant about them. Meat had become a scarce resource and many would fight over a piece of meat or even a sausage. After settling matters with Lin Yi today, she planned to arrange for workers to renovate tomorrow and then take Dahe to the slaughterhouse in the suburbs. Xia Sisi remembered that there were several large slaughterhouses in the suburbs dealing with cattle, sheep, and pigs. Today's tasks were quite heavy. During the day, she needed to supervise the workers she had hired. The doors and windows of the house were relatively easy to install, but the walls needed to be renovated and coated with anti-corrosion materials. Both the interior and exterior walls, including the roof of Xia Sisi's top floor, had to be carefully painted, and Xia Sisi also planned to wrap the floors with some other materials. In the morning, Xia Sisi had already reported to the property management, and they did not ask too many questions, only saying not to affect the overall aesthetics of the building. Around 10 o'clock, Xia Sisi received a phone call from Lin Yi, who sounded exasperated. However, after Lin Yi said a few words, Xia Sisi quickly adjusted her mood and with a choked voice said, "Brother Lin Yi, I sent the wrong room number yesterday. I was so nervous that I turned off my phone fearing I would receive your rejection message. Later I saw you hadn't come and I thought you disagreed, so I fell asleep. I only saw the messages you and Roro sent this morning." Lin Yi on the other end fell silent. Xia Sisi was usually strong and resilient, rarely crying. This feeling of holding back tears made Lin Yi somewhat flustered. He had many things to scold Xia Sisi about, but for a moment he found himself speechless. Xia Sisi sneered inwardly, knowing she had stunned Lin Yi, and continued, "Moreover, I saw Roro's message and realized my previous thoughts were somewhat lacking in consideration. Since heaven made me send the wrong room number, it means heaven does not want me to make a hasty decision. I think I should wait until after the engagement to discuss it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi became anxious. But no matter how he argued, Xia Sisi clung to Roro persuaded me, and this is heaven's arrangement, refusing to budge on the topic of their relationship. In the end, Lin Yi could only hang up the phone helplessly. After the call ended, Xia Sisi could barely contain her laughter. Beside her, Dahe tilted its head, watching Xia Sisi, who was curled up on the floor, stifling her laughter to the point of pain in her stomach, seeming somewhat confused. After a while, Xia Sisi finally composed herself. When she looked up, she was met with Dahe's big dog face. "Dahe, you wouldn't understand the joy I'm feeling right now." After hearing Xia Sisi's words, Lin Yi, although he couldn't turn against Hao Ro, would definitely harbor some resentment towards her. And Hao Ro, in order to appease Lin Yi, would surely serve him well tonight. By then, it would be the perfect time to execute the plan. Additionally, making the scumbag and the scumbag girl uncomfortable brought Xia Sisi great satisfaction. After calming down, she still had to continue her busy schedule. By afternoon, Xia Sisi went to the building materials market and picked a sturdy anti-theft door. This door was entirely designed with steel and was very heavy, making it difficult for ordinary tools to break. Xia Sisi also had the shop reinforce the door lock, which made her satisfied. In this way, her home would have 2 doors. One was a stainless steel iron door, and the other was an anti-theft door. If someone knocks on the door, she could open the inner door and communicate with the person outside through the anti-theft door. After a busy day, the doors and windows were almost done, and tomorrow she would keep an eye on the anti-corrosion materials. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Xia Sisi looked at the time and decided to go to the Lin family to pick up Grandma Lin. Grandma Lin originally wanted Xia Sisi to stay for dinner, but Xia Sisi mentioned she knew of a very nice restaurant recently. Since she was going to take Grandma Lin out for a ride, they should go eat together. The Lin family's bodyguard and Lin Yi's younger sister Lin Xinran were also going along, but Xia Sisi did not stop them. Xia Sisi truly knew of a great restaurant specializing in Cantonese cuisine with a head chef who had been specially recruited, reportedly an old chef who had passed down his skills for generations. As soon as Grandma Lin walked into the Cantonese restaurant, her expression showed a hint of emotion. Xia Sisi's lips curled up slightly. Xia Sisi's grandfather was an excellent cook in his youth, especially skilled in Cantonese cuisine. It was said that Grandma Lin was captivated by Xia Sisi's grandfather's culinary skills when she was young. The decor of this place also had a sense of nostalgia themed around the 1950s and 60s. Seeing Grandma Lin's expression, Xia Sisi knew she was reminded of her grandfather. The meal with Grandma Lin was quite enjoyable. During the meal, Xia Sisi shared many amusing anecdotes about her grandfather in his old age, making Grandma Lin laugh heartily. Lin Xinran, sitting beside them, pouted, looking quite displeased with Xia Sisi. When Xia Sisi went to the restroom, Lin Xinran followed her in and said, "Xia Sisi, what do you mean by I feel like you have some agenda today, trying to curry favor with my grandma. You even pulled out your grandfather to gain sympathy." Lin Xinran wasn't stupid, but Xia Sisi didn't want to engage too much. She just smiled at her, which made Lin Xinran stomp her foot in anger. As Lin Xinran went out to take a phone call, Grandma Lin picked up a plump shrimp dumpling and said with her sharp eyes, "Sisi, if there's something to discuss, let's speak frankly. I'm tired, I need to head back soon." Xia Sisi looked at Grandma Lin and sighed. "Grandma Lin, has your life been happy?" Grandma Lin was taken aback and replied after a moment, "With my children and grandchildren around, how could I be unhappy? But what if back then you and my grandfather had been together? Or if Grandpa Lin hadn't cheated?" It was well known that Grandpa Lin cheated on a girl 20 years younger than him. Back then, Grandma Lin had dealt with the situation decisively, sending that mistress abroad, but it was also rumored that the mistress had gotten pregnant, which remained a hidden danger. In recent years, it was said that the child had grown up and was now in their 20s, likely to return to claim inheritance. Elder Lin's health had been deteriorating steadily, deeply worrying his wife. "Xia Sisi, I see that your grandfather and our Lin family have long been acquainted, and you are even betrothed to Lin Yi since before birth. That is precisely why I am speaking to you so candidly. What do you intend by bringing this up now? Why have you summoned me here today?" Her face darkened instantly. Yet for Xia Sisi it made no difference. Her anger only confirmed how much she truly cared. "Grandmother Lin, I do not wish to marry Lin Yi, and I believe he feels the same about marrying me." Upon hearing this, Grandmother Lin's expression grew even more severe. "Do not speak nonsense. Lin Yi has long awaited your engagement announcement. Moreover, the wedding invitations have already been sent out. To withdraw now would utterly disgrace the Lin family's honor." Xia Sisi clenched her teeth and met Grandmother Lin's gaze. "I have evidence. I will show it to you right now." Lin Yan had intended to refuse, but before she could utter a word, Xia Sisi added softly, "Grandmother Lin, you know my parents passed away when I was young. My grandfather raised me alone. His final wish was for me to live joyfully and contentedly, and he even told me should anything arise, I could always seek your guidance. I do not wish to live the life you have lived. Otherwise, my grandfather would surely grieve." Grandmother Lin stared silently at the shrimp dumpling in her hand, speechless. After a long pause, she placed the dumpling in her mouth and said to Xia Sisi, "Then show me this evidence." Half an hour later, Xia Sisi, Lin Xinyan, and Grandmother Lin arrived at Zhao Ying's hotel. The moment Lin Xinyan saw the hotel, she reached for her phone. She had attempted several times along the way to alert Lin Yi, but each time Xia Sisi and Grandmother Lin intervened. Now realizing the gravity of the situation, she seized her phone and bolted, only to be swiftly restrained. Xia Sisi, having trained rigorously these past days, left no opening for this pampered heiress. She pinned Lin Xinyan down and smashed her phone to pieces. "What are you doing, Xia Sisi?" Lin Xinyan shrieked, hopping with fury. Xia Sisi gestured toward the shattered fragments. "I'll replace it tomorrow, but for now do not interfere. Otherwise I shall expose every other transgression your brother has committed, broadcasting them across the city, inviting public ridicule. Let us resolve this quietly for the sake of the Lin family's dignity." Grandmother Lin's voice turned icy. "Xinyan, since you are here, you will abide by the rules." Lin Xinyan fell silent, glaring venomously at Xia Sisi. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying, who had been forewarned, sighed and handed Xia Sisi Lin Yi's room key. She sighed again. "Please do not let this leak. I bear responsibility for this act." Indeed, handing over a room key was no trivial matter. Zhao Ying risked serious consequences. This was precisely why Xia Sisi had asked for Zhao Ying's help. Xia Sisi nodded gratefully, then said nothing more, leading Grandmother Lin and Lin Xinyan upstairs without delay. Just outside the door, laughter and flirtatious banter spilled into the hallway. "Brother Lin, do I look lovely like this?" came Hao Rou's voice. "Our little Rou is beautiful no matter what," Lin Yi replied, his tone thick with lewdness. "Compared to your fiancé, how do I measure? Last night you even abandoned me to go see her." Hao Rou pouted, her voice dripping with theatrical grievance. "Pa, what does she offer? Were it not for her dowry, I'd never tolerate such a dull woman. I went to placate her, to keep things from souring. After all, she's been rather distressed lately." His voice, usually refined and courteous, now carried a sinister edge. "So tell me, Brother Lin, am I lovelier than she?" Her voice melted like honey. "Of course you are. Come, let your elder brother kiss you." Xia Sisi could bear it no longer. She glanced at Grandmother Lin, whose face had gone ashen. At that moment, Lin Xinyan, who had remained uncharacteristically subdued, suddenly shrieked, "Brother! We're right outside." "That treacherous wretch!" Xia Sisi lunged forward and swiped the keycard open. Inside erupted chaos, furniture toppling, fabric rustling, frantic scrambling. But Xia Sisi moved too swiftly. Lin Yi and Hao Rou had no time to dress, both dove headlong beneath the covers. Scattered on the floor lay indecent remnants. Clearly their indulgence knew no restraint. Grandmother Lin entered, her face thunderous, trembling as she pointed at Lin Yi. "What, pray tell, is this?" Lin Yi paled. He glanced wildly between Xia Sisi and his grandmother, then stammered, We're rehearsing a scene. There's an event we're participating in." Xia Sisi burst into laughter. Such a crass, transparent lie. Truly Lin Yi possessed neither wit nor shame. Lin Xinyan hurriedly interjected, "Grandmother, it's really nothing serious. Just friends chatting in a hotel room. Let's not disturb them." Xia Sisi shot her a scathing glare, strode forward, and yanked the covers off. Beneath them, Lin Yi stood completely naked. Hao Rou, however, wore a skin-tight ensemble and a tiny leather skirt, complete with a delicate bell around her neck. As the covers flew off, she flung herself onto Lin Yi. "Brother Lin." Xia Sisi rolled her eyes dramatically. "How affectionately you call him." Just then Grandmother Lin snapped to attention and gave Lin Xinyan a sharp, commanding look. Lin Xinyan instantly spun around and shut the door. Grandmother Lin turned to Xia Sisi with a faint, knowing smile. "Sisi, this matter may be grave or trivial depending on perspective." Though Grandmother Lin had agreed to accompany Xia Sisi, her current demeanor revealed her true intent to shield Lin Yi. Indeed, this was her grandson. Her earlier pretense had merely been a test to gauge precisely how much evidence Xia Sisi held. The Lin family, it seemed, harbored no virtue. Xia Sisi fixed Grandmother Lin with a steady gaze. "Grandmother Lin, what exactly do you mean? That was not our agreement." Grandmother Lin sighed. "Lin Yi is not yet married to you. Once wed the Lin family, myself included, guarantee he will never repeat such conduct." Xia Sisi understood at once. To the Lin family, premarital fidelity bore no legal weight. Both parties remained technically unattached, free to indulge as they pleased. Only after marriage must one settle down. I confess, I had not imagined the Lin family upheld such principles. So loyalty may shift fluidly before and after vows. Grandmother Lin smiled faintly, still playing peacemaker. Xia Sisi regarded her coldly, realizing fully that this matriarch had just betrayed her, proving herself a consummate Lin family loyalist. Yet it was only natural. She was Lin Yi's grandmother, not hers. Still, Xia Sisi was no passive victim. She had anticipated the Lin family's underhanded tactics and prepared accordingly. She took out a hidden camera hanging on her chest, fiddled with it for a moment, and played the recording she had just. This time even old Lady Lin's face turned pale. "Xia Sisi, what do you want? You actually recorded secretly." Lin Xinran turned around and tried to snatch it. However, Xia Sisi kicked her leg, sending her sprawling on the floor. "With your small frame, don't flaunt your power in front of me, just stand aside properly." Lin Xinran glared at Xia Sisi, with malice gritting her teeth. Xia Sisi couldn't be bothered to pay her any attention and looked at old Lady Lin. "I want the shares of the fund that my parents left for me. I want to break off the engagement. I want nothing more to do with that scoundrel Lin Yi. Otherwise, the evidence I hold can ruin the Lin family's reputation." Old Lady Lin was merely a pawn in this scheme. Xia Sisi's tactic was to first offer courtesy before resorting to force. "You actually want fund stocks? Those are our Lin family's belongings." Lin Yi suddenly shouted, disregarding his shameful state as he rushed to snatch the camera from Xia Sisi. But Xia Sisi had not been idle during this time. A Lin Yi, being a weak and cowardly pretty boy, was no match for her. She dodged and landed a kick on his knee, causing him to kneel before old Lady Lin. However, Lin Yi was currently not wearing anything and his posture facing old lady Lin and Lin Xinran was quite comical. Lin Xinran let out a scream, covered her face, and ran away. Watching this farce, Xia Sisi thought to herself that Lin Yi was truly brainless and pathetic. This scene was truly humiliating. Old lady Lin trembled with anger, pointing at Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi, what do you really want? Xia Sisi curled her lip, thinking that this old woman wasn't very bright. Hadn't she just stated her demands? Did the old lady not hear her? Xia Sisi repeated herself and old lady Lin looked at her, her face filled with rage. But Xia Sisi knew she was pondering. Grandma Lin, this matter definitely cannot be settled easily. You can see that your grandson's heart is not with me at all. A forced relationship is never sweet. Moreover, I have evidence that concerns the reputation of your Lin family. Are you really willing to go down with this? Device is connected to the internet. I just uploaded the recording to my cloud storage. If you take this away from me or damage it, it will be meaningless and will only offend me. Xia Sisi didn't want to say much more and directly revealed her trump card. Lin Yi got up from the floor and hurriedly ran to put on clothes, looking extremely embarrassed. Old lady Lin looked at Xia Sisi. It's probably impossible to give you all the fun shares. After all, our Lin family has spent considerable effort managing them over the years. I know, just give me 20 million and this matter will be settled. The stocks and funds were worth at least 30 million. By asking for 20 million, Xia Sisi was already letting the Lin family take advantage. However, selling those stocks and funds would take time. They would not easily give everything to Xia Sisi. It was better to get this 20 million and stock up on supplies. Sure enough, both old lady Lin and Lin Yi showed expressions of joy. Now immediately transfer it to me, don't let me regret it. Don't say that your Lin family can't even come up with 20 million. Xia Sisi looked at the people in front of her, speaking each word clearly. Old lady Lin's gaze turned cold. I give you the money, what if you still release the video? We can write a receipt and I can even record a video as evidence for you. If I do release it, you can hold me accountable for anything, even throw me in jail. Just like that, Xia Sisi and the Lin family's engagement was completely annulled. Old lady Lin made a few phone calls and soon 20 million was transferred to Xia Sisi's account. Xia Sisi also signed the agreement in front of Lin Yi and Lin Xinran and destroyed the recording device, deleting the footage in the cloud. Everyone was pleased. From now on, farewell. Don't come to provoke me. Xia Sisi coldly threw down a remark and turned to leave. Before leaving, Xia Sisi glanced at the joyful expressions on their faces. They thought they had gained a great advantage as those stocks and funds now entirely belonged to them. But they didn't know that a few months later, all that money would turn into worthless paper. As for the token of affection they had given Xia Sisi, no one thought to ask for it back. After all, that thing originally belonged to the Xia family. They also thought it was worthless. It didn't matter, she had finally cut ties with the Lin family. As she was leaving, Xia Sisi saw Zhao Ying peeking outside and walked over to tell her that everything was resolved. Zhao Ying rolled her eyes at Xia Sisi. You owe me a favor. Xia Sisi nodded, thinking that when the apocalypse approached, she must remind Zhao Ying as a way to repay her. After finishing up this matter and receiving the money, Xia Sisi was overjoyed and quickly called a pharmaceutical representative she knew. Medicines are notoriously expensive, and now that she had 20 million, Xia Sisi was no longer hesitant. She placed an order for over 2 million worth of various medicines with the representative. This included common cold medicine, fever reducers, vitamin tablets, burn ointments, heat relief medications, intestinal inflammation drugs, anti-inflammatory medicine, antihypertensives, blood sugar reducers, wound care supplies, bandages, and ointments. Almost all basic illnesses she could think of were covered. She also requested some medications for the elderly and infants, which would be particularly valuable after the apocalypse. Additionally, Xia Sisi ordered a batch of medicines for pet diseases, such as internal and external parasites and probiotics. She told the pharmaceutical representative it was for opening a chain pharmacy. Of course, some medications required certification. Knowing that Xia Sisi had the money and was eager to place an order, the representative volunteered to help her obtain the necessary certification and worked swiftly. The representative was very happy to take such a large order and agreed to deliver it to Xia Sisi at a designated location in a few days. Xia Sisi paid the deposit. After finishing these tasks, Xia Sisi didn't want to delay and hurried home. After all, Dahe was still waiting for her at home. Who would have thought that when Xia Sisi returned home, the air conditioning was actually on? The cold air made Xia Sisi, who had just returned from the humid heat outside, shiver. But she had clearly turned off the air conditioning before leaving. Moreover, why hadn't Dahe come to welcome her today? Xia Sisi walked inside and saw Dahe lying quietly under the air conditioning, happily enjoying the cool breeze. Upon seeing Xia Sisi return, he cast her a resentful glance. That same look, why did you take so long to come back? So was it Dahe who turned on the air conditioning? At that moment Xia Sisi wanted to bow down in worship to Dahe. You are truly amazing. That night she slept even better than she had imagined. Perhaps it was because she had resolved the troublesome issue with Lin Yi and cut ties with the scoundrel Lin Yi and Hao Rou before the apocalypse, thus making amends for her past mistakes. However, there would be opportunities for revenge after the apocalypse. The next morning Xia Sisi discovered that the air conditioning in the house had been turned on again. It was obvious who had turned it on. Xia Sisi walked over to Dahe, looking at him helplessly. He merely raised his eyelids to glance at Xia Sisi, appearing indifferent. Dahe, it's fine for us to have the air conditioning on, but can we not set the temperature so low? Achoo. Xia Sisi sneezed helplessly, earning a disdainful look from Dahe. As if to say, why are you so weak? Forget it, forget it. There was still a lot to do today. In the morning she had to check the renovation of the anti-corrosion materials and then find someone to install the heating stove in the house. She's just a little girl, how could they tell we've changed her renovation materials? Indeed, I don't know what's wrong with her for wanting to use such expensive anti-corrosion materials on the walls, it's wasteful. Xia Sisi took out her phone and recorded the conversation between the two. She did not head towards the house, but instead called the renovation company directly. I give you 2 days to return the house to the materials I purchased, otherwise I will publish this conversation online, and you will suffer the consequences. The boss of the renovation company immediately told Xia Sisi that this matter had nothing to do with their company, it was all the workers' private dealings, and they would definitely provide Xia Sisi with a satisfactory answer. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes and did not want to entangle further with them. Taking this opportunity, she directly negotiated with the renovation company, settling on a compensation amount that added more funds to her stockpiling endeavor. Additionally, she managed to get the renovation company to find a batch of very hard-to-obtain advanced anti-corrosion materials. These materials were even better than those Xia Sisi had previously chosen, but they were expensive and difficult to source. This batch of anti-corrosion materials was directly used on the rooftop of the top floor. It provided an extra layer of security for herself. This time the renovation company guaranteed they would find reliable workers to do the anti-corrosion work on the top floor. After discussing all this, Xia Sisi took Dahe to pick out a stove. Dahe was extremely obedient outside, closely sticking to Xia Sisi. It followed her when she walked and stopped when she paused. Therefore, after visiting several building materials markets, there was no significant commotion. Xia Sisi also purchased some practical folding chairs, folding tables, and camping equipment. Although these items would not be used immediately, they might come in handy when the harsh weather ended and Xia Sisi prepared to leave the house. When she returned to the renovation site in the afternoon, she saw that indeed the walls were being repainted, which relieved her. The workers' gazes towards Xia Sisi also changed. They no longer looked at her with disdain and were much more diligent in their work. In the afternoon, Xia Sisi took Dahe to the slaughterhouse in the suburbs. Just as she remembered, there were slaughterhouses for pigs, cows, sheep, and poultry. What delighted her even more was that she discovered a farm that produced eggs. They had not only chicken eggs, but also quail eggs, goose eggs, and duck eggs. Xia Sisi told the factory manager that she wanted to open a chain supermarket and would need 300 pounds of chicken eggs, 300 pounds of quail eggs, and 300 pounds of duck eggs every day, including salted duck eggs and marinated eggs as side products. She wanted to reserve a month's supply. These eggs could be used for egg drop soup, steamed eggs, scrambled eggs, pudding. All delicious. Xia Sisi was straightforward and directly paid a deposit with her card. Xia Sisi provided them with a vague address near her newly rented house. After all, it was the largest commercial area in the city, with many nearby businesses that wouldn't raise their suspicions. At that time, Xia Sisi would push a small cart over to pick up goods and then find an opportunity to store them in her space. Then there were the slaughterhouses. Xia Sisi also placed an order for 500 pounds of pork, 500 pounds of beef, 500 pounds of lamb, and 500 pounds of chicken, all under the pretext of opening a supermarket. The term was also 1 month. Anyway, Xia Sisi had plenty of money now and could stockpile however she wanted. Before heading home in the evening, Xia Sisi went to a nearby coal factory to buy a batch of coal and charcoal. Since coal and charcoal were hard currencies, it was challenging to negotiate prices. Xia Sisi negotiated for half a day before managing to get a 10% discount. Next to the coal factory was a salt factory, so Xia Sisi also ordered several thousand pounds of salt. The owner of the salt factory happened to know a sugar merchant from the south. Xia Sisi used the salt factory owner's connection to order several thousand pounds of various sugars. Calculating what she usually eats and uses along with most of the essentials for warmth should be enough. However, to live well it would still take some time. The generator and solar panels Xiaoxici ordered online had also been shipped along with some cold-resistant and some protective clothing that was already on the way. In the evening, Xiaoxici took out her computer and started downloading various online novels, movies, and TV. Dehei sat next to Xiaoxici, occasionally getting excited and running around the room whenever a small animal appeared on the screen, its ears perked up, sniffing with its nose as if trying to find the scent of those little creatures. Xiaoxici found it amusing and also downloaded quite a few animal documentaries, thinking that when she had nothing else to do it would be fun to watch them with Dehei. Not only that, Xiaoxici discovered that Dehei also liked cartoons. When the characters in the cartoons made exaggerated movements, it would widen its eyes in excitement, as if struggling to understand why such actions occurred. Similarly, Xiaoxici began to download cartoons like crazy. By the next day, the anti-corrosion renovation of the house was completed. Xiaoxici went to check it using the acidic substances she had prepared in advance for testing and found no issues, so she paid the final payment. Among the group of workers there was a burly one who shot Xiaoxici a glare before leaving. Xiaoxici looked at him, slightly furrowing her brows, recalling that he was one of those who had said she was just a little girl at the corner that day. Xiaoxici felt that this worker had ulterior motives and thought she needed to be careful from now on. It was far too common to encounter such people in the apocalypse, making Xiaoxici feel the need to be on guard. Xiaoxici had given the renovation workers the keys during the renovation these past few days. Since she was moving in today, she directly bought a good lock and changed the door key. During the day, the stove was also installed. Originally, she planned to install only one stove, but in the end she bought 4. There were 3 in the living room alone, with the other one placed in the bedroom. This house had an extremely large living room, and Xiaoxici planned to place her bed next to the floor-to-ceiling window. This would be beneficial for observing the outside situation. As for the bedroom, she wanted an extra stove since Dehei's activities should not be limited to the living room, it could have another room. With these 4 stoves, she should have no problem dealing with the extreme cold weather ahead. She moved a few things from the house over there, and it was as if she had already moved into this house. All the renovation materials Xiaoxici bought were of the best quality, claiming to be zero formaldehyde, so it was fine to move in directly. After a tiring day, Xiaoxici quickly fell into a deep sleep that night. At some unknown point, Xiaoxici was suddenly awakened by a wet nose nudging her. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Dehei looking in from outside, illuminated by the moonlight, its eyes bright, and even carrying a sharp glint. Under Dehei's intense gaze, Xiaoxici instantly woke up. At that moment, she also heard faint sounds coming from the direction of the door. Someone was tampering with her door lock. Xiaoxici slipped on a piece of clothing and quietly made her way to the door. Dehei followed closely behind, also lifting its paw quietly without making a sound. The person outside fiddled with the door lock for quite a while, cursing under their breath, and then began to complain incessantly. It sounded like something along the lines of, "Why is this door so sturdy? I can't open it." Xiaoxici suddenly recalled the evil face of the renovation worker from earlier, realizing she had been targeted. After the person outside failed to open the main door with a key, they actually started attempting to pick the lock. However, the door Xiaoxici bought was top-notch and had been modified. The renovation worker simply could not pry it open. Dehei was beside her, already baring its teeth and taking a stance to attack, as if it would pounce on the intruder the moment they broke through the door. Xiaoxici made a gesture to Dehei and then quietly went to the adjacent room to call the police. But unexpectedly, the person outside fell silent for a moment after realizing they could not pry it open. Just when Xiaoxici thought the person had left, it seemed that they had switched tools and began trying to pry the lock again. This time, Xiaoxici heard several crisp sounds, and the first lock was opened just like that. This startled Xiaoxici. Who exactly is this renovation worker? How can he be so powerful? After breaking through the first door, the second door was soon breached as well. Moreover, this person moved with incredible agility, clearly an expert. But the moment he stepped in, Dehei suddenly leaped up and knocked him to the ground. Xiaoxici walked over and turned on the light with a click. Sure enough, the person outside was the ferocious worker from the daytime. Dehei once again showcased its prowess, pinning the man down on the ground and preventing him from rising. When the police arrived, they arrested him and discovered he was a wanted criminal. The reward is 200,000. Little girl, I really don't know whether to say you are lucky or unlucky, the police officer said, shaking his head and smiling at Xiaoxici. The big man glared fiercely at Xiaoxici. I didn't expect your dog to be so powerful. Today I admit defeat, but you better hope I don't get out. Xia Sisi looked at the big man, her brows slightly furrowing, not understanding why he harbored such animosity towards her. Later, she heard from the police that he had been hunted for years for murder. Being captured by Xia Sisi likely meant a life sentence for him. Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi couldn't help but wipe her sweat. At the same time, she coldly snorted, focusing on evil paths and ending up in the hands of a reborn person like her is quite unfortunate. Yet Xia Sisi gently patted Dahei's head. Dahei was indeed a hero. After the police left, Xia Sisi found it hard to sleep. She first left a message for the store that installed the security door, asking them to come over tomorrow to reinforce her door, making it sturdier. To her surprise, the store was still awake and quickly proposed a series of plans to Xia Sisi. She looked at the proposals and was very satisfied. After finishing these, Xia Sisi reached out and hugged Dahei, gently stroking its fur. Thanks to you today. Dahei, indifferent, even moved its big head to the side. But Xia Sisi clearly saw that the moment her hand touched its head, its tail was wagging so fast it could almost catch up with a windmill. Clearly loving it, yet pretending to be aloof. This proud and aloof big black dog. With the night deepening and the door lock damaged, Xia Sisi couldn't sleep peacefully. She went to the kitchen to start experimenting with her cooking skills. First, she made scrambled eggs with chili peppers. She cracked in 15 eggs, added 7 or 8 chilies, and a dash of soy sauce, making a large pot full. Before taking them out, she prepared some meal boxes, placing a small portion in each. This way, when the apocalypse comes, even in inconvenient situations, she could take out the prepared meals and feast. No need to gnaw on tasteless compressed biscuits due to lack of time or convenience. Then she began cooking the next dish, braised pork. She cut the pork belly into pieces, blanched them in water, added rock sugar, star anise, cooking wine, and other ingredients to stir-fry, and finally added water to stew until the meat changed color and absorbed the sauce. As soon as the braised pork was done, Xia Sisi noticed a big head behind her staring intently at her with eyes full of longing. With no choice, she could only give it 2 pieces. Then she stir-fried some greens, also cooking a large portion, and finally dividing it into 5 servings. Once the 3 dishes were done, Xia Sisi's 5 meal boxes were ready. The rice was also perfectly cooked, so she placed it in the boxes and packed them away. After finishing all this, Xia Sisi started a new pot to stir-fry shredded green peppers with meat. After a busy half of the night, by the next morning, Xia Sisi had prepared over 30 meal boxes. These were all common home-style dishes, but they were abundant in quantity and rich in meat, and all of them were dishes that Xia Sisi liked. In the pressure cooker there was also a pot of chestnut chicken stew simmering. Xia Sisi planned to let it stew a little longer so the chicken meat would be tender, and during that time she went to bed for a short nap. By the time Xia Sisi woke up, she could make a few more servings of chestnut chicken over rice. Just thinking about it was delightful. Dahei looked as energetic as ever, not knowing how many delicious treats it had enjoyed with Xia Sisi all night. Xia Sisi walked over and gently stroked Dahei's big dog head. I'm going to sleep for a bit. If anything happens, remember to wake me up. At the same time, Xia Sisi turned on the air conditioning and set it to 26 degrees to prevent Dahei from freezing her by setting it to 18. When Xia Sisi woke up, it was already 3 hours later. Dahei was sleeping beside her with a little drool at the corner of its mouth, not at all resembling the domineering president it usually was. Xia Sisi reached out to pinch Dahei's ears, but unexpectedly it woke up instantly, alertly watching her. Boring. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes, stretched lazily, and got up to begin her delayed morning exercise. When she went out for a quick lap and returned, Xia Sisi discovered she had 3 missed calls on her phone. The incoming calls were from the renovation company. They likely wanted to apologize to Xia Sisi, hoping she wouldn't publicize the incident. After all, a company employing a murderer as a worker would face ruin if that information got out. Xia Sisi took a deep breath and said, "You better check your workers' identities properly to prevent such incidents from happening again. Thanks to my dog, otherwise I might have been the one dead." The renovation company kept apologizing. Xia Sisi was absolutely uncompromising on this matter, but she was too lazy to argue with them, so she simply stated, "Want to resolve this matter. Compensation." The renovation company breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing compensation. That afternoon, Xia Sisi received 250,000. This was the amount both sides had agreed upon. Xia Sisi didn't want to go through legal procedures as it would take too much time. The renovation company also didn't want to pursue legal action, fearing it would tarnish their reputation, so they transferred the money promptly. Additionally, with a reward of 200,000 for reporting the criminal, Xia Sisi managed to navigate this incident without any major issues, ending up with 450,000. It was uncertain whether this could be considered turning misfortune into fortune. This incident with the worker made Xia Sisi realize that there were still some security risks at home that should not be underestimated. Today Xia Sisi went out to buy 2 more locks. These locks were even more advanced than the previous ones. She also bought a palm-sized heavy-duty lock, preparing to lock it inside directly. As long as the entire lock couldn't be cut off, it would definitely be impossible to pry it open. Moreover, Xia Sisi initially thought that bulletproof glass was sufficient, but now it seemed inadequate. She had someone reinforce the security mesh and anti-theft railings outside the windows. Once everything was set up, she took a look at the home renovations. She felt that unless a superhero came, it would be difficult for anyone to break in. That day, Xia Sisi also went to the warehouse to pick up the goods as agreed with the pharmaceutical representative. After collecting the goods, the pharmaceutical representative mysteriously pulled Xia Sisi aside. "Sister, you're too young. Do you know what the most profitable items in a pharmacy are?" "What is it?" Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows, pretending to be interested. "Those contraceptives and health products. Look at you buying so many regular medicines, but none of these items have come in. The profits are enormous." Xia Sisi couldn't help but chuckle at the pharmaceutical representative's expression. However, he did remind her that stockpiling contraceptive products, especially abortion pills, was a good idea. Although it's harsh, these items are very much in demand in the apocalypse. Xia Sisi and the pharmaceutical representative finalized a batch of contraceptive products, this time opting for courier delivery, avoiding face-to-face transactions. Since the quantity was smaller this time, with about 10 large boxes, Xia Sisi could just pick them up and store them herself. Later, dealing with the pharmaceutical representative's incessant recommendations for health products, Xia Sisi found it overwhelming and finally managed to send him off. After finishing all this, Xia Sisi wanted to rest for a bit. To Xia Sisi's surprise, Hao actually had the audacity to come looking for her. About 10 days after falling out with Lin Yi, Hao suddenly called Xia Sisi from an unfamiliar number. The number was unfamiliar because Xia Sisi had long since blacklisted both Hao and Lin Yi, the pair of scoundrels. Moreover, Xia Sisi had moved, making it impossible for them to find her. "Sisi, it's Hao. Please don't hang up the phone." Hao said this with a pitiful tone. Right from that tone of feigned sadness made Xia Sisi's heart race, and she constantly cursed her former self. How could she have been deceived by such a green tea beat? "Say what you need to say, I'm busy," Xia Sisi replied coldly. In fact, she was just grooming Dahe. After spending time together, Dahe had completely trusted Xia Sisi and especially enjoyed having its fur groomed by her. Every time Xia Sisi groomed it, Dahe would comfortably expose its belly and lie sprawled out with its eyes closed. When Xia Sisi's phone rang, Dahe perked up and tilted its body. Xia Sisi used her hand to adjust it back to a comfortable position before continuing to groom. "Well, I've always owed you an apology. Sisi, I really considered you a good friend. I just found Lin Yi so great that I couldn't help myself. I hope you can forgive me." Hao spoke with a tearful tone, and as she continued, she genuinely started to cry. However, Xia Sisi was not swayed and coldly snorted, "If you want to talk, speak properly, or I'll hang up." She was really tired of the drama. Was she here to act for her? All right, I really have something serious to discuss. I know you can't stand me, but please don't hang up on me. I genuinely feel sorry for you, and I want to make it up to you." Summer Sisi almost felt nauseous, trying her best to hold it in. Yet she found herself burying her hands in Dahe's soft smooth fur, feeling the warmth and cuteness of Dahe, which helped suppress her nausea. "Do you still remember Ping from the National Exchange Academy? The one who plays basketball?" Summer Sisi certainly remembered. After the apocalypse, she even had some interactions with Ping. "I heard he has returned to the country. I remember you had quite a good impression of him before. And he also had some feelings for you. How about I help you connect with him as a way of compensating you?" Hao's voice became increasingly sincere as she continued, "I know you must think this is a bit absurd, but I truly mean no harm. I just want to compensate you." Summer Sisi smiled. Hao's way of thinking was indeed different from the norm. However, it made sense. Ping, Hao and Lin Yi were all cut from the same cloth. During the apocalypse, Summer Sisi once encountered Ping while on a mission, and she felt a bit excited initially. But soon she found herself deceived by Ping. Later she learned that Ping and Hao were childhood friends. Moreover, Hao had been involved with Ping before. That time Summer Sisi was almost killed by Ping. However, she was curious about what Hao intended by bringing Ping up at this moment. "Sure, to be honest, I have a pretty deep impression of Ping. I've been feeling down lately because of Lin Yi, and I thought it would be nice to reconnect with an old acquaintance." Summer Sisi quickly agreed with Hao on a time and place to meet. Of course, Hao would not attend. Summer Sisi stated that she never wanted to see Hao again in this lifetime. In fact, Hao Ro could have found another way to arrange a meeting between Summer Cece and He Ping. But Summer Cece understood Hao Ro's mindset. Hao Ro had always looked down on Summer Cece, thinking she was foolish and stupid. She deliberately approached Summer Cece to provoke her. One reason was to build her own reputation, fearing that Summer Cece would hold a grudge and spread rumors about Hao Ro being a homewrecker. In this way, she could mend her relationship with the foolish Summer Cece and control her, preventing her from speaking out. Moreover, even if Summer Cece refused this time, she could still resort to other means later. After all, Hao Ro had nothing to lose. Summer Cece soon met with He Ping. Upon seeing the man with a smile that concealed daggers, Summer Cece struggled to control her fists, resisting the urge to punch him. The entire dining experience was quite pleasant. He Ping indeed knew how to please women. If it were just an ordinary girl, she would probably be smitten after just one meal. However, Summer Cece knew that the more handsome he was, the more poisonous his heart was. In her past life, he had thrown her into a pile of disgusting mutated centipedes and mocked her for being ugly with scars all over her face. He even laughed at her, asking her to strip and show her figure before deciding whether to save her. Later, Summer Cece was saved by others, barely managing to survive. Cece, when you were in school, everyone said you were a rich girl. Hao Ro even claimed you had stocks and funds and quite a bit of money too. Honestly, I don't dare to pursue a girl like you. I'm afraid I won't be good enough for you. While walking back after the meal, He Ping suddenly expressed his distress. Summer Cece sighed in relief. She finally understood Hao Ro's intentions. It turned out that bringing He Ping over was to trick her out of her share of the fund. And the 20 million from the Lin family would probably make Lin Yi feel pain as well. Now that she understood their intentions, things would be easier. Summer Cece silently pondered while plotting, if you provoke me, don't blame me. After the first date, Summer Cece would always choose open, crowded places for subsequent meetings, bringing along Dahe. She had discovered that He Ping had dirty hands. On their first dinner, he tried to wrap his arm around her waist. Later, during phone calls, He Ping even suggested going to a hotel. Summer Cece was furious and wanted to slap him, but had to endure it for her grand plan. So without a choice, Summer Cece could only justify bringing Dahe each time by saying the dog is too clingy and has separation anxiety. Dahe was also quite adept at reading the atmosphere. Every time He Ping got a bit closer, Dahe would start baring his teeth, keeping He Ping a meter away from Summer. After seeing He Ping a few more times, when Summer Cece noticed he was losing patience, she reluctantly said, "Actually, I do have some fund shares that I'm looking to sell quickly, but I don't know how to operate it." He Ping's eyes immediately lit up. "I studied abroad for 2 years and learned quite a bit. Perhaps I can help." Summer Cece suppressed her smile and displayed a grateful expression. "That's wonderful. I just want to dispose of it quickly, and the price should be 2/3 of the market price. Mainly, I want to find a reliable buyer." In this way, Summer Cece sold her remaining shares for 20 million to the Lin family. As for whether it was the Lin family themselves or if He Ping also had a share in it, Summer Cece couldn't be bothered to investigate. In any case, it wouldn't be long before this money would turn into waste paper. If she wanted to sell all her stock funds, it would be challenging to complete within the next few months, and she might encounter some malicious price suppression. In the end, not only would she waste time, but she also might not get more than what she sold to the Lin family. If the price was set higher, the Lin family would likely not be tempted and would haggle with Summer Cece. All of this would waste her time. Now she had received the money and gained time. The Lin family thought they had struck it rich, quickly offering the money, believing they had hit the jackpot. However, in reality, it would force them to quickly sell off their businesses and product chains to obtain this. From Summer Cece's analysis, there were certainly many food and restaurant product chains involved. In this way, the Lin family would lose a means of retreat in the apocalypse. Let them be happy for a few days. As for why He Ping had asked Summer Cece about her urgency, Summer Cece simply explained that she wanted to buy a house, wanted to go abroad, and made up a lot of nonsense, just like a silly girl who had been stimulated and had no plans for the future. After selling this portion of the fund shares, Summer Cece got the money, completed her task, and prepared to use the money to continue buying supplies. Who would have thought that He Ping was still unrelenting? One day, He Ping actually arranged to meet Summer Cece in a small grove in the park under the name of one of her friends. Summer Cece felt something was off at that moment. Remembering the good relationship between this classmate and He Ping, she began to scheme. This was truly an unsuspecting fool coming to her door. When Summer Cece approached, it was indeed He Ping. He Ping smiled widely, glanced around, and upon seeing that Summer Cece's dog was not with her, his smile immediately grew. "Hee Cece, we've known each other for so long, how about we become a couple?" Saying this, he reached out to touch Summer Cece calmly looked around and asked, "Are there any cameras nearby?" Hipeng stretched out his hand wanting to touch Summer Cece's face. Don't be shy, don't worry, there are no cameras nearby. Moreover, I came here without telling anyone, it's just between us, hee. Summer Cece immediately smiled. That's wonderful. Before Hipeng could react, Summer Cece pulled him into her space. She then turned and exited the park, taking a vehicle deep into a remote mountain forest. This place was extremely secluded, considered a semi-developed area, where usually there were no management personnel, let alone hikers. Summer Cece even specifically chose a particularly remote and steep cliff where a sign warned, steep slope danger, do not proceed, a few dozen meters away. Once there, she waved her hand, releasing Hipeng from her space. When Hipeng was let out, he found himself standing at the edge of a cliff, his face turning pale. Where did I just go? What was that place? What's going on? Summer Cece looked at him, revealing a beautiful smile. Hipeng, do you know what you did to me? Hipeng's eyes widened in panic. Summer Cece's mind was filled with the evil deeds Hipeng had committed against her in her past life. Hipeng tried to escape, but was firmly held by Summer Cece on his arm and a knife plunged into his chest. He struggled, but Summer Cece continued to stab him several more times. Watching Hipeng's eyes gradually lose their luster, Summer Cece pushed him directly off the cliff. As she watched his figure fade away, she coldly laughed. In the last life, you were no good bird. You were in cahoots with Lin Yi and Hao Rou. In this life, who told you to rush to provoke me and create an opportunity for me to kill you? Having dealt with Hipeng, Summer Cece thought of Hao Rou and Lin Yi, smiling coldly within. These two, when the apocalypse arrives, must be treated well. They shouldn't be dealt with as lightly as Hipeng stabbed a few times and tossed off a cliff. That would be too easy for them. Hipeng was missing, but as Summer Cece expected, no one could find him. Even with Hipeng's usual careless demeanor, initially his parents thought he was off fooling around somewhere and didn't pay it any mind. It wasn't until several days later that his parents felt something was off and chose to report it. The police began an investigation, but there were no leads, because Hipeng's social relations were simply too complicated. During those days of flirting with Summer Cece, he was also flirting with 4 or 5 other girls, contacting them more frequently than he did with Summer Cece. The police also approached Summer Cece, but found no evidence pointing to her merely taking a statement. After all, the space was a magical artifact. Thus the entire summer passed with daily morning exercises, shopping, cooking, and stockpiling supplies. The school year was about to start. Summer Cece looked at the muscles on her arms, which had started to take shape. As for Dahe, he had grown significantly under Summer Cece's care. His wounds had healed considerably, his fur shining, and his chest muscles were rock solid. The whole dog was full of spirit, occasionally showing a bit of mischief. Most of the things Summer Cece ordered online had arrived: clothes, generators, solar panels, daily necessities, food, snacks, dog food. Everything one could need. Only the batch of grains she ordered remains, which should arrive in a few days. However, she has not spent all her money. She still has over 10 million. Although she has hoarded plenty of grains, food, clothing, and daily necessities, there is no such thing as too much of these items. Yet, Xia Cece thinks that the remaining money would be better spent on something greater. Xia Cece does not want to hoard all her money for supplies, as she needs to conduct a second wave of resource collection when the apocalypse begins. Perhaps she will be able to acquire more than she can now. However, Xia Cece did not expect that the apocalypse seemed to have come early. She remembers it vividly. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it rained for about 10 days around the world. During this time, the rain was neither acidic nor heavy, allowing people to travel normally. But after 10 days, the rain suddenly intensified and became acidic. Some people went out without umbrellas, and when they returned home, they found red spots on their faces. Some who reacted more severely suffered from direct skin ulcerations. News began to report that due to environmental pollution, the rainwater was toxic, urging citizens to use umbrellas or raincoats when going outside and to avoid exposing their skin. Unexpectedly, after about 5 days of acidic rain, the acidity level in the rain suddenly increased. Even umbrellas would corrode and develop holes after just 10 minutes in the rain. Soon vehicles and buildings outside began to be corroded by the acidic rain. People could no longer go out and social order began to collapse. The apocalypse had truly arrived. Xia Cece called in sick to school, claiming she could not attend classes. At the same time, she reorganized her finances and supplies. In the past month, she had stored enough food and living essentials. It could be said that the items in Xia Cece's space would last her a lifetime. With 100 big black dogs, Xia Cece could sustain them all. However, the shelves and water storage barrels she ordered were delayed and would only arrive tomorrow. Once she obtains the water barrels, Xiacici needs to store a large amount of clean water. Otherwise, when the acidic rain comes, most water sources will be polluted and clean water will become one of the most sought-after resources. Next, she needed transportation. Xiacici had her eye on 2 RVs and 2 hardcore off-road vehicles. However, she could only pick them up this Friday, which was still 3 days away. With time pressing and the apocalypse looming, Xiacici could hardly wait another day. She hurriedly called the dealership, and to her surprise, they said the cars had just arrived and she could come pick them up. Xiacici and the big black dog rushed to pick up the vehicles and went directly to the gas station to fill them up. Naturally, she filled them herself, storing the fuel into her space as well. She started this process over a month ago, visiting several gas stations daily to gather a few barrels of fuel. Now she had enough fuel in her space to last her for years. She also stored a mountain of wood and coal for the stove over the past month, enough to see her through the harsh winter. The next day, Xiacici hurriedly picked up the water barrels and shelves she ordered. The boss apologized, saying he had delayed for so long and made her come in the rain. Before she left, the boss also gave her some small buckets, saying they were made of corrosion-resistant material, which could be useful for her factory. Xiacici's eyes lit up at the sight of the small buckets, and an idea formed in her mind. The boss gave her about 20 water barrels, and she bought another 50. She wondered if these barrels could hold acidic rain. Xiacici knew a secret about the apocalypse. In the early stages, most people avoided the acidic rain. However, after the natural disasters ended, many people began to mutate and develop supernatural abilities. These individuals were undoubtedly those who had previously been exposed to acidic rain. Those who had never been exposed to acidic rain showed no signs of mutation. Although in her past life, Xiacici never discovered the reason behind this phenomenon before her death. But if she could save some of the acidic rain, would it allow those who otherwise could not gain powers to acquire them later? After getting the water barrels, Xiacici immediately searched for a nearby reservoir. It was getting dark, and seeing no one around, she jumped straight into the reservoir. As Xiacici swam, she thought to fill all the barrels in her space with water. Sure enough, she felt a vortex form around her. The center of the vortex was Xiacici herself. Water continuously flowed into the pendant around her neck. However, after soaking for more than half an hour, the vortex still existed and had not filled up at all. Xiacici started to feel tired and could no longer swim. She could only move to a shallower area to continue. In the end, she simply fell asleep in the water. When she opened her eyes again, it was already deep in the night. Whether it was her imagination or not, she noticed that the entire reservoir had dropped by half. Xiacici was a bit dazed. Her position was quite secluded, with no surveillance cameras around. Seizing the opportunity, she hurried back to the shore, changed into dry clothes, and drove home. In the car, Xiacici realized she had stayed in the reservoir for over 5 hours. She couldn't help but pout. Why was it so slow for her space to collect water? While waiting at a traffic light, Xiacici checked her space to see if the barrels were full. But to her surprise, the barrels were all empty. Not a single drop of water was in any of the barrels. The red light turned green, and Xiacici could not check further, so she had to go home. Upon returning home, the big black dog still had a long face, looking at her with some dissatisfaction. Xiacici hurriedly took it down to relieve itself. While watching it frolic on the lawn, Xiacici quickly entered her space to see where her water had gone. After all, water resources are extremely important and valuable. To Xiacici's astonishment, there was suddenly a river in her space. It flowed beside her little house through the fields, extending far into the distance with no end in sight. It rushed straight into the thick black mist. I can't believe this. Xiacici was stunned. After the big black dog finished its business, it returned to Xiacici's side, sitting next to her with its head tilted as if asking, "What are you thinking about?" Seeing that the big black dog was about done, Xiacici had no mood to continue, taking it for a walk and hurried back home. After getting home, she dropped the dog leash and immediately entered her space. Within the space there appeared a river, or perhaps a stream. It was a little over a meter wide and only half a meter deep. The water was extremely clear, and under the light in the space one could see faint blue glimmers sparkling within it, reminiscent of the blue points of light that had flown out from the stones that upgraded the space. Xiacici cupped the water in her hands and brought it to her eyes, feeling the icy coolness as she admired the beautiful blue points of light within it. She felt an intense attraction to this water. Uncontrollably, Xiacici took a sip. It was sweet and delicious. She cupped more water and drank a second sip. Not knowing how much she had ultimately consumed, she felt as though the water possessed some sort of magic that compelled her to drink without stopping. When she regained her senses, Xiacici discovered that her belly had become round. Just as she was about to laugh at herself, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. It was a pain that radiated from her stomach, extending throughout her limbs. However, at that moment Xiaoxici was not panicked or at a loss. Instead, she felt a surge of excitement. She could feel a new power emerging within her body, slowly spreading throughout her limbs. Xiaoxici rolled on the ground in pain, beads of sweat dripping down her forehead. As the sweat trickled down her temples and fell before her eyes, she wiped it away with her hand, only to discover that the sweat was dark and foul, making it hard to look at. As the sweat trickled down her temples and fell before her eyes, she wiped it away with her hand, only to discover that the sweat was dark and foul. The soul-wrenching pain expanded throughout her body, growing heavier until she fainted. When she awoke, Xiaoxici found herself lying in a small puddle of black water, feeling utterly drained. Raising her hand, she gently wiped the black water off her body, and was astonished to find her hand translucent, smooth, and snow-white. She gazed at her reflection in the stream. Xiaoxici couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful girl!" She had inherited her parents' good looks. Her features had not changed, but her skin appeared even fairer and her aura carried a hint of ethereal. She seemed to have become much more refined. Looking at the stream in front of her, Xiaoxici realized she had stumbled upon a treasure. Or rather, her space had upgraded. Though she didn't know why the space had undergone such a change, it was ultimately a good thing. Moreover, she felt her physical qualities had significantly improved. She tried throwing a few punches in the space and found some wooden boards. With a single kick, the boards shattered into pieces. Her abilities and physique from her past life had returned. Not only that, but she also felt more agile, stronger, and tougher than before. Xiaoxici walked towards the source of the stream, all the way to the back of the house. Behind the house, Xiaoxici saw a clear spring. The spring water was crystal clear, and it seemed that there were even more blue points of light at the source than in the stream. Xiaoxici hurriedly grabbed 2 buckets and filled them with water from the spring before bringing them out of the space. Outside, Dahe lay quietly where Xiaoxici had just vanished, only getting up to leave upon seeing her. Xiaoxici rolled her eyes internally. Clearly Dahe was very concerned for her, yet pretended to be indifferent. This Dahe was truly something. Xiaoxici approached, placing the buckets beside Dahe. "Dahe, shall we take a bath?" Dahe looked confused, but after glancing at the nearby buckets, jumped back in surprise. This Dahe actually disliked bathing. However, there was no turning back now. Previously, to prepare for the apocalypse, Xiaoxici had already bought a super large bucket, thinking it would be used for Dahe's baths, and now it was just right to bring it out. Xiaoxici went back and forth in the space, bringing out more spring water, pouring it into the bathing bucket, and adding a good amount of hot water, checking the temperature to ensure it was just right. Actually, Dahe could also drink this water. However, recalling the pain she just endured, she was reluctant to let Dahe experience it too, so she thought it best to let it bathe instead. Dahe, unwilling, was nearly dragged into the bathroom by Xiaoxici. When she finally managed to lift it into the bathing bucket, she felt completely drenched. "Dahe, it's just a bath, what are you afraid of?" Dahe turned its face away, presenting its backside to her, looking both sad and angry. Xiaoxici could only take out a pet scrubber, splashing water while rubbing it on Dahe's body. When she accidentally touched a scar on Dahe, it trembled all over. It even let out a soft grunt. Previously, Dahe's wounds had also been touched by water, and Xiaoxici had gently caressed them, but they had long healed without issue. Why did this water now cause it pain? An idea arose in Xiaoxici's mind. She stretched out her hand and turned Dahe's large head towards her, seriously saying, "Dahe, this water is not ordinary, it will be good for your body. You need to soak your entire body in the bucket, it might hurt a little. Can you do that?" Dahe remained standing quietly, gazing at Xiaoxici. Xiaoxici extended her hand and began to firmly press down on its backside. "Dahe, lie down, lie in the bucket." Dahe struggled a couple of times, but eventually lay down in the bucket at Xiaoxici's command. The water splashed over the edge of the bucket, soaking Xiaoxici's clothes. Yet she paid no mind, smiling as she scrubbed the unhappy Dahe, who looked so pitiful in the bucket. Its body trembled, likely due to the spring water touching its scars, causing pain. Xiaoxici gently patted its head, carefully comforting it, and took out some treats to patiently soothe its feelings. Indeed, after consuming half a bag of treats, Dahe seemed much better, its attention diverted. During this short time, Xiaoxici noticed that the scars on Dahe's body had actually started to sprout black fur. Previously, there had been no fur where the scars were, as if the injuries had been too severe to fully heal. However, at this moment, fine hair was slowly beginning to emerge from the scars. "Dahe, the wounds on your body are slowly healing, you must hang in there." For a while, Dahe seemed to adapt to the spring water, quietly munching on the treats, no longer resisting as much. Xiaoxici took out a toy ball, teasing Dahe. After soaking for about an hour, Dahe suddenly became. At this moment, the scars on its body were no longer visible, and some thick foul liquid was oozing from it, identical to what Xia Sisi had expelled from her body in the space earlier. Dahe looked at the water in the bucket, as if lost in thought, raising its head only after a moment. Although it was still the same Dahe, Xia Sisi felt its gaze had changed. It had become more human-like. It was as if its intelligence had increased compared to before. Satisfied that it was almost done, Xia Sisi happily lifted Dahe out of the bucket. She rinsed the foul liquid off Dahe with clean water and used a blow dryer to dry its fur. Once dried, Xia Sisi carefully inspected the areas where the scars had been and found not a trace left. It was as good as new. Xia Sisi attempted to lift its leg, coaxing it to hop and roll around. There was no longer the dull response from its previous injury. Dahe had transformed into a completely healthy and lively dog. It is worth noting that previously when Lieutenant Xiaowei spoke, he mentioned that the wounds on its body were fundamentally severe and could never fully heal, which was why it had to retire. Xia Sisi had originally thought that after the apocalypse came, Dahe would mutate and its wounds would heal. However, she had also observed Dahe. Although the scars on its body had healed, it occasionally licked the area where the wounds had been, which must have caused some. While it appeared to run and jump without any major issues, it still ran slower than most dogs and moved awkwardly when jumping. At that moment, Xia Sisi hugged Dahe's neck tightly, exclaiming, "Great. Dahe, you're completely healed." Remarkably, Dahe actually extended its tongue and gently licked Xia Sisi's ear. Xia Sisi giggled with delight. That night, Dahe slept beside her and did not leave her side. When she woke in the middle of the night, Xia Sisi found herself gently hugging Dahe, who did not resist as it had before. Xia Sisi felt joyful, thinking that Dahe had become a bit closer to her, which was wonderful. The next morning, the rain still had not stopped. Xia Sisi checked the weather and confirmed that it would rain for the next 7 days. Not only that, but it was raining nationwide. Even abroad, the weather was persistently gloomy. This was indeed a sign of the impending apocalypse. After buying a car, Xia Sisi still had over 6 million left. She planned to spend all of it as quickly as possible in the coming days. Today, the previously ordered food supplies arrived. Xia Sisi mentioned that she wanted to open a supermarket. In addition to the previously ordered food, she bought some coarse grains this time. These included mung beans, red beans, black rice, brown rice, and more, totaling 200 tons. These grains were nutritious, filling, and would provide a change of taste. Xia Sisi arranged for the food to be delivered to a factory she had rented in a remote suburb. She, along with Dahe, took advantage of the absence of people to store all the food in her space. At the same time, Xia Sisi ordered a batch of vegetable and fruit tree seeds. The seeds she had bought for experiments were not enough. Xia Sisi thought of the farmland in her space. Although the seeds planted would grow into strange things, she couldn't let them go to waste. When the apocalypse arrived, she would have plenty of time to farm and study the space. After a whole day of organizing these items, Xia Sisi went to various markets to stock up on fresh vegetables and fruits. She also bought a few thousand food containers, preparing to continue cooking and storing food in the early stages of the apocalypse. After all, when the apocalypse came, there would be power and water outages, and most households would have limited supplies. Cooking at home could provoke jealousy. Xia Sisi also purchased 2 large pots, planning to cook corn in them at night, so they could enjoy sweet glutinous corn even during the apocalypse. The entire day passed in this busy manner. Who would have thought that in the evening she would suddenly receive a call from Lieutenant Ren saying he would bring his comrades to see Dahe the next day. Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi felt a little nervous. How should she explain the scars on Dahe that had already disappeared? However, what was meant to come would eventually arrive, and Lieutenant Ren showed up early the next morning. He was accompanied by another soldier from the unit. Xia Sisi had seen him before. When she adopted Dahe, the soldier had been watching from the side, showing a special affection for Dahe. The two brought with them some snacks that Dahe liked. Upon seeing Lieutenant Ren and the soldier, Dahe wagged its tail vigorously, displaying its rare friendliness. Lieutenant Ren was taken aback, saying, "Oh, I didn't expect Dahe to become so affectionate during this time. It has grown a bit too." Yes, Dahe had indeed grown. After learning that Dahe was eating more, Xia Sisi increased its nutrition. Dahe had grown rapidly over the past few days. Now sitting there, it was almost up to Xia Sisi's chin. Moreover, Xia Sisi had a premonition that Dahe would grow even faster after its bath yesterday. All of this would ensure that Dahe became stronger during its mutation. When the time came, Dahe would definitely be formidable among mutated dogs. Oh, why is the scar on Dahe's back on? The soldier who had come along after introduction, Xia Sisi, learned that his surname was Zhao, and Lieutenant Ren had suggested she call him Xiao Zhao. Xiao Yao's surprised voice came from beside them as he pointed at Dahe's back. Dahe was quite amusing, sitting up straight and presenting its back to Lieutenant Run and Xiao Zhao. Lieutenant Ren's eyes lit up as he squatted down, stroking Dahe's back, as if searching for the previous wounds gone. Really gone. Really gone. Xia Sisi touched her nose and recited the excuse she had prepared after adopting Dahe. I always wanted to heal this scar on its body, so I searched for many folk remedies, and it seems one of them worked. Also, dogs recover faster than humans, so I didn't expect it to actually heal. Lieutenant Ren looked at her as if he had discovered an extraordinary treasure. Ms. Xia, do you remember the folk remedies you used? I have many friends in the military who have injuries. Xia Sisi's eyes widened upon hearing this. Oh no, I just wanted to use this excuse to cover it up. How could I have researched any folk remedies? However, upon hearing that it was for those soldier friends who were injured while protecting the country, she suddenly had an idea. Please wait a moment. Wait a moment. Xia Sisi said, returning to her bedroom and closing the door. After locking the door, she entered her space. Inside the space, she filled 2 large bottles with water. But soon she thought that the power of the spring water was too overwhelming. What if it caused bones to regenerate and flesh to grow directly? Wouldn't that scare people? She then found a larger bottle of pure water in the space and poured the 2 bottles of water into it. After that, she added several bottles of mineral water into the bucket. This way the concentration of the spring water was diluted and the concentration of the spring water in the bottle was only about 10%. Looking at the colorless and tasteless water, Xia Sisi felt it didn't look enough like a folk remedy, so she found some herbs to steep in it, giving the water in the bucket a faint yellow tint. Now, since the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, sending a folk remedy should not raise suspicion. Holding a super large bucket when she walked out of her bedroom, Lieutenant Ren was a bit surprised. Is this the folk remedy you mentioned? Xia Sisi nodded, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Oh, it's just a folk remedy, it has everything in it. I just happened to come across it once. You can take it and divide it up, I don't have any other bottles here. Lieutenant Ren said he wouldn't need so much. However, Xia Sisi was insistent on giving it to him, and she said earnestly, this folk remedy is said to be very effective for new injuries, you can try it out. If it really works, you can each take a little when you go on missions in the future. After discussing about Dahe for a while, Lieutenant Run and Xiao Zhao said they were going to leave. Before they left, Xiao Zhao hugged Dahe's neck and revealed its true identity. It turned out that Dahe had saved his life. At that time, Xiao Zhao was on a mission with Dahe. Due to his lack of experience, he nearly lost his life thanks to Dahe's timely intervention. Ms. Xia, seeing how close you are with Dahe and how you have treated its injuries, I am truly relieved and grateful. I hope you can take good care of Dahe. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. With that, Xiao Zhao saluted Xia Sisi and Dahe. Xia Sisi felt a bit embarrassed and could only send the 2 of them off with some snacks she had made. During these days at home, Xia Sisi had been experimenting with making food, thinking that it would be good to learn, so she wouldn't be stuck at home doing nothing when the apocalypse arrived. Lieutenant Ren took a bite of the snack and praised Xia Sisi for her skillful hands, making her feel a bit shy. When Lieutenant Ren was about to leave, he raised the bottle of pure water he was holding and thanked Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi smiled and waved her hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. She also pondered why she sent him so much spring water from her space. It was because this spring water truly had healing properties. It could even heal the injuries on Dahe. It was definitely not ordinary. She couldn't tell Lieutenant Ren about the apocalypse. Otherwise, even 100 mouths wouldn't be enough to explain. However, at that time, those lovely soldiers would be the ones fighting on the front lines, and they would inevitably get hurt. This spring water might just be a lifesaver. Unexpectedly, when bidding farewell, Lieutenant Ren hesitated for a moment and said to Xia Sisi, Xiao Xia, there might be severe weather in the next few days, so be cautious and stock up on supplies. Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows, thinking that the authorities must have some capable people who observed the recent abnormal weather. However, the authorities probably did not predict the arrival of the apocalypse. They merely felt that the severe weather would last for a while, otherwise there wouldn't have been such great losses in her previous life. She expressed her gratitude to Lieutenant Run and saw him off along with Xiao Zhao. Looking out the window at the still pouring rain, which seemed to be getting heavier, she felt a bit troubled. She called a few acquaintances and informed them that she had heard from a friend that severe weather might be coming, urging them to stock up on supplies. In fact, many people were already discussing this online. Xia Sisi was in the north where things had not changed much, but she heard that the climate in the south was even more abnormal. Thus many people were saying to stock up on food. The posts she saw online today were mostly about this. So it was not surprising that Xia Sisi said the same. After finishing the calls and giving her advice, Xia Sisi made another trip to the reservoir, this time collecting some water resources with large buckets for use after the apocalypse. This time the space did not consume the water again. After doing all this, Xia Sisi began to think how to best utilize the remaining few million. There were still many things she hadn't bought, but after the apocalypse arrived, Xia Sisi had other plans and didn't need to spend all the money on supplies right away. When everyone was afraid of acid rain and unwilling to go out, that would be Xia Sisi's main battlefield. Moreover, Dahe should be able to mutate by then. In comparison, the upgrade of the space was more important. Xia Sisi had seen the space, and there was still a large area beyond the white mist, not knowing what other wonders lay beyond. Now that there was a spiritual spring, how far could other miraculous functions be? The apocalypse should be just a few days away. She had to spend this money. After pondering for a long time, Xia Sisi came up with a brilliant plan. That is to stockpile stones and continue upgrading the space. She already knew that the space could be upgraded with some special stones. The previous upgrades had involved a strange jade stone and a Taishan stone. So next she decided to visit the largest jade market in the country, which was the Jade Trading Market located in City D. It was relatively close to Myanmar and had many raw jade stones. Thinking this, Xia Sisi glanced at Dahe beside her. What to do? The fastest way to get there would definitely be by plane, but she couldn't take Dahe on the plane. As Xia Sisi assessed him, Dahe was also observing her. Tilting his large dog had his eyes showing a hint of human-like curiosity. Right. Xia Sisi suddenly thought of an idea, though she wasn't sure if it could be realized. She recalled that this time the space had produced spring water, which should count as an upgrade to some extent. Perhaps it was because there were energy-filled stones at the bottom of the reservoir, or perhaps the water in the reservoir contained the energy the space needed. During the last upgrade, the space had already been able to accommodate a living being. So for this upgrade, could the space accommodate 2 beings now? Could Dahe also enter? With this thought, Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows at Dahe. Dahe looked at Xia Sisi, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. Then Dahe suddenly disappeared from the house. Xia Sisi hurriedly checked the space, and indeed a bewildered Dahe appeared in the space, extremely alert in the unfamiliar environment. Xia Sisi thought about sending herself into the space as well, but found it was impossible. This meant that although the space had upgraded, it still could only accommodate 1 living being. To bring 2 living beings into the space, the current level of the space still could not achieve that. However, Xia Sisi did not think that just because this upgrade was not achieved this time, it would never happen in the future. After all, this space had brought her so many surprises. Her request was not high. At the very least, she hoped to be able to enter the space alongside Dahe. For now, she put those thoughts aside and quickly released the now restless Dahe. Finding himself back home in the blink of an eye and seeing the woman in front of him grinning mischievously, Dahe quickly realized he had just been played by her. Then Dahe sulked, turning his back towards Xia Sisi, angry. Seeing Dahe like this, Xia Sisi couldn't help but laugh and slap her thigh. This dog had become even more interesting after soaking in the spring water. With that, the issue with Dahe was resolved, and Xia Sisi quickly booked a flight to City D for the nearest date, preparing to head there. After booking the flight, Xia Sisi quickly tidied up her things. She was preparing to head to the airport. Her home was about an hour's drive from the airport, and the plane was scheduled to take off in 2 hours, with a flight time of approximately 3.5 hours. This meant that she would arrive in City D by 3 o'clock this afternoon. Then she planned to head to the Jade Trading Market and do some shopping. In the evening, she planned to do some food shopping in City D. There were many foods there that she liked, such as various noodles, desserts, rice rolls, claypot rice, and so on. She planned to buy as much as she could. The next morning, she would go to the Jade Market to shop again and continue buying food in the afternoon. By evening, she would return to her city. In just 2 days, spending the remaining hundreds of thousands of yuan could be described as a lavish expenditure. After packing her things and making her plans, she entered the space. She placed Dahe's favorite dog food, snacks, and meat in the space, along with the water needed for the next 2 days. Additionally, she put in Dahe's toys, dog bed, and cat litter. During this time, she had been teaching Dahe to use the cat litter. Dahe had already learned. In the past 2 days, Xia Sisi was uncertain if she would have the chance to take Dahe out for a stroll, and could only feel sorry for him. After finishing these tasks, she exited her space and squatted in front of Dahe, saying, "Dahe, I want to put you in the space. Can you live there for 2 days? Don't worry, I won't leave you. I will always watch over you, and whenever I have time, I will let you out to play." "Okay." Dahe looked at Xia Sisi and after a long pause surprisingly nodded human-like. Xiaoxici was so delighted at that moment that she almost jumped up. After using the spring water, Dehe indeed became smarter. After settling Dehe down, Xiaoxici looked around the space and noticed that Dehe was clearly less anxious than when he came in last time. He sniffed around and then picked up his favorite toy laying in his dog bed and starting to play. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxici finally breathed a sigh of relief. She put on a backpack and pulled a suitcase heading towards the airport. When the plane landed in D-City, it was also raining there. The rain here was heavier than in the city where Xiaoxici lived. As soon as she got off the plane, her umbrella was almost blown away. Her heart skipped a beat as she prayed for this trip to go smoothly. What if the apocalypse suddenly arrives and all flights are cancelled? It would be inconvenient for her to go back. Although she thought like this based on her experience in her past life, the rain would last for at least a few days, so she wasn't too anxious. She called a car and hurried to the jade trading market, finding it much busier than she had imagined. The market was filled with the sounds of bargaining, and many people were live streaming with their phones. Xiaoxici walked into the market wearing a raincoat, gently holding the space jade in her chest and constantly paying attention to its reactions. To Xiaoxici's delight, just after walking a short distance, she felt the jade space in her chest vibrating. Moreover, the sensation of vibration was stronger than any time before. From this vibration, Xiaoxici sensed the excitement of the jade space. She experimented a few times and quickly locked onto one of the stalls among the closely packed ones. The stall owner was live streaming in front of the camera, with several accomplices nearby praising the jade in the owner's hands. Xiaoxici had some understanding of these things and could tell at a glance that the owner didn't have anything good. She squatted down, rummaged around, and soon found a piece of jade. It was a purple pendant shaped like a teardrop, wrapped in 14K gold decorations and adorned with dozens of small diamonds. It looked quite beautiful. Xiaoxici played with it in her hands for a while, feeling that this item was somewhat extraordinary. Before she could ask for the price, the stall owner suddenly rushed over, smiling as he took the pendant from Xiaoxici's hands, saying, "Miss, you have a good eye. This pendant is our shop's treasure." Xiaoxici's mouth twitched thinking about what she had just heard the owner say to the live audience, realizing he was just putting on a show. Xiaoxici didn't want to say much. After all, this was just the beginning, and there was still a vast jade market ahead. "How much is it?" The stall owner held up the pendant to the live camera, introducing its quality and color, completely ignoring Xiaoxici's question about the price. "Oh, our Wang Jia is also interested in this pendant." "Well, that's good. We'll definitely give it to her first." Xiaoxici frowned, knowing that this stall owner was trying to raise the price. Looking at the accomplices nearby, all with shifty eyes, Xiaoxici realized that this jade pendant was not going to be easy to take away. However, having survived through the apocalypse, she was naturally not afraid of the stall owner's little tricks. Without saying a word, Xiaoxici ignored him and turned to leave. One of the accomplices nearby pulled her back, saying, "Miss, are you leaving just like that? I think this pendant looks good. Do you want me to buy it?" Xiaoxici chuckled coldly, "Then you can buy it. The market is so big, I just entered and still need to browse around." Seeing that Xiaoxici was serious, the stall owner finally turned around and put his phone down, saying, "Miss, let's negotiate." In the end, Xiaoxici bought the jade pendant for 5,000 yuan. This pendant was about the size of her thumb, and it was indeed of decent quality, but not exceptional. Originally, the stall owner wanted to trick Xiaoxici into paying 20,000 yuan with some 14K gold inlays and diamond decorations, but Xiaoxici directly stated that she only wanted a bare stone and that all these things could be removed, which made the stall owner give up on that idea. After getting the pendant, Xiaoxici did not immediately throw it into the space. She had an idea. She found a secluded corner and used a brooch in her bag to prick her finger. Blood flowed onto the purple pendant. In an instant, it was absorbed. Sure enough, Xiaoxici felt a thrill of joy in her heart. As if entering the jade space in her chest, she felt the purple pendant, and soon a spacious area of about several square meters appeared in her mind. This was a spatial pendant. Indeed, Xiaoxici felt that the excitement of the spatial gem in her chest indicated that this item was definitely not an ordinary piece of jade. At this moment, Xiaoxici hesitated. If she let the spatial gem in her chest consume it, it would surely lead to a greater upgrade of the spatial gem. However, the spatial abilities contained within this piece of jade might have other uses. In her past life, Xiaoxici had also seen other people's spatial treasures. Once these treasures appeared, people would scramble for them, and they could even exchange for unimaginable resources and connections. Thinking of this, Xiaoxici decided to temporarily keep this gem and decide later whether to upgrade her. After walking for a long time, Xiaoxici did not encounter anything that could make the gem in her chest vibrate. She circled around the entire trading market, and the gem in her chest showed no reaction. This made Xiaoxici a bit anxious, and she even began to doubt, was it because she hadn't given that gem to the space that the space was angry? Just as Xiaoxici was doubting her life, suddenly the spatial gem vibrated again. At this moment Xiaoxici realized she had walked to the stone gambling trading area. And this time the object causing the vibration was a large stone next to Xiaoxici, almost half her height. Xiaocici's mouth twitched. How was she supposed to take this thing away? Are you interested in our stone king? Seeing Xiaoxici staring at the stone without moving, a middle-aged man approached her. As soon as the middle-aged man's words came out, a young man from the nearby stall laughed at him, saying, "What, Stone King? Looks good but is useless. This stone has no jade inside. Don't deceive the young lady." The middle-aged man made a gesture as if to strike the young man, his face filled with frustration. "Don't delay my business. It's been here for 3 years and no one wants it. Many people have come to see it and all said there's nothing inside. What are you still flaunting about?" The young man showed no fear of the middle-aged man chattering away as he turned to Xiaoxici. "Miss, if you want to buy raw stones, come look at mine. That man is not honest. That stone of his, despite its size, is completely worthless." Xiaoxici rolled her eyes, feigning complete ignorance, like a little white rabbit, and walked over to the young man's side. "Brother, I just came to play. That stone looks big and interesting. Do you really have the ability to unearth jade? I want to see if I can get a bracelet out of it." The middle-aged man, who usually had a bad relationship with the young man, stomped his foot and cursed. "Lu Lauer, don't think I won't hit you for stealing my business." After cursing Lu Lauer, the middle-aged man smiled at Xiaoxici. "Let me tell you, miss, the one you have your eye on is the treasure of our shop." Hearing the words treasure of the shop, Xiaoxici wanted to roll her eyes. Why is this the routine for every store? Do they really think people nowadays are gullible? Xiaoxici ignored the shopkeeper, thinking that this thing had been sitting here for so long without anyone asking about it, so she wasn't afraid of it for a while. She truly wanted that stone, but didn't want to be treated like a cash cow. She wandered around with Lu Lauer in the shop and eventually turned down his persuasion, returning to the shopkeeper. "Boss, I really like this stone. Let's say, I have a good eye for it. Will you sell it to me?" In the end, Xiaoxici bought the super large jade raw stone for 1,200,000. The raw stone had been polished in several places without revealing green, only a little bit had a glutinous white jade. So the price wasn't high. Many people felt that this thing looked good, but was useless, believing there was no jade inside. Declining the request to open the stone on the spot, Xiaoxici asked them to help move the stone to a small warehouse she had previously scouted. She also returned with the vehicle. By the time everyone left, it was already past 7 in the evening. Xiaoxici looked at the purple jade pendant in her hand, and then at the extremely large jade raw stone in front of her, feeling quite satisfied. Today's harvest was good. Xiaoxici happily released Dehei. Dehei was a bit disoriented in the new environment, but quickly calmed down, quietly watching Xiaoxici and the strange stone beside her. Xiaoxici walked over and gently patted Dehei's head. "When you go back to the space, you'll know how good this..." Dehei had already learned that the strange place it entered was called space. However, despite its increased intelligence, it still couldn't understand the connection between the large broken stone and the space. Just aimlessly wandering around the hotel, it wanted to go to the bathroom. Although there was cat litter in the space, it thought the owner would take it out to walk, so it didn't relieve itself inside. Seeing Dehei's restlessness, Xiaoxici knew it wanted to go out. So she quickly placed the stone into the space. This time Xiaoxici also entered the space with it. She watched as the gigantic stone transformed into smaller stones within the space. Then these small stones turned into powder. Some blue starry light points flew out from the stone, entering the space as if absorbing nutrients, swallowed all these starry light points. At the same time, Xiaoxici saw the shimmering spring water becoming even more radiant than before. The houses in the space also doubled in size. The farmland with black soil had expanded, now covering an area of 5 acres. This time Xiaoxici also placed a bag of bread inside, wanting to see what changes would occur next. To her surprise, this time the bread was absorbed by the black soil. Although she didn't know what would grow from it, at least it meant that the black soil could accept processed foods like bread. All these changes made Xiaoxici's heart flutter. Indeed, this trip was worth it. At the same time, she looked at the purple pendant in her palm, feeling a bit tempted. She wondered what changes would occur if she gave this pendant to the space. But she quickly dismissed the thought. With the apocalypse coming, there would be countless unimaginable and unpredictable risks. It was better to keep the pendant for now. After all, the upgrades of the space were already quite surprising. Once the upgrades stabilized, she planned to try calling Dehei into the space as well. To her delight, she succeeded. This meant that the space could now accommodate both her and Dahae at the same time. This added another layer of security for the risks in the future. That evening, Xia Sisi took Dahae for a couple of strolls around the area and bought a bunch of local specialties. The people here love to eat sausages, and almost every supermarket sells them. Besides sausages, there are also cured ribs, cured fish, and other preserved products. Xia Sisi swept through several nearby supermarkets, buying out all their stock. After that, she found the largest tea snack wholesaler in the area. Although the shop had already closed for the day, she called and managed to get them to come back. Once they arrived, she wasted no time loading 2 large trucks with various frozen, semi-finished tea snacks. She also went to the snack street to buy various snacks and filled up both her and Dahae's stomachs before returning to the hotel satisfied to sleep. No matter what, this trip was not in vain. However, before going to bed that night, Xia Sisi checked her account and found that she actually still had over 2 million in funds. In the morning, she must spend it all. Dahae was nestled beside Xia Sisi, sleeping together. It had originally been drooping its eyelids and almost asleep when it suddenly heard Xia Sisi's surprised voice as she saw her account balance. It suddenly opened its eyes wide. After confirming that there was no danger nearby and that Xia Sisi was lying comfortably under the blanket, it finally sighed in relief. However, even though its intelligence had increased, it still couldn't understand Xia Sisi's emotional fluctuations. Just like now, after a moment of surprise, Xia Sisi suddenly began to grit her teeth, resolute to face whatever came. Seeing this, Dahae turned away, presenting its large backside to Xia Sisi. Two-legged creatures are really hard to understand. Whatever, I want to sleep. The next day, the rain continued to fall. It was heavier than before. Xia Sisi got up early around 5. She had nothing to pack, so after letting Dahae out for a stroll, she placed Dahae into the space, packed her bag, and continued to head to another jade market. Her goal: spend all her savings. Not a single cent left. With this thought in mind, Xia Sisi stepped into the jade market known as the New Market. In this market, most of the items are already crafted ornaments along with some high-end goods. These perfectly meet Xia Sisi's requirement: spending money. Unlike the previous market, the merchants here are not in a rush to buy and sell. There are very few live broadcasts. Most of them sit at their stalls looking at their phones or sipping tea. The stalls here are also more upscale. There are no jade stones placed on the ground. Everything is displayed on beautiful shelves neatly arranged on the counters. Xia Sisi walked from one stall to another, but she did not sense any reaction from the jade space. Just when she was about to give up, she suddenly felt that familiar tremor. It was even stronger than when she encountered the purple pendant before. Xia Sisi's heart raced. However, there were simply too many dazzling products nearby, and Xia Sisi found herself standing in front of a shelf filled with bracelets. Xia Sisi tried her best to maintain a natural expression, extending her hand and slowly moving over the bracelets. Finally, she found the bracelet in the innermost area near the merchant. Halfway through the mountain and water, the quality reached at least that of ice type, and the green was the bright green that Xia Sisi liked. But just as Xia Sisi was about to reach out to touch the bracelet, the stall owner swiftly pushed her hand away, capturing the trace. Sorry, we don't allow casual viewing of this bracelet, little girl. Would you like to look at something else? The stall owner was a woman in her 50s, and her smile was quite pleasant, exuding an air of nobility. Xia Sisi smiled back, realizing that the owner thought she couldn't afford it. Feeling it again, Xia Sisi was very certain it was this bracelet. She raised her head to look at the stall owner. Auntie, how much is this bracelet? I want it. To Xia Sisi's surprise, this bracelet was 40,000 more than all the money she had. After haggling for a long time, there was still a 10,000 gap. With no choice, Xia Sisi had to use all the online loans and credit cards she could. After all, when the apocalypse comes, money will become worthless. The money borrowed online would become untraceable with the collapse of the power system and the internet. People would completely enter a barter economy. According to Xia Sisi's memory, the next time money reappears would be many years later. By then, it would not be linked to previous assets, but would form a new currency. After spending all her money, Xia Sisi contentedly bought a bunch of local snacks before heading back home by plane. She even took the precaution of withdrawing 10,000 yuan in cash from her credit card just in case. By the time she reached the airport, it was raining even harder. Due to the weather, the flight was delayed. Thus, Xia Sisi spent an hour at the airport. Xia Sisi checked the weather forecast, feeling an ominous premonition, even calculating that if the flight couldn't take off by tomorrow, she would have to hire a car to go back. Unexpectedly, after more than an hour, the airport finally announced that the flight could take off, and Xia Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. During that hour at the airport, many people discussed the recent severe weather. Some even mentioned that homes in low-lying areas were already somewhat flooded. The old houses back home were experiencing leaks and other issues. Listening nearby, Xiaoxi furrowed her brows thinking about the time point from her previous life. If the heavy rain before made her feel that the apocalypse was imminent, then the news she received today was already warning her that the apocalypse might come tomorrow. The flight returned to the city where Xiaoxi was located, circling for a long time before landing due to the severe weather. After getting off the plane, Xiaoxi hurriedly took a taxi back to her apartment. But when she got back, she suddenly remembered that the solar charger she had ordered for her phone was still at the delivery station. Looking at the weather outside, Xiaoxi gritted her teeth and prepared to go out to fetch the solar charger for her phone. Just as she was about to step outside, Dahe was tugging at his leash, his dark eyes looking at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi pushed Dahe's head, but Dahe remained unmoved. Xiaoxi understood. Dahe wanted to go out to relieve itself. Although there was cat litter to solve the problem, Dahe still preferred to go outside on the grass to do its business while walking in circles. Xiaoxi thought that in the coming days it would be difficult to have time to play outside, so tonight, while it hadn't started pouring acid rain yet, she would take Dahe to walk on the lawn. Since it had been raining heavily after returning home, Xiaoxi put a raincoat on Dahe. Dahe clearly disliked the outfit but reluctantly wore it. However, the moment they stepped outside, Dahe and Xiaoxi were nearly blown away by the wind. Just a moment ago the wind wasn't this strong and the rain wasn't this heavy. In just those few minutes the weather outside had changed drastically. Xiaoxi watched as a small tree at the entrance was blown over. A passerby just passing under the tree nearly got hit. As the leaves fell in the torrential wind and rain, they fluttered like sharp blades. If one were to be struck by the pointed edge of a leaf on the face, it could probably leave a mark. Xiaoxi glanced at Dahe beside her, thinking of sending Dahe back before going to get the charger. But just as she was about to lead Dahe back, a massive object flew over. Xiaoxi didn't react in time and felt the object rush towards her face. Just as she wanted to raise her arm to block it, she saw a figure darting past her, knocking the object away. A muffled grunt sounded beside Xiaoxi. She looked down and found that what had just flown over was the advertisement board from the nearby shop. The words Chenro Yoga stood out. This object was covered in cloth, but inside it was a solid iron frame. Xiaoxi couldn't imagine what would happen if it hit her. And the one who rushed over to save Xiaoxi was none other than Dahe. Although Dahe remained standing after the collision, Xiaoxi clearly saw it lift one of its legs. Its paw drooped, indicating it was injured. Dahe! Dahe! Xiaoxi felt her eyes. Having experienced so many schemes during the apocalypse, especially being betrayed by Hao Ro and Lin Yi, which ultimately cost her life. Yet never had anyone treated her this way, protecting her. As Xiaoxi thought of this, she didn't know where the strength came from, and she picked up Dahe. Having experienced so many schemes during the apocalypse, especially being betrayed by Hao Ro and Lin, but Xiaoxi wouldn't let it move. Stay still, mommy will carry you home. Although Xiaoxi felt a bit unaccustomed to saying mommy at this moment, she felt like a dog owner wanting to embrace this title. It seemed Dahe understood Xiaoxi's intention and indeed remained still. Thus Xiaoxi, in the midst of the storm, carried Dahe back to the entrance of her unit. The moment they entered the building, the wind and rain were blocked outside, and Xiaoxi finally set Dahe down. Even she felt as if she had survived a calamity. Turning back, she looked out through the glass door and found that the outside world had changed. The strong wind had blown the trees askew and many branches had fallen. An electric bike had been struck beneath the tree branches. But from Xiaoxi's perspective, the person was unharmed and had already stood up, which was a relief. The advertisement boards placed at the entrance were now dancing wildly in the air, posing a significant danger. Some cyclists dared not continue and had to dismount to push their bikes or find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. However, it seemed that there was no escaping this storm. Next, the wind and rain will become increasingly severe. Until the acidic rain arrives. The apocalypse is truly upon us. After returning home, Xiaoxi checked Dahe's paws. Having encountered numerous injuries during the apocalypse, she had become somewhat of a doctor in this regard. Just by feeling, she could basically tell if there was a dislocation or fracture. Fortunately, Dahe had neither dislocation nor fracture, it was just that its paw had been slightly twisted. It must have happened when it bumped into something, causing its paw to make contact with the billboard at an improper angle. After the examination, Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. An hour later, seeing the weather had improved slightly, she fully armed herself and went outside to retrieve the solar charger for her phone. Looking at the small delivery box, Xiaoxi angrily slapped the box twice. It's all your fault, along with my not-so-bright brain, that Dahe got hurt. She took out the radio, wanting to listen to the local news. Thus, while listening to the news, she applied medicine to Dahe. Dahe was very obedient, allowing Xiaoxi to handle it. The broadcast contained a reminder from the announcer about the recent severe weather. There were also reports that many companies had switched to remote work because of it. Some factories even decided to take a few days off. Some experts said this wind and rain would soon cease. However, there was also a station with programs for young people. One host mentioned the trending topic online called doomsday theory. After applying the medicine, Xia Cici fed Dahe some spring water and wrapped its paw with a layer of gauze, feeling satisfied as she looked at its dumpling-sized paw. At that moment, the broadcast mentioned that an online user known as Luden had accurately predicted the development of this heavy rain. It was said that the rain would cover the entire country, lasting about a week, followed by strong winds. At the time, I didn't believe it, but today, as the strong winds swept across the nation, I fell silent. One host said. Another host immediately chimed in. The most frightening part is that this user named Luden even said that after the strong winds, acidic rain would follow, urging everyone to stock up on supplies. This is indeed worrying. Currently, this post has received over 200,000 likes and continues to grow. Regardless, I've decided to stock up on food. Who knows when this dreadful weather will clear up. After work, I'm also going to the supermarket to buy some. Hearing this, she opened her phone and searched for the keywords Luden and doomsday, quickly finding a Weibo page. Just as Xia Cici was about to view that post, she found it had already been deleted. She remembered this Luden from her previous life. He was the one who had spread the doomsday theory online. Many people stocked up on supplies, and Xia Cici had also gathered some provisions. Later, when the apocalypse arrived, some claimed to know this Luden. He was a private meteorological enthusiast, wealthy, with a pile of precise meteorological equipment. Afterward, no one knew what happened to this Luden. That night, the wind howled all night long. Xia Cici held Dahe and fell into a light sleep. It seemed Dahe sensed Xia Cici's emotions, staying close to her without moving around. The next morning, the outside still appeared dim and gloomy. She glanced at the time. It was already past 7 in the morning. Normally, the sky would have brightened by now. Even on a cloudy day, it shouldn't be like this. Xia Cici walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and looked outside. The wind had stopped and the rain had lessened, but the dark clouds were still heavy. The dark sky looked as if it were around 5 o'clock. Xia Cici tried taking a piece of paper, opened the window, and let the paper fly out. After finishing breakfast, when she returned, she found the paper had slight signs of corrosion. Sure enough, acidic rain had arrived. The apocalypse had come. That day, Xia Cici saw numerous posts online. Some mentioned feeling that the rain was unusual. Others said that the vegetables grown in their yards suddenly wilted after one night. Some even reported that the dogs they kept outside appeared to be ill. Acidic rain and apocalypse were terms that people continuously searched for. Even though the internet kept blocking these keywords, people still incessantly wrote them, posting them in comment sections and various social media platforms. Soon the authorities issued a statement warning citizens that due to urban pollution and other reasons, the rainwater currently falling indeed contained a small amount of acidity, urging everyone to reduce outdoor activities while they worked on a solution. The term small amount was quite ambiguous, sparking discussions among many online. Was this acidic rain really a problem? Thus, many dissenting opinions appeared online. They claimed that while this acidic rain was corrosive, it was not severe and far from the apocalypse, urging everyone not to worry and just remember to carry an umbrella when going out. Some so-called experts also spoke up, saying that although the rainwater had slight acidity, it posed no harm to human health, and that people need not be overly anxious, just live normally. After all, it had been raining heavily across the country for over a week, and now that the rain had lessened, it was a good sign. Some even said that perhaps in a few days the rain would stop. In response, Xia Cici could only shake her head and sigh. The acidic rain would not cease, and over time its corrosiveness would only grow stronger. Although this acidic rain was beneficial for people's later awakening of abilities, after a while, when everyone faced shortages of food and clothing along with water and power outages and no medicine available, it would also take many lives. In the morning, Dahe looked at Xia Cici, its eyes reminding her to take it out for a walk. Xia Cici checked Dahe's paw from the night before and found it was completely healed. It must have been the effect of the spring water, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Xia Cici patted its big head, picked up the leash, and without an umbrella, she took it outside. Outside, she noticed everyone was bundled up tightly, as if afraid even a bit of skin might be exposed. It seemed the notion of acidic rain had spread. Xia Cici and Dahe, lacking any protective measures, appeared almost like anomalies. Yet looking across the city, there were quite a few people like Xia Cici. After all, many did not believe in this theory of acidic rain and the apocalypse. Some even deliberately stood in the rain to test if the rainwater was indeed acidic, not daring to linger outside for too long. After all, she didn't want to experience skin rot this early. She could only take a short walk each day, accumulating the power within the acidic rain. Later on there would be plenty of opportunities to get caught in the acidic rain. By then people would have no choice, but to face it, many would develop corrosive sores on their bodies. For Xia Sisi and Dahe, having injuries would no longer be surprising. After walking the dog back, she glanced at the school group. She saw someone had posted a video from inside the school showing many people flooding into the school supermarket, stocking up on various snacks. There were also reports that the buns and steamed buns in the school cafeteria were selling like crazy, with many buying them to keep as reserves for emergencies. The school's delivery point was piled high with various food items, indicating that many students who had read apocalypse stories had a sense of crisis. Opening her moments, Xia Sisi found that Zhao, who rarely posted, had actually uploaded a 9-grid post. The images showcased a variety of foods and warm clothing stacked high. Zhao added a caption, "Who bought this for me? Give a shout out." Xia Sisi smiled gently, seeing that Zhao had received the supplies, feeling relieved. Previously, Zhao had helped her, so Xia Sisi sent a batch of supplies to Zhao at school as a way to repay her kindness. However, upon seeing Zhao Ying's moments, she hurriedly sent a message: "You better delete your moments and hide the supplies well. Don't let anyone know that you have these things. The apocalypse trend is quite popular now and no one knows what will happen next." Zhao quickly replied, "Did you buy them?" Xia Sisi didn't respond, but she saw that Zhao had indeed deleted that post. After a few minutes, Zhao called Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi answered the phone. Zhao got straight to the point. "I returned all the things today. I can't accept so many items from you." Xia Sisi sighed, thinking that the children at school are still so innocent. In her previous life, having wandered through the apocalypse for many years, she had encountered countless schemes and deceit and rarely met anyone so pure. Xia Sisi could only pretend to be surprised and said, I never said the items were bought by me. I just saw you post about it and thought about the recent apocalypse discussions, so I mentioned it to you." "The items. Are they bought by some boy who likes you?" After much back and forth, Zhao couldn't pry any more information from Xia Sisi and hung up the phone in frustration. However, after a while, Zhao sent another message: "I've hidden the items in different places. Regardless of whether the apocalypse happens or not, you should be cautious. And thank you." Seeing this, Xia Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she really liked Zhao Ying's straightforward personality. She was direct and not long-winded. She hoped she could survive in the apocalypse. That day, Xia Sisi was busy cooking at home. She first wrapped 1000 dumplings with various flavors: tomato and egg, shepherd's purse and pork, shrimp, and 3 delicacies: cabbage and pork. All of them were cooked, and according to Xia Sisi's appetite, 26 dumplings were placed in each plastic container. Next were various stir-fry dishes. Xia Sisi prepared those with heavy oil and seasoning first. Dishes like sweet and sour pork, stir-fried vegetables, boiled meat slices, and spicy hot pot. Many of these dishes were stored in her space, but since they were idle at home, she followed recipes to make another batch and stored them in containers. Freshly steamed white rice was placed directly on top of these dishes, a mix of meat and vegetables with each container, just the right amount for one of Xia Sisi's meals. Aside from cooking, Xia Sisi spent the remaining time playing and exercising with Dahe. Xia Sisi discovered that after soaking in the spring water from her space, Dahe could actually spar with her. She took a wooden knife and simulated combat with Dahe. After a few rounds, she was steadily losing. In the end, she could only sit on the ground, panting heavily, rolling her eyes at Dahe, who was wagging its tail in front of her. "Can't you be a little gentler?" Dahe understood, but pretended not to, staring intently at Xia Sisi with droopy ears, wearing an expression of "You're just too weak," which made Xia Sisi mad enough to grab Dahe's big dog face in frustration. The next evening, Xia Sisi saw someone online saying that the acid rain was harmful. It turned out that some normal people who ventured out without proper protection began to develop red spots on their faces after 2 consecutive days. Someone went to a dermatologist, and the doctor noted clear signs of skin corrosion. When images and text were posted online, it immediately sparked a huge uproar. Those experts who originally claimed that acid rain posed no danger to the human body fell silent. More doomsday claims began to emerge. Xia Sisi looked down through the living room glass and noticed a large shopping mall not far away, filled with cars and many people pushing shopping carts laden with goods heading home. Sales of raincoats online skyrocketed, with many stores running out of stock. Many people were also online criticizing those bloggers who had previously claimed that the acid rain would end soon and was harmless. Xia Sisi sighed and took Dahe out for another walk. This time they walked for over an hour. Upon returning, she found red spots appearing on her own face. This made her furrow her brows. Wasn't it just the second day? Had the concentration of acid rain already increased so much? Indeed, not all processes were the same as in her previous life. In her previous life, the concentration of acid rain was indeed ambiguous at first. It was only after half a month when some areas were submerged that the concentration increased. Now just the second day. And the concentration of acid rain had already reached a level that could cause red spots on the skin within an hour. At that moment, countless messages popped up on her phone. When she opened her phone, she discovered that various groups were sharing a video. It turned out that someone had spent a little too long in the acid rain and their face had developed sores. The person was a vegetable farmer. He had watched his crops suffer in the acid rain and wanted to set up a shelter for the garden with his wife. However, unexpectedly, just during that brief moment of setting up the shelter, his face had rotted. In the video, the farmer in tears pointed at the now wilted crops behind him. These vegetables are all ruined. However, unexpectedly, just during that brief moment of setting up the shelter, his face had rotted. In the video, the farmer in tears pointed at the now wilted crop. My wife and I thought we would take advantage of the lighter rain to wear raincoats and set up a thicker shelter. But the wind blew the hood of the raincoat off, and I didn't pay attention. He then showed everyone the sores on his face. He leaned closer to the screen, his entire face coming closer, revealing rotting skin, blood, and flesh, with some areas even oozing black liquid. This was indeed the appearance of skin corroded by acid rain. Xiacici looked at the not-so-heavy rain falling outside at that moment and sighed lightly. This world was about to descend into chaos. Sure enough, by the afternoon, many news reports of food hoarding emerged from various places. In some remote areas, there were even reports of people breaking into closed supermarkets to loot. These individuals were all captured and publicly criticized online. The authorities began to step in, urging people not to panic, to minimize going out, and informing everyone that they were finding solutions and not to believe in rumors. Xiacici's family had all passed away, and there was no family group chat. However, the owner group was lively every day, discussing how much they had hoarded. Many even shared photos of their hoarded goods. On the screen, various food items piled high looked tempting. Many commented with envy, and some said 666. This flattery immediately prompted others to showcase their hoarded supplies. The property group was filled with laughter and joy. Everyone even encouraged each other and compared their supplies. Xiacici looked at the names of people labeled XX building, XX unit, XX household, and felt a pang of worry for them. When the apocalypse arrives and order collapses, these people will become the first targets, the fat sheep for others. 5 days later, the acid rain showed no signs of stopping. On the contrary, the concentration of the acid rain had risen. It had reached a point where even carrying an umbrella was futile. Those who ventured out to buy supplies began to rely on their own wits. Some went out with pot lids as makeshift protection, while others braved the storm with tables on their heads. However, most chose to stay indoors. Most supermarkets had closed their doors, and many companies had temporarily suspended operations. Factories had also halted production. The entire city had come to a standstill. But it wasn't just the city that was frozen, it was the entire world. As of today, the utilities in the apartment where Xiacici lived were still functioning normally, and the internet was still up. However, many places reported that their communities had started experiencing water, electricity, and internet outages. After all, the acid rain had corroded wires, pipes, and gas lines. The complete shutdown of the city was only a matter of time. The authorities had undertaken a series of emergency repairs, but it was merely a drop in the ocean. Xiacici even witnessed an electrical repair worker whose hand had been corroded by acid rain to the point of bleeding, still working at high altitudes. In the end, he lost his grip on the ladder and fell from the sky. Fortunately, the ambulance arrived quickly to take him away. However, she saw online reports indicating that hospital beds were also becoming scarce. Xiacici looked at the school group and found that classes had been suspended, plunging everyone into a state of panic. For safety reasons, the school had not closed, but had instructed students to isolate in their dormitories. According to Zhaoing, the school had prepared a large supply of resources, and the cafeteria still served meals daily. Hearing this, Xiacici felt somewhat relieved. After all, those were classmates and teachers she spent her days with. However, to her surprise, she found a familiar name in the property management group. Hao Rou. Hao Rou greeted everyone in the property group, saying she had just moved in, and then shared a photo of herself in a bikini during her trip to the Maldives. In an instant, many young men in the property group chimed in. Wan Wei from building A, 6th floor, what a beautiful lady. Which floor do you live on? Since we can't go out lately, let's get to know each other and chat. Huang Qin from building B, 15th floor, do you have a boyfriend, miss? I'm single and wealthy, we could connect. Hao Rou did not reply to these messages. However, Xia Sisi could imagine that many men having caught a whiff of potential had already started adding Hao Ro on WeChat. 2 minutes later, the property group notified that Lin Yi had been invited by Hao Ro to join the group. Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow. Lin Yi had moved in too. Hao Ro quickly tagged Lin Yi and prominently displayed their relationship. Hello everyone, this is my fiancé Lin Yi. We just moved in and live on the 5th floor of Building A. Please take care of us. 2 minutes later, the property group notified that Lin Yi had been invited by Hao Ro to join the group. Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow. Lin Yi had, looking at the number 5, her lips couldn't help but curl up. This would be interesting. How long would it take for the 5th floor to be completely submerged? She couldn't recall very clearly, but it shouldn't be long. Moreover, this apocalypse was evidently more ferocious than the last, making for an exciting show. The afternoon after Hao Ro and the others moved in their apartments, internet also went down. Xia Sisi heard many people stepping out of their homes, knocking on neighbors' doors to gather information. People were used to a world with internet access where they could exchange information online. Now, with the acid rain outside, resembling a raging flood and no way to access information, panic began to set in. At this moment, someone knocked on her door. Before the person reached the door, Dahe had already become alert, running to the door to wait. His muscles were tense, ready to spring forward at any moment. Interestingly, Dahe covered the distance of 5 to 6 meters from its dog bed to the door in just a few seconds, making almost no sound. Its erect ears were a clear indication of its current tension. Xia Sisi walked to the door and gently patted Dahe's head, rewarding and soothing it. The knocking at the door continued, carrying a sense of urgency. Xia Sisi gently opened the inner door while leaving the outer security door closed. Standing outside was a young man with a shifty appearance. Hello, is your internet still working? He asked. I just ran up here and everyone says the internet is down. His tone was polite, but his eyes kept, perhaps sensing the man's ulterior motives. Dahe let out a threatening woof, drawing the man's attention. Wow, you have such a big dog, he exclaimed. How come I never saw it before? Xia Sisi thought to herself that although she had moved in for a while, not everyone in the building had seen each other before. She simply smiled lightly and didn't intend to engage him further. We don't have internet either, it seems everyone is out. Oh, there are many rumors online about the impending apocalypse. Have you stocked up on supplies? If not, it's best to go out and gather some now. As he spoke, his eyes continued to scan the interior. However, Xia Sisi had placed a large screen at the entrance, blocking his view of everything inside. She bought this screen to hide the stove in the living room, since most of her supplies were stored in her space. Do you have any other business? Perhaps sensing her indifferent tone, Dahe began to emit a low, threatening growl. The man left under Dahe's intense gaze. Xia Sisi furrowed her brow slightly, thinking that this man would likely cause trouble after the apocalypse arrived, and she needed to be more vigilant. After he left, she bent down to gently stroke Dahe's head. Well done. Seeing such a large dog in the house, even if the man had ill intentions, he would likely hesitate to approach her out of. That day, Xia Sisi decided not to worry about how chaotic things were outside. While there was still gas, she cooked for another day. After several days of effort, she had filled nearly all the disposable plastic containers in her space. The shelves in her space were piled high with all sorts of goods. By evening, Xia Sisi decided to experiment with the piece of black land in her space, hoping to discover more uses for it. She also had a jade bracelet she had collected from outside that she had yet to place in her space. She had delayed putting it in because the upgrades in her space had always been spaced out by several days. She was concerned about potential issues if it upgraded 2 levels in 2 consecutive days. Now, considering the timeline, there seemed to be no problem. Xia Sisi took out the jade bracelet and played with it in her hands for a while. To be honest, Xia Sisi truly liked this bracelet, it was stunning. However, the space seemed to like it too. It vibrated as if urging her, give it to me, hurry up and give it to me. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes, no longer hesitating, and directly tossed the jade bracelet into the space. At the same time, she entered the space as well. Inside the space, the jade bracelet quickly transformed into specks of blue starlight in the air, extraordinarily beautiful. This time the starlight was more beautiful than any previous instance. Amidst the blue starlight there were even some silver sparkles. Xia Sisi brought Dahe in as well. In this breathtaking display of starlight, she held Dahe and watched this magical scene. Dahe raised its head, its eyes wide open, mouth slightly ajar, seemingly astonished by the spectacle before it. When starlight fell near Dahe, it playfully attempted to bite at something. Of course, it ended up biting only air. This scattering of starlight lasted about 10 minutes before it came to an end. Xia Sisi carefully observed her surroundings, eager to see what changes would occur in the space, only to suddenly feel a tremendous force pushing her and Dahe out. For a moment, Xia Sisi was left bewildered. What was happening? She tried to enter again but failed after 5 or 6 attempts. It felt as if the space had intentionally sealed itself off from her. This made Xiaoxi anxious. All her supplies were in the space. Xiaoxi sighed anxiously as she paced around the room. Beside her, Dahe mirrored her movements, spinning in circles as if trying to imitate her. This made Xiaoxi chuckle. What do you know? You're just following my lead. Dahe tilted his head, looking at Xiaoxi with a blank expression, his droopy dog face seemingly saying, "Who's following you?" That night Xiaoxi couldn't sleep well. However, having lived through the apocalypse, she wasn't that fragile. She gathered her spirits and prepared some food that could be stored, putting it in the fridge, and completed her daily exercise routine with Dahe. In the middle of the night, Xiaoxi was awakened by a vibration in the space on her chest. Startled, she sat up in bed and quickly looked at the space on her chest. She discovered that the space on her chest had turned colorful. In addition to the previous red hue, there was now a splash of vibrant green. The vibrant green at the corner of the red jade made the whole piece of jade appear more lively. Xiaoxi took a deep breath, sensing that this space jade was different from before. Dahe was also awakened by Xiaoxi's movement. Sitting up on the bed, he gazed at her with a droopy face. Xiaoxi patted Dahe's neck, calming him down. With her thoughts focused, she attempted to enter the space once more. This time she succeeded. Upon entering the space, Xiaoxi realized that it had indeed undergone a significant transformation. Firstly, the black soil had expanded in area and was clearly divided into 2 zones. One area remained in the same position as before, with the black soil appearing even darker. However, when held, it revealed a layer of shimmering blue as if it contained strange powers. The other area was about a dozen acres, and although the entire plot appeared black, it was not as exaggerated, resembling ordinary soil. However, the soil felt very soft and fertile to the touch. In addition to this black soil, the original small house had been upgraded to a 2-story villa. Xiaoxi entered the villa and found that aside from the original small room, the 2-story villa had gained over 300 square meters of space. Inside the villa, besides the living room in the middle of the 2 floors, there were about 7 or 8 empty rooms that looked very practical. However, the decoration was quite simple, and apart from the furniture she had previously placed inside, there was nothing else. Looking at the villa before her, Xiaoxi stroked her chin, feeling that this villa was not ordinary. As a space, it was clearly of little use. She and Dahe could not possibly live there indefinitely. After walking around, she found no special features of the villa and temporarily stepped outside. Behind the villa, where the spiritual spring once originated, a small mountain, approximately several tens of meters high, had suddenly erupted into the air. The spring water flowed down from the top of the mountain, giving a sense of ethereality. Xiaoxi looked at the fertile land on the mountain top, which was similar to that in the fields over there, knowing that this land could also be utilized. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the villa, she saw a large black machine. The back end of the machine had a large opening, as if it was designed to throw things into. However, the entire machine had no explanations, leaving her clueless about its purpose. As for the storage areas, they had now transformed into rows of tile-roofed houses. The resources were surprisingly organized and classified. The area that had been covered in layers of fog had expanded in size. Xiaoxi noticed a patch of grass enclosed by a fence resembling a large pasture. Seeing this, Xiaoxi felt both delighted and helpless. The delight came from the appearance of a pasture in the space, indicating she could engage in animal husbandry, so having meat in the future wouldn't be a problem. The helplessness stemmed from the fact that she hadn't prepared any live poultry. As she pondered over whether to brave the rain outside to find a place to buy a batch of live poultry, she suddenly heard a rustling sound behind her. This startled her. The space had always been quiet, with only her footsteps audible. After all, she was the only living being there aside from Dahe. When did other living creatures appear here? Xiaoxi focused her thoughts, and the hidden dagger instantly appeared in her hand. She crouched down and moved forward, constantly alert to her surroundings. The creature seemed rather dim-witted, hiding behind the villa when she discovered it. Half of its furry bottom was visible, and it was trembling in fear. Xiaoxi stepped forward and picked it up. To her surprise, it was an exceedingly fat rabbit. The rabbit's body was a creamy yellow, quite different from the color of an ordinary rabbit. The rabbit's mouth was a blueberry-like shade of blue-purple, looking quite enticing yet somewhat eerie. This rabbit was significantly fatter and larger than an ordinary one, feeling heavy in her hands. Xiaoxi turned it over and examined it closely, realizing it was a female rabbit. How could there be a rabbit in this space? She murmured to herself. Suddenly, Xiaoxi noticed that the rabbit's bottom was stuck with a moisture-proof packet. Curious, she picked it up, noticing the words, "Do not eat," written on it, feeling as if she had seen it somewhere before. The rabbit continued to tremble, looking like it had never seen the world. After staring at it for several seconds, Xiaoxi finally remembered what the rabbit resembled. This rabbit looked remarkably like the bread she had buried in the black soil. Its entire body was a cream color, just like the color of bread. And that blue-purple nose along with those blue-purple little paws reminded her of blueberry filling. Xiaoxi felt as if her worldview was about to shatter. The upgrade of the space today had truly brought her too many surprises. Xiaoxi felt her head was about to explode, so she decided to toss the rabbit into the nearby pasture for now. Once the rabbit entered the pasture, it happily started munching on the grass, quickly adapting to its new environment. After hesitating for a long time, Xiaoxi took out a pack of bread and planted it in the previous black soil. She decided to name the shimmering black soil black blue soil, while the seemingly ordinary black soil would simply be called black soil for distinction. In the black-blue soil, aside from the bread she also sowed a patch of seeds, a pack of biscuits, and a box of chocolates. Additionally, she tried placing a piece of clothing inside, planning to observe the results together in a couple of days. As for the ordinary black soil, she sprinkled a patch of spinach seeds to see the outcome. Walking over to the strange machine behind the house, Xiaoxi pondered and then tossed a cushion into it. The machine quickly started operating upon sensing the object. In just a moment, the cushion was consumed. Then, nothing happened. Xiaoxi angrily circled the machine twice, realizing that indeed nothing happened. Trash machine, give me back my cushion. Although the cushion was temporarily useless, it was nonetheless a resource of the space. The machine remained silent. Xiaoxi rolled her eyes and exited the space. Outside the space, Dahe, who had long since gotten used to Xiaoxi disappearing and reappearing, merely lifted his eyelids and quickly fell back asleep. Seeing that the space could still be used and had upgraded, Xiaoxi smiled as she drifted off to sleep. She and Dahe slept until the sun was high in the sky. The next morning she was once again awakened by the noise outside. It turned out there was a power outage. Xiaoxi hurriedly put on a piece of clothing, leashing the alert big black dog that was already standing at the door, and took it downstairs. It turned out that there was a commotion in the hallway. It was none other than the triangular-eyed man who had knocked on Xiaoxi's door earlier, along with a small thin girl. The little girl lived one floor below Xiaoxi and was currently blocking the door, crying with tears streaming down her face. A group of people nearby were pointing and whispering. There was a young lady in a denim jacket with a great figure standing at about 170 centimeters tall, looking quite regal. She stood there pointing at the triangular-eyed man, cursing. Huangqin, what do you mean by this? Do you really think no one is watching? Do you believe I won't call the police right now? Xiaoxi, holding onto Big Black, couldn't approach and could only watch from a distance. It was only then that she realized the triangular-eyed man was Huangqin, who had previously commented in the group about how beautiful Haoro was, and he lived on the 15th floor. Huangqin seemed a bit wary upon hearing about the police and forced a smile as he said, "Isn't this for everyone's good? The power was out today. It must be because the external wires were corroded by the acid rain. Who knows how long it will take to restore power? I just want to bring the generator over to benefit our entire building." The apartment Xiaoxi lived in was a mixed-use building. There were quite a few yoga studios, restaurants, and even a cat cafe supermarket. So it was reasonable that some shops had generators. Huh. What do you mean by benefiting the whole building? You just want to steal Xiaofei's generator. Don't think we don't know how you used to do business. We are all old neighbors who doesn't know who. The girl in the denim jacket, Ding Lei said, causing Huangqin to get a bit anxious. Ding Lei, what do you mean? Don't think that just because you're a woman I won't dare to hit you. You should know this is the apocalypse. If you have the guts, call the police now and see if your phone has any signal. Huangqin's words made Xiaoxi remember. The internet had been down yesterday and the power had gone out this morning. Her phone seemed to have no signal as well. The crowd began to mediate and persuade peace. Huangqin, seeing the number of people, didn't dare to say much more, but cast a fierce glance at the girl named Xiaofei, a gaze that was undeniably meaningful. Then he stormed off. The crowd also dispersed. Taking advantage of everyone leaving, Xiaoxi hurried back home, taking Big Black for a walk. At the same time, she thought about Huangqin's gaze earlier. It was unusual. He was probably going to cause trouble next, and most likely the source of chaos in their building A was him. Xiaoxi didn't want to meddle too much. After all, this was just the beginning, and things would only get more brutal later. Moreover, based on her previous experiences in the apocalypse, the more sober and self-restrained one was the longer one could survive. The two girls named Xiaofei and Ding Lei looked like neighbors and had a good relationship. She hoped they could stay vigilant. The property management was quite good, temporarily using a generator to power the elevators for the entire building. Once the elevator shaft was soaked by the acid rain and the elevators could no longer operate, they would have to rely on their own legs to go down. However, it could also be seen as a way to exercise. But it also gave Xiaoxici a signal. Opportunities to go downstairs would increasingly diminish in the future. She wondered if the property management's generator would hold up after the apocalypse. After walking around with Big Black for a couple of rounds, she went to check nearby shops. Originally, she wanted to see what supplies were available. After all, one could never have too much. Unexpectedly, she found that the water at the entrance of the community was already above her knees. Looking up at the rain, Xiaoxici noticed that it was indeed heavier than before. It had been raining continuously for such a long time, and this area, being one of the higher parts of the city, had not yet flooded. In some lower-lying areas, the water had probably already inundated the first floor. Big Black was behaving well, looking at the rain with an expression that carried a hint of human-like wisdom. Xiaoxici reached out to pat Big Black's head, feeling that this guy's head seemed to have grown larger than before, though she couldn't tell if it was just an illusion. There wasn't a single person on the road, but she could see many residents standing by their windows gazing down. Perhaps they had been cooped up at home for too long, and with no electricity or internet, there was indeed not much to do. Xiaoxici didn't know if this was her last time seeing a normal street, but at this moment she felt a sense of desolation on the silent, empty street. She discovered that the delivery point was already deserted and the rainwater had reached the steps. She knew it was almost time for action. Patting Big Black's head, she returned home. The concentration of acid rain was indeed much stronger than before. Xiaoxici and Big Black took a walk for over an hour, and when they returned, some of her skin had started to rot. Big Black's fur was also shedding a little, and it looked at her with a droopy face. Seeing Xiaoxici's gaze, it started to paw at the places where it had lost fur, its eyes filled with resentment, as if to say, "Look, I'm shedding fur." Xiaoxici couldn't help but laugh, taking out some medicine to apply on Big Black. It's okay, it will get better in a few days." At this moment, Xiaoxici had a sudden thought. Would using the spring water from her space be more effective than using this medicine? With that in mind, she took out some spring water from her space and poured some on her arm. Indeed, the wound began to heal at a visible rate. This delighted her. After eating something, practicing some punches, and playing with Big Black for a while, Xiaoxici began her work for the day, boiling brown sugar ginger water. She took out 2 large pots, filled them with brown sugar and ginger, and simmered them for over an hour. After boiling the whole day, by evening there were several hundred bowls of brown sugar ginger water neatly placed on the shelves in her space. These are life-saving items during the extreme cold. For the next few days, she decided to prepare these soups and waters to warm herself during the apocalypse. However, around 7 o'clock, Xiaoxici noticed that the rain outside had become heavier. The raindrops were the size of soybeans crashing down from the sky. Xiaoxici observed that the awning of nearby shops had already been corroded. What had originally been rainwater only reaching the steps was now flooding the first floor of the delivery building across the street. Xiaoxici's eyelids twitched. She knew it was time to start acting tonight. Big Black was somewhat unhappy about having to use the cat litter indoors for urgent needs. But Xiaoxici explained to it that they couldn't go out right now, as countless pairs of eyes from the neighbors were watching. Although Big Black still had a droopy face, it obediently complied. After waiting for Big Black to finish its business, Xiaoxici took it back to bed to sleep, setting an alarm for 12:30 in the morning. Tonight she had a big plan to execute. Dehe did not quite understand what Xiaoxici was planning to do and why she was going to sleep so early today. However, Dehe was not one to talk much. He followed whatever Xiaoxici did and simply went asleep with her. When the clock struck 12:30, Xiaoxici's alarm clock woke her up on time. She got up dressed in the black night gear she had prepared earlier and took Dehe downstairs. Downstairs was pitch black. The property security had long since finished their shifts, and water had already flooded into the first floor lobby, temporarily blocked off by waterproof sandbags. However, this was only temporary. Perhaps by tomorrow, everything would be submerged in water. Battling the wind and rain, Xiaoxici swam with Dehe to the opposite side of the road. In the water there were many floating objects, and being completely submerged in the acid rain caused a stinging sensation. Xiaoxici knew this was the acid rain corroding her skin. But it didn't matter, she understood the purpose of this acid rain. From Xiaoxici's perspective, Dehe looked quite handsome while swimming dog paddling with utmost seriousness, which was quite amusing. The streetlights had long been out of power, and there was a lot of floating garbage in the water, but the distance was not long and Xiaoxici and Dehe quickly swam to the other side. At this moment, it was evident that the water had already submerged the first floor of a small building here. Without a second thought, Xia Sisi took out her tools and pried open the door lock of the small building in front of her. Though it was already 1 in the morning, Xia Sisi did not dare to shine a bright light in such a silent, and she only took a dim yellow flashlight she had prepared earlier. This way the light emanating from the room would be hard for distant residents to notice. Wading into the room, it was a spacious storage area with a table at the entrance piled with some documents, a calculator, and a computer, likely the place used by the delivery service to calculate shipping fees and track packages. Inside the room were numerous delivery boxes, some in plastic bags, others placed on shelves. It seemed that before the delivery service had evacuated, they had raised the moisture-proof mats in case rainwater came in. At this moment, no rainwater had soaked the packages, which relieved Xia Sisi. Knowing time was of the essence, she didn't have time to open each package. She simply walked over and grabbed whatever she could. She didn't spare even the tables, chairs, digital scales, moisture-proof mats, or the computer. Once the extreme cold arrived, tables, chairs, and moisture-proof mats could be used as firewood. As Xia Sisi continued to store supplies, the space in her storage area was becoming insufficient due to the increasing amount of goods. Who knows if those seemingly useless items like computers might come in handy later. Rather than getting ruined by rainwater here, it was better to take them. She collected an entire room of packages and continued upstairs to gather more supplies. If she remembered correctly, the second floor was also a delivery point. Xia Sisi went all the way up, grabbing whatever she could without discrimination. To her surprise, when she reached the second floor, she found a small room filled with delivery workers' winter coats, military overcoats, shoes, and cotton vests. Though these items were not particularly stylish, they were indeed warm, durable, and windproof. They were excellent items for surviving the apocalypse. It seemed the delivery service had customized clothes for the workers for the changing seasons, but hadn't had the chance to distribute them. Xia Sisi did not have time to browse. She just took a quick glance and noticed that most of them were men's clothing available in various sizes. She took them all into her storage without hesitation. Once she cleared the first and second floors, she would head up to the 3rd to 12th floors where the live streaming companies, e-commerce businesses, food companies, and more were located. Knowing time was tight, Xia Sisi headed straight to the 3rd floor with Dehe. Dehe was very well behaved by her side, following her commands without barking or running around. Xia Sisi had been to the 3rd floor before and knew it primarily housed several live streaming companies. Each company occupied a small room with various products inside. However, to Xia Sisi's surprise, as soon as she reached the top of the stairs, Dehe bit onto the hem of her pants. Xia Sisi was startled and turned to look at Dehe. She saw Dehe's eyes wide open, staring straight ahead, his body in an aggressive stance. Xia Sisi instantly understood there were people upstairs. She hurriedly turned off the flashlight and gently pulled Dehe back, retreating into a small cleaning lattice room nearby. There was not much inside the room, and it was quite cramped. However, from the arrangement of the room, it was clear that there were few supplies here, which would make it less likely for anyone to pay attention to it. Xia Sisi pulled Dehe closer and listened intently to the sounds outside. As expected, within half a minute she heard footsteps. In addition to the footsteps, there were sounds of dragging objects and the light from a flashlight. Could it be that someone like her anticipated the coming apocalypse and had already started collecting supplies? With a thought, Xia Sisi summoned a hidden knife into her hand. She tensed her body, preparing for if this person dared to act against her, as she would not hold back. Fortunately, the person seemed to have finished gathering supplies and went straight downstairs when they reached the stairwell. Listening to the gradually fading footsteps and seeing Dehe relax beside her, Xia Sisi let out a sigh of relief. However, Xia Sisi knew that once the person reached the 1st and 2nd floors and found them completely cleared out, they would surely be greatly surprised. She could only hope that when the person saw that everything had disappeared in such a short time, they would think a group of people had come and would retreat hastily. After waiting a while, Xia Sisi quietly approached the window of the adjacent room and watched as a figure carrying a large bag walked out the door on the 1st floor, which finally eased her mind. From the figure of this person, it was evident they were tall, at least 185 centimeters, possibly even reaching 190 centimeters. Their physique was robust, and even in loose black clothing, their strong back and broad chest were unmistakable. The fact that they could navigate the water with ease while carrying a large bag of supplies suggested they were quite capable. Although she couldn't see their face clearly, their build was already distinctive. If she were to encounter them again, Xia Sisi would definitely recognize them. At the same time, her brows slightly furrowed. This person seemed formidable. She would have to be cautious if she saw them again. Firstly, their size was imposing, and they appeared to possess considerable strength, as Xia Sisi, even with Dehe by her side, would find them a formidable opponent. Secondly, this person could swim through acid rain with ease, showing they had courage. Lastly, their venture to seek supplies in such a time indicated they had foresight. They had already realized the apocalypse was approaching and that order was about to collapse. What Xia Sisi hadn't anticipated was that this person directly swam across the road and entered the building where Xia Sisi was. Then they entered Building A, which was the apartment where Xia Sisi was located. Seeing this scene made Xia Sisi's eyelids involuntarily twitch. It seemed they were still neighbors. But it didn't matter, she would deal with whatever came. As long as they didn't provoke her, she wouldn't mind. However, she still needed to be more vigilant in the future. Only after the person completely entered the building did Xia Sisi let out a sigh of relief. After waiting for a little while longer and noticing that the person had not come out, she still felt somewhat tense. She walked over to Dahe and pointed at the window in front of them. Dahe, how about you keep watch here? If you see that person coming out again, come find me. She had a space on her body, and at worst it would just be one person and one dog hiding inside, which would definitely not expose them. What she feared was that the person would suddenly appear behind her and catch her off guard. Dahe sat down silently with a droopy face, his round eyes fixed intently on the outside, resembling a diligent little soldier on watch. Speaking of which, Dahe seemed to have grown a bit taller in the past few days. Now when Xia Sisi sat down, Dahe could reach her shoulder. Seeing such a Dahe, Xia Sisi felt relieved. She glanced at the time, it was already close to 2:30. She planned to return by 6:30 at the latest, which meant she still had 4 hours, but there were still 10 entire floors to go. She had to quicken her pace. To Xia Sisi's delight, in a small room on the 3rd floor, she discovered a whole room full of gas canisters, about a dozen. This building did not have gas supply, they still cooked with gas canisters. There was a small kitchen on the 3rd floor that provided lunch for the entire building. Xia Sisi stored all these gas canisters into her space. When the apocalypse arrived and natural gas could no longer be used, these canisters would be vital resources. Even the large refrigerator in the kitchen, the meat inside the boxes of potatoes stored in the corners, and those easily stored sweet potatoes, pumpkins, steamed buns, and rice, all of these were not spared and were all stored in her space. Before leaving, Xia Sisi looked at the large iron tables, iron chairs, workstations, and kitchen knives in the kitchen and made sure to store them all in her space. In her previous life, when Xia Sisi arrived here, these vegetables had long since rotted and the rice and flour had all been looted, so she didn't benefit from them. Those gas canisters seemed to have been washed away by the nearby water flow. Luckily, she had arrived early this time. When she visited several nearby live streaming studios, Xia Sisi found that many items had already been, especially those selling food like biscuits, instant noodles, snail noodles, and self-heating rice. It must have been the man from before who took them. From the battlefield left by that man, it was apparent he was very picky about what he took. Perhaps it was because he didn't have a space like Xia Sisi to take whatever he wanted, so he could only select a few things. He particularly liked spicy food. Not a single pack of snail noodles or Sichuan-style self-heating rice was left, while seafood-flavored instant noodles and black pepper beef pasta were untouched. As Xia Sisi swept through these live streaming studios, the corners of her mouth twitched. It's the apocalypse, and this person is still picky. Xia Sisi was not picky, just like before. She left no shelf or chair unturned, collecting everything. When she encountered a live streaming studio selling hoodies and down jackets, Xia Sisi noticed that the clothes had been rummaged through. The largest sizes were clearly taken, and all the clothes labeled 4XL were gone. Xia Sisi further confirmed her previous estimation of the man's height, over 185 centimeters, no doubt about it. Xia Sisi then flipped through several live streaming studios selling skincare and cosmetics. Many of the products inside were high-end items that Xia Sisi had previously hesitated to buy, such as a certain brand's mystery set, a certain brand's gold face mask, and a super expensive beauty device from a certain beauty salon. She took them all without hesitation. Even if the apocalypse came, she wanted to maintain a sense of ritual. A skincare was a must. In a live streaming studio at the very top of the 3rd floor, Xia Sisi unexpectedly discovered a sheep. When Xia Sisi entered, the sheep was already weak from hunger, having finished the feed and water beside it, calling out weakly to Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi found the sheep very familiar, with a black round face, barely visible eyes, a body larger than an average sheep, and fluffy, comfortable curls all over. She remembered that this seemed to be a popular breed known as valet black-nosed sheep. Xia Sisi approached and gently stroked the sheep's head, finding it quite docile. Taking this opportunity, Xia Sisi used her mind to send the sheep into the pasture in her space. Hopefully the rabbits inside would be friendly towards it. But the grass in that pasture should be enough for the sheep to recover. This live streaming studio was clearly focused on pets. Inside, Xia Sisi also found the corpse of a cat in a cage. She could only shake her head and sigh. In the apocalypse, people struggled to survive, let alone those animals locked in cages, with no one to care for them. Across from the cage, a cupboard was filled with pet supplies. There were sheep feed, cat food, and cat cans. However, those animals in the cage couldn't open it to eat. Xia Sisi didn't have time to mourn the dead animals. She collected all the pet food along with the cupboard into her space. Having mostly finished on the 3rd floor, Xia Sisi moved on to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was also a sales company. However, this level was interesting. The entire decor had a distinct northeastern style with white paint on the walls made to look like snow piles and corn cobs and red peppers hanging. The floor was designed to resemble tracks left by vehicles after snow melted. But that wasn't the most interesting part. The most interesting part was the nameplates on the various offices on this floor. One said this month's bottom performer. It was clear that this was the one with the worst performance this month. Another read this month's top performer, the one with the best performance this month. There was also an investor's office. It was obvious this office dealt with investments. Entering the offices, most of the items were quite similar. Xia Sisi found a room full of chips, spicy snacks, a room full of canned fruits, a room full of near-expired drinks, and a room full of low-calorie dark chocolate. There were also some lithographs, handmade knits, and cross-stitch artworks, which were of little practical use, but were also collected. In one room, she saw various ornamental fish. With a thought, Xia Sisi stored all these fish into her space. Although she hadn't yet cultivated a spiritual spring, she wanted to try to set up a small fish pond to raise a few fish in the spiritual spring water and see what changes would occur. After the apocalypse, it would be difficult to get seafood. Just as she was thinking this, Xia Sisi was surprised to encounter a seafood company as she went up. Also, this was this floor's bottom performer. It was evident that sales were not good this month and nothing had been sold. However, this was just perfect for Xia Sisi. Yes, from the 4th floor onwards, it was no longer merely small live streaming studios. There were many large product display companies. There were over 20 large freezers filled to the brim with various seafood. Squid prawns, sea cucumbers, abalones, as well as riatatoic grilled prawns, charcoal grilled squid strips, spicy baby octopuses, soy sauce flavored small yellow flowers, and crispy dried fish. Everything was available. All kinds of seafood were present. Xia Sisi waved her hand again, storing all the freezers into her space. She remembered that she had been to this floor in her previous life. But at that time, the power had been out for a long time. The seafood in those freezers without electricity had rotted long ago. The entire floor emitted a terrible stench, making people think there were countless corpses upstairs. So at that time, they didn't enter the 4th floor and directly moved on to the 5th floor. Today, she was quite lucky. The power had only gone out this morning, and there was still some cold air inside the freezers, so everything was intact. Also next door, Xia Sisi found a company selling ice cream. This company was the top performer this month. Considering that the weather had indeed been quite hot recently and was just starting to warm up, the sales of ice cream were quite good. Upon entering the office of the older brother, one is immediately struck by an atmosphere reminiscent of middle-aged health preservation. However, due to the lack of ventilation in recent days, the few lotus flowers planted in the large blue and white jars at the entrance have all withered. The furniture is all solid wood, featuring an eclectic mix of mahogany display racks, rosewood tables, and Zeton chairs, radiating an air of high-end quality. There are jade decorations and figurines, and even the racks are made of yellow rosewood and mahogany. The walls are adorned with elegant calligraphy and paintings, which Xia Sisi casually glanced at without comprehending. They seem to convey messages like the water of virtue and stay calm and peaceful. It is evident that this older brother is quite diligent in his daily life. The shelves hold medicinal wines made from red dates, goji berries, and ginseng, along with various health vitamins and books on wellness, including the Huangdi Neijing. While collecting these items, Xia Sisi felt that running such a large company must require considerable effort. As she approached the desk, Xia Sisi noticed a young bald man holding a large flower with a red ribbon, declaring him as one of H City's top 10 entrepreneurs, draped over his shoulder. His shiny bald head, devoid of any hair, suggested he worked tirelessly. There were other items that Xia Sisi could not comprehend, but as she neared one of the stone jars, she felt her spatial energy vibrate once again. She hurriedly stored all these items in her space. With no time to examine the changes in her space, she continued her search. On the older brother's desk, she found many luxury items such as watches, necklaces, and bags. There were also 3 safes. Unable to open them, she placed them in her space. Additionally, she found a cabinet filled with high-end cigarettes, gift boxes of bird's nest, and packaged tea. The varieties of tea were truly abundant. There was pure tea, green tea, black tea, and even white tea, arranged in a neat row were English breakfast teas. Upon seeing these teas, Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. She knew that many Chinese people have a habit of drinking tea. In the apocalypse, such teas would become coveted items among powerful individuals in various organizations. The cigarettes and bird's nest gift boxes were even more precious. These items were undoubtedly for the older brother to use in building connections. It was clear he was well acquainted with networking. Previously, with limited funds, she had hesitated to purchase such items, but now that she had encountered them, she would not let them slip away. In the older brother's room, there was also a lounge likely for his frequent rest. The resting area had 2 large characters written boldly, unmistakably reading napping. Xia Sisi kicked the door open and saw an enormous, exceptionally comfortable bed. Without further thought, she stored it in her space. The hind suits in the closet, along with various unwrapped duck-down comforters and wool blankets, were also placed in her space. To her surprise, she also found a large water tank in the older brother's bedroom. Inside, it was a lump of white material with some translucent edges. This water tank was quite exquisite. Unlike the cheap jars outside, it was a magnificent golden tank exuding opulence. Xia Sisi thought that whatever was placed in such a valuable water tank must be extraordinary. Without hesitation, she waved her hand and stored both the tank and its contents. In the older brother's lounge, Xia Sisi circled around a few times. She felt something was peculiar about this resting area. After exploring several levels, she sensed that the layout here was different from other places. Indeed, after a few turns, she discovered a hidden door behind the curtains, needing to fully pull the curtains aside. Upon opening the hidden door, she found a small room. The interior was dimly lit and appeared dark red under the light. In the center of the room was a gigantic hexagram formation, surrounded by several burned candles. This scene reminded Xia Sisi of some movie plots she had seen before. This older brother must have some religious beliefs, though Xia Sisi did not understand that aspect. As she scanned the small room, she found several items made of pure gold and stored them in her space. The most surprising find was a realistic toy gun. Yes, it was just a replica, but it was convincing enough, well-crafted and heavy in her hand. However, it was devoid of bullets. It was evident that this gun was likely used for some ceremonial purpose, without any practical use. Yet it could still intimidate any unwary individuals. She had always wanted to find firearms, but domestic laws prohibited them, and she had no connection. Although she possessed space and money, she had always been a law-abiding citizen, a regular student with no one to introduce her to arms dealers. So she could only wait until the apocalypse, when chaos truly ensued, to figure something out. Then here Xia Sisi also found 2 safes that appeared even more advanced than the previous ones. Unable to open them for now, she stored them in her space. After thoroughly searching the older brother's office, Xia Sisi continued to the upper floor. The next level housed a research department filled with numerous seeds, hydroponic plants, and hydroponic equipment. Without a second thought, Xia Sisi stored everything in her space. The entire floor was cleared out. This way, when she had time, she could start growing hydroponic vegetables. While her space contained a vast amount of black soil, growing weeds and hemp ropes, or planting bread to raise rabbits. It never felt entirely reliable. On the 7th floor, there were shops selling various exported clothing and bedding. Here Xia Sisi not only took many clothes, but also hoarded a significant amount of fabric. After the acid rain, many people's clothes had been damaged, making it difficult to dress decently when going out. These fabrics would prove valuable later. On the 8th floor, there was a small pet paradise. As soon as Xia Sisi ascended the stairs, she heard the cries of various animals. Many of them had already perished from starvation. In this pet paradise, 3 rabbits, 2 alpacas, a sheep, a small pony, a calf, 5 to 6 budgerigars, 2 guinea fowl, 4 guinea pigs, and a gray parrot had survived. The gray parrot was exceptionally clever, and upon seeing Xia Sisi, it immediately spoke. "You scoundrel, you still know how to come back." The cheeky tone startled Xia Sisi into drawing her knife. Only upon realizing it was just a parrot did Xia Sisi break into a cold sweat. She wondered what experiences had led the parrot to speak so strangely. She stored all these animals in her space. Now that she had a farm which was quite large, it was just lacking in animals. Moreover, rabbits could breed and serve as a source of meat. Guinea pigs are also edible and considered a delicacy in some countries. However, Xia Sisi was hesitant to eat them because she had raised one as a child. But for now, she would store them just in case they might be useful in the future. The space farm could support them. Cows could produce milk, while sheep could provide both meat and milk. Xia Sisi observed that the sheep was female, and it was of the same breed as the previous black-faced goat, making a perfect pair. As for the pony, it had no immediate use, but it might serve as a means of transportation in the future. The alpaca primarily produces wool, which is extremely warm and could come in handy in extreme cold. Thinking of all this made her ecstatic. Other than the parrot, she would just keep it around for entertainment. After all, the gray parrot is the smartest parrot in the world. Of course, she also took all the food supplies stored in the small animal park's pantry. Cici glanced around. Just the various grasses and food supplies should be enough for those little animals to eat for at least half a year. She continued to sweep through the 9th floor. This floor housed small private restaurants, Western dining establishments, yoga studios, and the like. Cici picked everything clean, leaving nothing behind. On the 10th floor, Cici encountered a gold jewelry store filled with a plethora of gold ornaments weighing over 100 pounds, along with dozens of gold bars, all of which she stored in her space. By the late apocalypse, money would turn into worthless paper. However, gold and silver would become new currencies. At that time, these gold pieces would be incredibly valuable. The 11th floor contained a large gym. Cici stored all the equipment in her space, and also took both large mirrors from the gym. By the 12th floor, Cici was so exhausted that she could barely climb the stairs, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her haul tonight was more thrilling than all the goods she had previously hoarded. After all, her money was limited, but the treasures from dozens of companies on this 12th floor felt like a bottomless pit, offering her endless surprises. Just then, Cici heard hurried footsteps. It was the sound of Dahe running. Cici immediately became alert. Indeed, on the stairs leading from the 11th floor to the 12th, Cici saw Dahe running up with a serious expression. Cici exchanged glances with Dahe, instantly understanding his message. Someone was coming. Sure enough, Cici soon heard a rapid and steady footstep sound coming straight up the stairs. That person was clearly on a mission, not stopping on any other floor and heading straight up. It was evident that that person's purpose could only be one, Cici. Or perhaps the person was there to empty out the entire building. Hearing the footsteps grow closer, Cici no longer hesitated, and taking Dahe with her directly entered her space. In the space, one cannot see the scenes outside, but sounds can be heard. About 10 seconds after Cici entered the space, she heard footsteps close to her ear. The person's speed was astonishing. Moreover, from the sound of the footsteps, it was evident that the person walked very steadily, likely a practitioner. Where is the person? The voice was very deep, sounding like it belonged to someone in their 20s. Dahe squatted next to Cici, alert despite being in the space. All the muscles in her body tensed up, ready to spring into action. Cici gently stroked Dahe's back to help it relax. Cici rolled her eyes and looked at Dahe, whispering in its ear, "Remember this person's voice. If we encounter him again, you must warn me in advance." Dahe blinked its big eyes, unsure if it understood. The visitor paused at the stairwell, seemingly trying to discern the sounds. However, he would be disappointed. He would certainly not find Cici. Perhaps because he did not hear any sound from Cici, he began to walk towards the corridor on the right. Cici held her breath, listening to the movement outside. The person walked back and forth on the 12th floor, several times kicking open each door, as if searching for someone on this floor. Cici couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. Thankfully, she reacted quickly and hid in the space. Otherwise, encountering this person now would have been detrimental. After a long while, the search activity finally ceased and transformed into the sound of searching for supplies. Cici and Dahe hid in the space, having nothing to do and not daring to let their guard down. They could only take out a portion of spare ribs with rice and a cup of hot soy milk, eating while keeping an eye on the movements outside. Dahe also received a portion of salt-free spare ribs with rice and a bowl of pork bone soup. These were all prepared by Cici at home specifically for Dahe. The two of them enjoyed their meal immensely. After finishing a portion, Cici finally felt a sense of clarity return. She had been so focused on collecting supplies that she hadn't noticed how famished she was. After eating, Dahe seemed to understand that both it and its owner were safe, lying down to take a nap. Listening to the sounds outside, Cici noted that the person had moved approximately 3 loads of items within an hour, demonstrating remarkable speed. From the sounds of dragging items, it was apparent that each load was substantial. By around 7 o'clock, as the sky brightened completely, the person stopped appearing. However, with the sky fully bright, Cici dared not return home. When the person had come before, the entire building had been full, but now it was nearly empty. Moreover, that person had come up following Dahe's footsteps. If Cici exposed her identity, it would be extremely dangerous. Thus, she planned to take advantage of the sparse crowd to clear out everything on this floor before returning to the space for another day, allowing herself to study the space's upgrades. When night fell, she would find a way to return to the community quietly by climbing over the wall. With this in mind, Sia stepped out of the space with Dahae. The person was remarkably efficient, accurately taking all the spicy items from the entire floor, especially the employee benefits placed in one room. The table clearly listed various daily necessities and spicy gift boxes now completely gone. Based on the number of employees on this floor, Sia estimated that the person had taken at least dozens of boxes. Additionally, all the items related to survival and staple foods were also missing. All the cabinets stood open, particularly a small private kitchen where the grains and oils had been completely looted. Even the general manager's office at the top had been pried open by the man. The high-end tobacco and alcohol inside remained untouched, but the cabinets on either side of the general manager's legs were empty. Seeing the scene, Sia raised her eyebrows, thinking to herself, this tall man certainly knows how to survive. Plus his avoidance of tobacco and alcohol indicates good living habits. Sia circled around the interior a couple of times and discovered a safe in the corner of the room. Without hesitation, she stored it in the space. The 12th floor primarily served as an office space, and aside from that small kitchen there weren't many. Sia gathered a few rooms and only found some imported snacks, drinks, and meal replacement powders, typically used by young girls for dieting. However, the desks and chairs used for office purposes were all made of wood, which would be excellent for firewood later. She also retrieved a complete set of projection equipment from the conference room, still the latest model and not cheap. This set of equipment could be used in her villa to create a home theater. Regardless of whether it would be useful in the future, this was her current plan. What surprised Sia the most was a feng shui stone taller than a person at the end of the floor. As she approached, the space trembled slightly, which thrilled her. Store it. After completing these tasks, Sia ran back and forth on the upper floor twice, confirming that she had indeed cleared out the entire building, feeling quite satisfied. Sia had considered what would happen if the nearby residents tried to collect supplies afterward. Firstly, in a post-apocalyptic world, it is survival of the fittest, and those who are slightly soft-hearted or lax will become others' prey. Secondly, with acid rain coming, the items here would soon corrode, making it better for her to take them. After clearing the entire floor, Sia entered the space again with Dahae. Though she had been busy all night, she was not the least bit tired. The main reason was that her haul for the night had been enormous. She had effectively cleared out a 12-story building. Especially when she entered the space, she found that it had actually upgraded again, invigorating her spirit. The most significant change was that she saw a small screen floating in front of her displaying spiritual space 4.0. Sia was thrilled. Was this finally a user manual? It brought tears to her eyes. She hurriedly tapped the screen. The screen flickered and displayed several options: happy farm, heartfelt breeding, farm, waste processor. Sia raised her eyebrows and first clicked on the waste processor, since this was the option she found most confusing. Waste processor, level 1 function. After placing any unused items into the machine, useful supplies will randomly be spat out the next day. Limit can be used once a day. Note, this is a machine that relies on luck. Sia was astonished. It turned out that the machine in the back room that had swallowed one of her cushions was so useful. This was simply a golden finger that could turn waste into treasure. Sia was eager to see what material her cushion, which she had placed inside yesterday, had been enhanced into. Sia hurriedly ran to the back of the house, noticing that the waste disposal machine had not changed. She attempted to step forward and examine the machine once more, inwardly cursing the space for being so unreasonable, providing a manual that was so incomplete. Upon seeing the red and green buttons, she instinctively pressed the green button. Suddenly, the machine began to vibrate. Sia stepped back in fright. However, Dahae, who had been following her closely, remained calm, even walking up to the machine and circling it twice. After about 10 seconds, the machine's vibration ceased and a lid suddenly opened at the front. Sia stepped closer and saw a box of mineral water being ejected from the machine. She smiled so wide that her eyes curved. Not bad, this random material is really good. At that moment, her heart finally settled. Although the space claimed it would produce random resources from waste, she felt reassured only after witnessing it with her own eyes. Water resources are extremely important. In the apocalyptic world, pillows are just useless waste found everywhere, making this trade worthwhile. Just as Sia was happily about to pick up the box of mineral water, Dahae, who had been wandering around, noticed the flashing red button. The large dog head shook near the red button as if observing something interesting. Then, imitating Sia's action of pressing the green button, it stretched out its paw and pressed down. The machine began to vibrate again. Sia had already reached into the machine, but relying on her 10 years of vigilance in the apocalypse, she immediately pulled back. Just as she did, the lid above the machine suddenly closed. Xia Sisi broke into a cold sweat upon seeing this. If she hadn't dodged quickly, would her half-body have been crushed inside now. Beside her, Dahe, who had made a mistake, appeared completely unbothered, still wearing a serious expression as it sat beside her, gazing at the sky, admiring the scenery without any awareness. Xia Sisi gritted her teeth and walked over, grabbing Dahe's ear. Was it you who caused this? Dahe, being scolded, immediately lengthened its face and rolled its eyes at Xia Sisi, refusing to admit fault. Infuriated, Xia Sisi found herself unable to do anything about this big guy. She could only consider cutting its dog food in half tonight. While Xia Sisi was tussling with Dahe, the machine had already stopped. The side of the machine that ejected the pillows made a puff sound, and the pillow Xia Sisi had thrown in yesterday was ejected perfectly intact. It landed squarely on Xia Sisi's face. Xia Sisi was momentarily stunned. After a while, she finally understood. So this green button activates the machine. Then this red button. Xia Sisi glared at Dahe beside her, angrily asking, "Did you just press this?" Dahe turned its head away, ignoring her. Xia Sisi emphasized, "Did you?" Dahe walked over with its droopy face, placed its paw beside the red button and mimicked pressing it. Xia Sisi understood this red button is to return the items. Thinking this, Xia Sisi once again placed the pillow into the machine and pressed the green button. However, this time the machine showed no reaction. Xia Sisi recalled that the manual in the space mentioned it could be used once a day, and the waste put in would only turn into resources the next day. Although due to Dahe's blunder today's opportunity was considered used up, Xia Sisi was still quite happy. With this, she would have an extra surprise in her boring days ahead in the apocalypse. More importantly, it also provided an extra layer of assurance. There might be lapses, and although Xia Sisi had hoarded so many items, what if she missed some? If what she missed was coincidentally ejected by this machine, it would be perfect. After studying the machine, Xia Sisi walked to the front of the house. The display screen of the space still floated in the air, emanating a sense of mystery. Xia Sisi reached out and directly selected the Happy Farm option. Soon the system displayed an introduction to the Happy Farm. Happy Farm, Level 2. Function: Farm No. One can grow any items and plants except for living beings, producing resources randomly based on item attributes. During the space upgrade phase, planted items may undergo mutations. Farm No. 2 can only grow plants with reduced time and increased yield. Restriction: excessive use will lead to dormancy. Note: Happy Farm guarantees your happiness. Xia Sisi read the last note and couldn't help but feel again, this system is really cheeky. But she was indeed happy, even excited. Farm No. 1 should be the area she previously named Dark Blue Land. After seeing the system's explanation, Xia Sisi finally understood why there had been cases of growing hemp ropes from grass and bread from rabbits. This Farm No. 1 was indeed extraordinary. Growing hemp ropes from grass means producing resources randomly based on the grass properties. Although hemp rope is just an extremely useless item, inedible and undrinkable. But in the apocalypse, hemp rope can be used as a weapon, can bind personal items, so it is indeed useful. As for the bread, it happened to encounter a space upgrade, which caused a mutation resulting in that oddly shaped rabbit. After figuring all this out, Xia Sisi let out a sigh of relief and decided to start large-scale planting and utilizing these 2 pieces of farmland based on circumstances. However, the reminder inside excessive use will lead to dormancy made Xia Sisi grit her teeth. This phrase excessive use is really too ambiguous. There was no concrete explanation, leaving Xia Sisi to figure it out herself. The dog really was too much of a dog for this space system. Even more dog-like than Dahe. After reading the farm's introduction, Xia Sisi switched pages and opened the last option, Love Breeding Farm. Love Breeding Farm, Level 1. Function: in the Love Farm, all animals can coexist peacefully and will be automatically fed with space energy, managed fully automatically. Of course, the space owner can also feed them manually. Restriction: when space energy is insufficient, it will draw from the spiritual spring energy, so remember to feed them. Note: after all, they are all lives, so be attentive. After reading the introduction to the Love Breeding Farm, Xia Sisi felt like punching the space's display screen. What kind of fully automated management is this? Just a scare tactic? Realizing that there weren't many animals in her space, Xia Sisi could manage them just fine, which eased her mind. Previously, when collecting resources, she had also gathered the materials for these little animals, so she wouldn't have to worry about their food and drink for a while. However, this still sounded an alarm in Xia Sisi's mind. This space is indeed useful and has many functions, but it's also a pitfall. Continuously upgrading the space and supplying energy to it is the hard truth. Xia Sisi glanced at the farm. She discovered that there was an invisible barrier completely isolating the animals inside, preventing those with wings from flying out. This refers to the gray parrot. At this moment, Xia Sisi stood in front of the farm, watching the irritable gray parrot repeatedly trying to crash into the barrier to escape. Once, twice, 3 times. The gray parrot flapped its wings, its black eyes fixed intently on Xia Sisi, as if it couldn't understand why it couldn't rush over and peck at that bipedal creature. Xia Sisi was also watching the gray parrot. She couldn't figure it out either, as she had heard that gray parrots were the smartest parrots in the world, yet this one seemed rather dim. Where have you been, you deadbeat? The barrier could block objects, but not sound. The gray parrot's words were shocking. Xia Sisi was stunned, her body trembling. Oh my, who taught this little creature? What she didn't know was that this gray parrot was named Huiji, a social media celebrity parrot. Previously, it went live twice a week, and the viewers often teased it, teaching it all sorts of bizarre phrases. Moreover, this parrot had a strong temper and was very clingy. Its owner had gone out of town before the apocalypse, leaving the other animals in the indoor zoo to be taken care of, and unexpectedly the apocalypse occurred. Huiji had never been without human contact for such a long time, and being thrown into such a strange environment with some foolish creatures made it extremely irritable. Xia Sisi looked at this parrot, and then at the other mismatched animals inside the farm, wondering if perhaps she could keep this parrot with her. At the very least, when it cursed, its voice was quite deep, like a man's. That could be somewhat intimidating, right? With that thought, Xia Sisi decided to let the parrot out. To her surprise, the parrot was not shy at all. It directly perched on Dahei's head, flaring its wings, and looking down at Xia Sisi with an air of dominance, and squawked again, "Where have you been, you deadbeat?" Dahei's face fell again. Xia Sisi had already fed all the animals in the farm. She found the farm to be quite humane. Inside there were various small barriers separating the animals to prevent conflicts or trampling. The first rabbit from the spatial product that Xia Sisi had put in had already gotten into a scuffle with the other rabbits. When they saw Xia Sisi, the little rabbits shrank their necks in fear. Xia Sisi paid them no mind and brought over food and water for them. They wouldn't need care for about 3 or 4 days. Then she went to check on the alpacas, dairy cows, and ponies, ensuring the feed was properly placed. The black-faced goat inside was quite clingy. It rubbed against Xia Sisi when it saw her. Xia Sisi stroked its little head and rewarded it with a carrot. Then there were the pearl chickens, the feathered chickens, and the guinea pigs, all taken care of properly. Actually, Xia Sisi felt a bit regretful for bringing the guinea pig in. These creatures, in China, especially in the north, are not very popular. Most are kept as pets. She also wasn't very skilled at cooking. However, in the south they were considered a delicacy. Not to think about it for now, for the time being she could afford to keep them, so she would. Unexpectedly, just as Xia Sisi finished tidying up and calculated that she wouldn't have to tend to the animals for 3 or 4 days, a liquid crystal screen popped up in front of her as she was about to leave the farm. The screen displayed several large words. "Would you like to collect the farm's byproducts now?" Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow. She clicked yes. Then she was suddenly pushed towards the Lu Ding chicken area. Out of nowhere, she found herself holding a basket. When she saw a few eggs in the Lu Ding chicken's nest, Xia Sisi's mouth twitched as she picked them up. After she finished collecting the eggs, she was pushed in front of the dairy cow again. In her hands there was now a bucket. This was to make her milk. But she didn't know how. What a troublesome system. Couldn't it be a bit more intelligent? Realizing it was probably due to the system's level being insufficient, Xia Sisi, though grumbling, could only accept it. After struggling to milk for half the time, nearly choking the little dairy cow, she finally managed to squeeze out half a bucket of milk. Once she finished collecting these byproducts, Xia Sisi left the farm with a dark expression, holding the eggs and milk, deciding to make a delicious meal with the fresh ingredients she had worked hard to obtain. Inside her space villa, Xia Sisi took out the stored gas canister stove and cooking utensils and simply made an egg pancake. She cracked the eggs, mixed them with a small amount of flour, brushed oil on the bottom of the pan, and carefully fried them until both sides were golden, then sprinkled a bit of chopped green onions and added a small amount of salt. Considering that Dahei also needed to eat, she made a smaller pancake for it without adding salt. At the same time, Xia Sisi found a small milk pot to warm up the milk. The aromas of milk and eggs quickly spread throughout the space, filling it with a hint of home-cooked warmth. After preparing everything, Xia Sisi took the food to her small room that she had arranged in a one-tin layout, looking at the photos of her parents from their lifetime, smiling as she petted Dahei and ate. The only disharmonious element was the gray parrot. Where is this? Where did the deadbeat go? Stinky. It even claimed that the warm milk smelled bad. Xia Sisi decided to ignore it and would find an opportunity to educate it later. but this fellow was circling above her head trying to grab her hair. Unable to tolerate it any longer after taking a bite of the pancake, Xia Sisi pulled the parrot down. "If you keep misbehaving, I'll toss you back to the farm." Beside her, Dahe also stood up looking at the gray parrot threateningly. At that moment, the high intelligence of the gray parrot revealed itself as it immediately shrank its neck and fell silent. After eating and drinking to her fill, Xia Sisi glanced at the time. It was already noon, 12 o'clock. She continued to busy herself in the space for a while, mainly planting a small amount of crops in both fields. She planted only a small amount mainly because she was afraid that the energy of the space would be insufficient. She needed to continue upgrading the space and gradually understand it before daring to plant and breed on a large scale. She dug a small fish pond in the space, introduced some spiritual spring water, and placed a few ornamental fish she had collected inside, wanting to see what changes would occur later. After all this busyness, it was already 6 in the afternoon and the sky had started to darken slightly. At this time, Xia Sisi finally felt a sense of fatigue. She pulled Dahe and the gray parrot, which had been sulking from being scolded, to the little bed in the house and fell asleep. When she woke up, Xia Sisi checked the time. It was exactly 2 o'clock in the morning, quite perfect. She could go home now. She sensed the movement outside the space, and finding no sound, she took Dahe and went out. As for the gray parrot, it was too noisy and hadn't been trained yet, so she temporarily tossed it back to the farm and would deal with it later. The surrounding community was out of power and the world returned to peace and darkness. When Xia Sisi went downstairs, she discovered that the first floor had been completely submerged. The water had even risen to the second floor. Xia Sisi's heart sank. According to the height of the water, her community's first floor must have been flooded as well. This was troublesome, as something big was likely to happen in the community. Xia Sisi hurriedly took Dahe across the road, then climbed into the back entrance of the community. In case someone was still awake and looking outside, the nearby neighbors might not recognize her due to the distance, but Dahe, being such a large dog, would easily expose her. To be safe, she first wandered around other floors and waited a while before using her diving equipment to approach her own unit from the lower levels. As Xia Sisi had anticipated, the rain had already submerged the first floor. Even the second floor was in grave danger. Yet the acid rain continued to fall. It was even heavier than before. Xia Sisi jumped in through the staircase window on the second floor. The elevator was definitely out of service, and the generator should have broken down by now. Moreover, even if it were functioning, she wouldn't dare use it. The flooding of the first floor served as a signal to most people. The situation was serious. She changed into a different outfit in the space, found a pair of light and soft shoes, took a deep breath, and began to climb up floor by floor. The surroundings were quiet, with only Xia Sisi's own breathing breaking the silence. Nevertheless, she remained stealthy, fearing to attract anyone's attention. In the face of the apocalypse, the originally gentle and moral residents could potentially turn into beasts with fangs. After climbing 7 or 8 floors, Xia Sisi felt her stamina was still good, a testament to her persistent training over the past few days. However, her home was over 60 floors high, and there was still a long way to go. Taking this opportunity, Xia Sisi also observed the situation of the neighbors below. After the first floor was flooded, Xia Sisi did not find those people in the corridors of the upper floors. It seemed that the flooded families either managed to move away. This was unlikely, as it was difficult to transport anything with the heavy acid rain outside. Xia Sisi recalled in her previous life that the authorities were not yet capable of intervening in evacuations. So only the second possibility remained. These people had found some empty houses on the upper floors and pried open doors to move in. With this thought, Xia Sisi tried to lighten her footsteps and move quickly upwards. While passing a certain floor, she overheard 2 men talking in the corridor. "Man A, it seems the apocalypse has truly arrived, or the first floor has been submerged. Man B, didn't see the family on the first floor crying. But that man on that floor is truly ruthless. With just 2 slaps, he knocked the woman senseless, making her obediently help him move things. I think that man is just a coward. What skill does he have in hitting women? In the end, most of the things were moved by the woman. He just stood by smoking. But if this is really the apocalypse, that man must be cautious. We should take turns keeping watch in our floor from now on. Man A, alright, we've been brothers for years, and there aren't many people on this floor, so we must take good care of each other. Man B, do you still have much food at home? I didn't stock up well before, and now. Sigh. Man A, at my place with kids and dogs, I don't know what to do. Who knows, I might have to slaughter that dog in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi let out a cold snort in her heart and stopped listening. She glanced at the floor number. It was the 23rd floor. Xiaoxici took note of this floor, thinking that if she ran into them later, she would have to be cautious of these two. From their conversation, she sensed that they were both alert about the apocalypse. However, neither seemed to have any food reserves and already panicked at the very beginning. In this case, these two might very well resort to stealing food and engage in unthinkable acts. Xiaoxici continued climbing, finding everything very calm along the way. She noticed that some floors had blocked the corridors with various debris, seemingly aware of the impending events. In the middle, Xiaoxici took a break and couldn't help but feel climbing stairs was truly no easy task. When she reached the 58th floor, she suddenly heard someone softly crying in the corridor. It was a woman's voice. Xiaoxici lightened her steps, fearing that the woman would hear her. Fortunately, the woman was too engrossed in her crying to realize that someone was climbing the stairs at this hour. Xiaoxici quietly peeked in from the staircase and saw that the woman had a pile of various items in front of her, and she was both sorting them and crying. Seeing that many of those items were waterlogged, Xiaoxici guessed that this must be the resident from the first floor that they mentioned. It was a petite woman appearing to be no more than 5 feet tall. She looked decent, but now she was disheveled and appeared somewhat unkempt. Xiaoxici frowned slightly, looking at all the things the woman was sorting by herself, and felt even more disdain for the man of this household. Just as Xiaoxici thought this, she heard an angry roar from the 58th floor, crying, crying, crying. All you do is cry. It's so annoying. Do you want to get hit? The woman quickly covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. However, that man seemed to still be enraged as he rushed out of the room and began to punch and kick the woman. The woman lay on the ground holding her head and quietly crying, continuously wailing. The man, appearing drunk, was hitting her without any restraint. After a few minutes, he finally stopped. Just before entering the house, he kicked the woman hard. Useless thing. The woman lay on the ground and didn't get up for a long time, merely writhing there. Xiaoxici watched, gritting her teeth. What a scumbag. But in the apocalypse, she had witnessed much more tragic events. Things like dismemberment in the streets, selling one's own child, sending one's woman out to solicit. Violence was merely the most primitive means. Xiaoxici could only shake her head. She couldn't interfere in others' family matters, nor did she wish to. Moreover, she couldn't expose her identity of moving supplies across to the other side, so she hurriedly continued her ascent. However, she noted this couple on the 58th floor. They also needed to be cautious. The man had violent tendencies and the woman was weak. But a weak woman under pressure might very well become an accomplice. Of course, thinking positively, she couldn't dismiss the possibility that the woman might fight back. All this could only be seen later. Taking advantage of the woman's still being down, Xiaoxici continued to climb. As she passed by her own floor, Xiaoxici noticed that a dilapidated security door had been installed downstairs, completely blocking the exit. Xiaoxici raised an eyebrow. It seemed those two girls had some brains after all. However, when Xiaoxici reached her own floor, she was astonished. To her surprise, someone was actually living next door. The originally empty corridor was now filled with various items that had not yet been properly organized. Xiaoxici took a glance and discovered that there were quite a few fitness equipment and boxes of various sizes, which she couldn't discern their contents. They were just placed in the corridor, completely unconcerned about theft. On Xiaoxici's door, there was a conspicuous note saying "Neighbor Alert." From the flamboyant handwriting, it was evident that it was written by a man. Xiaoxici glanced around once more, confirming that the new neighbor was not watching her, before frowning cautiously as she entered the house. Back inside, Xiaoxici opened a note she found which simply stated "Visit tomorrow." Suddenly, Xiaoxici became interested in her new neighbor. Quite polite, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. With someone living across, Xiaoxici was extra cautious, checking the door lock once more before letting out Dahe and the gray parrot. The gray parrot and Dahe seemed to have experienced something in the space. Xiaoxici noticed that the once arrogant gray parrot now appeared dejected and was looking at Dahe with a timid gaze. After flying out, it perched on Xiaoxici's shoulder, its head drooping and no longer making noise. What's wrong? Did you have a fight? Xiaoxici teased the gray parrot, but it merely shrank its neck. As for Dahe, it had a gloomy expression, clearly not in a good mood. Just as Xiaoxici was puzzled by the situation, Dahe turned its body, presenting its big plump backside to her. Ha ha. Dahe, you've been hit by bird droppings. Ha ha. Birds, including parrots, are notoriously messy, unable to control their bowel movements, making a mess wherever they go. Xiaoxici then realized that the gray parrot's droppings posed a significant problem. She certainly didn't want to deal with a house full of bird droppings. After the apocalypse, that would be too overwhelming. Suddenly she recalled that when she collected these pet supplies there was a box labeled poop bag written with an O. Thinking of this, Sia concentrated and immediately a small box appeared in front of her. She opened the box with scissors and found colorful and beautiful parrot diapers inside. These were waterproof little outfits that could be worn by the parrot to catch its droppings. In addition to the outfits there were also many diapers for parrots. Without hesitation, Sia took out a blue one and fitted it on the gray parrot along with the diaper. The parrot showed no signs of resistance, as if it had already grown accustomed to it, though it still drooped its head and looked a bit unhappy. Sia reached out and gently patted the parrot's head, saying, "Hey, what's your name?" The parrot lifted its head, its black grape-like eyes spinning around amusingly as it tilted its head. Just as Sia thought this little creature wouldn't respond, the parrot spoke up, "Feiji." At first Sia thought she misheard, so she repeated, "Feiji." The gray parrot excitedly flapped its wings and jumped up, nodding vigorously, "Feiji." Sia was speechless. What an amusing name the parrot's owner had given it. But upon reflection the name was quite fitting. A gray parrot, and both planes and parrots can fly. "Alright Feiji, from now on this will be your home. I am Sia and this is Dahe." Sia pointed to herself and then to Dahe beside her. Feiji remained excited during Sia introduction. However, when Sia pointed to Dahe, Feiji suddenly wilted. Its wings tucked in, head lowered, and neck shrank, looking frightened. Sia found Feiji's reaction particularly funny. She patted Dahe, who was also not pleased after being brought over. "Let's go take a bath first." Since both Sia and Dahe had swum through acid rain, they both had varying degrees of sores. She directly took out spirit spring water from the space and mixed it with hot water, which could clean and heal. After the bath, Sia looked at her skin, which had just been oozing and bleeding, now smooth as ever. Her face appeared even more delicate than before, and she couldn't help but marvel. Products from the space are indeed impressive. After a warm bath, when they lay down, it was already 6 in the morning, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Sia took out Feiji's cage, but left it open, hanging it in the living room, and then snuggled comfortably with Dahe and fell asleep. Later, Sia was awakened by a commotion. As she opened her eyes, she saw Dahe standing at the bedroom door, peering outside. Its whole body was tense. Outside, a crisp voice was speaking. There's no one home." Then came a somewhat deep male voice tinged with impatience. "I'm not a bad person, I'm your neighbor." There's no one home. "I left a note yesterday wanting to discuss something." There's no. Sia walked to the door, finally realizing what was happening. It was already noon, and the neighbor who had left a note saying he would visit was now knocking on her door. And the one speaking with the neighbor was none other than Feiji. Seeing Sia awake, Feiji excitedly flapped its wings. There's no one home." Originally weary, Sia burst out laughing. She temporarily took the mischievous Feiji back to the bedroom before heading to the door to answer it. She first looked through the peephole and saw a tall man standing outside. With short tousled hair, dressed in black, broad shoulders, long eyes, and dark skin, he looked quite handsome. Seeing the man's height and build, Sia right eyelid twitched. Could it be such a coincidence? Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, slim waist, and broad shoulders, he exuded strength resembling a leopard. Isn't this the man who was moving supplies across the building, almost blocking her on the 12th floor? Unless there was a second man in this building with a physique that could make one gasp. Her hand, which was grasping the doorknob ready to open it, dropped. Perhaps hearing footsteps, the man outside spoke. "Hello, my name is Lin Yuan. I would like to discuss the next defenses on the 66th floor against external crises." Sia raised an eyebrow. "So straightforward. Against crises? What kind of crises does Mr. Lin think we are facing now?" Through the door the two began conversing. The man named Lin Yuan, facing Sia unfriendly response, showed no anger, calmly stating word by word, "It's the apocalypse." 3 simple words, direct and to the point. After a moment of silence, Sia continued, "Mr. Lin, what do you mean by defending together?" The man outside appeared very patient, showing no concern for Sia's refusal to open the door. "Right now there are only 2 households on the 66th floor, and they are both on the eastern side of the building. We could easily take down the doors of the unoccupied homes to block all access points to the 66th floor. I wonder if you agree." Hearing this, Sia became somewhat intrigued. Sealing off the hallways with security doors would be the best defense. What is truly terrifying in the apocalypse is not natural disasters, but the human heart. As a young girl with a large plump dog, she would appear as a tempting target to others. Especially thugs like Huang Chen, who had knocked on her door earlier, might see her as a primary target. As people become increasingly desperate for food, they would covet Dahe even more. She had once considered sealing off the entire floor. However, she didn't have enough doors, and doing so alone would only signal to others Xiaoxici has supplies, which is why she is on high alert. But now it was different. A neighbor had arrived on this floor. If they teamed up, it would provide an excuse. However, could she really trust this unfamiliar man? Xiaoxici remained silent for a long time. She was carefully observing the man outside. Then she noticed a large area of festering on his neck. There was some redness and swelling with parts already rotting and peeling. However, the man seemed utterly unconcerned, and there were no signs of any medication applied. That was the decay left behind after being corroded by acid rain. In this disaster-stricken world, everyone knew that acid rain was harmful and few would venture outside. Such severe rot could not have been caused in a short time outdoors. It required prolonged exposure, like Xiaoxici and Dahe had, even immersing oneself in acid rain. This made her even more certain that the man before her was the one who had moved supplies across from her last night. For a moment she frowned. Why had this man chosen to move next to her? Was it merely coincidence? Or had he seen Dahe yesterday and confirmed her identity? While Xiaoxici remained silent, the man outside waited patiently. After a moment, Xiaoxici made up her mind. Regardless of the man's intentions, she couldn't fear him now that he was here. Wait a moment, I'll change my clothes and step out to talk in detail. Having said that, Xiaoxici returned indoors. Wearing jeans, a sweatshirt, and sneakers for ease of movement, Xiaoxici then retrieved a small knife from her space and discreetly tucked it into her lower back, along with a small electric baton in her sleeve. She took one last look at the man through the peephole. If he dared to play tricks, she would stun him first, and then stab him to ensure no future troubles. Standing outside, Lin Yuan, who was visiting his neighbor for the first time, was unaware that he had unwittingly chosen to reside on a floor housing a fierce character. He had previously lived on the 6th floor, but the incessant heavy rain had made him feel pressured. At 28 years old, he had grown up in the country, but had spent the last few years abroad, returning recently to handle some affairs. He hadn't anticipated that the acid rain and heavy downpours would completely prevent him from going back. He had executed some extremely dangerous missions, which had given him an extraordinary intuition. Realizing the danger while those nearby were shouting for rescue, saying it might get better in a few days, and that officials wouldn't abandon them, he began stockpiling supplies and moving floors. Xiaoxici opened the door and looked more closely at the man outside. He was tall and sturdy with a resolute appearance. Upon closer inspection, she could even see the muscle contours on his body. He looks like a martial artist, extremely dangerous, Xiaoxici concluded in her heart. What she didn't know is that at this moment Lin Yuan was also sizing her up. Her simple attire could not conceal Xiaoxici's beauty. With her flowing long hair, flawless fair skin, and rosy cheeks, her pretty eyebrows and eyes were captivating. Lin Yuan had to admit that he had seen many beauties, but Xiaoxici's allure was unique, especially in this apocalyptic world. People around were in a state of panic. Those with food at home dared not eat much, their spirits tense and fearful, most looking haggard and emaciated. But Xiaoxici was different. She was energetic, clear-minded, calm in emergencies, exuding a composure beyond her years. You just said you wanted to take down the doors of other residents on this floor for our protection. Xiaoxici spoke up, interrupting Lin Yuan's appraisal. Lin Yuan nodded and expressed his thoughts. I used to live on the 6th floor and saw firsthand how the 1st floor was submerged yesterday, with everyone on that floor harboring their own agendas. Several residents have already complained about the lack of food and are preparing to pry open the doors of unoccupied units. The meaning was clear. It wasn't completely chaotic yet, so they could take this opportunity to reinforce this floor. Xiaoxici let out a cold laugh and got straight to the point. But how can I trust you? Externally, it could be a protective measure. But internally, it could be a trap to catch us all off guard. Xiaoxici let out a cold laugh and got straight to the point. But how can I trust you? Externally, it could be a protective measure. But internally, it could be a trap to catch us. In order to gain your trust, allow me to introduce myself first. Lin Yuan looked at Xiaoxici, rummaged in his pocket, and quickly produced an identification. Xiaoxici naturally accepted the document, seeing that it was a military green booklet. It read, Certificate of Discharge for Volunteer Soldier. Xiaoxici raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected him to be a retired soldier. I am Lin Yuan, and I swear I will not strike you unless absolutely necessary. Xiaoxici chuckled lightly. Absolutely necessary. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yes, if you attempt to kill me, I will certainly retaliate. Xiaoxici looked at Lin Yuan and saw the word serious in his deep brown eyes. She knew that every word he spoke at that moment was not a joke. Xiaoxici returned the document to Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, I currently have no interest in killing you, so we can cooperate for now. Lin Yuan on the opposite side echoed what Xia Sisi had just grasped in his words, for now. Xia Sisi mimicked Lin Yuan's earlier posture, crossing her arms and smiling subtly. Yes, for now. After all, we are still unfamiliar with each other. The two exchanged a smile, not saying much more. At that moment, Dahe pushed the door open and stepped outside. The instant Dahe appeared, Lin Yuan's eyes twitched slightly. But it was a mere twitch, not noticeable to Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi patted Dahe's head. Do you have tools over there if we need to pry open a door or install something? I have nothing at home. I do. Lin Yuan replied succinctly. Xia Sisi nodded. All right then, let's see which unit we should start prying open. I know there's a place on this floor that sells imported snacks, and they have installed an extra-wide security door. We can try that one first. Thus they hit it off. They first located the door of the resident selling imported snacks that Xia Sisi had always had her eye on, and Lin Yuan adeptly took the door down. Xia Sisi assisted nearby while Dahe kept watch at the stairwell. In this apocalyptic world, people were on edge. Any noise on a floor would draw the attention of others. With Dahe standing at the stairwell, anyone approaching would be met with a snarl. Within hours, he had scared off 7 or 8 curious onlookers. Among them, the one who disgusted Xia Sisi the most was a man named Huang Qin. Huang Qin would certainly not miss such commotion. Hearing that there was activity on the top floor, he immediately rushed up. He had not seen the residents on the top floor before, but from the sounds he could tell it was a young girl. Moreover, her voice, though cool and carrying an air of arrogance, made his heart itch. Yesterday he had heard that some low-floor residents had moved up and was contemplating whether to move to the top floor as well. However, before he could act, there was already a commotion on the top floor today. Upon arriving, he saw a large black dog guarding the stairwell, which growled slightly at his approach. Huang Qin was startled and took a step back. Dahe had already grown to about 1.5 meters tall. He had grown a bit more these past few days, blocking the entrance like a small horse. What does this mean? Aren't we neighbors? Huang Qin shouted towards the floor, a bit unwilling to back down. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan continued their work, ignoring him. After all, with Dahe around, one man could hold off 100. Huang Qin saw that nobody paid him any mind and his anger flared. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of Xia Sisi's figure flashing by not far off. Her alluring curves along with her long legs wrapped in jeans left him staring in awe. Perhaps Huang Qin's gaze was too blatant, causing Xia Sisi to instinctively turn her head. When Xia Sisi turned her head, Huang Qin directly felt a reaction. What an enticing little woman. Grr. Dahe stared coldly at Huang Qin, taking a step forward, poised to attack at any moment. Huang Qin was so frightened that he scrambled down the stairs, running a whole floor down, and spat angrily in Dahe's direction. Damn dog, I'll make you into dog meat hot pot one day. Huang Qin left, but he had already harbored malicious thoughts. Xia Sisi had seen it all. She walked over to Dahe, gently stroking his neck. Good dog, truly a good dog for mom. She frowned at the direction Huang Qin had disappeared, just as she had thought that guy Huang Qin was definitely not a good person. Now a storm was brewing. After working all afternoon, Xia Sisi grew increasingly impressed with Lin Yuan. His movements were practiced, the tools were complete, and he could lift 2 or 3 of those heavy iron doors by himself. This man, if he can't be a friend, must be eliminated first, otherwise he will become a ticking time bomb. Xia Sisi calculated Lin Yuan's combat potential and reached this conclusion. She was very certain that even with herself and Dahe combined, they were absolutely no match for this man. The two worked tirelessly all afternoon, installing 2 heavy iron doors at the stairwell, with the largest and sturdiest door placed at the eastern exit. 2 heavy iron locks were also fastened to the door. This iron chain was found in another unit. This looks much safer now. Xia Sisi stood at the door, stroking her chin, quite satisfied with the labor of the afternoon. At the same time, she heard her stomach let out a mournful growl. Immediately after, something behind her echoed a mournful sound even louder than her own. Xia Sisi turned around to find it was Dahe. Dahe's face was long, his eyes bulging out, revealing crescent-shaped whites, looking incredibly pitiful as he gazed at Xia Sisi. It was then she remembered, oh no, not only had she forgotten to eat, but she had also neglected to feed Dahe. What a sin. Miss Xia, if it's convenient, would you like to come to my home for a meal? Lin Yuan, standing at his door, offered an invitation to Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow. Mister Lin, you must know that this is the apocalypse, right? Inviting someone to your home is a very dangerous thing. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan smiled confidently. I have observed all the residents in this building and am confident that no one can harm me. Such a boastful claim. To say the least, after spending this afternoon with Lin Yuan, Xia Sisi felt that Lin Yuan was quite extraordinary. At the very least, he was not just an ordinary retired conscript. He possessed immense strength and remarkable explosive power, and after a whole afternoon of physical labor, he didn't seem tired at all. Moreover, he was proficient with all kinds of tools, using them with great skill. Once in an empty room, Xia Cixi saw an electric saw. Lin Yuan picked it up, glanced at the brand, and effortlessly turned it on, operating it with ease. Then she thought about how Lin Yuan's discharge certificate clearly stated conscript. Judging by Lin Yuan's age, he should be at least 25. It's worth noting that the age for conscription in the country is between 18 and 22 years old. The service period is 2 years. Therefore, Lin Yuan couldn't possibly have been discharged as a conscript at this age. Yet his documents stated it clearly. Moreover, Xia Cixi had just noticed that his discharge date was in June of this year. Where do soldiers get discharged in June? Xia Cixi temporarily noted all this in her mind, thinking she'd slowly figure it out later, and she became more wary of Lin Yuan. At this moment, she declined to have dinner at Lin Yuan's house. Sorry, I don't have the habit of eating with strangers. Let's talk more once we get to know each other better. Lin Yuan appreciated Xia Cixi's straightforward nature and didn't say much, simply nodding, then see you after dinner. See you after dinner. Now that the door was installed, it was time to move the supplies from the residence behind the removed door. After returning home, Xia Cixi closed the door, took out a portion of sweet and sour pork, a bowl of seaweed and egg soup, and a bowl of rice, also giving Dahe a portion of dog food along with a can. The storage space had a preservation function. These dishes were stored in the space immediately, and now when taken out were still warm. Even the white sesame on the sweet and sour pork emitted a crunchy aroma. Xia Cixi inhaled deeply, feeling as if she had been revived. Eating at someone else's house can't compare to the comfort of home. Lin Yuan looked like a tough guy, and Xia Cixi didn't believe he could serve white fragrant rice, freshly cooked sweet and sour pork, or well-seasoned egg drop soup. Especially since Xia Cixi remembered Lin Yuan's penchant for collecting supplies, he couldn't tolerate anything less than spicy. While Xia Cixi also enjoyed spicy food, she didn't have such a strong craving and preferred not to challenge her stomach. Starting today, the acid rain continued to fall. Xia Cixi and Dahe stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with Xia Cixi holding a lunchbox eating rice. Dahe lay on the floor eating from the can. Greiji was also let out, flying around before finally picking up a pine cone Xia Cixi had given it to munch on. In that moment, Xia Cixi felt an inexplicable sense of peace amid the apocalypse. It felt as if she were on a deserted island in a warm little house, providing her with immense security. She sat on the floor, wrapping her arms around Dahe. Dahe, who was eating from the can, looked up with a hint of disdain at Xia Cixi, as if to say, "Hey, what are you doing?" Xia Cixi picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and tossed it into the dog bowl. Dahe instantly wagged its tail. Xia Cixi couldn't help but knock on Dahe's head. "You little rascal, you're quite the snob." Dahe paid no mind, finished a piece, and looked up again, wagging its tail, its eyes sparkling while gazing at Xia Cixi. Xia Cixi continued to eat, sharing the meal with Dahe. Once Greiji finished the pine cone, it flew down to show its presence in front of Xia Cixi and Dahe. The acid rain had intensified, and Xia Cixi took out her binoculars to look at the opposite building, realizing it was already submerged to the second floor. From above, the entire city was drowned in a vast ocean. Most of the trees were gone, with only a few tall ones occasionally revealing their small crowns. From Xia Cixi's perspective, she could see many buildings had already been corroded by acid rain, starting to show signs of wall decay. But still, the same saying, this is only the beginning. After finishing her meal, Xia Cixi comfortably rubbed her belly. She glanced at the time. It had already been half an hour. She turned off Greiji again and took Dahe. Upon exiting, she discovered Lin Yuan was already busy outside, likely having eaten quickly and come out to work. Didn't expect him to be quite diligent, Xia Cixi thought to herself. This is the supplies from Unit 6612 that I just cleared out. Lin Yuan pointed to the items in front of him. Xia Cixi walked over to take a look and found that this household didn't have much, mostly snacks, noodles, and a few blankets. Since arriving here, Xia Cixi had not seen anyone from Unit 6612. They must have been away on a business trip, or this house was just a temporary stop. Can I take these? Lin Yuan pointed to 2 bottles of Laogan Ma and 3 packets of spicy strips among the supplies. Xia Cixi struggled to suppress her laughter. Aside from the Laogan Ma and spicy strips, there were 3 packets of noodles, a bag of rice, 2 packets of chips, and a bag of candy. Speaking of which, in this distribution, Xia Cixi was indeed benefiting. However, Xia Cixi didn't want to take too much advantage, so she tossed 2 packets of noodles to Lin Yuan. Since we're in a cooperative relationship, let's distribute fairly. I'm not too interested in overly spicy food. Lin Yuan was very satisfied, gently nodding, and his expression seemed to brighten a bit. Because of Xia Cici's gesture, Lin Yuan's feelings towards her seemed to warm up a little. Several times he helped Xia Cici move things. If his previous assistance was a gentlemanly habit, now it felt more like care for Xia Cici. This made Xia Cici somewhat unaccustomed. But she was unaware that Lin Yuan, while having a cold demeanor, was actually very perceptive. In such circumstances, Xia Cici's fair distribution of supplies and her agreement to his requests increased Lin Yuan's fondness for her. The two continued to scavenge. The greatest haul came from an imported snack shop, which had all kinds of snacks, many of which were already packed in delivery boxes, ready to be shipped out. Perhaps due to the abrupt arrival of the apocalypse, the deliveries never went out. The shop's owner, who was originally a sweet and cute girl, was now nowhere to be seen. I wonder if she's okay. Xia Cici and Lin Yuan split the shop, each taking home 5 or 6 boxes of snacks. Lin Yuan appeared disinterested in the snacks, frowning the whole time, and was quite casual in his selections. Xia Cici rolled her eyes internally. If you only knew how precious these items would be in the apocalypse. Especially the hand candies and chocolates inside, which could quickly replenish energy and were easy to carry, would become highly sought after. Xia Cici moved the goods to her doorstep, not allowing Lin Yuan to help carrying them inside by herself. When Lin Yuan wasn't looking, she stored everything in her space. After moving the supplies from 3 households, Xia Cici checked the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. She took the initiative to suggest, let's continue tomorrow. We've sealed off this floor for now and no one is coming up. She was indeed a bit tired. She had plenty of supplies in her space and didn't need to work so hard. Lin Yuan nodded gently, not saying much. Unexpectedly, Dahe, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up, arching its back and adopting an aggressive stance, making woo-woo-woo sounds. That posture was a warning signal for danger. And it was facing the direction of the staircase to the 66th floor they had sealed off. Uncle, are you up there? A familiar voice inappropriately appeared here. Xia Cici took a couple of steps forward and saw Lin Yi behind the iron door. No wonder Dahe reacted so dramatically. It had seen Lin Yi before and knew he was not a good person. But who was Lin Yi calling uncle just now? What are you doing here? Lin Yuan, standing beside her, suddenly replied coldly. At that moment, Xia Cici instinctively took a step back from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was actually Lin Yi's uncle. Before Xia Cici could speak, an exceedingly affected and shrill voice came from the staircase. I wondered why Cici suddenly wanted to break up with Iga. Turns out she was already living with another man. Xia Cici shot a glare at Hao Rou, who stepped back in fear. That annoying voice, which startled everyone, belonged to none other than Hao Rou, the woman who wanted to play the victim while being a seductress. Cici, you actually got together with my uncle. Lin Yi beside her said in disbelief. Looking at Lin Yi like this, Xia Cici wanted to go back to her previous life and slap herself twice. How could she have ever liked such a foolish man? You are the child from the Lin family who is abroad. Xia Cici suddenly recalled the scandal of the Lin family's old master. Old Master Lin had a mistress outside and Grandma Lin tore her apart. Later the mistress left the country with her illegitimate child. You are the one from the Xia family. Lin Yuan did not answer but countered with a question. For a moment there was silence between Xia Cici and Lin Yuan. They both knew some past about each other, but it was all hearsay. Moreover, none of it was flattering. After all, in the Lin family's eyes, Xia Cici was an orphan and her situation was quite miserable. And what Xia Cici knew of Lin Yuan was that he was an illegitimate child with a bad reputation. However, both believed in their own judgment, and from their interactions over the past few days they could see that the other was a decent person. But Hao Rou wouldn't let it go. She looked at Xia Cici and thought she seemed even more beautiful than before. Just now Lin Yi's eyes went wide when he looked over. She and Lin Yi rushed to move into this building, or rather they only intended to stay temporarily and did not bring much with them. At first they thought the Lin family was wealthy and powerful, and with Lin Yi being the cherished first grandson of the Lin family, they would never abandon them even if the world ended. But unexpectedly, just a few days later the power went out and they couldn't contact the Lin family and their food was all gone. Now watching the rainwater continuously rise, they found it impossible to go out. Now they could only come to Lin Yuan hoping he had some food or could find a way to contact the Lin family. But unexpectedly they saw Xia Cici looking fresh and more determined than before, showing no signs of being affected by the apocalypse. Hao Rou watched the quarrel among the group, which had already attracted the neighbors in the building. With a quick thought, tears streamed down her face. Cici, you abandoned Ego and then schemed to make Grandma Lin think there was something between us just because you had already hooked up with Iga's uncle. Xia Sisi was instantly covered in goosebumps. What a ridiculous green tea bitch. Many onlookers had gathered not far behind the door. Many had come to inquire about the commotion after seeing the door being installed on the 66th floor but were blocked by Dahe. Now that there was a spectacle on the 66th floor, they couldn't resist chiming in with gossip. Especially an old lady who snorted coldly. Oh, such a spirited young girl, how could she be doing such disgraceful things? Especially an old lady. Haoro, knowing that Xia Sisi was not good at arguing, thought she had stunned her with this tactic and performed even more dramatically. Sisi, this betrothal to Ige, was arranged by your grandfather before he passed away. How can you disregard the wishes of your own family for your selfish desires? Hearing Xia Sisi's words, the onlooking neighbors chimed in. She's really not a good person. Yeah, installing a security door yesterday, and even had a dog bite people. I think that girl is no good. Turns out she's quite improper. Bah. We're all in the same building, it's like guarding against thieves. Who knows how much supplies she's hoarded to make such a fuss. I suspect all her supplies were gathered by spreading her legs. These numerous voices of gossip stirred up all the anxiety accumulated over the past few days, filled with hostility. They had once held respectable jobs, smiling faces for business, but now they had turned into a group of gossipy old hags. Haoro lowered her head, suppressing a smirk at the corner of her eyes, thinking, Sisi, it'll make you unable to hold your head high, let you be trampled into the mud. Xia Sisi looked around, seeing everyone's faces eager for gossip, and sneered. She gathered her hair, which had become a bit messy, and meticulously tied it back, while looking at the slightly smug woman in front of her. Haoro, did you eat shit for breakfast today? Many nearby suddenly laughed. Haoro was wearing a shitty yellow cotton coat today, looking as if she had crawled out of a dung pit. Those were just opportunists coming to watch the fun, completely indifferent to right and wrong. Haoro's face turned pale as she looked at Xia Sisi, but continued to feign weakness. Sisi, we are both educated, how can you speak such filthy words? Xia Sisi scoffed, twice my filthy words are far better than your moralistic speech while secretly sleeping with your best friend's fiancé and then being caught in bed by the man's parents. People around looked at Haoro again, beginning to point fingers. Such a pretty girl, why not act like a decent person? She and that dog owner are really cut from the same cloth. It's truly like dogs biting dogs, all rotten. Haoro's face immediately flushed. Xia Sisi, don't slander me. Xia Sisi smiled, gently raising her phone. Haoro, I still have the video of you being caught in bed. Would you like me to show it to everyone? I see everyone is quite idle. Haoro's face turned pale. Xia Sisi, didn't you delete it? Linny, who had been silent and embarrassed, finally spoke. Xia Sisi, I already gave you the money, didn't we agree you would delete it? After both of them anxiously finished speaking, they noticed something was off. Xia Sisi's phone screen was completely dark and the power had been out for a long time. How could she play anything for everyone? Xia Sisi was deliberately provoking them, making them admit there was a video of the affair. At this moment, laughter erupted around, and they began to point fingers at Haoro and Linny. Haoro bit her lip and started using her effective green tea tactics. Sisi, we are best friends after all. Before she could finish, she felt the door that had been blocking her suddenly open. She didn't react in time, looked up, and felt a flash of white light pass by her. Then she sensed a chill. Linny shouted loudly, sitting down on the ground. The surrounding screams filled the air, and those who had just been shouting angrily stepped back a few paces. Especially the old lady, who had cursed the loudest, now sat on the ground, her pants wet, having scared herself to the point of losing control. Xia Sisi held a fruit knife. A thick, glossy strand of hair floated past her, slowly falling to the ground. Haoro, whose hair had been cut, finally reacted, screaming in fear, clutching her head tightly. My hair, my hair. Xia Sisi laughed coldly, thinking about how timid she was. In her previous life, she seemed to be a bit braver. At least later, when she had her space, she dared to sit there with her legs crossed, gnawing on a chicken leg, while Xia Sisi was starving to the point of being unable to move. She even placed the chicken leg, now just a bone, in front of Xia Sisi and kicked her. Sisi, for the sake of our friendship, if you bark like a dog and lick my foot, I might reward you with a bite to eat. Now holding the fruit knife, Xia Sisi took a step forward, directly cornering Haoro against the wall. With the knife dancing in the air, she held it against Haoro's neck. Haoro, for the sake of our friendship, I'll spare you this time, but next time it will be your head. Someone's going to get killed. Call the police, call the police. The old lady, who had wet herself, scrambled to her feet, pointing at Xia Sisi, shouting. Xia Sisi shot a glare, her eyes reflecting the ruthlessness from her previous life, where she killed mutated monsters. If you have the guts, swim out now and report to the police. I'll be waiting here. Those words silenced all the surrounding voices. At this moment they were called. Yes, the power and internet were down and they couldn't go out. How could they report? Pfft. Just then Xia Sisi heard an incongruous sound, followed by a wave of foul odor spreading. Following the sound and smell, she found that it was Hao Ro, who had soiled herself. Hao Ro realized she had embarrassed herself, tightly clenching her legs and covering her backside. But the smell had already spread all around. Deserved it. Xia Sisi spat at Hao Ro, then looked at the onlookers and delivered a scornful glare. Those people's eyes were evasive, and they no longer dared to say anything bad about Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi no longer glanced at this group, turned back to her floor, locked the door, sealing all those sounds outside, completely disregarding Hao Ro's venomous and resentful eyes. Just now she could have killed Hao Ro with one knife, but that would have been too easy for her. She wanted Hao Ro to suffer slowly in this apocalypse. She wanted the two scoundrels to think they could suppress her, only to gradually fear her and eventually die in that fear. Otherwise, how could she avenge the humiliation and manipulation she suffered in her previous life? What made her want to laugh even more was that when she returned to her room, she discovered that the water had been cut off. Let's see how Hao Ro would wash her backside and clothes. While Xia Sisi was still amused, she heard a knock on the door. Lin Yuan's voice came from outside. "Miss Xia, can we talk?" Xia Si thought that Lin Yuan would come knocking, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. She opened the door to find Lin Yuan holding a plate of exquisite snacks and another plate filled with cheese-covered fried chicken. The creamy aroma and the sweet scent of the pastries wafted into Xia's nostrils. It was clear that Lin Yuan had specifically chosen these two items, foods that most girls would like. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, the presence of these two items in Lin Yuan's hands could be considered top tier. His sincerity was evident. Moreover, Xia Si felt that these two items in Lin Yuan's hands smelled particularly enticing, stirring her appetite despite just having been in a fight. However, Xia Si was not someone easily tempted by delicious food, so she frowned slightly and then smiled at Lin Yuan, saying, "Mr. Lin, I feel like we are not that familiar yet. And I really didn't expect the relationship between Lin Yi and you." Xia Si didn't finish her sentence, as it was simply too melodramatic. How could she, having been reborn, still encounter the Lin family in this carefully chosen shelter? Thinking of this made Xia Si feel a bit speechless. She couldn't help but feel a lingering dislike for the Lin family, which diminished her previous slight fondness for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled, his expression also carrying some helplessness. This was the first time in the past few days that she saw Lin Yuan genuinely smile. "I cannot choose my background, nor have I ever blamed my mother. But how Lin Yi is and what the Lin family is like has nothing to do with me, Lin Yuan. The Lin in my name has no connection to the Lin of Lin Yi." Xia Si raised an eyebrow. This was an interesting statement. Was Lin Yuan trying to completely separate himself from the Lin family? "You're not wrong. The reason I returned to the country this time was to sever all ties with the Lin family, including the blood relationship and legal recognition that I do not wish to acknowledge. I just didn't expect to encounter acid rain and the apocalypse." Xia Si was somewhat intrigued by this. She had heard some things about Lin Yuan from Lin Yi, especially due to the relationship between the Xia and Lin families. Xia Si was surprised that Lin Yuan wanted to cut ties with the Lin family. After all, in a legal sense, even as an illegitimate child, Lin Yuan would still be entitled to a substantial inheritance. It was said that the Lin family had left Lin Yuan a considerable amount when the old master passed away, enough for Lin Yuan to live a prosperous life. But what Xia Si did not know was that the Lin family's massive fortune was already gone. Over the years, the Lin family had become a hollow shell. The family Lin Yuan belonged to was a more powerful clan than the Lin family, and Lin Yuan had never cared about the Lin family's wealth. As Lin Yuan said, he had nothing to do with the Lin family, he just couldn't choose his origin. "Miss Xia, I didn't know your relationship with Lin Yi before. Otherwise I would never have come to the 60s. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Si seriously, his dark eyes shining with sincerity. "But after these days of interaction, we have gotten to know each other to some extent. So I hope we can put aside the complications from the Lin family. After all, the apocalypse is the real challenge we face right now." To be honest, Xia Si was somewhat moved by Lin Yuan's words. Taking a deep breath, she initially wanted to calm herself, but all she inhaled was the delicious aroma of the food in Lin Yuan's hands. Xia Si secretly chuckled to herself, thinking that Lin Yuan was quite clever bringing over foods that girl. Not wanting to be rude, Xia Si thought Lin Yuan had a point, so she nodded. "All right, let's go talk. It's also for the sake of fighting against external threats together later. After all, there are only the two of us on this floor now." Xia Si waved to Dahe, who had just gone to get water and now stood beside her like a guard. "But I have a few requests for dinner at your place. First, I don't drink. Second, I want to bring Dahe with me. Third, you will eat all the food first. Also, I need to choose which piece of the plate you're eating from." Lin Yuan nodded lightly. "Your requests are entirely reasonable." At that moment, Lin Yuan admired Xia Si. He didn't expect her thinking to be so sharp and alert. Only someone like her could face difficulties like the apocalypse calmly and strategically, Lin Yuan mused. Thus Xia Si led Lin Yuan into his home for the first time. Meanwhile, there were things Xia Si was unaware. Lin Yi and Hao Rou had climbed from the 5th floor to the 66th without gaining any advantage, and now they had to climb back down from the top floor, which was already quite infuriating. Hao Rou had just soiled her pants, now blushing with shame, feeling the sticky sensation with every step she took. Even while walking, she could feel those disgusting things rubbing against each other. Though she didn't want to admit it, she knew it was her own excrement. The smell was slowly spreading, making her hate Xia Si even more. Lin Yi also wore a dark expression, completely unlike his usual considerate self, walking ahead without caring whether Hao Rou was keeping up. Suddenly, Hao Rou shouted and Lin Yi turned back, impatiently asking what's wrong. Don't worry, I mean no harm. I want to discuss a collaboration with you. A strange voice emerged from the stairwell corner, startling Hao Rou just now. The sharp-faced Huang Chen slowly approached, unfazed by Hao Rou's current state, smiling at both Hao Rou and Lin Yi. You have a grudge against that stinky girl on the 66th floor, right? Then we can be partners. Upon hearing Huang Chen's words, Hao Rou's eyes lit up. How do we collaborate? I'm sure that dead wretched woman has plenty of supplies. Otherwise, she wouldn't have installed a door at her entrance. Plus, she usually hoards things. Her home looks like a small warehouse. Hee, we can split the supplies later. He had seen how beautiful Xia Si was today, and it stirred something inside him. Even on the way down, he had been wondering if he could ask Xia Si. He had seen how beautiful Xia Si was today, and it stirred something inside him. Even on the way down, he had been wondering if he could ask Xia Si for a reconciliation. After all, he didn't expect that just a few days apart, Xia Si's skin would look so radiant, her features more refined, and her whole demeanor so otherworldly that he couldn't help but want to hold her immediately. Iga. Hao Rou was somewhat reluctant, but quickly reacted, squeezing out 2 tears from her eyes. Iga, don't you see that Xia Si is no longer the same as before? She's with that illegitimate child of your uncle, the disgrace of your family. She must be deliberately seeking revenge on you. This last statement shocked Lin Yi. Huang Chen chuckled twice. Don't worry, collaborating with me, you'll definitely get rewards beyond your imagination. Returning to Xia Si, she walked with Dahei next door and found the room neatly organized. In the living room, she could see the previously placed fitness equipment. Then there were some simple tables and chairs, but no sight of the supplies Lin Yuan collected. Xia Si didn't ask much after all. In this current time, supplies were a secret. To avoid taking advantage, she brought over a chicken. But unexpectedly, aside from the 2 plates of delicious food, Lin Yuan also brought out lamb rolls, beef rolls, fried tofu, skin vegetables, and hot pot base. They were actually having hot pot in such a lavish manner. Xia Si was surprised that Lin Yuan was so generous, showing absolute sincerity. Miss Xia, hot pot is all cooked in one pot, so there's no question of poisoning. Lin Yuan pointed. Without further ado, Xia Si handed the chicken she brought over to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded lightly and took it into the kitchen. From the sounds, it seemed he placed it in the fridge. This left Xia Si even more astonished. At this time, she didn't expect Lin Yuan's home to have a generator. The refrigerator could still be powered up. Starting the fire, Lin Yuan prepared 2 sauces, one bright red, clearly loaded with chili. The other, made with sesame paste, had a lot added, topped with fermented tofu and chive flowers. Lin Yuan placed the non-spicy sauce in front of Xia Si, then brought over 2 bowls filled with green onion, cilantro, and chili oil. You can add the other ingredients according to your taste. In that moment, Xia Si was truly stunned. Was this still the apocalypse? Did Lin Yuan also have space? At first, the 2 ate somewhat awkwardly, with little conversation. Lin Yuan glanced at Xia Si as if he didn't expect her to ask this question first. Following that, Lin Yuan briefly recounted his experiences to Xia Si. It turned out that the story about the illegitimate child and the mistress being sent abroad was all of it. In reality, Lin Yuan's mother was a well-bred lady who, in a moment of confusion, got together with the old master of the Lin family despite being over 20 years apart in age. Later, Lin Yuan's mother returned to her own family and gave birth to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan enlisted in the military as a teenager and stayed abroad for several years due to certain reasons. The details of this period were not explained by Lin Yuan, nor did Xia Si ask specifically. She herself had little interest in gossip. She only needed to know that Lin Yuan's relationship with the Lin family was not close and that he even somewhat despised their ways. That was enough. As for Lin Yuan's surname being Lin, it was inherited from his mother and not because of the old master. After listening, Xia Si nodded. As for my side of things, it's just what you already know. I have no relationship with Lin Yi anymore. I hope we can trust each other in the future. Lin Yuan extended his hand and Xia Si hesitated for a moment before shaking it. This meal was relatively pleasant. Both of them were not very talkative, and after a day of physical labor, they directly indulged. They finished 4 trays of lamb, 2 trays of beef, a bowl of vegetables, and a box of luncheon meat. What surprised Xia Si was that the plate of pastries and the fried chicken Lin Yuan had brought earlier were unbelievably delicious. Even before the apocalypse, she rarely tasted such exquisite food. She didn't know where Lin Yuan had found such delicacies. Lin Yuan continuously ate the spicy hot pot at a rapid pace, leaving Xia Si astonished. This was the first time she had seen someone eat spicy food so voraciously. Xia Si entered the space and quickly ran to field No. 1. To her delight, she discovered that the area she had sown seeds in yesterday had sprouted today. However, this left her puzzled. Field No. 1 was supposed to be a place where various strange materials could grow, yet she had never seen it sprout before. But she knew she couldn't rush as long as there was a reaction, it was fine. Moreover, the sprouting plants in Field No. 1 were evidently special. They were not ordinary green sprouts, but rather colorful ones. They looked almost toxic. Unable to comprehend this troublesome field, Xia Si decided to give up for now and thought to wait a few more days. She then looked at Field No. 2, where the seeds she had sown had also sprouted. However, unlike Field No. 1, the sprouts here were quite normal. They were ordinary little sprouts looking vigorous and promising. She squatted down to observe for a while before cheerfully heading to the waste disposal machine behind the house. Indeed, the lid of the waste disposal machine was open again. She peered inside and found a down jacket. It was quite thick, made of waterproof material, and seemed capable of withstanding temperatures below -30 degrees. Xia Si already had several down jackets along with many other items like mink coats. This item was of no use to her. She rolled her eyes and took the down jacket out, placing it back into the entrance behind. She wanted to see if the items produced by the space could be treated as waste for secondary processing. The waste disposal machine swallowed the down jacket once more. Xia Si raised her eyebrows, wondering what it would spit out tomorrow. She still knew very little about the space. Moreover, according to the manual, her space was still in a very rudimentary stage. She needed to find ways to upgrade the space as much as possible. Thinking of this, Xia Si couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who would have thought that while the space was useful, it was also a bottomless pit? She had to continuously find energy to supply the space. Of course, the benefits brought by the space were also considerable. She went to check on the small animals in the breeding ground and found that they were all living well. The rabbits were lively and cute, while the black-faced goats and alpacas had become good friends, bleating at Xia Si, and the guinea pigs were joyfully hopping around in circles. Only then did she feel relieved to exit the space. Once outside, the gray creature rushed towards Xia Si, being clingy. Big Black merely raised an eyelid, watching the gray creature's every move with little reaction. However, judging by Big Black's actions, it clearly looked down upon the gray creature's ingratiating and clingy behavior. After all, it was Big Black who relied on strength to eat. At this point, Xia Si suddenly thought of a question. Could the gray creature mutate and upgrade? One possibility was the spiritual spring water in her space. After Big Black was washed with it, it significantly improved its physical fitness, and its intelligence also increased greatly. Then there was the acid rain. It had a tremendous effect on the upgrading of animals. The gray creature had been indoors previously and had not been exposed to acid rain, so it might miss this opportunity for a collective upgrade. Feeling her slightly bloated stomach after eating, Xia Si decided to go upstairs to exercise, and it was also a good opportunity for the gray creature to get some acid rain. Earlier, she had placed several buckets to collect acid rain upstairs. However, those buckets were too large, and there wasn't much space for them upstairs, but there was a significant platform on the roof where a lot of acid rain could gather. She could go up and use the power of her space to quickly collect the acid rain gathered on the roof into the buckets. This would be cleaner, quicker, and safer than going downstairs to collect it. Big Black! Xia Si called out. Big Black stood up from the ground, came to Xia Si's side, sat upright, and tilted its head to look at her as if asking, "What is it, the one who scoops the poop? Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. After all, a dog needs to sleep more than 10 hours a day." Xia Si patted Big Black's head. "I'm taking the gray creature to the rooftop. You watch the house well. If someone tries to cause trouble, even that man next door, I'll bite him to death." Upon hearing this, Big Black's ears drooped immediately, and it cast a rather unkind glance at the gray parrot perched on Xia Si's shoulder. Xia Si immediately understood. Big Black was jealous. It thought she was taking the gray creature to the rooftop without bringing Big Black. "I'm taking it to soak in acid rain. I'll wash it with spiritual spring water when I come back." Xiaoxi hurriedly explained. Upon hearing soak in acid rain and wash with spiritual spring water, Big Black glanced at the gray parrot again with a meaningful look. But it no longer seemed to have any awkward emotions. It was already past 11 at night. In this post-apocalyptic world without water and electricity, everyone slept early. Now most people had fallen asleep and Lin Yuan next door should be asleep as well. Xiaoxi wasted no time. For the sake of stealth, she first put the somewhat noisy gray creature into the space, then put on soft-soled shoes and a hat, carefully passed by Lin Yuan's house and headed to the rooftop. This time she planned not only to give the gray creature a bath in acid rain. She calculated the timing. The acid rain had reached its maximum concentration by now. It was undoubtedly the best time to bathe in acid rain and collect it. Over the next few days the acid rain would continue to fall at this concentration. By then most people's houses would leak rain. In fact, when Xiaoxi had previously hired someone to paint her walls, she had also asked those workers to paint the walls of other residents in this building. Especially on the roof, Xiaoxi had completely arranged for someone to apply a protective layer using the best materials. This was due to her fear that damage to other residents' walls would affect her own. Thus this building benefited because of Xiaoxi. However, the walls of Xiaoxi's home were coated with protective materials inside and out, providing double protection. This was to prevent the acid rain concentration from increasing in this life. From what she could see, there had been no reports of leaks due to acid rain corrosion in this building, so the acid rain concentration should be similar to that of the last life. However, when Xiaoxi looked out from her floor-to-ceiling windows, she could see that many places in other buildings had already started to decay. She wanted to fill the buckets she had prepared with acid rain so that in the future she could offer those who had not been exposed to acid rain or had not received enough to mutate a chance to reshape their bodies. Thinking this, Xiaoxi went up to the rooftop and saw that the 2 buckets she had left there were already full. She collected the buckets and placed 2 empty ones. At the same time, she noticed that the entire rooftop was covered in water about a meter deep, just right for swimming. Seeing no one around, she submerged herself in the acid rain and swam to a secluded spot. Then she summoned the gray creature with her mind. Once it appeared, it looked a bit confused. It flapped its wings and circled around Xiaoxi twice, saying home home. Xiaoxi patted her shoulder, asking the gray creature to land. Reluctantly, the gray creature obeyed and perched on her shoulder. Xiaoxi paid no further attention to the gray creature and began using her mind to fill the buckets with acid rain. This process took over half an hour. The gray creature grew impatient multiple times, but was kept occupied by Xiaoxi's sugar-coated bullets. 1 pine nut at a time was fed into its mouth, ultimately silencing it completely. Just as Xiaoxi finished and sighed in relief, intending to leave, she suddenly noticed 2 red light spots in the far corner of the rooftop. These light spots were about the size of ping-pong balls and were fixated on this spot. Xiaoxi became alert instantly. The power had long been cut off, and when she looked in that direction there was nothing there. It was just a stretch of water. How could there be 2 glowing points like light bulbs? Moreover, the gray creature on her shoulder flapped its wings uneasily, saying, bad thing, and that thing seemed to be moving. As it got closer, Xiaoxi's pupils contracted instantly. There was a snake. A gigantic golden python. This creature was extraordinarily large, almost as thick as a tree. It's a mutated animal. Xiaoxi's heart tightened. She had no idea how it climbed up to the rooftop. But in her last life, she had seen various mutated creatures, some even possessing special abilities in the later stages. Being able to reach the rooftop indicated that this mutated creature was definitely not ordinary. Xiaoxi had encountered numerous mutated animals in her previous life. Ants the size of her forearm with teeth as large as a palm could snap a person's calf in 1 bite. There were also cockroaches the size of a palm swarming in groups that blocked out the sun. Dogs as large as ponies and butterflies with wings as hard as metal. However, the emergence of mutated animals should still be months away. The instant she saw the mutated golden python, Xiaoxi's hair stood on end. Could it be that the insect disaster of the apocalypse had come early? Mutated animals arriving sooner than expected. But Dehei, although already showing signs of mutation, was not mutating rapidly. Xiaoxi's eyelids twitched as she saw the golden python swimming closer. Huiji was restless nearby, constantly exclaiming bad thing. With a thought, Xiaoxi first placed Huiji into her space. The golden python was drawn here mainly because it had caught the scent of Huiji wanting to prey on the lively little bird. Indeed, after Huiji disappeared, the golden python stopped in the middle of the water, staring intently at Xiaoxi as if contemplating whether it could swallow her whole. Xiaoxi drew the hidden knife in her hand, confronting the golden python before her. She could return to her space, But snakes were incredibly patient creatures. Xia Sisi couldn't guarantee where the golden python would swim to if she entered the space. What if it lay in wait nearby to ambush her? If that happened upon exiting the space, she would lose track of the golden python, making it easier for it to lock onto her while she swam underwater. The golden python gazed at the long knife in Xia Sisi's hand, its red tongue flickering in and out under the faint light, as if pondering and hesitating. After watching for a long time, the golden python seemed to conclude that this creature was not easy to deal with, turning away and swimming off. Xia Sisi observed it slithering down the building's edge, moving swiftly like a specter, soon disappearing from view. Only then did Xia Sisi let out a sigh of relief. She hurriedly swam towards the rooftop door, quickly entering the floor and locking the door behind her. The door to this floor had some steps elevated above the rooftop edge, so it was not covered by the acidic rain. When she finally set foot on the corridor, looking back at the door leading to the rooftop, a chill ran down her spine. In this water, she wondered how many mutated creatures were lurking. In her previous life, Xia Sisi had not ventured out during the early apocalypse, and she was unaware of when the animals outside began to mutate. She only knew that a few months later normal animals were essentially non-existent. Especially after the rain had receded, the land was filled with grotesque, mutated creatures more terrifying than natural disasters. These creatures could infiltrate everywhere, killing invisibly. However, prior to this, not many mutated beings posed a threat to humans. More often it was the acidic rain floods, extreme cold, and extreme heat. Moreover, some pets raised by owners had mutated, bringing great convenience to their owners' lives. Thinking of the golden python, Xia Sisi realized during their gaze in the darkness the golden python showed no signs of decay, and its size had increased so significantly, with its two eyes emitting a fierce red glow in the dark. This indicated that the golden python's evolution was remarkably complete. This made her aware of a critical issue. Currently, the emergence of such a highly mutated creature suggested that the effects of acidic rain on animal mutation were not gradual. Rather, it required a drastic change. The golden python had been continuously soaked in acidic rain in the wild, allowing it to adapt rapidly and mutate swiftly. Although Dahe had also been mutating these days, it was still insufficient. Xia Sisi took a deep breath, deciding to return and think it over carefully. She did not want to harm Dahe's body or cause it pain, but if she could accelerate its mutation, it would surely become a guarantee for survival in the apocalypse. As for why other creatures should have completed their mutations by now but only emerged months later, Xia Sisi still did not understand. She even began to wonder if the insect disaster would come early. Coming back to her senses, Xia Sisi changed her clothes in the space, calmed Hui Ji's emotions, and then cautiously continued on her way back home. Upon entering, she saw Dahe squatting at the door, its bright eyes looking at Xia Sisi. Although it had restrained itself, its constantly wagging tail revealed its excitement at seeing its owner. Xia Sisi crouched down and hugged Dahe's neck, saying, "Dahe, I'm back. Thank you for watching the house." Exhausted, Xia Sisi tidied up a bit after returning home and fell asleep with Dahe. It wasn't until the next day, when the sun was high, that she was awakened by a knock on the door from Lin Yuan. She sighed helplessly. Despite stockpiling so many supplies, wanting to lounge during the apocalypse, why did she still have a human alarm clock waking her up every day? After talking to Lin Yuan through the door, Xia Sisi got up to wash up and took out a steaming basket of dumplings and soy milk to enjoy. After experiencing the fright from yesterday, Hui Ji appeared more spirited. Having been drenched in acidic rain, Xia Sisi gave it a cleansing bath in the spiritual spring, and today it looked much better, with more wisdom shining in its eyes. Especially when looking at Dahe, its dark eyeballs spun round and round as if pondering something. Xia Sisi instructed Hui Ji to guard the house and still let Dahe stay at the stairway, then met up with Lin Yuan to continue gathering supplies. Lin Yuan pointed to a house in front of them, saying, "I happen to want to discuss with you, besides the few houses we unloaded yesterday, should we pry open the doors of the others?" Sure. Xia Sisi glanced at Lin Yuan beside her, thinking that he truly was addicted. Especially some households' refrigerators. Let's see if there's anything we can take out before it spoils. Lin Yuan fully agreed with Xia Sisi's suggestion. Thus the main task for the two of them that day was set. They first cleared out the few houses they hadn't finished raiding yesterday. What delighted Xia Sisi the most during this wave was that she found a bracelet that made her space tremble. It appeared to be made of pink crystal with 108 transparent beads. It wasn't expensive. Xia Sisi traded this item with Lin Yuan for a box of instant noodles. Originally, Lin Yuan didn't want the instant noodles, but Xia Sisi insisted on giving them to him. "Since we've decided to collaborate, we should distribute things fairly. Supplies aren't necessarily just food, we might also come across blankets and clothing for warmth in the future. I like this bracelet, and for me it's a resource, so don't decline it." Xia Sisi said this to avoid having to explain further when they encountered something needed for the space. Lin Yuan stopped refusing and reluctantly accepted the old jar of sauerkraut beef noodles. After clearing out these few houses, the two of them decided to continue prying open the doors of other houses. Xia Sisi waved her hand, pointing to the door of a business labeled XX Pet Supplies Wholesale Company, saying, "Mr. Lin, if it's convenient, can we start from this one?" Xia Sisi was aware of this pet supplies wholesale company. Before the apocalypse arrived, she had seen this company deliver goods. In fact, what was displayed here were mostly samples, while the actual goods were stored in another warehouse. Even so, Xia Sisi had seen several rows of shelves inside filled with various pet supplies. With an entire farm to manage now, she had long been eyeing this company. Lin Yuan glanced at Xia Sisi and nodded. "I don't have any pets, so you can take whatever you need from here." Xia Sisi was surprised by Lin Yuan's generosity. She didn't refuse, but had already decided that she would return an equal amount of supplies to Lin Yuan later. Once the door was pried open, the first thing that caught Xia Sisi's eye was a row of dog food, cat food, rabbit food, and guinea pig food from various brands. Then there was an entire wall filled with Timothy hay and alfalfa. Wow! Xia Sisi was even happier than if she had found supplies for herself. Lin Yuan didn't say much and directly moved these items to Xia Sisi's doorstep. After a moment of excitement, Xia Sisi calmed down. She looked at the cat food and dog food in front of her, then turned to Lin Yuan. "Do you want any of these, especially the cat food?" Lin Yuan shook his head. "Not yet." The meaning was clear. He still had other food and didn't need these. Seeing Lin Yuan's expression, Xia Sisi decided to tease him a little and said, "Seriously, dog food and cat food are like compressed biscuits, especially the cat food, which has a high meat content. It's filling and rich in protein. In the apocalypse, this stuff is more valuable than rice and flour. Aren't you going to keep a couple of bags?" Lin Yuan looked at Xia Sisi, his handsome brows furrowing even more, as if to say, "Are you joking?" Seeing his reaction, Xia Sisi couldn't help but chuckle to herself. To her surprise, Lin Yuan actually walked over and took half of the cat food and dog food, saying, "All right, then let's split it evenly." This left Xia Sisi a bit dumbfounded. "Hey, that's for her big black dog." Only when she noticed Lin Yuan looking at her with a half-smiling expression did she realize she had just been played. This guy noticed she would feel the loss and did it on purpose. After moving everything from this side, Xia Sisi checked the time and it was just noon, so she suggested continuing in the afternoon and happily went home to have lunch with her big black dog. For lunch, Xia Sisi had spicy hot pot. The takeout spicy hot pot she had ordered earlier was floating with a layer of red oil and thick sesame sauce. Paired with a glass of refreshing sour plum juice, it was simply delightful. In the afternoon, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan emptied the remaining edible items from a few other houses. To return the dog and cat food Lin Yuan had given her, Xia Sisi hardly took any supplies in the afternoon. Lin Yuan also didn't hold back. As they entered the last room, Xia Sisi felt a putrid smell emanating from within. Instantly, she took a step back. Lin Yuan, who was following behind, immediately sensed something was off. "What's wrong?" "There's something," Xia Sisi replied just as a large black object charged out from the room. Due to the sudden movement, Xia Sisi didn't get a clear look at the creature. She hadn't expected there would be something in the vacant house, so she hadn't grabbed any weapon at all. She could only rely on her agility to dodge to the side. But that thing was eerily quick, making a sharp turn in midair and heading straight for Xia Sisi's face. In an instant, Xia Sisi raised her arm to block. Just as the creature neared, she finally saw its true form. It was a rat as big as a rabbit. Its fur stood over 10 centimeters tall, black and stiff, resembling sharp spikes. Its eyes were as red as blood, and its large front teeth gleamed menacingly. It was a mutated rat. Xia Sisi gritted her teeth, and with a thought, a hidden blade appeared in her other hand. However, before she could act, she saw a shadow dart past her at incredible speed. The rat that was about to reach Xia Sisi's face was kicked away by that shadow. The rat flew several meters before crashing into the wall, letting out a tragic squeak. "Are you all right?" Lin Yuan stood in front of Xia Sisi, his broad back blocking her line of sight. She was momentarily stunned before responding, "I'm fine. Next time, don't just stand there, call me." Lin Yuan's tone was a bit anxious. That mutated rat was quite formidable and had already jumped back up from the ground, charging at them again. Lin Yuan had no time to say more to Xia Sisi and charged forward, drawing a steel knife. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's distraction, Xia Sisi put away the hidden blade in her hand. She took a deep breath, wanting to assert that she wasn't just standing around. If Lin Yuan had arrived a second later, the hidden blade in her hand would have already struck out. However, thinking of how Lin Yuan stood in front of her, she felt a bit touched. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, she had never dared to trust anyone with her back. But today a man had chosen to protect her. After dealing with the mutated rat, Xia Cixi and Lin Yuan stood silently in front of its corpse. Xia Cixi was thinking, how did this thing get up to the 66th floor? She carefully examined the room and found that the windows were not tightly closed. Perhaps the rat climbed up through the pipes and entered through the window. But this was the 66th floor. It was too strange. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan spoke up, is your dog also mutated? Xia Cixi paused for a moment while closing the window. She fell silent, deciding to tell the truth. Yes, recently Big Black has grown a lot. Since she had decided to cooperate with Lin Yuan, and he had just saved her, they had effectively become teammates. I've seen a lot of dogs. There were many genetically excellent military dogs in the forces, but I've never seen a Doberman grow this big, especially its head, which is disproportionately large. Xia Cixi couldn't help but admire Lin Yuan's keen observation. It seems we need to be wary of more than just people from now on. Lin Yuan's gaze grew somewhat resolute. Let's seal all the pipe openings in this room first. Earlier I found some cement at a certain house. If you agree, I suggest we use it to seal all the pipe. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Xia Cixi nodded. I agree. The two exchanged glances, seeing worry reflected in each other's eyes. At that moment, Xia Cixi suddenly heard a dog barking. It was Big Black. Big Black was on alert as someone was coming to their floor. As Xia Cixi approached, she saw Dahe crouching, displaying an aggressive stance, its face contorted into a fierce snarl, emitting a series of woo-woo-woo sounds. At the same time, Xia Cixi heard another woo-woo-woo sound, also from a dog. As she drew closer, she discovered that outside their door stood a large wolf dog growling alongside Dahe. Moreover, from the shape of the large wolf dog, it appeared to be a mutated canine. Xia Cixi's pupils constricted slightly as she turned her gaze toward the person holding the wolf dog. To her surprise, it was a familiar face, Huang Chen. Hello. I didn't properly introduce myself the last time we met. I'm Huang Chen, living on the 15th floor, and now I'm the building manager of this place. Huang Chen said with a smile. Building manager. Who elected you? Xia Cixi looked at the man before her with some disdain. Huang Chen seemed completely unfazed by Xia Cixi's reaction, reaching out to pat the large wolf dog on the head. It must have been chosen by our neighbors together. He's lying, he's just a scumbag. Woo-woo. Suddenly a weak crying voice echoed from downstairs. Xia Cixi peered down through the railing. She recognized it as the beautiful girl from the 65th floor who ran a private kitchen, Xiao Fei. At that moment, Xiao Fei appeared to be in a rather disheveled state. Her clothes were in disarray, with her skirt torn at a button, blood on her arms, and a kitchen knife in her hand as she stood at the corner of the staircase pointing it at Huang Chen. You bastard, I'm going to settle the score with you today. Given Xiao Fei's appearance, Xia Cixi had a good idea of what she had just gone through. However, Huang Chen was unconcerned and directed the wolf dog towards Xiao Fei. Beautiful lady, what are you doing? Everyone elected me as the building manager to unite us in facing difficulties. Don't make trouble, okay? The wolf dog bared its teeth at Xiao Fei, appearing ready to pounce and tear her apart. Xiao Fei sat down on the ground, crying loudly, continuously cursing Huang Chen. Yet Huang Chen paid no mind. Instead, his eyes roamed over Xiao Fei several times as if savoring something. Until a girl named Ding Lei appeared, helping Xiao Fei up while comforting her and pulling her down the stairs. Before leaving, Ding Lei spat at Huang Chen, saying, "You'll go to hell." Huang Chen looked at Ding Lei's alluring figure, his eyes filled with a hint of greed. All right, if you have the ability, pull me down with you, hee. At this point, it was basically confirmed that the two girls downstairs were in trouble. Xia Cixi watched the smug Huang Chen with a darkening expression. What you're doing has nothing to do with me, but don't provoke me otherwise. As if sensing the anger of its owner, Dahe suddenly exploded with rage. From behind the door, it suddenly began to roar angrily at the large wolf dog. The intensity of its growl was entirely different from before. Previously, Xia Cixi had commanded Dahe to remain on guard and not to attack. However, at this moment, Dahe sensed the change in Xia Cixi's mood and was unwilling to hold back any longer. The wolf dog, which had been baring its teeth and growling at Dahe, suddenly wilted. With its ears drooping and tail tucked, it began to back away along with Huang Chen, who was pulled back a few steps. General, sit. Huang Chen hastily tugged at the dog leash. Seeing the wolf dog scared, Dahe barked even more ferociously, even reaching out its claws towards the iron rail. The wolf dog, referred to as General, was so frightened that it tried to bolt downstairs, directly causing Huang Chen to trip and fall, scraping his face. Pooh! Xia Cixi burst into laughter. Huang Chen let go of the dog leash, and the dog dashed downstairs, disappearing in a flash. Xia Cixi's laughter grew louder. Once she had laughed enough, she reached out to pat Dahe on the head, telling it to stop barking. All right, I know you're fierce. That's enough for now. Outside, there were merely defeated opponents. It wasn't worth wasting energy on them. Huang Qin stood up, touched the blood on his face, and glanced at the onlookers downstairs, feeling a surge of anger as he shouted at them, "What are you looking at? Watch out for the dog biting you." Xia Sisi, watching from the side, coldly snorted. He truly bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was nothing but a coward. Huang Qin no longer had the mood to tease Xia Sisi. With a cold expression, he approached her, his eyes filled with hostility. "Let me tell you, I am now the building manager of this place. Even if you have a big dog, what can you do? You still have to listen to me. Otherwise, be careful of my brothers not being polite to you." Xia Sisi had just noticed that besides a few onlookers there were several tattooed men standing not far away holding weapons and eyeing her with ill intent. Those should be the brothers. Huang Qin spoke of, likely his shady friends. She heard that they used to do business together and a few of them probably lived here. Xia Sisi snorted coldly. Without replying a word, she turned around and went back into her room. At this point, Huang Qin felt triumphant outside. Huang Qin thought Xia Sisi was afraid, so he shouted from behind, "From now on, everyone must pay a protection fee, 2 pounds of rice per person per month, or equivalent food. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Of course, you pretty girls can also pay protection fees in other ways. We big brothers are still willing." Huang Chen's words abruptly halted, because he saw the scared Xia Sisi returning from her room, now holding a large cleaver in her hand. The kind used for slaughtering pigs, nearly 1/2 meter long and 5 fingers wide. The slender Xia Sisi contrasted starkly with the large cleaver. A cold smile adorned her face as she walked to the door and directly opened it. Huang Qin was taken aback by her imposing presence, stepping back a step. "What do you want to do, eh?" At the same time, Huang Qin gestured for the other men to come forward. Xia Sisi said nothing, and before Huang Qin could react, she kicked him squarely in the chest. Huang Qin staggered back a step, unable to fathom how a little girl could possess such explosive power. But that wasn't the end. Xia Sisi then raised the knife and swung it down toward Huang Chen's shoulder. Her eyes didn't even blink. The blade drew blood, splattering Xia Sisi's face. Several men attempted to rush over, but were blocked by Dehei and Lin Yuan, who emerged from within. You filthy woman!" Huang Qin screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Xia Sisi stepped forward, placing a foot on Huang Chen's injured shoulder. Huang Chen's curses were cut short by the pain. At that moment, Xia Sisi resembled a deity of slaughter emerging from hell. "Your name is Huang Qin, right?" "I am Xia Sisi. I hope the next time you see me you will call me daddy. This way perhaps I can spare your life. Don't provoke me again. If I see you next time, I will take your dog life directly. Scumbag." "Puh. Just because a tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm a sick cat?" Huang Qin and his little henchmen were frightened away by Xia Sisi. As they left, terror and disbelief filled Huang Chen's eyes, yet his face twisted with hatred. Xia Sisi paid no mind to this, casually swinging the large machete in her hand, causing a splash of blood that startled the henchmen assisting Huang Qin nearby. Thus Xia Sisi's infamous reputation began to spread. Everyone in the building knew that on the 66th floor there was a crazy woman who would attack anyone at the slightest provocation. She had a beautiful face, yet when enraged she resembled a vengeful spirit from hell. Xia Sisi was completely unconcerned by these rumors. In fact, she reveled in them. The more infamous she became, the less anyone dared to provoke her. Lin Yuan, who witnessed all this from behind Xia Sisi, remained silent as he observed her slightly frail figure, his eyes filled with admiration and contemplation. Huang Qin seemed unlikely to cause trouble again anytime soon. The only reason Xia Sisi spared his life was that the apocalypse had just begun and she didn't wish to kill anyone so soon. In a few days the acid rain would cease and the authorities would come down to rescue. Killing someone could lead to unnecessary trouble. Yet just when people thought the acid rain had ended and everything returned to normal, a blizzard would sweep across the land. At that point the authorities would find themselves truly powerless. The rescue people were hoping for would turn out to be a mere illusion. By then, Huang Qin and others like him would be the first she would deal with. After clearing all the rooms, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan sealed all the pipes on that entire floor with cement. This was to prevent any mutated creatures from climbing up through the pipes, ensuring the safety of the entire floor. After spending a couple of days together, Xia Sisi found Lin Yuan to be a trustworthy person, methodical in his actions. Thus she was quite satisfied with this neighbor. However, what would happen next still required observation. After a busy day, Xia Sisi decided to spend the night and the entire next day relaxing, not wanting to concern herself with anything. From the day after tomorrow, she would stay home to unpack the deliveries she had collected from the opposite building and a few safes. As for today's space, Xia discovered that the string of pink crystal beads did not elevate the space to the next level, likely due to insufficient energy, and could only provide some energy replenishment. Xia was no longer anxious. Unexpectedly, the waste disposal machine produced a bulletproof. Xia was utterly astonished. She couldn't help but think that the pink beads placed in the space had enhanced the garbage processor, resulting in this delightful surprise. Excited, Xia stored the bulletproof vest and also tossed in an unused broom, planning to check on it again tomorrow. She also took a tour of the farm and breeding facility. The seedlings had grown significantly, forming a large bulge in the field of farm No. 1. This was likely the change brought by the pink bead string, but after touching it a few times, Xia realized it wasn't ripe yet and would need a couple more days. The animals in the breeding farm were doing well with plenty of food. Moreover, the earthy-colored rabbit produced by the farm was unexpectedly pregnant. Xia couldn't help but marvel. How miraculous. After coming out of the space, she collapsed on the sofa in a relaxed manner and took out a table full of dishes. They were all pre-prepared and divided into small portions. There were chicken stew with mushrooms, crystal shrimp dumplings, stir-fried 3 vegetables, hairy crabs, and spicy clams. It was quite a luxurious feast. Then she took out a fragrant bowl of rice. This bowl of rice in Xia hands was made from the highest quality Northeast rice she had specially selected and cooked in an imported rice cooker. Each grain was distinct, fragrant, and delicious. She even sprinkled a small pinch of black sesame on top, adding nutrition and flavor. Thus she nestled on the sofa with her tablet, semi-reclined, eating while watching a show. The show was a typical palace drama without much substance, yet it was highly engaging. Dahe, indifferent to such dramas, gnawed on the little toy Xia had given it, soon falling asleep. However, the gray bird was very intrigued by the palace drama on Xia's tablet, perching on her shoulder, watching intently. Whenever it saw the wicked female supporting character tormenting the protagonist, it would flap its wings and scold loudly, as if it truly understood the plot. Xia noticed that after the gray bird had been exposed to the acid rain and the spiritual spring water, its bowel movements became controllable. At least throughout the day, its droppings were clean. After Xia removed its droppings tray, it rushed into the cage to relieve itself. Xia was very pleased and took off its droppings tray, laying a layer of pee pads in the cage, emphasizing to the gray bird twice that it must relieve itself on the pee pads. She even specially praised the gray bird, gently patting its little head. Gray bird, you are amazing. You must be the only bird capable of learning to use the toilet. What a good baby. The gray bird flapped its wings joyfully, continuously glancing at Dahe with a hint of pride in its eyes, as if to say, did you see that? We will never poop on you again. After watching shows all night and devouring 2 bags of chips, Xia didn't even realize when she fell asleep on the sofa. In the middle of the night, she was startled awake by screams from downstairs. I killed you. You bastard. Dahe and the gray bird were both blocking the door, anxiously watching the outside. Xia frowned, not wanting to get involved, and rolled over to continue sleeping. Unexpectedly, the noise from below grew louder, accompanied not only by shouts, but also by the sounds of things crashing to the ground, clattering, and making it impossible to sleep. Xia, somewhat irritated, threw on a coat, retrieved a dagger from her space, put on her thick-soled marten boots, and rushed out with Dahe. Upon stepping outside, she found Lin Yuan already standing at the doorway of the staircase, looking down. Xia impatiently asked, what's going on? Isn't it too late to let people sleep? There's trouble downstairs. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Xia saw someone rushing up from below. It was none other than Ding Lei, wearing nothing but simple underwear, her body covered in wounds, and her hair. The largest wound was on her thigh, visibly sliced open, blood and flesh mingling, dripping down. Yet Ding Lei seemed unfazed, wielding a knife and moving with determination toward the downstairs, as if preparing to fend off some monstrous flood. Soon a group of people ascended from downstairs, including Xiao Fei, who had previously been close to Ding Lei. Xiao Fei was surrounded by several of Huang Chen's henchmen, wearing a sheer lace nightgown and sporting lipstick. Among them were 2 disheveled men bearing minor wounds and cursing loudly. Just by looking, one could imagine what had transpired below. Xiao Fei looked at Ding Lei with tears in her eyes, biting her lip nervously as she pleaded, Xiao Lei, let's just give in. I know you have no water or food, you will die. Am I supposed to spread my legs for those people to get I would rather die. Lu Xiao Fei, I feel disgusted for you. And you actually betrayed me. I trusted you so much. I saved you so many times. You actually betrayed me. Ding Lei screamed heart-wrenchingly, while Xiao Fei's face grew increasingly pale. Xia, watching from the side, was no longer sleepy, only frowning as she observed this dramatic scene. She thought to herself, Ding Lei was not simple and Lu Xiaofei had also misjudged her. It seemed today quite a lot had happened. Damn, you don't drink the toast and refuse the punishment. The injured man inside glared fiercely at Ding Lei, speaking with an aggressive tone. Ding Lei held a knife, pointing it at the man. If you dare come closer, I will kill you. Kill me. I'll deal with you right here and see if you dare to talk big. A glimmer of greed flashed in the man's eyes. To say the least, Ding Lei had a really good figure and was quite beautiful. Even in such a dire situation, her charm could not be hidden. After all, Ding Lei owned a yoga studio and her physique was top-notch. Xia Sisi had seen her in yoga attire, and she could be described as a goddess with a dominant aura. Xiao Lei, I beg you, please be sensible. I don't want to see you die. Lu Xiaofei suddenly knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with tears, appearing delicate and pitiful, yet her words made one want to silence her. At the very least, Xia Sisi was the one who despised such women the most. In her past life, she had seen many women using their bodies to exchange for resources in the apocalypse. These women had managed well at the beginning of the apocalypse, some even bullying others like Lu Xiaofei. However, by the late stages of the apocalypse, when some awakened abilities, those women without powers were merely fragile vases that could be crushed with a squeeze. Beauty was worthless in the face of strength. Moreover, Lu Xiaofei even betrayed her friends. It was utterly disgusting. What an ungrateful woman. The injured man looked at her, his patience wearing thin. Angrily, he snatched a stick from another companion and menacingly approached Ding Lei. Let's see how long you can keep up this bravado. Damn woman, I'll knock you out before I have my way with you. Ding Lei held her dagger, her expression resolute. Suddenly she shot a resentful glance at Lu Xiaofei and directed the dagger towards her neck. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Seeing Ding Lei with thoughts of ending her life, the injured man rushed over, but his speed was no match for Ding Lei's. At the critical moment, a shadow struck Ding Lei's neck, knocking the dagger from her hand. However, the dagger still left a cut on her face. Her handsome face was instantly slashed open by the sharp blade, leaving a long scar. Blood gushed out. Not far away, Lu Xiaofei screamed loudly, only stopping when slapped by a nearby man. Xia Sisi walked out from behind the door, holding a knife, coldly looking at the injured man halfway down the stairs, and pulled Ding Lei up from the ground. The injured man felt a bit scared at the sight of Xia Sisi and staggered back a step. He still remembered the day when Huang Qin was slashed. Due to a shortage of medicine, Huang Qin had been lying in bed for a night and was running a high fever, and no one knew if he would pull through. Get lost. Xia Sisi casually uttered 2 words. A man glared at her angrily, saying, Damn woman, who told you to meddle in our affairs? Xia Sisi coldly looked over, and the man immediately fell silent. She pointed at her security door, which had a large splatter of Ding Lei's blood on it. You've soiled my security door. This is not meddling. If you keep babbling, I'll teach you what meddling really is. At that moment, Dahei also walked out from behind the security door. It let out muffled sounds, staring at the injured man, its doggy demeanor suggesting it was ready to charge and tear the man apart. A group of people was intimidated by Dahei's presence. The injured man hurriedly took 2 steps back, gritting his teeth as he looked at the disfigured Ding Lei, letting out a cold snort. Once a few retreated behind the staircase corner, they dared to turn back and taunt Xia Sisi. Little girl, don't think that just because you have a dog and some guts you can take us on. If we are really pushed hard, we'll kill your dog, and you'll be done for too. Woof woof. Dahei instantly charged down. It bit the leg of the man in front. The man cried out in agony. Dahei shook its prey fiercely a couple of times before finally letting go. The others had long been scared into a frantic flight down the stairs. The injured man took a long time to crawl down the steps, looking as if he had a broken bone. When Dahei returned, Xia Sisi patted its head and wiped away the blood from its fur with her sleeve. Good boy, Dahei, you really know how to protect your master. Dahei wagged its tail with a hint of disdain in its eyes. Those guys weren't worth my time. Thank you. Ding Lei's spirit, which had just been holding on, crumbled. Xia Sisi had only intervened at the last moment to gauge Ding Lei's character. If she had surrendered earlier, it would have indicated a weak character. Even if Xia Sisi saved her this time, she might not survive other encounters. Such people were not worth Xia Sisi's help. If she had sought Xia Sisi's assistance, it would have shown she was not self-reliant, as saving her once might lead to her seeking help a second time. Such individuals, even if Xia Sisi saved her, would be a wasted effort. At the moment Ding Lei aimed to end her life, Xia Sisi had a thought. This Ding Lei was strong-willed and decisive, and she shouldn't die just like that. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she might just be a talent. Now she was on the 66th floor, and although she and Lin Yuan were currently at peace, But since she hadn't fully grasped Lin Yuan's background, having one more person to create a balanced triangular relationship might benefit the stability of the 66th floor. Thus she took action. She even considered temporarily bringing Ding Lei to the 66th floor. Moreover, Ding Lei's fighting ability was not a threat, as Xia Sisi thought that, even if she wanted to kill her, Dehei could handle it without any effort. If properly trained, she could become a capable subordinate and teammate. If not, she could still serve as a check on Lin Yuan, who was still unclear about the situation. Regardless, since she was living with Lin Yuan now, she still needed to ask for Lin Yuan's opinion. Thus Xia Sisi turned to look at Lin Yuan, who had been standing silently in the back. To Xia Sisi's surprise, Lin Yuan had no objections regarding Ding Lei staying on the 66th floor. You make the decision. After all, there are many empty rooms, Lin Yuan said casually. Afterwards, Xia Sisi said to Ding Lei, you can stay on the 66th floor for now, but don't harbor any thoughts. Saving you was merely a matter of convenience. Whether you can stay long-term depends on your performance. Ding Lei immediately nodded, gratefully wiping the blood from her face and gritting her teeth. I understand. From today onward, you are my savior, and I vow that my life is yours. Xia Sisi looked at Ding Lei's resolute expression and merely smiled. Xia Sisi did not take her vow seriously, she only cared about what Ding Lei would do next. But she did not know that at this moment Ding Lei truly felt that her life already belonged to Xia Sisi. No matter what Xia Sisi asked her to do, she was willing. She believed she should have died earlier. It was Xia Sisi who saved her, so she would dedicate the rest of her life to repaying Xia Sisi. As long as I live, I will never forget her kindness, Ding Lei silently vowed. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that more surprises awaited. That night the injured man was killed in his home. One stab to the heart, his eyes wide open as if he saw something terrifying before he died. However, even the woman Lu Xiaofei sleeping beside him had no idea how the man died that night. There were no signs of anyone entering the house. It was as if the Grim Reaper had scythed the man away. However, when Xia Sisi learned this news, a thought crossed her mind. This might have been Lin Yuan's doing. But that's another story. Returning to the present, Xia Sisi helped Ding Lei into a vacant room. After initially crying, Ding Lei had steadied her emotions using the handkerchief Xia Sisi gave her to cover her wound on her face. To put it bluntly, the knife had slashed from the lower jaw of Ding Lei's right side to her brow, thankfully missing her right eye. But her beautiful face was utterly ruined. What are your plans from now on? Xia Sisi asked. Ding Lei took a moment to gather her thoughts, her eyes shifting from confusion to determination. I want to survive, she added in her heart. Thanks to the intervention of this savior, she must cherish this life of hers. Seeing her quickly regain her composure instead of crying, Xia Sisi was very satisfied. Xia Sisi did not immediately agree, but instead looked at Ding Lei with a cold smile. Just now I saved your life. You owe me now. Now that you're living on this floor, what can you offer us in return? Ding Lei glanced nervously at Lin Yuan beside her, as if afraid of Lin Yuan and those men coveting beauty. Seeing Lin Yuan's calm demeanor, she finally closed her eyes, took a deep breath as if in contemplation. After a moment, she looked up, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Xia Sisi. I can go out to find supplies, and whatever I bring back I will share half with you and this big brother. I was the swimming champion in middle school, and I am not afraid of the acid rain outside. After the disaster is over, no matter what I do for a living, I will give you half of my income every year, or whatever you want me to do I can help you with. After saying this, Ding Lei let out a self-deprecating laugh. I've already died once. As long as I can survive, what's there to cherish about this skin? She tightened the hand covering her face wound. Xia Sisi was very satisfied with Ding Lei's answer. She looked at Lin Yuan beside her. After all, this floor was shared between her and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded. But to Xia Sisi's surprise, Lin Yuan suddenly squatted in front of Ding Lei. But you forgot one thing. Ding Lei paused, looking at this tall, dangerously intimidating man. Revenge. Those who have deceived you must pay it back double. Lin Yuan said each word with a chilling tone. From Xia Sisi's perspective, she saw a fierce glint in the man's eyes. Xia Sisi admired this, and looked at Ding Lei, repeating, yes, you need to take revenge. Pay it back double. Otherwise you are not worthy to stay on the 66th floor. I would have saved you for nothing. After saying this, Xia Sisi gave Lin Yuan an appreciative glance. This character suited her temper. Xia Sisi took out the medicine for Ding Lei and applied it to her wound, also performing a simple bandage. In response, Xia Sisi lifted her eyelids and looked at Ding Lei, saying, once you recover, just return. For now, Ding Lei was arranged in an unoccupied room, which was also on the east side of the building, considered facing Lin Yuan. Xia Sisi yawned, thinking to herself how laborious her life was. Just when she wanted to have a good night's rest, such an incident occurred. After a simple wash, Xia Sisi went to bed. This time no one disturbed her, and when she woke up the next day the sun was already high in the sky. Dahae was sleeping beside her while Huiji was in the living room fiddling with something, occasionally making a rustling sound. Xia Sisi patted Dahae's big dog head saying, "Good morning, Dahae." Dahae rarely showed her favor, rubbing against the palm of Xia Sisi's hand. This rub was not insignificant, as Xia Sisi noticed that Dahae's head seemed even bigger than before. She suddenly recalled the mutated snake she had discovered a few days ago. She began to seriously contemplate whether she should let Dahae and Huiji evolve quickly. However, she wondered if that would cause them varying degrees of pain. After all, acid rain was quite painful. But she had a spirit spring. If she combined the spirit spring with the acid rain, would it produce some wondrous result? Thinking about needing a good rest today and not collecting supplies or dealing with the pile of packages in the space, Xia Sisi decided to wait until she had enough fun before researching whether there could be a marvelous chemical reaction between the spirit spring, water, and acid rain. She stretched lazily as she got out of bed, quickly washed up and handed some treats to the clingy Huiji, then took out a bowl of tofu pudding and a serving of crab roe buns, starting to eat while binge-watching a show. Huiji seemed to truly enjoy watching the show. As soon as Xia Sisi turned on the tablet, Huiji would stand motionless on her shoulder. The crab roe buns were purchased by Xia Sisi in D-City, filled to the brim with crab roe. A sip of the fragrant oil made one feel lightheaded. Before she knew it, Xia Sisi had eaten 2 baskets, leaving her belly round and full. Dahae also received 2 buns, eating them with greasy lips, lazily lying to one side and playing with a toy crocodile in her arms, occasionally giving it a bite, looking somewhat silly and cute. After finishing her meal and show, Xia Sisi suddenly recalled a serious issue. There had been quite a bit of blood sprayed at the stairwell yesterday, and if left unattended for long it would start to smell. With no choice, Xia Sisi took out 2 packs of wet wipes from the space, deciding to clean it up. However, to her surprise, when she arrived at the stairwell, she found Ding Lei squatting on the ground, wiping the floor with bed sheets and the like. The bloodstains on the floor, walls, and door had mostly been cleaned up. Ding Lei smiled at Xia Sisi, saying, "I thought it might smell in a few days, so I came to tidy up." Looking at Ding Lei's hands, Xia Sisi noticed they were already showing signs of decay, realizing that she had used bed sheets soaked in acid rain as rags. Xia Sisi couldn't help but feel a deeper appreciation for Ding Lei. She didn't say much and turned back into the room. The rest of the day, Xia Sisi spent mostly lying down, aside from necessary training and playing with Dahae, eating and sleeping and watching shows. She could say it was quite indulgent. By evening, after lying down enough, she took out a portion of spirit spring water and acid rain, pouring them together into a large barrel. After letting it sit for a while, Xia Sisi found that the wooden barrel had not been corroded, and her heart soared with joy. She waved to Dahae, calling him over. Upon seeing the barrel, Dahae knew it was bath time, and his big face instantly drooped down, every muscle in his body seeming to resist. This baby hates baths the most. Xia Sisi could only coax him with his favorite snacks, tricking him into the barrel. Meanwhile, Huiji flew in the air, enjoying the spectacle while constantly chattering, he bath time, annoying bath time. As Huiji flew above Dahae's head, Dahae suddenly stood up and swatted Huiji into the barrel with a paw. Xia Sisi was left dumbfounded. Oh my, is he going to be okay? Watching Huiji turn into a drenched parrot swimming pitifully in the wooden barrel, Xia Sisi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Dahae was not to be trifled with. However, it turned out that Huiji and Dahae could bathe together. Huiji attempted several times to climb out along the edge of the barrel, but was swatted back in by Dahae each time. Even Huiji, who was scared of Dahae, eventually started cursing at him, "Bad guy. UT." In response, Dahae remained unfazed, simply swatting Huiji back in whenever he tried to escape. Xia Sisi prepared a wooden barrel for herself as well, pouring in a barrel of spirit spring water and acid rain, and sat down inside. She patted Dahae's big head and Huiji's small head, saying, "Come on, let's soak together." The spirit spring water had been heated in advance, and the wooden barrel had some insulation. This way it was truly both refreshing and effective. Xia Sisi simply brought over her tablet, also retrieving a fruit salad and some nuts from the space. Together with Dahae and Huiji, she watched shows while bathing. Huiji finally quieted down like a chicken once Xia Sisi started the show. Floating in the water, leaning against Dahae, she occasionally nibbled on the nuts Xia Sisi offered. Just like that, the 3 of them soaked for over 2 hours. By the end, Xia Sisi felt exhausted. Checking the time, it was about time to sleep. Xia Sisi lifted Dahae and Huiji out, dried them off, and cleaned herself up as well. I must say this bath was quite enjoyable. Moreover, looking at the slightly murky water in the barrel, Xia Sisi could confirm that this water had significantly improved her physical condition. Dahae and Huiji appeared somewhat fatigued from soaking. Xiaoxi hurriedly dried the two off and placed them on the bed. This water definitely could not be poured down the toilet or drain. Otherwise, everyone would be out of water, and with her own home, still having water to flush, it would provoke jealousy from other floors. Thinking for a moment, she entered the space. This time she stood in front of the waste disposal machine. To her surprise, it spat out a pack of compressed biscuits, which was fairly standard. Then she walked to the back of the machine and poured all the bathwater she had used today into it. She wanted to see what the machine would spit out tomorrow. After completing these tasks, she returned to sleep. When she woke up the next day, the entire building was... The man who was sleeping with Lu Xiaofei downstairs is dead. Huang Chen's group is beating Lu Xiaofei, accusing her of murder. After all, there were no signs of a struggle in the entire room. The man's death was very suspicious. Lu Xiaofei was stripped of her clothes and brutally beaten on the 65th floor. The entire building echoed with Lu Xiaofei's heart-wrenching cries and pleas for mercy. She even wailed, "Please stop hitting me. I really don't know anything, I didn't kill him. You can do whatever you want with me, just please stop hitting me." That voice was profoundly disgusting. After clarifying the chaos, Xiaoxi felt both surprised and, on the other hand, thought it was deserved. She couldn't be bothered with the situation, or regardless of who killed that man, he deserved to die. And whether Lu Xiaofei was innocent or not, she also deserved it. When she turned to go back inside, she saw Ding Lei standing behind her. Xiaoxi looked at Ding Lei and asked, "How do you feel now?" Hearing Xiaoxi's question, Ding Lei sneered, "I feel great." Ding Lei's facial wounds were quite ghastly, although treated they looked difficult to heal. At that moment it seemed like one half of her face was that of a beautiful maiden while the other half resembled a monstrous figure. Xiaoxi remained silent, gently patting Ding Lei's shoulder. She had spiritual spring water that could heal Ding Lei's wounds instantly, but she did not want to do so. One reason was that she didn't want to expose her miraculous medicine, and the other was that although she allowed Ding Lei to stay, she still wanted to observe Ding Lei's character. Having seen many instances of being repaid with malice for kindness in her past life, she was not a fool and didn't want to get into trouble. However, unexpectedly trouble still found her. The commotion downstairs subsided after about an hour. While looking out at the scenery from the upper floor, Xiaoxi saw that the man's body was thrown down from above. The body disappeared as soon as the rain swept over it. Today's acid rain was lighter than usual. If Xiaoxi guessed correctly, the acid rain was about to cease. She heard many people celebrating, saying that the disaster would soon come to an end. Just as she was playing with Dahei in her room, she suddenly heard a loud knocking at the door. The sound was loud and aggressive, not at all polite. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that after establishing her authority yesterday, someone would come looking for trouble today. Xiaoxi took out a large machete and brought Dahei along as she stepped outside. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Lin Yuan and Ding Lei from next door also coming out, having been disturbed by the noise. The three of them walked together toward the stairwell. They initially thought it was Huang Chen's group coming for trouble, but to their surprise it was the old lady they had seen before. The old lady was wearing a big floral coat and was leading a child who looked about 5 or 6 years old. The child was kicking the door with his foot. No wonder it sounded so noisy just now. "What are you doing?" Xiaoxi stepped forward and asked fiercely. The little boy looked like a troublemaker. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's question, he froze for a moment, then glanced at the elderly person beside him. Seeing her encouraging gaze, he kicked the door even harder. Xiaoxi found it amusing and patted Dahei's shoulder. After the spiritual spring water and acid rain treatment from last night, Dahei had grown even larger. In an instant, Dahei charged forward, roaring angrily through the security door's bars. Woof woof woof. The little boy saw a huge mouth rushing at him, nearly biting his leg, followed by a deafening howl. He was so frightened that he stumbled backward and sat on the ground, crying loudly, "Grandma, Grandma." Woo-woo. The elderly person was also startled and patted her chest, lifting the little boy up from the ground. Then she pointed at Xiaoxi and began to scold, "Do you actually bully the elderly and children? The acid rain is about to stop, and soon people will come to rescue us." At that moment, Xiaoxi suddenly understood why the old lady dared to cause trouble on the 66th. It turned out she thought the rain would stop soon, and that help was on the way, believing everything would come to an end. Xiaoxi chuckled inwardly, but her face remained expressionless as she pulled Dahei away from the door. "Oh. Then I must be very scared, because if the police catch me, my life might be ruined and I could end up in prison, don't you think?" The old lady chuckled and hugged her grandson in not unreasonable. "Look, I have both the elderly and children in my family, and now we're out of food and water. If you could give me some food to help us through these tough days, once help arrives, I can speak a few good words for you. You have to understand there is a big difference between self-defense and actively attacking someone. had she revealed her intentions so quickly? Xia Sisi looked the elderly person and the child up and down. The child was chubby and clearly hadn't suffered much. The old lady also looked sprightly and didn't seem to have been through hardship these past few days. Both of them appeared to be living relatively well in this apocalypse. Especially the old lady over 50 looked robust, speaking with great vigor. Ding Lei walked up to Xia Sisi and whispered in her ear that old hag lives below me and is quite the troublemaker. She usually makes things difficult for her daughter-in-law and doesn't treat her as a person. In these days, she has made her daughter-in-law so thin and pale, and even wants to sell her to Huang Chen's group in exchange for some food and water. Hearing this, Xia Sisi looked at the smug old lady and felt utterly disgusted. Hurry, give us everything or I'll have my grandma beat you up, the little boy said with an angry face, clearly a spoiled brat led astray by the old woman. Xia Sisi exchanged glances with Lin Yuan and Ding Lei, then opened the stairwell door. Auntie, I think your proposal is quite good. After all, I'm still young and don't want to cause trouble. Come to my house, take whatever you want. The old lady was initially skeptical and looked warily at Dahe beside her. Don't think about playing tricks on me. Dahe, go to Lin Yuan's house. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly unsure of Xia Sisi's intentions, but he still led Dahe away. In this way, the old lady, holding her grandson, entered the entrance of Xia Sisi's home. As soon as they entered, she smelled the aroma of the braised spare ribs Xia Sisi had just eaten, and the little boy immediately began to squirm, unwillingly exclaiming, "Ah, it smells like meat. I want to eat meat." The old lattice eyes also brightened. "I want meat too. Give us all your meat." Xia Sisi coldly smiled, directly shutting the door. "Weren't you just lecturing me? Then let me say something too. You're in my house now. I can say you're committing robbery, and I can do whatever I want." Saying this, Xia Sisi kicked the old lattice knee. An old rogue wants to reason with her. Then Xia Sisi would just have to teach her a lesson. After Xia Sisi dealt with the old lady, she fled in embarrassment, holding her grandson. As she left, she was so frightened that she nearly wet herself. The little boy, however, remained ignorant, continuing to curse at Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi pointed her knife at the old lady. "Try making your grandson cry again, and I'll be sure to slaughter him." The old lady immediately covered her grandson's mouth tightly. But the spoiled child refused to listen, biting his grandmother's hand hard and taking a chunk of flesh off. After coming out from the 66th floor, the old lady cried out in despair at the stairwell, saying she didn't want to live anymore. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted downstairs. "Rescue is coming. I see the rescue team." Xia Sisi looked down through the glass of the stairwell and indeed saw two small boats approaching with several uniformed people standing on them. The old lady, who had just been saying she wanted to die, suddenly stood up in excitement, smeared blood on her face, and glared fiercely at Xia Sisi. "You little brat, I'll have the police arrest you right now. You'll know the consequences of provoking me." What the old lady didn't expect was that by the time she came down from the 66th floor, the rescue team had already left. The rescue team had only come to assess how many households on the upper floors had survived and to inform everyone that the government was in the process of constructing a safe base, urging people to be patient while supplies were about to be distributed as the acid rain had diminished. Of course, the residents, who had not seen any officials for such a long time, were reluctant to watch the boat leave immediately, and they all rushed to ask questions. Some even grabbed the arm of the messenger, pleading for something to eat. However, there were only 4 people on the boat, and by the time they reached here, any supplies would have already been distributed. In the end, the people on the boat shook off the man who was tightly clutching at his sleeve and left in a hurry. The residents standing on the stairs were left feeling anxious, unable to catch a glimpse of anyone. At that moment, the old lady ran down, shouting at the departing boat, "Someone has been killed. There are people being murdered in this building. You need to send someone to arrest her quickly. Don't you care about the lives of us ordinary citizens? You scoundrels, come and catch her." But the boat had already gone far away. Moreover, many residents on the upper floors had seen the boat and were shouting all sorts of things, drowning out the old lattice voice. The old lady stood at the stairway, her face pale and stomping her feet in frustration. Meanwhile, Xia Sisi was unaware of all this. She had long returned to her room, and the door at the stairway was securely locked. She stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the boat come and go, reflecting that it was quite similar to her previous life. Currently, the entire country and even the world were in a state of water and power shortages, and both the police and military were understaffed. The authorities must have rushed to rescue important supplies such as emergency grain stores, but many places would still have suffered disasters, creating a situation where there were too many people and not enough resources. After tussling with the old lady for a while, Xia Sisi returned with an ambiguous mood, sipping on a cup of fragrant lemon tea. When Xia Sisi bought bubble tea, she specifically requested extra coconut jelly, and now with every sip, she could taste several pieces bursting in her mouth. The sweet taste of coconut jelly exploding in her mouth instantly lifted her spirits. Regardless of how agitated those outside were cursing the rescue team, Xia Sisi closed her door, hugged her dog, and decided to start unpacking her deliveries after finishing her bubble tea. This is a physical task. I wish Dahe and Huiji could help me. Xia Sisi went to an empty room, pulling out dozens of packages from her space, glancing at the mountain of boxes with a helpless pout. Dahe seemed to understand, walking into the room and pulling out a package from the pile, trotting excitedly to Xia Sisi, tail wagging vigorously, eyes filled with anticipation. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows, thinking that there must be something interesting in this package. What have you picked out, you little clever one? Xia Sisi took the package from Dahe's mouth and squatted down to start unpacking. When the box was opened, Xia Sisi couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed what she had guessed, a box of dog food, and it was Dahe's favorite flavor, venison. Seeing the eager look in Dahe's eyes, Xia Sisi opened a can of food and treated Dahe to a meal. Huiji also turned around in the pile of packages, but couldn't find what it wanted, so it flapped its wings and went to the side to watch the palace drama that Xia Sisi had yet to finish. Xia Sisi spread out a small mat on the ground and began to unpack the deliveries. One must admit the packages brought by the delivery point contained all sorts of items. Without mentioning the various food and drink, the delivery point was closed just as the apocalypse was at its worst, and many people had ordered all kinds of supplies online, which were piled up at the delivery point. Xia Sisi unpacked several cases of cola drinks as well as a good amount of spicy duck necks and tongues, which were snacks she enjoyed while binge-watching dramas. Of course, there were also all sorts of miscellaneous items, such as paint for refurbishing houses, installable children's toys, and hammocks for home use. These items might seem useless, but with a waste processor, they could all be transformed into treasures. Inside, she also unpacked 3 walkie-talkies, which were the latest model from a certain brand. Xia Sisi looked at the 3 walkie-talkies with a slight smile. The 3 of them, Shi Lin Yuan and Ding Lei, would each have one. They might not be needed for the time being, but sooner or later they would have to leave the building. Xia Sisi checked the instruction manual and discovered that these walkie-talkies were newly developed with decent signals within a 3-kilometer range, and they were only the size of half a palm, equipped with a strap for hanging around the neck, making them very lightweight and convenient. Next, she unpacked a few inflatable boats. It seemed that continuous rainy weather had made some people feel a sense of crisis, prompting them to buy inflatable boats. Xia Sisi had not stored inflatable boats, she only hoarded assault boats, believing that the latter was far more useful than the former. However, when it comes to transportation, no one would ever say no to having more options. Even if she couldn't use them herself, they could be traded. After unpacking deliveries for an entire afternoon, Xia Sisi discovered a particularly useful. It was a sidecar motorcycle part. It didn't include the motorcycle's engine or the front frame, just the rear sidecar and 2 wheels. Upon seeing this, Xia Sisi looked at Dahe beside her and revealed a mischievous smile. They say raising a dog for 1,000 days is for using it for 1 moment. A Xia Sisi planned to modify the sidecar into a small cart that could be pulled by her dog whenever she had time. Dahe, who was gnawing on the dog bone that Xia Sisi had unpacked, suddenly felt a chilling gaze coming. Instantly it became tense, forgetting to chew the bone in its mouth. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Xia Sisi was unable to unpack anymore. Her whole body ached as if it had fallen apart, and her neck was somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, she had only unpacked 1/3 of all the deliveries. 2/3 of the packages lay in her space, waiting to be opened. She took a stroll around her space and discovered that the waste processor had surprisingly spat out a footbath. Just as she was frowning and thinking of scolding the space for being unreasonable, she noticed that there was a piece of paper beneath the footbath. Xia Sisi took out the paper and read a large line of text on it. Does the cold and tense survival in the apocalypse make you feel exhausted? Has the extreme cold made you feel overwhelmed? Soak your feet. Remember, one cannot survive just by being full. One also needs spiritual pursuits and comfortable spiritual enjoyment. So soak your feet. Xia Sisi felt her mouth twitch. The contents of this paper seemed to make so much sense, yet at the same time they seemed utterly ridiculous. However, she was not someone to be easily trifled with. When the space brought such nonsense to fool her, she directly threw all the cardboard boxes from the afternoon into the waste processor. She knew she could only throw away 1 item each day, so she deliberately bundled the boxes together with the large box containing the smaller boxes inside paper bags, and finally tied them with rope. After disposing of them, Xia Sisi clapped her hands, looking at the waste processor in front of her. Humph, trying to compete with me. After finishing her work, Xia Sisi enjoyed a delightful dinner. She had left the little parrot to watch dramas by itself all afternoon, not expecting it to become obsessed. I want to eat. When the parrot said this with a hoarse voice, Sia had just heated a cup of milk for herself, nearly spitting it out. What the heck? Sia was both amused and helpless as she added dinner for the parrot, silently closing the palace drama she had been watching for several days. She decided to switch to a different variety show tomorrow to avoid corrupting the little parrot. Not long after finishing dinner, she heard a knock on her door. Sia went to answer the door and saw Ding Lei standing outside, her expression somewhat indescribable. What's wrong? Sia asked through the door. She wasn't familiar with Ding Lei and didn't want to let her in. The acid rain outside has stopped. Sia nodded slightly. She knew the acid rain was about to stop, so she wasn't surprised. I heard that the rescue team came this morning, but left again, saying they would distribute supplies later. Sia nodded again. She looked at Ding Lei and noticed that when she mentioned rescue and supplies, there wasn't much excitement on her face, which struck her as odd. You don't seem very happy. I've heard everyone in the building celebrating madly all day, thinking hope has arrived. Ding Lei snorted coldly. Her face, already somewhat distorted due to injuries, looked even more frightening at this moment. Cici, can I call you that? You saved my life, and I genuinely want to have more contact with you. However, I'm in a precarious situation, relying on your protection, and have nothing to offer you, which is why I've been hesitant to talk to you. Sia looked at Ding Lei, not saying much, just wanting to hear what she had to say next. I feel that this isn't over yet. Ding Lei's eyes were resolute. Before the internet went down, I climbed over the wall to see foreign news and found that the whole world is suffering from disasters. This is not an ordinary calamity. If the rescue truly could pull people out of their misery, immediately actions would have already been taken instead of waiting for several more days. Sia greatly admired Ding Lei's viewpoint. They chatted a bit more before parting ways. Sia hadn't expected that by evening she would want to ask Ding Lei about Huang Chen. She thought Ding Lei might know more about how many people were in Huang Chen's organization and which floor they lived on. She needed to be cautious. However, after knocking on Ding Lei's door for a long time, there was no response. Originally thinking she might have gone out, she heard Lin Yuan from the opposite side open the door. Without saying a word, he kicked open Ding Lei's door. I didn't go out after getting home this afternoon. I was afraid someone would come looking for trouble, so I kept listening to the movements at the door, Lin Yuan explained. It was evident that Lin Yuan was quite vigilant. Upon entering, Sia saw Ding Lei collapsed on the floor. It turned out that after reaching the 66th floor, Ding Lei had no food or water. She had been toughing it out all day, relying on makeshift methods to distill water to barely survive, too embarrassed to borrow food or water from Sia or Lin Yuan. Originally, she had planned to go out for supplies this evening since the acid rain had stopped, but unexpectedly she fainted from hunger at home. Sia pinched Ding Lei's acupoint to wake her up. After hearing Ding Lei's words about feeling useless, Sia sighed. From Ding Lei's expression and her previous state, it was clear she was not pretending. She was truly faint from hunger. It was genuine regret for not enduring until tonight. Lin Yuan took out a bottle of mineral water and a pack of compressed biscuits from the room, giving them to Ding Lei, saying, "Find supplies and return it to me." After saying that, Lin Yuan left. Sia looked at the frail Ding Lei, who after eating and drinking took a long time to lift her head to look at Sia as if she had made a significant decision, and finally spoke. "Cici, I want to borrow Dahe." Dahe, who had been standing behind Sia tilted his head upon hearing his name. Sia narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Ding Lei. "Why should I lend him to you? I have no supplies left and no water or food. I didn't expect today to turn out this way. I thought that relying solely on willpower I could endure any danger. But now seeing that I might go without return, having Dahe would give me an extra layer of protection. As repayment, I'll share what I brought back with you and Mr. Lin, and from the portion I keep Ding Lei's gaze was steadfast. From Xia's perspective, she noticed the scars on Ding Lei's face had just scabbed over. Aren't you afraid that the scars on your face will get infected and rot? Outside it's all acid rain. Xia pressed, wanting to see Ding Lei's determination. I have already died once, so what's there to care about regarding appearance? Besides, I fainted once today. I can feel my strength declining. If I don't go out now, I fear I won't make it out anymore. Moreover, everyone thinks the rescue is coming soon and the government will distribute supplies. Everyone is somewhat slackened. Ding Lei implied, now is the best time to go out to search for supplies. Xia pondered for a moment. She was worried about Dahe's safety. For her, Dahe was the most loyal companion in this apocalypse. Even though Dahe was smart and powerful and had mutated, he was still just a dog. He didn't understand the malice of humanity in the apocalypse. I will go with you and take Dahe along. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Sisi made. In fact, she had planned to go out tonight, just like Ding Lei said. Now that the acid rain has just stopped and the government has come, many people would let their guard down, making it somewhat less dangerous. Now bringing Ding Lei along would also be a way to gauge her character. After all, what is said is not as substantial as what is done. Ding Lei trembled her lips, looking at Xia Sisi without speaking for a long time, and finally deeply bowed. Don't think I'm doing this for you. I just remember there's a sports goods store nearby that sells inflatable boats and I want to go get an inflatable boat back. I hope you won't let me down to see you at midnight. After saying this, Xia Sisi directly closed the door. She completely ignored Ding Lei's wailing outside. She felt some sympathy for Ding Lei, but more so she admired her ruthlessness and clarity. Moreover, she couldn't let Dahe go out with Ding Lei alone. Time quickly passed to midnight. The entire building was silent. It must be said that after the rescue team came during the day, the entire building, after experiencing a celebration, was now exhausted. Xia Sisi with Dahe went down with Ding Lei, and there was not a single sound from any of the. When she reached the ground floor, unexpectedly, she saw Lin Yuan dressed in a black diving suit, also down there. It seemed he wanted to go out looking for supplies and had just finished preparing. What a coincidence. Lin Yuan was taken aback looking at the two. Shall we go together? Ding Lei didn't respond but looked at Xia Sisi, the meaning clear. I'm following Sisi. Xia Sisi thought for a moment, considering Lin Yuan's mysterious identity and skills, as well as his performance over the past few days, and nodded. This was a good opportunity to see their abilities and character. Going out together as three could also create a better balance. Xia Sisi thought. It is only when faced with resources and interests that a person's true nature can be revealed. Xia Sisi patted Dahe beside her and gestured to Ding Lei, and they all entered the water together. The water had already risen to the 4th floor. Although the 5th floor where Lin Yi was located was not submerged when the extreme cold came and the blizzard hit, it would be the first to be covered. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on Xia Sisi's lips. Ding Lei really did have excellent swimming skills. While Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan were equipped with basic diving gear, Ding Lei was only in a swimsuit. Yet she swam at incredible speed, reaching the ventilation window in the 4th floor corridor, first opened the window and signaled for the two to follow her out. Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan, and Dahe followed closely behind. Once they exited the building, Lin Yuan magically produced a rubber boat using an electric pump to inflate it. They all got on the boat and began gliding away. Xia Sisi's eyes lit up when Lin Yuan took out the inflatable boat. She hadn't expected him to have that. Following Xia Sisi's directions, they quickly reached the mall that had an outdoor sports goods store. The mall was also flooded, but due to its high ceilings, the water had only reached the 2nd floor. The sports goods store was on the 3rd floor, escaping the disaster. As they quickly entered the store and saw 3 inflatable boats lined up inside, surprise lit up Ding Lei and Lin Yuan's faces. Only Xia Sisi, while looking at the huge ornament on the cash register, was ecstatic. The space had reacted. This thing could be upgraded. As Ding Lei and Lin Yuan hurriedly took down the inflatable boat, Xia Sisi feigned interest in the cabinet beneath the cash register and started rummaging through it. In fact, while the two were distracted, she secretly stored the ornament from the cash register into her space. At the same time, she felt the space gem in her chest vibrate, then disappear. A small bead of sweat suddenly appeared on Xia Sisi's forehead. When she calmed her mind and checked with her thoughts, she discovered that the space was still within her body, and she let out a sigh of relief. This space was just too mischievous, turning into a hidden space without a word. It just shook once, and that was it. She was so frightened that she almost thought the space was playing tricks again, or that there was something wrong with the ornament they had just placed inside, which disappeared after being taken in. However, the changes in the space conveyed a message to Xia Sisi. It had upgraded again. This made Xia Sisi very happy, but she didn't have time to further investigate the extent of the upgrade. She pulled out some supplies she had found in the cash register and in the cabinet, including a bag of rice, a bag of millet, and a bag of green beans that the store owner had placed inside, leaving behind the rotten tomatoes and vegetables. At that moment, Ding Lei and Lin Yuan had already brought down the inflatable boat. After a brief discussion, Lin Yuan stored the rubber dinghy they had brought and decided that each person would take an inflatable boat back. The room also contained some other sports goods, including ice skates, sports gloves, golf clubs, and windbreakers, among others. Ding Lei picked up a golf club, saying it was for self-defense. She looked at the ice skates and took a pair. Seeing Xia Sisi pick up the ice skates, Ding Lei's eyes lit up. Sisi, you're so smart. If you can skate well, it's definitely faster than running, plus it's agile, essential for escaping. As she spoke, Ding Lei also grabbed a pair of ice skates in the right size. Lin Yuan also came over and picked a pair. Xia Cici chuckled inwardly as she saw them taking action. Given the extreme cold weather approaching, these would be quite useful. These two had good taste. Once they had almost cleared out the items from this store, the group headed outside. Taking advantage of the two not paying attention, Xia Cici stored the golf clubs, windbreakers, and ice skates that the group had selected but found unnecessary into another small purple space. Now that the space on her chest was upgrading and could not be used, she had anticipated such a situation, so she had already donned another space beforehand. The mall was large, but the supermarket had already been rummaged through. It must have been searched by people looking for supplies earlier. Especially in the areas where drinks and food were placed, there was practically nothing left. However, to their surprise, while the items on the shelves were gone, the goods in the warehouse had not been touched. After searching for a while, they finally found a small door in the corner of the supermarket. After kicking it open, they discovered it was filled with goods. Ding Lei was so excited that she became incoherent. She rushed and grabbed a bottle of mineral water, twisted the cap open, and drank deeply. It was clear she was extremely thirsty. However, recalling that they had come together, Ding Lei had never once asked Xia Cici or Lin Yuan for food or drink over the past 2 days. Xia Cici had a better impression of Ding Lei after this. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already walked to the stock area of the supermarket, grabbing some solid goods and starting to fill them into a bag. Xia Cici also got busy taking a large shopping bag from the supermarket and carefully selecting items to put in both the bag and her space. After more than half an hour, they had filled over 20 bags with items. Meanwhile, Xia Cici's space was even more packed. Basically everywhere she had passed was completely cleared out. However, everyone was too occupied with their own tasks to notice that Xia Cici's side of the shelves was significantly emptier than the others. Ding Lei was the most excited. "Hey, when we go back, I'm definitely coming here again." She felt a bit shy to ask everyone to accompany her. She knew Xia Cici and Lin Yuan must have quite a stash at home. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan spoke up first. "I'll come again too." Xia Cici raised her eyebrows, surprised that Lin Yuan also wanted to return. But when she saw Lin Yuan's eyes fixed intently on a shelf full of vacuum-packed spicy rabbit head, spicy shredded beef, and Sichuan-style jerky, she understood. Lin Yuan was not unreasonable. This time he was only taking some staple food items. The spicy snacks could wait, so it was normal to want to come back again. "Then I'll come back with you too." Xia Cici had no choice but to accompany the gentleman. Seeing Dehei looking a bit bored nearby, Xia Cici took out a sausage and peeled it open to give to Dehei. Dehei immediately wagged his tail, enjoying the treat. However, after eating half of the sausage, Dehei suddenly stopped and put down the sausage, arching his body towards something not far away. Xia Cici noticed that direction was towards the supermarket entrance. "Someone is coming." Xia Cici lowered her voice. Dehei was also clever. Knowing someone was approaching, he didn't bark immediately but merely crouched down to warn. Xia Cici and the others did not hear the sounds of a crowd, indicating that the newcomers were still quite far away. She thought for a moment and looked at Dehei. "How many people?" Originally, it was just a tentative question, but unexpectedly Dehei thought for a moment, sniffed vigorously a few times, and then raised his right paw, gently tapping the ground 4 times. Seeing this, Xia Cici breathed a sigh of relief. There were 3 of them. Although Ding Lei had no combat power, she could handle 2 by herself. As for Lin Yuan, his combat capability was unclear, but Xia Cici felt he could easily handle 3 alone. And Dehei, his combat power was off the charts, capable of taking on 4 or 5 by himself. The few of them exchanged glances. Apart from Ding Lei being a bit nervous, Xia Cici and Lin Yuan were nonchalantly moving things onto the inflatable boat, then placing some cardboard boxes underneath to use as a cushion while they prepared to leave. Of course, since the supermarket's warehouse was relatively hidden, they didn't want to be discovered by others. After packing up their items, they worked together to block the warehouse with a shelf. After they finished their busy work, they heard voices from outside the supermarket. Without fear, Xia Cici boldly led the way out with their belongings. As they reached the supermarket entrance, they unexpectedly ran into a group of people. Oh dear, what a small world. These people were none other than Huang Qin and his gang. Upon seeing Xia Cici, Huang Qin instinctively flinched backward. The wound on his shoulder was deep, and after being slashed by Xia Cici, he had developed a high fever. It was only this morning that the fever finally subsided. This was thanks to their gang having raided an elderly person's home where they found fever-reducing medicine. As for how the elderly person had cried and pleaded, they were completely indifferent. Of course, to get the elderly person to open the door, they had exploited her sympathy. Once inside, they not only took all her medicines, but also ransacked every room in her house. Rumor had it that this morning the elderly person had committed suicide by hanging herself. To this, the group of them felt no remorse. They had pried open all the doors they could, and in truth they were not that short on supplies. Moreover, they had also seen rescue personnel that morning, which gave them a sense that perhaps this dreadful time was. However, do you think that once the water recedes and life returns to normal, we can't just keep eating and drinking for free? Huang Chen's gang, after encountering the rescue personnel, raised this question. This remark awakened everyone. That was why they had come to the nearby mall at night, thinking they could get some free food and supplies. Especially the gold and jewelry. They were their primary targets. They had already begun dreaming of making a fortune once this chaos passed. Passing by the supermarket was just a side venture. But unexpectedly, Huang Chen ran into Xia Cixi's group here. When Huang Chen first saw Xia Cixi, he felt fear followed by anger. The scene of being subdued by Xia Cixi with a single strike still embarrassed him. He glanced at Xia Cixi a couple more times and noticed that she had become even more beautiful. Especially now that she was wearing a tight black diving suit, her hair damp and tied back with a few stray strands sticking to her fair cheeks and neck. For no reason, a surge of wicked desire welled up within him. Old neighbor, it seems we are truly fated. Huang Chen squinted at Xia Cixi. He contemplated a question. Such a beautiful woman as Xia Cixi would be someone he could never even touch in normal society. It was only in such chaotic circumstances that he might have a chance. In other words, if the rescue were to arrive soon and social order restored, he would never have the opportunity to even brush against Xia Cixi. Now was his last chance. Huang Chen took a step back, and a pair of muscular twins from his group took 2 steps forward, cracking their knuckles. You are the ones who injured my brother Huang. My brother just joined up with Huang today, and I didn't expect him to suffer such a loss. Today, let's settle the score. These twins appeared to be 2 meters tall. They had been living in the building next door. They met while searching for supplies nearby. Afterward, they hit it off and decided to make a fortune together. These brothers knew that Huang Chen had already formed a small gang in that building and collected a lot of supplies, doing quite well. They were ready to join forces. Now was the perfect opportunity for them to shine. Huang Chen sneered. These 2 brothers were not to be underestimated. Xia Cixi, you're in for a tough time today. Xia Cixi drew out the short knife she carried from the side pocket. Dehei, sensing his master's danger, stepped forward to stand by her side. Dehei's appearance instilled a measure of caution in the 2 brothers. They exchanged glances and quickly drew out 2 baseball bats from their waist. At this moment, Lin Yuan, who had been standing behind, stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Xia Cixi, saying, "Let me handle this." His tone was casual, without a change in expression. Lin Yuan had actually wanted to step forward earlier, but Xia Cixi was quicker. He stood behind, observing the slender girl wielding the knife with clean and decisive movements, facing the several burly men without the slightest fear. In that moment, he found it rather amusing. Her moves were clearly unorthodox, resembling a rough style honed through experience, yet it was evident that she possessed ample practical knowledge facing opponents without the slightest hesitation or fear. It was as if there was a string within her body constantly reminding her that even a moment's hesitation could lead to life-threatening danger. This was akin to a fierce determination forged through countless trials and brushes with death. Lin Yuan felt that within this trio, he seemed somewhat useless. From the moment the villains appeared, Xia Cixi hadn't even glanced at him. She resembled a solitary wolf. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Did he really seem so unreliable? With no other choice, he spoke up and volunteered himself. I initially planned to deal with that woman first before coming for you and that other ugly freak, but it seems you walked right into this. One of the twins looked at Lin Yuan, who was slightly shorter but much leaner, and shook the baseball bat in his hand before charging forward. Xia Cixi stood by, holding the somewhat restless Dehei in her arms. Ding Lei also moved closer, pressing tightly against Xia Cixi. Xia Cixi could feel Ding Lei trembling all over, yet she remained silent, gripping the golf club she had just obtained from the sports store. As Xia Cixi marveled at how quickly Ding Lei adapted to the apocalypse, a wail suddenly rang out directly ahead of her. Lin Yuan darted forward unarmed, moving as swiftly as a beast emerging from the jungle. He bent slightly and delivered 2 rapid punches to the ribs of the 2 burly men. The twin giants didn't even have a chance to react. Lin Yuan followed up with a sweeping blow, knocking one of the giants to the ground. "Ah, bastard. I'll kill you." Lin Yuan's face flashed with scorn as he caught the baseball bat swung at him with one hand while squeezing the wrist of one giant with the other. Ignoring the giant's cries, Lin Yuan raised the bat and brought it down hard onto the giant's head. With just one strike, the giant fell unconscious. The other giant, seeing his brother knocked out, angrily wrapped his arms around Lin Yuan's waist from behind. Lin Yuan spread his stance, pushed off the ground, and leaped into the air using the strength of his legs and waist to flip the giant over. He seized the baseball bat and brought it down fiercely onto the giant's head. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Xia Sisi felt as if she hadn't even seen Lin Yuan's movements clearly. Everything was already over. For a moment her eyes dimmed as she regarded Lin Yuan with a mixture of wariness. This person was even stronger than she had imagined. In fact, he was stronger than anyone she had encountered during the apocalypse. If they had been adversaries in her past life, Xia Sisi felt she would never have survived the decade of the apocalypse. Even years later, when many awakened their powers, Xia Sisi had seen numerous formidable individuals, but she believed that Lin Yuan's current display, even without abilities, could overpower most of the awakened. It was simply too strong. Huang Qin and another of his henchmen were so frightened by the scene that they began to retreat rapidly. "You don't come any closer." In that moment, Huang Qin regretted immensely. He regretted not taking that tall man seriously and regretted provoking Xia Sisi yet again. "We can give you everything we collected. Just take it and let us go." Huang Qin placed the heavy bundle he was carrying on the ground. The bundle hit the ground with a loud metallic clang. The zipper split open upon impact, revealing it was filled to the brim with gold. I never provoked you. Just let me go, and I promise I won't trouble you again." The short man following Huang Qin stammered, his face pale with fear. He too tossed his backpack onto the ground, carefully unzipping it. "This bag is filled with gold and jade. Just let me go, and you can have it all." Inside the backpack were indeed countless pieces of gold and several red jewelry boxes. Lin Yuan remained silent, turning to raise an eyebrow at Xia Sisi, as if waiting to see her decision. Xia Sisi found Lin Yuan's gaze on her quite interesting. She twirled the dagger in her hand, saying, "One for each of us." Lin Yuan didn't respond, but his body was already in motion. The short man attempted to flee, but Lin Yuan swiftly tackled him to the ground with a kick. Lin Yuan drew the dagger from his hand and swiftly slit the short man's throat. It was clean and decisive. A single stroke was enough to end his life. Huang Qin fled without uttering another word. Xia Sisi was a step slower, but she wasn't flustered as she threw her dagger, which struck Huang Qin's leg with a forceful thrust. Huang Qin stumbled and fell, struggling to get back up. But Xia Sisi was already there, pressed close to Huang Qin with a new dagger firmly placed against his neck. "What? What do you want?" "The rescue team is here. There might even be police watching and patrolling. Everything will be restored soon. If you kill it, will be a crime." Huang Qin was covered in cold sweat, stuttering. Xia Sisi scoffed lightly, "Sorry, the apocalypse has just begun and you won't be seeing your police or rescue." With a forceful twist of her wrist, Xia Sisi sliced through Huang Qin's neck, blood gushing forth. She quickly stepped back to avoid the blood spraying from Huang Qin. In fact, when Xia Sisi saw Huang Qin again, she suddenly recalled something from her past life. Or rather, it was when she encountered those twin giants that the memory surfaced. In her last life, Xia Sisi did not live in this apartment, but her home was not far from here. After the extreme cold passed, chaos ensued, and the death toll reached a staggering number, leaving humanity in disbelief. Most supplies were consumed in the acid rain and bitter cold. At that time, several organizations began to form. Some of these groups were comprised of ordinary people from before the apocalypse, even having legitimate professions. However, when the apocalypse came, they chose the law of the jungle, abandoning morality and humanity for their. Some were not good people before the apocalypse. They merely kept their evil in check within a stable and orderly society. But the apocalypse changed everything. They fully revealed their true nature, committing all manner of evils, even deriving pleasure from killing and tormenting others. Among them was one particular organization. This group was small, numbering about a dozen individuals, with the strongest being a pair of twin giants. The leader of this group was a somewhat lewd-looking man with triangular eyes. In retrospect, that man was Huang Qin. In her last life, Xia Sisi had only crossed paths with this organization once. At that moment, this group of people surrounded two young girls. The two girls appeared to be very young, still naive and innocent in the normal order of society. However, this group of scoundrels laughed as they mistreated them. No matter how the two girls cried out, "Uncle, uncle," they did not let go, continuing to laugh uncontrollably. Xia Sisi was hiding in a nearby garbage truck, curled up in fear. She was terrified of being discovered and dragged out. Especially when she saw this group of scoundrels playing with the two girls, and even considering keeping them as reserves for future needs, she was scared to the point of almost crying. At that time, the apocalypse had just begun for a year, and it had not yet reached the point of cannibalism. However, these people had already completely degenerated into beasts, just to taste a bit of tender flesh. Thus upon seeing these two twins, Xia Sisi had no intention of letting these people leave the mall. Even if it was to take revenge for the two little girls in her past life. Even if it was to take revenge for her own fear in her previous life. Even if it was to avenge all those who might be threatened and persecuted by these people in the future. Even if it was for her own future safety. These people must die. With this thought, Xia Sisi forcefully flicked the dagger she had just used to kill Huang Qin and walked towards the collapsed twins, swiftly ending their lives. You really got off easy. Xia Sisi kicked each of the brothers, thinking that such scum dying at the beginning of the apocalypse was a blessing for others. Lin Yuan walked over, glancing at the woman who had just killed 3 people without a change in expression. Ms. Xia, can you explain why you killed them all? Because they deserve to die. Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan and teasingly replied, Mr. Lin, I noticed you didn't hesitate when you pointed your knife at ordinary citizens. Could you explain that? She emphasized the words ordinary citizens to make Lin Yuan understand that she had begun to doubt his identity as a retired soldier. A hint of a smile appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes and his pupils slightly contracted, but his expression remained calm. I saw them bullying women. I thought that a small punishment would make them restrain themselves, but last night when I went out to search for supplies, I heard them say they had forced an elderly person to death. Keeping such scoundrels alive is an insult to my identity as a retired soldier. Xia Sisi did not expect Lin Yuan to explain so clearly. Moreover, Lin Yuan easily mentioned that he had gone downstairs to search for supplies the previous night, which made Xia Sisi look at him with a hint of trust. This was because Lin Yuan's words were extending an olive branch to her, treating her as one of his own. At the same time, Xia Sisi's mind turned, catching onto Lin Yuan's phrase, small punishment. Just as she was about to ask, Lin Yuan answered himself. Yes, the scoundrel who died downstairs was killed by me. Before Xia Sisi could respond, Lin Yuan spoke again. Xia Sisi nodded gently. She had previously thought about who could enter a bedroom without anyone noticing, kill a sleeping person, and not alert Lu Xiaofei, who was sleeping beside them. Mr. Lin, I admire your actions. Xia Sisi extended her hand to Lin Yuan. He readily shook it. On the side, Ding Lei had already been shocked by their series of actions. However, she quickly regained her composure, especially when she heard that it was Lin Yuan who killed the man who had humiliated her and also punished Lu Xiaofei. A sense of joy arose in her heart. She clenched her fists tightly, hammering her trembling thigh twice, and silently resolved, I must become stronger and not be a burden to the two of them. I need to quickly adapt to the current environment. Afterward, they carried the supplies back home. As previously discussed, Ding Lei only took a small portion of the supplies, giving the rest to Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan, even contributing her share for Dehe. In total, Ding Lei only ended up with a few bags of flour, a few bags of rice, some canned goods packaged, meats, a few cases of water, and drinks, along with some miscellaneous items and a speedboat. Regarding the speedboat, it was only when Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan suggested to split it evenly that Ding Lei accepted it. However, she had no complaints and was rather happy. Xia Sisi also did not kindly suggest giving away this batch of supplies. Although she did not lack supplies and was very satisfied with Ding Lei, they had agreed that a promise made must be fulfilled. After moving the items, each took a speedboat and went back to the mall one more time. This time they were still collecting food and water. However, when passing a store selling mink coats, Xia Sisi's eyes lit up as she pointed and said, let's grab a few. There won't be any heating soon, and we can't use the air conditioning. This will keep us warm. What she said was the reality. The weather had already turned cold, although it hadn't reached freezing, nor was it extremely cold yet. But this was the north, and they couldn't use air conditioning or heating, and once winter arrived it would surely be chilling. These mink coats were necessary for the apocalypse. The two felt it made sense, so they each took 2 sets. They were long mink coats that reached the ankles, which would have been worth tens of thousands before. Now, however, they were going unnoticed in the mall. During this trip, Xia Sisi saw the bags of gemstones and gold that Huang Chen's group had just collected. Lin Yuan and Ding Lei had previously shown no interest in these items, and she couldn't express her interest either. Now that they were leaving, they finished their collection for the night. Taking advantage of the distraction of the two, Xia Sisi collected all these items into her space. After all, if she could take it, why not? Especially the gold. Once the country restored order and established bases, worldwide gold would become a universal currency, replacing the current paper currency. What Xia Sisi did not expect was that as soon as these bags entered her space, she felt a violent tremor within it. However, there was no time to check. She hurried to catch up with the two, and they returned to the apartment together. This time, Xia Sisi did not mention wanting more from Ding Lei. Lin Yuan and Xia Sisi both agreed that the supplies Ding Lei had previously provided were already compensated for, and from now on they would consider themselves a team, evenly distributing the supplies they found. Ding Lei was so excited that she stumbled over her words, repeatedly thanking them, tears flowing down her cheeks uncontrollably. Xia Sisi said little, merely patting Ding Lei's shoulder gently. Speaking of which, Ding Lei had earned their recognition through her character and hard work. Even Dehei liked Ding Lei a lot. Just now Dehei had even helped Ding Lei, who was weaker than her, and Lin Yuan pick up the items that had fallen on the ground. After dividing the supplies, they decided to rest and set out together the next evening. Taking advantage of the fact that most people had not yet reacted dreaming of rescue, they planned to empty the supermarket and the nearby restaurants and then look for some diesel. After all, starting the speedboat required diesel. Once everyone said their goodbyes and went to rest, Xia Sisi entered the door, excitedly clenching her fists. She could feel her space again. Her space had indeed finished upgrading, and it had reappeared. Now she finally had time to take a look inside. She felt that her space had undergone significant changes this time. Xia Sisi swiftly entered the space. As soon as she stepped in, she felt that the entire space was different from before. Previously entering the space felt no different from the outside environment. But now entering the space gave her an immensely comfortable feeling. It was as if just standing within the space could nourish her. The first thing she saw was the small spiritual spring stream in front of her. The spiritual spring stream was now a light blue color, no longer transparent. As she approached, Xia Sisi could see numerous blue light spots floating on the surface, indicating that the energy contained within had increased significantly. Xia Sisi tried to scoop up a handful of the spring water, bringing it close to her nose to smell. It emanated a refreshing fragrance with a hint of sweetness. Unable to resist, she took a sip. As the spring water went down, the fatigue she had felt before vanished and her spirit was rejuvenated. Walking up to the villa, she noticed that it seemed sturdier, though there was no significant change in the number of floors. In front of the villa, the display screen was still floating in the air. Xia Sisi stepped forward and tapped it. The screen displayed in colorful fonts Spiritual Dimension 5.0. The space had indeed been upgraded. Below the space there was an additional line of text. Notice the method for upgrading the space has changed. From difficult mode to easy mode. It was almost like previously during infancy she could only consume supplementary food and breast milk, and now that she had grown she could eat grains. Were you happy about this? Xia Sisi felt no joy whatsoever. Because you never informed me what this breast milk and supplementary food was from the very beginning. Or rather, it was something she had figured out herself, which should be stones containing some special energy. Now that the space had upgraded, it still hadn't told Xia Sisi what this grains were. Is there such a scam? Damn space. Then the subsequent farms and waste disposal units were also upgraded. Additionally, there was a new option, mobile base. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows and hurriedly clicked on the mobile base option. Mobile base, level 1. Function: a mobile shelter in the apocalypse, can be moved outside the space, providing refuge for the space owner and other friends. Limitations: the time for moving outside varies with levels. Note, at this level the base cannot be moved or relocated from the space. Surprised. Unexpected. Xia Sisi's emotions were like a roller coaster. At first it was, wow, this thing is incredible, then it turned to, damn, this space is so frustrating. She had an impulse to punch the screen directly. However, she refrained. After all, no matter how frustrating this space was, it was still her beloved little space. Looking around, she finally determined that this villa was likely the mobile base. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi felt a surge of joy. This thing would surely be very useful in the future. After all, she knew that once the apocalypse arrived, no one could stay in one place for long. Everyone was constantly on the move. Thus this mobile base could serve as her place of refuge. Moreover, it was a product of the space, which could continue to upgrade, simply magnificent. After the upgrade, the waste disposal unit could now accept 2 items daily. The cardboard boxes she had placed in yesterday had surprisingly spat out a handgun under the space's enhancement. This dark, heavy object made Xia Sisi's heart race. This was indeed a great item for scaring people off and self-defense in the apocalypse. This dark, heavy object made Xia Sisi's heart race. This was indeed a great item for scaring people off and self-defense in the apocalypse. But those were makeshift guns with limited power. The one in Xia Sisi's hands was the real deal. She glanced inside and saw 3 bullets, few, but just enough for emergency situations. Meanwhile, in Farm No. 1, that previously bulged area had finally grown something. It turned out to be a full box of firewood. This firewood looked no different from ordinary firewood, but Xia Sisi felt it was anything but ordinary. She thought about the extreme cold that was coming soon and decided to test it then. In Farm No. 2, the seeds Ciacci had planted had all sprouted. The spinach was half a meter tall, the cabbage was a person's height, the peppers were a foot long, and the trees were laden with apples the size of bowls. Ciacci incredulously began to harvest these vegetables and fruits. Then she planted more things in the farm. However, the most exciting upgrade for Ciacci was the livestock farm. It could now automate food production. The rabbits fattened up and she could click rabbit meat canned goods. The alpaca's wool grew long, allowing her to click shear wool. Though each option only had one animal for now, Ciacci was still very satisfied. At least she didn't have to personally shear wool or slaughter rabbits. It was incredibly convenient. She suddenly felt that while this space was frustrating, it was still quite reliable. When she exited the space, Ciacci, due to the effects of the spiritual spring water, was not at all sleepy. She took some new spring water and mixed it with the acid rain, deciding to give her 2 little ones, including herself, a bath. The gray machine had missed Ciacci all night and wanted to stick to her, but when it saw she was preparing bath water, it scurried away. However, once the bath water was ready, Dehe, not knowing where it had caught the gray machine, directly grabbed it and tossed it into the water, then jumped in himself. Ciacci patted Dehe's big head. Dehe is the smartest, has it discovered the benefits of this water. Although Dehe still had a droopy face, its wagging tail indicated it was pleased with Ciacci's praise. The gray machine was like a drowned rat in the water, but it didn't struggle like last time. The trio enjoyed a bath together, laughing and playing. An hour passed unknowingly. That day, Ciacci had a lovely nap, and by evening Lin Yuan and Ding Lei went to the mall and transported supplies multiple times. Not only did they empty the small storage room in the mall, but they also cleared out several restaurants inside. Most of the supplies ended up in Ciacci's space, but the others also got quite a bit. Moreover, Lin Yuan sneaked into the underground garage and, using tubes, sealed bags, and other equipment, obtained a lot of gasoline and diesel. Ciacci, Ding Lei, and Dehe assisted on the side, but they also got quite a bit. At least they had enough fuel for the speedboat for the time being. During these few days together, Ciacci felt that Ding Lei and Lin Yuan were trustworthy. At least there were no backstabbing or hoarding of supplies. They adhered to the rules and were methodical. Once they had gathered enough supplies and were looking for a place to store them in the nearby building, they decided to refrain from going out for now. After all, transporting items repeatedly could easily draw the attention of the residents downstairs. Although they acted in the middle of the night, moving very quietly and scouting ahead to avoid being spotted. During these days, the residents in the building truly believed that the government was coming to rescue them, and not many wanted to go out to search for supplies. At night, they kept to themselves and didn't come out. However, one cannot always walk by the river without wetting their shoes. Now that the supplies were temporarily sufficient, they didn't want to take risks anymore. Ciacci had a very good sleep that day, and when the sun rose, she heard a commotion outside, a cacophony of voices. Even through several layers of doors, she could hear the shouting. At that moment, her door was also knocked on. Ciacci hurriedly put on her clothes and took Dehe to answer the door. At the door stood Lin Yuan with a serious expression. The government has distributed supplies right on our rooftop. Now people downstairs are gathering at our stairwell demanding that we let them in to collect supplies. Indeed, Ciacci heard a series of shouts coming from the stairwell. Damn, the 66th floor trying to monopolize the government's relief supplies. Villains, let the police arrest them. They're playing with lives. Look at the labels they've stuck on them. Ciacci looked at the neighbors, their faces twisted as if they were ready to storm in and kill them. With a slight frown, she remarked this early in the morning. What a lively scene. As Ciacci led Dehe to the stairway, she saw the aunt who had previously threatened her with her grandson shouting at the entrance. That voice, that aura, gave off a feeling of a dog backing its owner. After all, the situation was quite different now. She was no longer alone in confronting Ciacci. From others' conversations, Ciacci learned that this aunt's surname was Jean and everyone called her Aunt Jean. Not out of respect, but because no one dared to provoke her. Before the apocalypse, if someone offended her, she would curse for days at their doorstep and even spit. Some had reported her to the police, but it was of no use as she would throw tantrums and play the victim, causing the police to deem her a nuisance. After the apocalypse, this Aunt Jean, taking advantage of her age and accompanied by her grandson, went around causing trouble at others' homes, demanding food. As if others owed her something. If she didn't receive what she wanted, she would accuse others of starving her grandchild and bullying the elderly. Especially recently, after the rescue teams came, Aunt Jean had become even more brazen. When she caused a scene at someone's home, if she didn't get food or drink, she would claim that others were disregarding human life and threaten to report them to the police. In this building with so many young people, no one could really deal with this troublesome old lady. It was also fortunate for her that she hadn't encountered anyone formidable managing to control the few young people below quite easily. Now she stood in front of Xiaxixi with a group arrogant and shouting the loudest, "Do you know this is illegal? Once the rescue arrives and we all go out, I'll be the first to report you and get you imprisoned." Xiaxixi found the situation amusing as she observed this loudmouth. She probably didn't realize that the possibility of Xiaxixi ending up in prison was non-existent, because at this point it seemed like no one was managing the prisons. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Ding Lei also emerged. The wounds on Ding Lei's face had scabbed over, giving her a fierce appearance. A few who recognized her whispered among themselves, their eyes occasionally flicking towards her. But Ding Lei stood there nonchalantly, a cold expression on her face. "Who said we were blocking you from going up to get supplies?" Xiaxixi stepped forward and addressed the crowd at the entrance. Unbeknownst to her, this small group of 3 had already placed Xiaxixi at the helm. As she stepped forward, Lin Yuan and Ding Lei stood beside her. "Let us go up." "Then what does your locked door mean?" "The top floor belongs to all of us, and by locking it you are occupying a public area." Aunt Jean raised her hand, pointing fiercely at Xiaxixi. A few others echoed her sentiment. Xiaxixi took a step forward, causing Aunt Jean to retreat 2 steps in fright. Upon hearing that the government was distributing supplies, the people below surged up, and now the entire stairwell was packed. Aunt Jean's retreat led her to step on someone else's foot. Then the person whose foot was stepped on stepped back, inadvertently stepping on the person behind them. Complaints started to arise. Some grew impatient and began shouting, "What are you waiting for? So many are waiting. With this many people, everyone can't go up at once. Why don't we choose a few people to go up and bring the supplies down directly?" This suggestion received the agreement of most. The entrance to the rooftop was directly across from the stairway. There were only 5 or 6 steps leading to a small door that could only accommodate 1 person at a time. If so many people entered, that small door would surely be damaged. Xiaxixi snorted coldly, pointing at Aunt Jean. "Auntie, you seem to be the loudest. Why don't you go up as one of the representatives to move the items?" As she spoke, Xiaxixi made a motion to open the door. Aunt Jean, seeing Xiaxixi's face, turned pale with fear and retreated again. This drew more complaints. "What's happening in front? Can you say something when stepping back? You know you're stepping on people." "Exactly. If you don't want to let us through, we want to go first to get supplies." Aunt Jean was genuinely afraid of Xiaxixi. Especially in the face of Xiaxixi's half-smile, she felt that Xiaxixi intentionally opened the door to let her in, intending to beat her up. I definitely want to go in. But I can't go in by myself. Besides, how could Aunt Jean possibly move anything? Moving things was something others had to do, and they had to be distributed at her doorstep. Ultimately, Aunt Jean, 3 strong young men, and a young woman known to most were called in together. Among them, one of the strong young men was Lin Yi. At this moment, he looked even more haggard, appearing somewhat dehydrated. However, he was tall, and when the suggestion to move supplies was made, Xiaxixi noticed how Ro pushing Lin Yi slightly, and his height got him selected. Otherwise, with his current pale complexion, Xiaxixi would absolutely not have chosen him. When the door opened, Xiaxixi signaled Dahe, who quickly positioned himself at the entrance of several people's homes, preventing anyone from attempting to sneak in and steal. Lin Yuan gave Xiaxixi a slight nod, standing at the door to block the entrance, preventing anyone from entering again. After all, with so many people, it would create chaos on their floor. Ding Lei stood alongside Dahe, guarding the entrances of several homes. The 3 of them presented a defensive stance, causing some complaints, but seeing Dahe, who was almost the size of a pony, they could only keep quiet. However, with so many people, there were bound to be suspicious minds. Some expressed concern that Xiaxixi and her group might secretly withhold supplies. But Xiaxixi shot a cold glance at them. "Choosing a few people to move supplies was your suggestion. The ones going up to move things are the ones you selected. Now you're worried about someone stealing supplies. I see you're just looking for trouble." This silenced them. Xiaxixi followed the few people up the stairs. As she opened the small door, the crowd formed a line, entering one by one. At that moment, Lin Yi happened to be standing right behind Xiaxixi. She felt a foul odor wafting. She recalled how Ro had soiled her pants earlier, likely using up most of their drinking water to clean up. In the following days, with any water available, they used it for drinking, leaving none for personal hygiene. This Lin Yi was reeking. He smelled worse than most in the crowd. Xiaxixi felt the foul-smelling man lean closer, whispering in her ear, "Cici, for the sake of our past together, can you let me and Ro move up here to live?" Xiaxixi struggled to suppress her urge to vomit. The smell was bad and the thoughts behind it were worse. But the idea he proposed was quite appealing. Is it that you want me to find a suitable and safe room for you on the 66th floor, and also find the most comfortable bed for you and how row on the entire floor? Xia Sisi smiled lightly, looking at the man in front of her. Lin Yi was taken aback, a spark of light flashing in his eyes as he hurriedly explained, No, anywhere is fine. Our floor below has already been flooded by acid rain and our walls are starting to show signs of dampness and decay. It's completely uninhabitable. Uninhabitable? Xia Sisi scoffed. If it's uninhabitable, you can just find any floor. Why come to the 66th floor? Do you also want me to share some water or food with you? Xia Sisi smiled even more gently. Hearing about water and food, Lin Yi licked his dry lips. Sisi, you wouldn't just stand by and watch us die, would you? Hao Ro and I have really run out of water and food. Yesterday, Hao Ro even wanted to drink the acid rain outside. We made a simple distillation device and can only get a little drinking water each day. We're really close to death. Xia Sisi looked at this pathetic man reeking of foul odor, feeling that she must have been blind in her previous life. She held her breath and walked up to Lin Yi. She could see Lin Yi's face turning red. Indeed, Xia Sisi was originally beautiful, and after obtaining the spiritual spring water, she became even more stunning. Being so close to a man would inevitably make him blush. At this moment, she didn't know how much Lin Yi regretted being with Hao Ro before. He wished he could slap himself twice. He even thought about whether kneeling in front of Xia Sisi to beg for reconciliation would make her forgive him. Now looking at the beautiful Xia Sisi and then recalling the sight of Hao Ro, who had soiled herself and was only crying while Lin Yi had to clean her, he truly regretted it deeply. Sisi, Lin Yi said nervously in his gentlest voice, even slightly turning his face, because he remembered that Xia Sisi liked his profile the most. You really know how to dream. Go back to your 5th floor. Xia Sisi coldly threw out this line and turned to head to the top floor, leaving Lin Yi stunned in place. Unexpectedly at this moment, the two men on the top floor actually started fighting. The woman who had been selected by everyone to mediate was kicked over. And Aunt Jean, without saying a word, was sitting on the ground stuffing food into her mouth. At this time, Xia Sisi noticed that the two men who were selected to move things were actually the two brothers from the 23rd floor who did business together. Xia Sisi still remembered when they emptied out the 12th floor across from them, walking upstairs in the middle of the night. She heard the two men from the 23rd floor chatting, saying they needed to face the crisis together. Who would have thought that upon their second meeting these two would end up in a brawl? The most despicable Aunt Jean completely disregarded that the supplies belonged to everyone and had already eaten a pile of packaging. Xia Sisi saw that the pile of supplies was actually not much. At most they could divide it into 2 bottles of mineral water and a few packs of compressed biscuits for each person. Unexpectedly, Aunt Jean in this moment had already finished 3 bottles of mineral water and was still stuffing compressed biscuits into her mouth. Xia Sisi said nothing and directly pushed her out. Ignoring Lin Yi, she walked to the door and opened the stairwell door. All of you go up and take a look. Be careful not to step on others. After saying this, Xia Sisi stepped back a bit, exchanging a glance with Lin Yuan, and they both stood at a distance. Those anxiously waiting outside were stretching their necks. At this moment, seeing Xia Sisi just enter and then come back out to let them go up for a look, they knew something must have happened. The surviving 30 or so people in the building rushed up, jostling each other. Soon sounds of fighting and cursing came from upstairs. Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan beside her. Did you expect this scene? Lin Yuan snorted coldly. I've seen worse than this. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows, not expecting Lin Yuan to respond this way. Amidst the noisy clamor, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan stood side by side like two idle observers in the midst of a bustling market. During these days, although Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan lived as neighbors, they hadn't spent much time interacting. It was as if they had established their own boundaries, not disturbing each other. Overall, Xia Sisi had a good impression of Lin Yuan, feeling that he was strong and reasonable, not talkative, but reliable in action. He was completely different from the other members of the Lin family. However, this person like her had his own secrets, so she didn't rush to get too close to him. But occasionally teaming up to find supplies and fight against external threats was still a suitable partnership. In fact, Lin Yuan was quietly observing Xia Sisi at this moment. During these days, he also had a good impression of Xia Sisi, feeling that this girl was independent and strong, remaining calm in the face of any situation, and had her own methods of doing things. Although he felt her vigilance was strong, he could sense that even now Xia Sisi didn't have much trust in him, Lin Yuan. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, time reveals a person's heart. Mr. Lin, are you really a soldier? Feeling the somewhat awkward atmosphere between them, Xia Sisi couldn't help but ask. Lin Yuan smiled. This was the first time Xia Sisi saw him smile so widely. His eyes and brows were filled with laughter and his whole face radiated vitality because of this smile. A hint of scrutiny flickered in his light brown eyes as he looked at Xia Sisi before him. You know, some soldiers cannot reveal their true identities. Some soldiers' missions are also not to be disclosed to others. Furthermore, even the reasons for some soldiers' retirements are secrets. Lin Yuan spoke each word clearly. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows and stopped asking further. The two then fell into a long silence, while Xia Sisi listened to the commotion above, which had grown even louder. Among the sounds, Aunt Jean's wails could be heard. Or rather, the loudest sound was Aunt Jean's wails. She kept cursing and shouting, "Someone's been killed. Someone's been killed." Then came some unspeakable vulgarities. In fact, the top floor was already in chaos, but it wasn't that chaotic. The two brothers who were fighting had already been pulled apart. However, upon seeing what Aunt Jean had eaten, everyone started to show reluctance. Several young people who had already been annoyed by Aunt Jean rushed over and began to tug at her. Aunt Jean was quickly pulled by the hair, her clothes torn, and didn't know who had kicked her several times. Even the food she had just gorged on was now being vomited out. And that woman who had come along named Mo Yoon was the property management manager here. Previously, she had been very good to all the residents of the building, and everyone liked to turn to her for help. She and her husband were very affectionate. At this moment, her husband saw her being kicked to the ground, holding her stomach, knowing that it was the two fighting that had accidentally hurt her. He was so furious that he trembled all over and rushed over to confront the two brothers who had been pulled apart. However, some rational people blocked the government-supplied resources, saying that everyone should calm down and then distribute the supplies. On Xia Sisi's side, she was listening to the noise upstairs. Suddenly she saw Hao Ro walking down gracefully. She looked much cleaner than Lin Yi and was in a better overall state. Seeing Hao Ro, Xia Sisi's face turned slightly cold, wanting to see what trick she would pull this time. But who would have thought that after Hao Ro walked over, she didn't approach Xia Sisi, but instead walked toward Lin Yuan. Kneeling in front of Lin Yuan, crying and pleading, "Uncle, I'm pregnant with Lin Yi's child. Please help us. Just consider it for the sake of the Lin family's descendants." Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. Wait, wasn't it true that she didn't remember Hao Ro being pregnant in her previous life? Beside her, Lin Yuan gazed coldly at Hao Ro, momentarily silent. Hao Ro shivered under Lin Yuan's piercing gaze. She knew that Lin Yi's uncle was no ordinary person. Having a close relationship with Lin Yi, she had heard many rumors about Lin Yuan. These were things that outsiders did not know. She was aware that Lin Yuan's mother was truly a legitimate young lady who had been only 19 when she became pregnant with Lin Yuan, deceived by Lin Yuan's father, the old man of the Lin family. What they didn't know was that the Lin family had suffered a great loss back then. Lin Yuan's maternal family took their daughter away, and for the sake of her status, kept it low-key, yet they had been What they didn't know was that the Lin family had suffered a great loss back then. Lin Yuan's maternal family took their daughter away, and for the sake of her status, kept it low-key, yet they had been secretly suppressing the Lin family all along. Years have passed, and the Lin family has been barely surviving, far from its former glory, all because Lin Yuan's maternal family has been secretly sabotaging them. As for Lin Yuan himself, he was exceptionally talented and had no interest in the assets of Lin Yi's family. Recently, he proactively expressed his desire to renounce all inheritance rights and completely severed ties with the Lin family. It seemed that Lin Yuan's maternal family was about to take drastic measures against Lin Yi. The reason Lin Yi and Hao Ro moved here was to get closer to Lin Yuan while monitoring his movements. Unexpectedly, this incident occurred. There were rumors that Lin Yuan was a soldier and had been executing missions or undergoing closed training abroad rather than studying overseas. That night, Hao Ro couldn't sleep and saw Lin Yuan go downstairs later, returning with a lot of supplies. She wanted to take a gamble, hoping that Lin Yuan, as a retired soldier, would have a sense of compassion for her. She hoped that Lin Yuan would show compassion for her as a pregnant woman due to their blood ties. However, to her surprise, after kneeling for a long time, Lin Yuan didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Xia Sisi watched with her arms crossed, sneering coldly. This made Hao Ro feel utterly uncomfortable. Hao Ro knelt and took 2 steps forward, trying to grab Lin Yuan's pant leg. "Uncle, please." Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan took 2 steps back in disgust. Beside them, Dehe, seeing Hao Ro approach, recalled the previous order not to let anyone near their door. He bared his teeth and charged at Hao Ro. Hao Ro was startled and took a step back, sitting on the ground. Yet Dehe seemed unsatisfied and continued to close in. Hao Ro could only awkwardly retreat on the ground. Soon a foul smell wafted through the air. Poor Hao Ro had wet herself again. Xia Sisi burst out laughing. How Ro, you should really stop embarrassing yourself here and go downstairs to take care of your pregnancy. After all, I've never seen a pregnant woman who can still move around after climbing 60 floors. Upon hearing this, Hao Rao's face turned pale. But she was not ready to give up. She looked at Lin Yuan with tearful eyes. Uncle, are you really going to ignore our survival? Even if you have a way, you could at least help us contact the Lin family. Please, I'm begging you, don't turn a blind eye to our plight. Look at the prowess of this green tea bitch. Originally, Lin Yuan had nothing to do with her, yet now she was splattering mud on him, accusing Lin Yuan of turning a blind eye to the dying. Lin Yuan raised his eyelids. What does it have to do with me? Xia Sisi couldn't contain herself any longer and burst into laughter. Hao Rao's face alternated between white and red from the embarrassment. From the moment she saw Xia Sisi, she had already been consumed by jealousy. Xia Sisi was simply too composed and too beautiful. In this apocalyptic world, Xia Sisi still managed to dress neatly with meticulously arranged hair emanating a faint scent of soap, and her skin was well maintained with exquisite features. It drove Hao Rou to madness with jealousy. Especially when Xia Sisi stood next to Lin Yuan, they looked like a perfect pair, making her want to rush forward and tear Xia Sisi apart. But she couldn't. She could only humiliatingly clench her fists, gritting her teeth and thinking, don't be too arrogant, just wait until I rise above you. The hatred in Hao Rao's eyes did not escape Xia Sisi's notice. Xia Sisi coldly laughed in her heart. Soon your time will come. She remembered that there would be significant actions from the authorities soon. Once it passed, there would be complete collapse and apocalypse. At that time, none of these bastards would escape. Ladies, please come up with me. Suddenly, the skylight door opened and Mo Yun walked out, beckoning people to come up. Everyone went upstairs, leaving Dehe to guard below. Once upstairs, they discovered that the supplies on the rooftop had already been distributed. Everyone on the rooftop held a share. However, the three of them from the 66th floor had none. Mo Yun awkwardly held 3 packs of compressed biscuits and 3 bottles of water, approaching Xia Sisi and the others due to some reasons. He continued noticing the disheveled, bruised Jean Dama standing nearby. Due to some reasons, our already limited supplies have suffered some losses. I see you ladies are the most well-fed in the building, and I know you are all capable. So, Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow, sneering at the woman before her. This woman seemed to be making valid points, yet wore a smile, essentially making Xia Sisi and her group take the short end of the stick. Because Jean Dama had just wasted quite a bit of supplies, the people from the 66th floor had to take less. Why should they give up? Xia Sisi didn't lack this little bit of supplies. She wouldn't even eat those unappetizing compressed biscuits. But why should she bear the loss? Why should she take on others' mistakes? Who would have thought that at this moment the previously beaten Jean Dama suddenly spoke in a sarcastic tone? Oh, what's wrong? Don't you want it? Is it that we from the 66th floor look down on this little bit of stuff? After all, with such a big dog, you must have plenty of food and drink at home. Do you want it? This can be given to others. It's a lifesaver for them. Xia Sisi raised her head, completely amused. If you hadn't spoken, I would have wanted to find you to settle the score later, but since you spoke up, I'll take you down first. Thinking this, Xia Sisi strode up to Jean Dama. She swiftly snatched the bag of supplies from Jean Dama's hands and threw it off the rooftop. Without caring that Jean Dama was about to charge at her, Xia Sisi stepped back and kicked Jean Dama's knee. Jean Dama immediately fell down. Whoever causes trouble will bear the consequences. I, Xia Sisi, will not coddle you. Want us from the 66th floor to suffer losses? You better check if you can afford it. Xia Sisi said, turning her gaze to Mo Yun, who had just spoken to her, who suggested that we take less supplies on the 66th floor. For a moment, the entire scene fell silent, and no one dared to speak. Mo Yun was clearly being pushed out by these people to take charge. She noticed that the bag her husband was carrying was noticeably larger than others, though not by much, but it definitely contained 2 bottles of water. It must have just happened Mo Yun had gained everyone's approval through some means. However, she wasn't one to suffer losses, and she must have promised some benefits for taking on this mess. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi couldn't help but smile. After taking the benefits, was she trying to dismiss them on the 66th floor? What did she think of the people there? Oh no, someone's killed. You little beat, are you trying to kill my whole family? You actually threw away our supplies. I'm going to fight you to the death. Aunt Jean got up from the ground, dragging her injured leg as she attempted to pull Xia Sisi's hair. To be fair, Aunt Jean was the only one rushing in to grab the supplies, while her precious son, daughter-in-law, and grandson did not come forward. At that moment, Aunt Jean thought that if she secured the supplies first, she would eat her fill before handing over the rest to her son and daughter-in-law, while also secretly saving some for her beloved grandson. Who would have thought she miscalculated? Had she known, she would have at least let her son come help her, and she wouldn't have suffered such a great loss in front of Xia Sisi. Seeing Aunt Jean charge over, Xia Sisi swiftly grabbed the old woman's arm and twisted it hard. She was truly fed up with Aunt Jean's incessant troubles. Thinking this, she reached for her waist to draw a knife. Who would have thought that Aunt Jean, pushed by Xia Sisi, would end up next to someone else? Aunt Jean then saw a pair of hands holding supplies right in front of her. She didn't care whose hands they were, all she could see was that bag of supplies. She immediately lunged to snatch the items from that person's hands. "Give it to me. My family has children and elderly. If you don't give it to me, you're not respecting the old and loving the young." "You old witch, what nonsense are you spouting? Want to fight?" The person being robbed was equally unyielding. You're going to starve this old lady. You're all heartless and ruthless, you scoundrel." Aunt Jean clung tightly to the bag, screaming loudly. Everyone around watched, and not a single person went to break it up. They merely held on tightly to their own supplies. Some who didn't want to get involved had already quietly slipped away through the doorway while no one was looking. A wretched wail echoed. The man whose supplies were snatched by Aunt Jean could no longer hold back. His eyes bloodshot, he began to hit Aunt Jean. Unlike the earlier young men who merely tugged at Aunt Jean, this man's punches landed heavily and repeatedly on Aunt Jean's head. Once he started hitting, it was as if he was addicted. He cursed loudly while hitting with no restraint in his... Xia Sisi frowned as she watched the man, finally recognizing him by his accent. He was the domestic abuser who had moved from the first floor to the 58th. Aunt Jean had certainly picked a fight with the wrong person. Ding Lei, scared, moved closer to Xia Sisi, who gently held her hand, whispering in her ear, "Pay attention, there will be more of this in the future. You need to get used to it." Upon hearing this, Ding Lei paused for a moment, then trembled as she replied, "Don't worry, I won't hold you back." More people slipped away from the rooftop, and Mo Yun grimaced as she grabbed her husband's arm. With Aunt Jean's wail, she lay still on the ground, never to move again. She was dead. The man who had hit her, upon realizing he had killed her, stepped back in panic, looking at the few remaining people around him. He said anxiously, "I didn't mean to, as she was stealing my things. I didn't mean to." He then ran off in a panic. In the end, only Xia Sisi, a few others, and the couple Mo Yun remained. Xia Sisi looked at Mo Yun and her husband. "Did you anticipate all of this?" Mo Yun, caught off guard by Xia Sisi's gaze, trembled and stuttered. "What do you mean?" Xia Sisi snorted coldly, directly grabbing Mo Yun by the collar. Mo Yun stumbled forward as Xia Sisi dragged her. Her cries were in vain. Her husband attempted to intervene, but was firmly held back by Lin Yuan and Ding Lei. Xia Sisi dragged Mo Yun in front of Aunt Jean's lifeless body, ignoring Mo Yun's screams, and forcefully pressed her face almost against Aunt Jean's dead face. "See, if you provoke me, people die. Remember this. From now on, don't mess with us." I won't dare again." Mo Yun cried out loudly, her cries turning into sobs. Only then did Xia Sisi release Mo Yun. Just moments ago, when she asked who had suggested giving less supplies to the 66th floor, no one spoke. However, Xia Sisi noticed many eyes were directed at the couple Mo Yun. The implication was clear: this idea came from Mo Yun. This property manager Xia Sisi had encountered before. A typical smiling tiger, looking friendly, yet secretly very sinister. Now that Huang Qin was dead, the person to be most wary of in the entire building should be Mo Yun. Today, Xia Sisi was determined to establish her authority so that everyone in the building would avoid provoking them. "Throw the body down and you can leave." Xia Sisi exchanged glances with Lin Yuan and Ding Lei, who then released Mo Yun's husband Li Mingqiao. Next, Xia Sisi and the others watched as the two threw Aunt Jean's corpse off the rooftop, then left in disgrace. Xia Sisi and the others then made their way downstairs. The originally meager supplies were divided among a few people. After such a ruckus, it was already noon, and Xia Sisi was extremely hungry, but not particularly tired. Perhaps it was because she had drunk the spring water the night before. Returning home, she pulled out a serving of beef noodles and slurped it down, paired with a bottle of chilled orange juice. It felt absolutely heavenly. Grey Machine was extremely agitated, incessantly chattering in Xia Sisi's ear, somewhat complaining that she never took it out with her. To be fair, Grey Machine had also changed a lot in the past 2 days. Firstly, it could now manage its own bathroom needs, which made Xia Sisi very pleased. Additionally, it had grown significantly, now about the size of a hawk, and felt heavy resting on Xia Sisi's shoulder. Its claws and beak had become sharper. When Xia Sisi reached out to touch them, she could feel that both were formidable weapons. Moreover, its voice sounded even more human-like, no longer stuttering, and it could now say more complex words with a richer tone. Xia Sisi thought that if one only listened to its voice without seeing the parrot, they might think it was a burly man. All right, I'll introduce you to some friends later today." Xia Cici took out a nut for Grey Machine. She discovered that Grey Machine still loved eating nuts the most. Grey Machine happily flapped its wings. But before that, I need to tell you the rules. If you don't follow the rules, I can't take you out. Xia Cici looked seriously at Grey Machine, trying to gauge from its small eyes whether it had reached the level of intelligence to understand her words. After all, being able to enter and exit the space knowing Xia Cici's most secretive secrets and constantly chattering and saying whatever it wanted. If let out, it would be a real liability. Grey Machine tilted its head, gazing at Xia Cici. Big Black told me to listen to the commands after going out and not to speak recklessly. Especially not to mention our secret base. Grey Machine's eyes sparkled as it circled around Xia Cici. Xia Cici raised an eyebrow. Big Black is quite impressive. Indeed, it's the dog I raised. And it even knows the space is a secret base. However, she quickly realized a key point. Grey Machine just said Big Black told me. You and Big Black can communicate. Xia Cici swiftly pulled down Grey Machine, which was still fluttering in the air, and excitedly looked into its round little eyes. Yes! Xia Cici was thrilled. Since bringing Big Black home, she had been perplexed about what this Big Black dog... Although the two had become quite close by now, Xia Cici still felt that Big Black was always giving her the cold shoulder. Did it not like her? Perhaps it was just because she was its poop scooper that it had to follow her. What else did your Big Black brother say? Xia Cici patted Grey Machine's head, smiling as she asked, adding, "Today I'll treat you to a nut buffet to make you happy." For the sake of food, Grey Machine hesitated for just a second before selling out Big Black. Big Black brother said it likes canned venison and rabbit meat. Xia Cici knew this already. Big Black brother said to bite those who want to bully the poop scooper. Xia Cici's mouth slowly curled into a smile. Indeed, her efforts were not in vain. Big Black brother also said he likes the poop. Before Grey Machine could finish, a black shadow rushed over, biting Grey Machine's wing and dragging it away. "Poop scooper, save me." Big Black said he wants to bite me to death. Grey Machine cried out as it was dragged away by Big Black. Xia Cici was immersed in happiness. Big Black actually said it likes her the most. After some commotion and a satisfying meal, Xia Cici went to the space to fetch a cup of fresh cow's milk and fresh goat's milk. In the ranch now, every type of animal can produce a kind of byproduct. The cow and goat produced fresh cow's milk and fresh goat's milk supplied daily. She drank the fresh cow's milk herself and shared the fresh goat's milk with Big Black and Grey Machine. She never expected Grey Machine would drink goat's milk. Actually, she wasn't very familiar with parrots and didn't know if this was a result of Grey Machine's mutation or if parrots could drink this from the start. Today, the waste processor produced 2 pairs of goose down pants. Xia Cici checked the sizes. They were just right for 1 male and 1 female, so she stored them away. Then she put in 2 useless items, planning to collect them tomorrow. Xia Cici felt that this space seemed to have the ability to foresee the upcoming events in the apocalypse. According to Xia Cici's experience, what was to come next was extreme cold. Recently, the items produced by the space were just right for dealing with extreme cold. By the afternoon, the weather outside was completely clear, and those who had taken government supplies began to fantasize about the future, thinking that everything would pass soon. However, some people were not satisfied with government assistance. A group of young people upstairs decided to go out in search of supplies. Lin Yi and Hao Rou were among them, and leading the group was Wan Wei, who had previously sought to get to know Hao Rou after seeing her photos in the property group. To say it, Wan Wei lived right above Lin Yi and Hao Rou. In recent days, Hao Rou and Wan Wei had met privately several times. Each time, Wan Wei would bring Hao Rou some food and drink, which kept her from looking as haggard as Lin Yi during these apocalypse days. However, Wan Wei, though simple-minded, was quite lecherous. He had also received some benefits from Hao Rou. Lin Yi was unaware of this. When Hao Rou mentioned that Wan Wei wanted to go out to find supplies and asked if he wanted to join, he was quite moved. After all, Wan Wei looked like someone who had trained. He was said to be an athlete with excellent physical fitness and capable of fighting. Following such a person out would definitely provide a sense of security. However, Wan Wei looked a bit awkwardly at Hao Rou and Lin Yi. "Do you have any basin-like items at home?" "I only have a big bathtub here. It can only hold me and Rou at most." Lin Yi was unhappy upon hearing this. After all, no matter what, Hao Rou was his girlfriend. How could she be with someone else? But Hao Rou looked at Lin Yi with affectionate eyes. "Ega, Wan Wei is only saying I should sit with him because he thinks I'm petite. Don't think too much about it. However, we really don't have any basin-like items that can bear weight. Why don't you not go for now?" Lin Yi had been feeling down these days. How could he not go? In the end, with no other choice, Lin Yi used all his strength to remove the door panel from next door. "I'll use this to follow you guys." But he was soon mocked by others. Because of Lin Yi's small stature, it was more for show than use. As soon as he stepped out, he lost his balance and fell into the water. Lin Yi's face turned pale as he clenched his fists tightly. He had never suffered such a loss in his life. At that moment, Hao Ro turned her eyes and whispered in Lin Yi's ear, "Your uncle has a boat. I saw him go downstairs to look for supplies. Why don't you ask him for it? Say we want to borrow it for use." Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Yes, after all, he was his uncle. If he went to ask, he might just get the boat. Then let's see if those who laughed at him earlier would still be able to laugh. He could let whoever he wanted on the boat. Thinking this, Lin Yi patted his chest and said he was going to borrow the boat, completely oblivious to the exchanged glances between Hao Ro and Wan Wei. All of this was a performance for Lin Yi aimed at tricking this foolish boy into asking for the boat. On Xia Cixi's side, things were also not peaceful. Grandma Jean's son had come looking for her. Grandma Jean's son Jean Lei was 35 years old, with no notable traits except for his filial piety towards his mother Grandma Jean, which had reached the level of foolish devotion. He gave everything good at home to Grandma Jean, and whatever Grandma Jean said went. In the morning, Grandma Jean said not to let others follow her upstairs to get supplies, and Jean Lei didn't go. Originally, his wife had opposed it a bit, but Jean Lei slapped her, and she didn't dare to speak. However, to his surprise, when everyone returned cheerfully with supplies, his mother Grandma Jean did not return. Upon inquiry, it turned out she had been killed. But when asked who did it, no one could say. It was even heard that Grandma Jean's body had already been thrown down. Even the supplies they should have gotten were thrown downstairs by that Xia Cixi from the 66th floor. Therefore, not only did they get nothing from the government supplies, but they also lost their mother due to this. Upon hearing this, Jean Lei cried for a long time, then disregarding his wife's objections, he grabbed a kitchen knife and ran to the 66th floor. Facing the tightly shut door, Jean Lei hacked at it with a knife. Xia Cixi, come out. I want your life today. In an instant, the door rattled loudly. Everyone inside the room was startled. After Ding Lei came out, she saw someone chopping at the door with a kitchen knife. Without saying a word, she kicked the door, asking, looking for trouble. Jean Lei had no idea who Xia Cixi was, only knowing that she was a woman. Seeing Ding Lei's fierce face, he assumed she was Xia Cixi and chopped harder at the door. After several loud strikes, perhaps due to extreme sorrow, he actually broke the lock on the door. Ding Lei held a knife, already ready for a fight. But Jean Lei lunged at Ding Lei like a mad horse, crashing into her. Ding Lei fell to the ground. You filthy woman, I will kill you. Jean Lei roared, raising his knife to strike at Ding Lei. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Xia Cixi also arrived. Lin Yuan kicked Jean Lei away. Xia Cixi coldly helped Ding Lei up. Jean Lei fell against the wall, but quickly got up, knife in hand, ready to charge again. Lin Yuan wouldn't give him another chance and seized his wrist. Lin Yuan coldly tossed Jean Lei to the ground. Jean Lei burst into tears. What's going on? Xia Cixi asked. Lin Yuan coldly tossed Jean Lei to the ground. Jean Lei burst into tears. What's going on? Xia Cixi asked Ding Lei beside her. That's Jean Den Yang's son. Upon hearing this, Xia Cixi instantly understood. So that's why he was here, seeking revenge on her. Xia Cixi found it amusing. She released Ding Lei and walked up to Jean Lei, looking at the useless man with disdain. She kicked him hard, asking, do you know how Jean Den Yang died? Jean Lei, dazed, lay on the ground, shaking his head lightly. Do you know the reason for her death? Jean Lei shook his head again. Xia Cixi almost laughed. This man knew nothing yet had come to cause her trouble. Everyone says it's related to you. It's definitely your fault. Xia Cixi caught the keyword everyone. Who are they? Those people who went to collect supplies all said it was related to you. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let this go. Especially that one named Xia Cixi. I want her to pay for my mother's life. Jean Lei shouted loudly. Xia Cixi thought Jean Lei was just an idiot. But those neighbors who came to take supplies had no idea they were being blamed for the troubles on the 66th floor. Did they really think the 66th floor was easy to bully? Well then, since these people are ungrateful, don't blame Xia Cixi for being heartless. Your mother Jean Den Yang consumed the supplies of so many people, effectively cutting off the livelihoods of others. How could Jean Den Yang go around stealing from others like a starving ghost? If you have the ability, save some food for your mother. Xia Cixi said coldly. Nonsense. If my mother stole others' supplies, why didn't they say anything then? They just claim you killed her. Furthermore, if you can't keep your own supplies safe and others took them, that's their skill. Jean Lei really was a reflection of Jean Den Yang, shameless, just like her. Jean Lei staggered to get up, but Xia Cixi kicked him down again. Climbing up and down the stairs these days had really built her leg strength. You really are foolish. Those people say we from the 66th floor killed your mother, and you just came here. Aren't you a dutiful son? Where were you when they were beating Jean Den Yang to death? Oh right, where were you when your mother was stabbed? Blood was flowing everywhere, and not a single person dared to speak up for her. We from the 66th floor didn't kill her. If you have the ability, go find the real killers. Don't come here shouting. Xia Sisi looked at the man in front of her. His fierce gaze made Jean Lei shrink back. Fix the door, bring 3 bottles of water to apologize to Ding Lei, or tonight I will raid your home. Xia Sisi said coldly, not wanting to engage in further nonsense with Jean Lei. Jean Lei, hearing this, was unwilling and kept shouting, if it wasn't you who killed her, then who? Who? He was pushed hard against the wall by Xia Sisi. Did you not listen to your mother? Your mother has always controlled you. I'm not your mother, oh why should I tell you who killed her? If you have the ability, go investigate yourself. A sharp dagger was pressed against Jean Lei's throat. Be obedient or die. What will you choose? I know you have a troublesome little brat at home. He has troubled me before. I let him go last time, but should I take care of him this time too? At this moment, Jean Lei was truly frightened. He felt he shouldn't provoke the 66th floor. The anger he originally felt over his mother's death had transformed into fear. But he didn't want to give up just like that. He could only temporarily lower his head and agree to Xia Sisi's words. He straightened the door he had broken and gave Ding Lei the only remaining 3 bottles of water before leaving in shame. All of this happened to be seen by Lin Yi, who had just come up. Thinking of Xia Sisi's gaze and tone from earlier, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He felt that Xia Sisi was no longer the person he knew. But seeing Lin Yuan beside him, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward, calling, "Uncle." Lin Yuan frowned slightly, looking at Lin Yi outside the door. "Don't call me uncle anymore. I'm not a member of your Lin family." Lin Yi, wanting to get a boat out, grew thick-skinned. "Uncle, I know you have a boat. Can you lend it to me? I'm really starving to death. Just consider it because of our blood connection." After dealing with Jean Lei, seeing Lin Yi again, and recalling the chaotic events of the day, Xia Sisi felt extremely annoyed. She crossed her arms and looked at Lin Yuan with a forced smile. "You all handle your own matters. After all this time, we can say it's due to blood connection, and next time it can still be about blood connection. In the future, just tie Lin Yi to your belt." The 66th floor currently lacked speedboats and rubber boats. Giving one to Lin Yi was nothing. But what about next time? Could Lin Yi always rely on this little family connection to come looking for trouble? Xia Sisi had long planned to deal with Lin Yi and Hao Rou, but now she just wanted them to survive a few more days. Moreover, the 5th floor was now eroded by acid rain. Their lives were worse than death. Xia Sisi just wanted to let them live a bit longer. However, Lin Yi and Hao Rou kept bothering her, which had become increasingly annoying. After saying this, Xia Sisi turned and went back inside, not wanting to manage it anymore. Lin Yuan looked at Lin Yi and simply threw out, "I don't have a boat," before ignoring him and going inside. For a moment, only Lin Yi's wailing remained outside, with no one paying him any heed. It's easy to imagine that when Lin Yi got downstairs, he would definitely be mocked by everyone. Xia Sisi didn't care about any of this. She went home and hugged Dehei to catch up on sleep. When she woke up, it was already 9 in the evening, and she heard a clamor outside. Stepping out, she discovered that Lin Yuan had installed a new large iron door at the original staircase railing. This way no one outside could see what was happening inside the 66th floor. Xia Sisi put on a coat, looked at Lin Yuan working hard, and asked him, "What are you doing?" "Every day someone comes looking, it's annoying." Out of sight, out of mind. Xia Sisi could tell from Lin Yuan's furrowed brows that he was quite irritated at the moment. She chuckled, lightly turned, and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan stopped her. "Tomorrow Ding Lei will train with me to learn combat skills. Do you want to join us for some exchanges?" Xia Sisi paused. She knew Lin Yuan meant well. A training with more people could help enhance their physical reflexes. But she still declined. Mainly because she felt that after using the spiritual spring water, her physical condition had improved. In her previous life, she had a lot of practical experience, and she had her own training methods. There was no need for such training. Moreover, she still had Dehei. Lin Yuan was indeed powerful, but Dehei was no slouch either. Training with Dehei every day was already enough. It wasn't that she was overly confident, but rather she actually trusted animals like Dehei more than other people. Although she had already teamed up with Lin Yuan and Ding Lei, their relationship was still just a partnership and hadn't become true teammates. Ding Lei's eagerness to train with Lin Yuan showed that she genuinely wanted to grow quickly. Ding Lei was previously an athlete, plus she had always been a yoga instructor, so she looked fragile, but had a solid foundation. After a few days of training, she could perform some difficult moves and had good evasion skills, but her strength still needed improvement. However, compared to ordinary people, she was already quite impressive. Especially since she was never afraid of hardship or exhaustion and her willpower was extremely strong. Xia Sisi noticed that Ding Lei often got knocked down by Lin Yuan, but she never complained, quickly getting back up from the ground. Xia Sisi felt that there was a light in Ding Lei's eyes. It was the light of strength and a bright future. Xia Sisi believed this was a reflection of an ordinary girl in the apocalypse, showcasing the best of her. Moreover, she had also been self-studying military boxing and combat techniques. In just a few days her progress had been rapid. Xia Sisi also taught Ding Lei some techniques, but those were just experiences from her previous life and lacked systematic structure. Nonetheless, they were still very effective. One time Ding Lei excitedly ran over to Xia Sisi, saying that she had finally managed to hit Lin Yuan using the feint Xia Sisi taught her. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that because of this feint Lin Yuan approached her, insisting on sparring with Xia. Reluctantly, Xia Sisi agreed to Lin Yuan's sparring. To her surprise, she became a bit addicted to it. Lin Yuan was quite skilled in combat techniques, and it was evident he had practiced various martial arts. The two fought vigorously. However, Xia Sisi could feel that Lin Yuan was not using his full strength. She had yet to gauge his true capabilities. What she didn't know was that Lin Yuan was astonished by Xia Sisi's performance over these few days. He didn't expect her, despite her petite stature, to have such explosive power. Her combat techniques may lack structure, but they were unique, and she had a keen judgment of her own attacks. Strangely, Lin Yuan felt a sense of camaraderie with Xia Sisi. However, Lin Yuan sensed that whether it was him or Xia Sisi, both were testing each other and not exerting their full strength. Even after multiple encounters, Xia Sisi still felt she hadn't fully uncovered Lin Yuan's capabilities. One time she suggested bringing De He into the sparring with Lin Yuan. To her surprise, Lin Yuan still managed to cope, and she and De He only grazed the surface. Lin Yuan smiled and gave Xia Sisi a thumbs up, but he also said defiantly, "Miss Xia, I know we haven't used our full strength. How about we have a serious battle?" Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow, accepting the challenge. After a few rounds, she grew a bit impatient. Lin Yuan was quicker and kicked De He away, then landed a punch directly on Xia Sisi's stomach. Not too hard, but it gave Xia Sisi a huge shock. At that moment, Xia Sisi understood. Oh, it seems he was really hiding his strength. Realizing she had been careless, Xia Sisi stood up from the ground, looking at Lin Yuan with a hint of reluctance, saying, "Let's go again." Lin Yuan, however, had a very serious expression. "Miss Xia, I can see you were a bit impatient just now. We've been sparring for a while today." He continued, "But since we agreed to spar seriously, we are not just competing in immediate strength, but also in long-term endurance. Stalling the enemy is also a tactic." Xia Sisi agreed with Lin Yuan's words and expressed her gratitude. She indeed had been careless just now. However, that kick from Lin Yuan had really hurt. Xia Sisi's eyes twinkled. "Mr. Lin, actually I've been holding back a bit too. How about we have another match?" Lin Yuan, intrigued, agreed to the challenge. The two once again took their stances, and at first they fought fiercely. This time Xia Sisi was serious. Lin Yuan also didn't hold back. After a few rounds, Xia Sisi feinted a move using the wall's rebound to step up, and then directly jumped onto Lin Yuan's neck. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He wanted to throw Xia Sisi off but failed. So he forcefully slammed her against the adjacent wall. She kicked Lin Yuan's side. Unexpectedly, she miscalculated the force and her foot landed just below Lin Yuan's abdomen and jumped off Lin Yuan. She kicked Lin Yuan's side. Unexpectedly, she miscalculated the force and her foot landed just below Lin Yuan's abdomen. Lin Yuan, being agile, dodged slightly, but still grazed the point. His brows instantly furrowed. Every man knows where they are vulnerable. Thus the day's sparring came to an end. When Lin Yuan left, he didn't say much, just waved his hand. Xia Sisi could tell he was in pain. She touched her forehead. This annoying coincidence. She truly hadn't meant to incapacitate Lin Yuan. That morning, the entire building began to cheer. Not just in this building, even the nearby ones were. It turned out that someone from the government had come to announce that they had built a shelter, and those who wanted to go could pack their things, and the government would send people to pick them up the next day. Xia Sisi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, stirring her coffee, while watching the government boats gradually sail away. A glint flickered in her eyes. Lin Yi and Hao Rou absolutely could not go to the shelter. After the extreme cold arrived, she wanted to see how these two would suffer. That night, while Hao Rou and Lin Yi were being intimate, they were knocked unconscious from behind. They weren't particularly interested, but upon hearing they could go to the shelter and reconnect with the Lin family, they were overjoyed, dreaming of a better future. The government ship only took away a portion of the residents, leaving some who wished to follow to the shelter behind. The government said they would send someone to pick them up in a few days. Even so, the building where Xia Sisi lived had few residents to begin with, and now more than half had left. Only about a dozen people remained. This included 3 people from the 66th floor where Xia Sisi lived, Hao Ro and Lin Yiwan Wei, an abusive man from the 58th floor, and his wife, the Mo couple, a tall and thin young man from the 43rd floor, 2 young couples in their 20s, and the daughter-in-law of old Madame Jean. Basically, families with elderly and children could apply to leave first, and the remaining residents had all departed. The most interesting one was Lu Xiaofei. After the injuries and deaths among Huang Chen's group, Lu Xiaofei used her youth and beauty to attract an elderly man in his 50s. This elderly man was short and ugly, but he hoarded supplies and had plenty of food at home. Moreover, he was a locksmith and could pick locks. He managed to open several doors that were difficult to pry, resulting in an abundance of food. In the few days that Lu Xiaofei followed him, she gained a little weight. When the government came to pick people up, the elderly man had a hypertension episode due to excitement, and the government took him away. Lu Xiaofei, as a family member, also left with him. As she left, she looked at the building, especially in the direction of the 66th floor, feeling a sense of triumph. She remembered how Ding Lei had looked at her and said she lacked self-respect and dignity. But what good was resistance for Ding Lei? Not only was her face ruined, but she also had to stay behind with those who would suffer. Thinking of the people on the 66th floor, Lu Xiaofei found it amusing. Did they really think themselves superhumans? The government came to pick people up and completely ignored them. With this sense of pride and superiority, Lu Xiaofei luckily boarded the government's rescue ship. Little did she know that ahead awaited a room filled with dozens of people, a dirty and chaotic environment, and even more disputes and fights than before. The government had set up the shelter in a rush, merely finding a few rows of villas on a hillside that couldn't possibly accommodate so many people. Some of the people here had experienced horrors that Lu Xiaofei could not imagine, and many had blood on their hands. Girls like her who had gained a little weight and looked good in these days would only face humiliation once they got there. That elderly man in his 50s, who was prone to hypertension, could hardly protect her. In fact, from the moment she decided to associate with Huang Chen's group, there was no turning back for her. Meanwhile, old Madame Jean's son and grandson had not boarded the government ship. They had died. Jean Lei, upon learning that the abusive man from the 58th floor had killed his mother, rushed up with a knife. Even old Madame Jean's grandson insisted on joining the fray. The daughter-in-law of the Jean family tried to stop him but failed and was kicked by Jean Lei. He charged directly to the 58th floor to confront the abusive man. Seeing that it was old Madame Jean's family coming for him, the abusive man initially begged for mercy, kneeling on the ground. However, he didn't expect Jean Lei to be relentless, and even Jean Lei's son, that little brat, kept hitting his head with his hands. "Bastard, you owe me my grandmother. You killed my grandmother, and we will empty your house. You must compensate us and serve our family for a lifetime." This was actually a plan agreed upon by Jean Lei and his son. In recent days, Jean Lei had learned that there was more than one death in this building. Therefore, he didn't expect the law to punish this man so quickly, but at least he wanted to threaten him and make him pay some price. Who would have thought that the abusive man was not to be trifled with? Unable to endure any longer, he reached out and snatched the knife from Jean Lei's hand. With swift and brutal strikes, he stabbed repeatedly. Both Jean Lei and his son were killed. "Damn it, did you really think I was easy to bully? I apologized to avoid trouble with the government, but you didn't appreciate it and brought this upon yourselves. Anyway, no one is around now. Killing one is the same as killing 3. Puh." With that, Jean Lei and his son were thrown off the building by the abusive man, meeting their demise. Later, the Jean family daughter-in-law came down to look for her husband and son. Before she could reach the abusive man's door, she saw the blood on the ground. But she was clever enough not to confront him, covering her mouth and silently crying as she returned to the building. In an instant, the few remaining people in the entire building each had their own thoughts. Meanwhile, on the 66th floor, Xia Sisi asked Ding Lei if she wanted to leave together. Ding Lei smiled wryly. "I have no relatives or friends left. You and Lin are the only ones who have saved my life in this world. There's no need to join the commotion, and I still have enough supplies. Even if they run out, I have a speedboat to continue gathering." Xia Sisi did not say more. As for Lin Yuan, she asked him as well. Lin Yuan did not elaborate, simply shaking his head to express his disinterest. By evening, Xia Sisi suddenly felt the temperature drop. She calculated the time. It had been several days since the acid rain stopped. In her previous life, the onset of extreme cold began just a few days after the acid rain ceased. She frowned slightly and looked at the large black beside her. "Don't you feel a bit cold?" When she touched him, she found that his fur had grown considerably thicker. Animals are extremely sensitive to changes in weather. Additionally, in the past few days, Xiaoxi had been soaking Dahe and Huiji in spiritual spring water and acid rain, causing their mutation speed to accelerate rapidly. Xiaoxi had a premonition. Extreme cold was coming soon. Just then, she suddenly heard a tremendous rumbling outside. The floors beneath her feet were shaking violently. In an instant, the panic from experiencing an earthquake in her previous life made her heart stop momentarily. But she quickly calmed down. Wait, the sequence is wrong. Earthquakes shouldn't occur at this time. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw dust flying outside the window. Stumbling to the floor-to-ceiling window, she was shocked to witness a scene unfolding before her. Countless buildings collapsed with a thunderous crash. Initially, it was just a 10-story residential building, but after it collapsed, it struck the adjacent building. After that, like a domino effect, one building followed another in collapsing. Finally, a 10-story building fell and crashed into a nearby 30-story building. The 30-story building let out a loud rumble, but did not collapse. It held firm, marking the end of this disaster. Even so, for a moment, as far as the eye could see, over a dozen buildings turned into ruins in the acid rain before Xiaoxi. In these ruins, who knows how many people rushed to their deaths. These were likely older buildings that had deteriorated over time, already in a state of decline in this acid rain. The collapsed houses were not tall, all old buildings from the past. But such events were only the beginning. Next, even more floors would collapse. The collapse of the building felt like a time bomb had been planted in everyone's hearts. The residents of the high floors began to worry. What if their own building collapsed? Some people, upon witnessing the floors opposite them collapse, contemplated jumping from the building. However, they barely had the time, as the falling debris struck them directly, silencing them forever. Xiaoxi and her companions gathered to discuss the situation, and to everyone's astonishment, Lin Yuan produced 3 sets of glider-like devices. This is for precautionary measures. Xiaoxi's eyes flickered as she noticed the absence of labels on these devices. Their materials were incredibly sturdy, and the details were crafted with great care. She could even believe that Lin Yuan had obtained these items through special means before the end of the world. On the other hand, she glanced at Lin Yuan. How many secrets did this person still hold? Xiaoxi accepted the devices without hesitation. However, she knew deep down that nothing would happen to her building. One reason was that her previous life experience told her that all collapsing buildings were those old structures long overdue for repairs. Even if they survived the erosion of acid rain, they could not withstand the extreme cold and heat that followed. However, the building she resided in was one she had passed by before, standing tall in the city center without it. Moreover, she had applied anti-corrosion materials to its exterior before the apocalypse, making it even sturdier than it was in her previous life. Now her concerns lay with another matter, the impending extreme cold. As the group finished their discussion and prepared to part ways, Xiaoxi deliberately mentioned that the weather seemed to have turned colder, noting that Dahe's fur felt thicker than before. Lin Yuan showed great interest in this, reaching out to stroke Dahe's for his expression growing serious. Animals are generally more sensitive to environmental changes than humans. Dahe's mutation could indicate that this winter would be colder than usual. With no electricity or heating, I suggest everyone wear more clothes to bed at night and keep extra blankets and fur by the windows for warmth. Xiaoxi was quite pleased with Lin Yuan's remarks and took Dahe back home to enjoy a bowl of rice noodles. She planned to have snail rice noodles for dinner. At this point, the number of people in the entire building had dwindled, so there was no need to hide the smell anymore. After finishing her bowl of noodles and collecting the materials produced by the waste treatment machine in her space, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Interestingly, today's materials related to the extreme cold were 2 heavy pairs of wool socks. The farm had yielded 2 large bags again, and she wondered what peculiar things would sprout next. That night, Xiaoxi placed her fur coat nearby, filled the stove with firewood, and prepared for the arrival of extreme cold. Little did she know that very night Dahe woke her up with its licking. When Xiaoxi opened her eyes, she saw Dahe's anxious expression. She felt cold all over her hands and feet, icy. Checking the thermometer, she discovered it was already minus 13 degrees inside. She hurriedly grabbed her fur coat and quickly went to the stove to light a fire. After lighting it, Xiaoxi noticed that Huiji was missing. "Where's Huiji?" Xiaoxi asked, anxiously looking at Dahe, who was lying on the bed. Dahe shifted slightly, revealing Huiji beneath its belly. Huiji weakly called out. Xiaoxi rushed over and found Huiji trembling from the cold, shivering uncontrollably. It seemed the sudden drop in temperature had caught Huiji off guard. Its mutation had occurred too late, and it was not fully adapted. Thank you, Dahe. Dahe was the first to notice the temperature drop, carrying the already frozen Huiji under its belly to keep it warm. Then it worked hard to wake Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi originally intended to send Huiji to her space, but she noticed that fine fur was beginning to grow on Huiji's body, a change that had not been present before she went to bed. It seemed that Huiji was rapidly mutating to cope with the current weather. Xia Sisi quickly took out a pile of food and placed it in front of Huiji. Hurry and eat, mutate quickly. Once the mutation is complete, it will be a fine bird again. She urged Dahe to stay put and take care of Huiji until the mutation was finished. With the stove burning, Xia Sisi bundled herself up tightly before rushing out the door. She began knocking vigorously on Lin Yuan and Ding Lei's door. It was just like in her previous life. When the temperature dropped drastically, many people died in their sleep. Low temperatures could lead to unconsciousness, and without prompt warmth and heat sources, one might never wake up again. Lin Yuan quickly opened the door wrapped in a fur coat and visibly sighed in relief upon seeing Xia Sisi. It suddenly got cold. I was just about to call you guys. Xia Sisi nodded without saying much and began calling out Ding Lei's door with force. However, after several minutes of knocking, no one answered. Get up. Lin Yuan squeezed past Xia Sisi and kicked open Ding Lei's door. The two rushed in and quickly found Ding Lei passed out on the bed. Xia Sisi took out a small thermos from her pocket, cradled Ding Lei, and fed her warm water sip by sip. Ding Lei soon woke up, but she was still a bit dazed. Xia Sisi wrapped her in the fur coat that was nearby. Lin Yuan on the side quickly brought out a gas tank and gas stove from the kitchen and ignited the stove. After a while, Ding Lei regained her awareness, realizing she had just narrowly escaped death, and looked gratefully at Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan. Thank you. I didn't expect the temperature to drop so quickly. Xia Sisi said little more. Ding Lei's condition had improved over the past few days, but she was still too weak. Moreover, she had trained intensely with Lin Yuan during the day, and when the group said their goodbyes at night, Xia Sisi noticed Ding Lei seemed somewhat exhausted. She had reminded Ding Lei to eat more to replenish her strength. All three of us managed to survive. Xia Sisi smiled for a rare moment. The extreme cold was difficult to endure, but the first night was the hardest. This unexpected chill could easily lead to death. That night, countless people who thought they would wait for government rescue and that everything would be over died in their homes. But this was not the worst. The next day, Xia Sisi was surprised to see Hao rushing to the 66th floor, banging on the stairwell door. Sisi uncle, please save Lin Yi, he's going to die, please. Xia Sisi snorted coldly, thinking, finally she has come. Xia Sisi opened the door and Hao Rao's panicked expression turned to jealousy and greed when she saw Xia Sisi's fur coat. However, she quickly gritted her teeth and said, Lin Yi. Lin Yi is about to die. His hands and feet are frozen and cannot move, they're turning purple. Please save him. Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow. Ignoring Hao Rao's pleas, she turned around and went back home. Hao Rao thought Xia Sisi did not want to help Lin Yi and began to curse. Xia Sisi, you heartless person. You had a good relationship with Lin Yi, but now you refuse to save him in his time of need, you wretch. The Lin family will not let you off. But she quickly realized Xia Sisi had returned. Her heart sank. Was Xia Sisi really going to? She hurriedly covered her mouth tightly, fearing Xia Sisi would hear her words and choose not to help them. As Xia Sisi approached, Hao Rou saw that she was holding a bag. Her heart leaped with joy, thinking it might be food, but the bag was not large enough to contain warming items. Especially she so desired the fur coat Xia Sisi wore. When she excitedly opened the bag, her face turned pale. Inside was a massive machete along with some bandages and medicines. Xia Sisi, what do you mean? Xia Sisi looked at the woman before her mind flooded with memories from her past life when Lin Yi deceived her into bleeding and sharing with others, while this woman sat nearby carefully taking out a piece of candy from her space and popping it into her mouth. How Rou, you know how powerful the Lin family is. You are still with Lin Yi because you think the Lin family will recognize you as the wife who climbed the social ladder through shared hardships with Lin Yi. Now saving Lin Yi is your chance to ascend the ranks. Isn't Lin Yi suffering from severe frostbite with his hands and feet turning purple? That is severe frostbite. If his hands and feet are not amputated, his entire arms and legs could necrose. At that point, the precious heir of the Lin family's first branch would be doomed. I give you these tools, you go and cut off his hands and feet to save him. Whether you do it or not, the choice is yours. After hearing Xia Sisi's words, Hao Rou was left utterly stunned. Hao Rou had thought that on the night before the government came to rescue them, she and Lin Yi had been knocked unconscious by someone. She had always suspected it was Xia Sisi. However, she had no evidence. Moreover, she had known Xia Sisi for so long and had never taken her seriously. She thought that Xia Sisi might be ruthless at times, but deep down she was still that useless orphan of the Xia family. But at this moment Hao Rou realized she was wrong. And she was gravely mistaken. Xia Sisi, do you want to kill Lin Yi? Do you even know the power of the Lin family? Even if the Lin family hasn't come after us yet, even if the whole country is suffering right now, the Lin family is still a formidable force in our city. When the government arrives and I get in touch with the Lin family, I will tell them everything you have done. Just wait and see how old Madame Lin deals with you. Xia Sisi couldn't help but laugh. She took a step forward, causing Hao Rou to step back in fear. Xia Sisi looked at Hao Rou mockingly. Lin Yi is with you, and the Lin family is well aware of it. If he dies, just think about who the Lin family will come after. Instead of threatening me here, why not think about how to save your brother Yi? I've already pointed the way for you, whether you do it or not is up to you. After saying this, Xia Sisi ignored Hao Rou and directly closed the door at the staircase. Hao Rou cursed outside for 10 minutes, realizing no one was listening to her, and finally, with complex emotions, she went downstairs. She and Lin Yi were currently living on the 45th floor. Wan Wei had also moved next door. This morning she was awakened by Wan Wei's knocking. It was only then that she realized the indoor temperature had dropped to -20 degrees. She hurriedly put on all the warm clothes she could find. She was okay, but Lin Yi had fallen into a... In the end, Lin Yi was awakened by a slap from Wan Wei, who then discovered that Lin Yi's hands and feet were frozen and blue, completely numb. It's all your fault for stealing the blanket. You stole all the blankets, you wicked woman. You want to kill me? Lin Yi looked at his hands and feet, trying to move, but failing, and began to curse Hao Rou. Hao Rou was furious inside, but dared not say much. The government had already rescued a batch of people, and they would soon be rescued as well. There would definitely be a way to contact the Lin family. At that time, Hao Rou would have a good life. She absolutely couldn't let anything happen now. Hao Rou busied herself lighting a fire in the room to warm Lin Yi. But his hands and feet still had no sensation, looking as if the muscles had begun to necrose. Lin Yi kept howling and cursing, even saying that when he contacted the Lin family, he would make sure Hao Rou paid for what she had done to him. Only then did she think about how Xia Sisi had once cared so much for Lin Yi. Perhaps there was some way. And then there was Lin Yuan, who might also be able to help. Even if there was no way, at least she could gain some advantage. But now, holding the things Xia Sisi had given her, she stepped downstairs. When she reached the 45th floor, Wan Wei rubbed his hands and came out. How is it? Hao Rou saw Wan Wei start to sniffle, lamenting that Xia Sisi didn't care about them, calling Xia Sisi a bitch. After hearing this, Wan Wei fell silent. No way, we should just kill that guy Lin Yi. Since you left, he has been cursing and howling in the room, driving me crazy. No way, absolutely not. Hao Rou suddenly remembered Xia Sisi's words. She actually had a secret. It was she who had encouraged Lin Yi to come to this apartment to test Lin Yuan. Moreover, old Madame Lin knew about this matter. At that time, she was only thinking that Lin Yi was easy to control and that the Lin family's wealth should not fall into anyone else's hands, completely failing to consider the possibility of encountering acid rain and other issues. If Lin Yi died just like that, Hao Rou clenched her fists. She knew old Madame Lin's methods. But looking at the knife and bandages in her hand, she hesitated. What is that? Wan Wei asked curiously when he saw what Hao Rou was holding. After Hao Rou explained the idea Xia Sisi had proposed, Wan Wei fell silent for a moment before he picked up the items and entered the room. Wan Ge, what are you going to do? Wan Wei snorted coldly. Didn't you say this person can't die? Then cutting off should be fine, right? After all, I know his current situation. If we don't do anything, his entire arm will necrose, and in the end, he will really be done for. What we are doing is to save him. Hao Rou knew Wan Wei was right, and she could only grit her teeth and run next door. It was self-deception, wanting to appear uninvolved when old Madame Lin inquired about it later. Later on, Hao Rou heard Lin Yi's howls in succession. After about 2 hours, Wan Wei came out holding a bloodied knife and approached Hao Rou. All right, I've bandaged him up. With those anti-inflammatory drugs, he won't die. But he has lost his hands and feet, and from now on he will be a cripple. Hao Rou felt an indescribable sensation upon hearing this. But seeing Wan Wei staring at her, she shyly lowered her head. Wan Ge, thank you. At the same time, you must testify for me. When the Lin family comes looking, you must testify that everything we did was to help Lin Yi survive. Of course. Surviving in this doggone weather is our achievement. Otherwise, that pretty boy would have died long ago. Hao Rou quickly nodded, having resolved to brainwash Lin Yi next, making him grateful towards her. After all, Lin Yi was not a smart person to begin with. You say in the future, what can a delicate girl like you rely on? Can Wan go protect you? Wan Wei suddenly leaned closer to Hao Ro. Hao Ro hurriedly pretended to be shy and lowered her head, gently nodding. Seeing her like this, Wan Wei felt a thrill and directly embraced her. Actually, shortly after Hao Ro went down, Xia Sisi followed her. She listened to the plan by Hao Ro, and Wan Wei heard Lin Yi's howling and saw Wan Wei take Hao Ro into the bedroom. At this moment, she gently walked into Lin Yi's house. Although a fire was lit inside, the temperature was still quite low. Lin Yi lay on the bed like a lump of rotten meat with his right hand and foot missing, simply bandaged. But blood was still seeping out. The floor around the bed was soaked with blood, looking extremely tragic. Xia Sisi noticed that Wan Wei had forgotten to give Lin Yi the anti-inflammatory medication, so she happily stepped forward, took out a bottle of water from her space, stuffed the anti-inflammatory medication into Lin Yi's mouth, and then used water to wash it down. You can't die from an inflammation so easily. Otherwise it won't be interesting later on. After finishing all this, Xia Sisi patted Lin Yi's unconscious face, and amidst the indecent sounds of Hao Ro and Wan Wei, she turned and went upstairs. The medicine and bandages Xia Sisi gave Hao Ro were not just for one hand and one foot, but enough for 2 hands and 2 feet. Indeed, after a few days, due to improper care, Lin Yi's other hand and foot were also frostbitten. Having done this once, Wan Wei was not afraid at all this time. He swiftly swung the knife and chopped off Lin Yi's remaining hands and feet. Hao Ro pretended to cry over Lin Yi, claiming it was Xia Sisi's idea and that they had no choice. She even said that no matter how Lin Yi changed, she would still love him. Lin Yi looked extremely haggard, merely staring coldly at the Hao Ro before him. While Hao Ro and Wan Wei were indulging in each other in the room, he mustered all his strength to crawl to the window and jumped down. When Hao Ro returned to the room, she found the open window and realized Lin Yi was already gone, turning pale. Because before Lin Yi died, he had slashed his bandaged wounds in the room, writing a line in blood, "I will haunt you even as a ghost. The Lin family will not spare you." What surprised Hao Ro even more was that the Lin family would be coming soon. Xia Sisi was watching the stove sipping tea by the window when she happened to see Lin Yi jump to his death. At this moment, the acid rain below had frozen into ice, and Lin Yi fell down, turning into a pile of mush. Xia Sisi still recognized him by the clothes he wore. The corners of her mouth curled up, thinking that Hao Ro must be having sleepless nights now. But what was even more interesting lay ahead. Because she remembered that in the last life the Lin family had been quite powerful for a period. It seemed they had relied on some prominent figure. At that time she had almost frozen to death in the extreme cold, and the Lin family had kindly come to rescue her. In truth, they were hoping to see if there were any ancestral jewelry or other spatial items left in Xia Sisi's family. But she remembered clearly that Lin Yi had lived quite well in his last life, and had quickly reunited with the Lin family after going to the relief station. This time Lin Yi did not go to the relief station. So would the Lin family, which had been powerful for a time, come looking for him soon. At that time, when the Lin family saw their dear grandson's corpse frozen so tragically downstairs, they would wonder what they would think. Moreover, she had a grand gift to give to the Lin family concerning Hao Ro. A week after the extreme cold arrived, the few people on the 66th floor had not gone downstairs again and rarely ventured outside. Mo Yun had come up once to find Xia Sisi, because the next day the government did not send anyone to pick them up. Everyone was now in a panic. Mo Yun frowned and said to Xia Sisi, "We have decided to pry open all the doors in this building to see if there are any warm items and food left." As she spoke, Mo Yun was shivering from the cold, her lips turning purple. Xia Sisi looked at the woman and the 2 young people following her and coldly replied, "Whatever you want to do is fine, but it has nothing to do with us on the 66th floor. Just as Xia Sisi was about to close the door, Mo Yun shouted from outside, "Do you know that people froze to death last night? The sudden drop in temperature overnight made it easy for people to freeze to death in their sleep. Even with warm clothing at home, in a daze while sleeping it was difficult to get up to find clothes or a heat source. This is the terrifying aspect of the cold in the apocalypse." Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. "How is this related to me?" Mo Yun looked at the unyielding Xia Sisi, gritted her teeth, and finally turned to leave with her companions. Xia Sisi had no interest in this woman. Their supplies on the 66th floor were sufficient, and she did not want to wade into this murky water. As long as no one bothered them, they wanted to hibernate for a month or 2 under the extreme cold. Of course, they were not lying idle. They had agreed that usually they would spar with each other, simulate practice, and enhance their abilities and physical fitness to cope with the upcoming crises. Every morning after getting up, Xia Sisi would brew herself a cup of hot coffee, dress in heavy clothing, and begin her morning exercises. This exercise was something Xia Sisi imposed on herself to maintain good endurance. Then she would have breakfast and play with her dog and bird. Since the last mutation, the bird Feiji had changed dramatically. Now Feiji was half a meter long, making it difficult to perch on Xia Cixi's shoulder and could only stand on Dahei. When the bird and the dog stood together, it was quite amusing. Its claws were incredibly sharp, and its beak was both curved and long. The feathers besides the previous gray now had a hint of blue, looking quite majestic. On its head a blue-purple feather had appeared bobbing rhythmically whenever it spoke, which was quite entertaining. Moreover, its feathers had become much denser. Inserting a finger into the outer feathers revealed a thick layer of down inside. Since this layer of down grew, Feiji was no longer afraid of the cold. However, Feiji remained as noisy as ever, chattering incessantly in Xia Cixi's ear. It often complained about Dahei too. Brother Hei bullied me, save me, caretaker. Brother Hei said he wants to eat roasted bird, save me, caretaker. Brother Hei wants to throw me into the furnace, save me, caretaker. Hearing this made Xia Cixi's head hurt. She originally wanted to quickly introduce Feiji to Ding Lei and Lin Yuan, but she found this creature's unstable personality and excessive chatter bothersome. What if it got used by someone with ulterior motives? She had been thinking about this issue for several days. Finally, she came up with one solution. Feiji absolutely must not speak in front of others. But could Feiji be obedient? Xia Cixi felt a headache coming on. Therefore, she needed to devise an excellent method to keep Feiji from talking, so she could take it out to meet Ding Lei and Lin Yuan. Dahei had also evolved. It was now as tall as Xia Cixi when standing, over 2 meters long with thick black fur, and its ears, head, and nose were noticeably larger than before. Its broad paws could retract their claws like a cat, so such a large creature could walk silently. Dahei was quite pleased with its evolution, often entering while Xia Cixi was using the bathroom, looking at her with its droopy face. Xia Cixi was almost scared out of her wits. But it seemed to have become a game that Dahei enjoyed. Even Feiji would flap its wings and laugh at Xia Cixi's startled expression. Furious, Xia Cixi thought about pulling their fur. She took out a piece of firewood produced by the space and lit it. To her surprise, this firewood was extraordinary. Not only did it burn extremely easily, but a small piece could burn all day long. And this small piece of firewood could warm her entire room, making it a must-have for home use and travel in extreme cold. In the past few days, Xia Cixi had collected 2 boxes of firewood in the space, along with a small box of bullets, perfectly matching the handgun she had taken from the trash compactor. Thus her firearms could be considered upgraded. Additionally, in the past 2 days, Xia Cixi had finished unpacking the remaining packages in her space. Inside were some food, clothing, pet food, toys, and daily necessities. The most interesting thing was, Xia Cixi surprisingly unpacked several boxes of raincoats. There were also a few empty boxes, but from the slips inside it was evident that there should have been some jewelry and raw stones. Including the several safes she took from her brother's office, she found a way to cut them open and smash them. The first safe contained simple and crude items, some cash and gold as well as checks. The gold was for savings, with each gold bar and ingot feeling heavy in her hand, not flashy at all. The second safe had 2 levels, with one level containing 4 property deed books and the other level being empty. These property deeds had keys tucked inside. Interestingly, below the keys was a piece of paper that read red, orange, yellow, green, and the like. Thinking of her brother's hobby of naming and categorizing, Xia Cixi couldn't guess what this red, orange, yellow. Looking at the addresses on the property deeds, they were all somewhat distant, being villas and small high-rises in the suburbs. There was no way to check them out at the moment. But her intuition told Xia Cixi these houses were somewhat special, and she could check them out when she had the opportunity in the future. The second level of the safe was empty, but from the traces it appeared there had been something there before. Xia Cixi was quite suspicious that the items here had already been eaten by the space. After the space upgraded, it had mentioned that its upgrading method had changed. Previously, the space relied on these natural raw stones and gems for upgrades, but it needed to find those with spirituality. Now it seemed that, as long as it was jade, raw stones, or crystals, they could upgrade the space. Thinking of this, Xia Cixi felt very happy. This made things easier, actually. When she opened the third safe, it contained some incomprehensible feng shui items along with a drawing that was written in an obscure manner. It seemed to suggest that placing these items together could create a magnetic field. For merchants, it should be about gathering wealth. But Xia Cixi didn't expect that her brother also had some amulets and the like in this safe. It was apparent that he was very interested in all sorts of mysterious things. Xia Cixi was not very interested in this and did not understand, so she put it away for now. Another interesting thing was the soft, tender item she collected from her brother's rest area, which was soaked in a water tank. Xia Cixi poked it with her hand. It was bouncy and quite interesting. After studying it for a while, she couldn't figure out what it was. She didn't dare eat it and could only look at it. Finally, when she took it out to study again, a flash of inspiration struck her. Could this be the legendary tai sui? Tai sui, also known as meat lingji. In Li Shizen's Compendium of Materia Medica, it is recorded meat lingji looks like meat. It attaches to large stones with head and tail present. It is a living thing. The red one is like coral, the white one is like fat, the black one is like lacquer, the green one is like emerald, the yellow one is like purple gold, all bright and transparent like solid ice. It is included in the vegetable section under lingji and is edible and medicinal. Folktales often mention finding tai sui, and some say it can prolong life and slow aging. Some exaggeratedly claim that it can reverse aging. Xia Sisi realized what it was and finally wanted to give her brother a thumbs up. He was indeed a health preservation expert. However, she did not dare to eat it. So she split it in half and placed it in her first farm, wanting to see what could be grown from it. Who could have thought that after a while she would pull out a thermal jacket and then a pair of thermal pants from the first. At that moment she almost cried. She already had thermal clothing. It would have been better to keep those 2 pieces of tai sui meat, as they might have beauty and health benefits. But when she put on this thermal clothing, she realized how good the space-produced thermal clothing was. At that time she had already worn a heavy mink coat for 2 days. Later she felt that the coat was inconvenient and wanted to search the space for suitable thermal clothing. That's when she found this set of thermal clothing produced by the space. Wearing it felt perfect against the skin, making movement very convenient and elastic. More importantly, it was truly warm. Despite being only as thick as ordinary thermal clothes, it was more comfortable and warmer than the mink coat. Not only that, Xia Sisi discovered that after wearing this clothing, she felt less thirsty while exercising. This reminded her of the scene in the sci-fi movie Dune. In an extremely hot environment like the desert, it could maintain a person's body temperature and even reduce the evaporation of body fluids, achieving a self-circulating effect for temperature and moisture. It could be said to be quite impressive. Therefore, she named this clothing constant temperature clothing. Unlike the constant temperature thermal clothing on the market, this clothing truly maintained a constant temperature. These days, the snow has been getting heavier. Since they all lived on the top floor, Xia Sisi began to worry about one issue. The terrace of this building had a circle of about 1 meter high edge, and above the edge there was also a railing more than half a meter high. This was likely due to several jumping suicide incidents and accidental falls from rooftops in H City a few years ago, so most of the new buildings had these edges and railings installed on their terraces. As the snow kept accumulating, Xia Sisi had gone to the terrace once and saw that a lot of snow had piled up there. Unlike the previous acid rain and rainwater, which could flow down from the railing, there was a drainage system to eliminate it. The reason for the accumulation of rainwater before was that the acid rain had been too heavy and the rainwater could not be drained in time. Once it accumulated to a certain extent, it would exert tremendous pressure on the roof, even collapsing it. So Xia Sisi told her roommates Lin Yuan and Ding Lei on the 66th floor that she wanted to go to the terrace to clear the snow. This proposal quickly received agreement from the other two. But this task was not as simple as imagined. The door to the terrace opened inward, and as soon as the three opened it, they saw that the entire space outside was buried in snow. The amount of snow outside was astonishing. With no other choice, the three could only use shovels to scrape the snow little by little into a small camping cart in the narrow corridor leading from the 66th floor to the terrace, and then transport the snow to the hallway to throw it out the window. The three spoke little, especially Lin Yuan, who was basically focused on working. Xia Sisi even enlisted Dehei to help, tying several ropes to the camping cart and directly attaching it to Dehei to pull. Dehei, with its droopy face, silently pulled the small cart in front of it. Surprisingly, Dehei was quite suitable for pulling the cart. For legs were indeed more convenient than two for pulling a cart. After working all afternoon, it was disheartening that only a small portion of the snow on the terrace had been cleared. At the end of this day's work, even Xia Sisi felt exhausted. Originally, Xia Sisi thought about resting for the next few days, but unexpectedly the door to the 66th floor was knocked on again. This time it was not one person knocking, but a group of people. They shouted loudly, panicking and screaming. From the content of their shouts, Xia Sisi realized mutant rats had entered downstairs, and Mo Yun had come to ask for help. "Help! There's a rat, a huge one. Xia Sisi, please save us." Shrill cries rose in overlapping waves, unceasing and desperate. Frowning, Xia Sisi emerged from her room, disturbed by the clamor. Outside, Lin Yuan and Ding Lei had already stepped into the corridor. She and Lin Yuan had encountered mutated rats before and knew well their terrifying nature. As if triggered by the sound of the door opening, the cries outside intensified. Mo-yoon in particular wailed while weeping, his voice dripping with moral coercion and self-righteous indignation. Sia Sisi, you cannot stand by and watch us die. You have the power to deal with these rats. You can't just let us all be torn apart by them. You must act according to your conscience. Mo-yoon's words instantly drew fervent agreement from the others. In an instant, Sia Sisi and her companions were thrust onto a moral pedestal and scorched by scalding rhetoric. Within this torrent of accusation, refusing to rescue them would brand Sia Sisi and her group as monsters, unworthy of humanity itself. Worse still, they were threatened should Sia Sisi and her companions ignore their plight. Once authorities arrived, the survivors would report them as cold-blooded and inhuman, painting them as demons incarnate. Sia Sisi burst into laughter. In this apocalypse, if cold pragmatism, immunity to savior complexes, and refusal to court trouble equated to demonic nature, then she mused every demon on earth would have perished 100 times over. Survival of the fittest. Sia Sisi uttered the 4 words icily into the corridor. Her reply ignited furious curses, especially from those targeting her directly. They hurled insults so vile they reduced her to something lower than swine, and dragged her parents into the filth. Enraged, Sia Sisi seized her blade and strode out without hesitation. At her approach, the riotous crowd fell abruptly silent. Sia Sisi swept her gaze across them and noticed 2 unfamiliar men among them. Both were tall strangers she had never seen before. Unbeknownst to her, they lived in the neighboring building, friends of Mo-yoon's couple, who had braved the icy snow last night to seek alliance and plan a joint journey to the shelter. Ignorant of Sia Sisi's lethal capabilities, they had dared to curse openly, and unmistakably it was they who had insulted her parents moments earlier. Mo-yoon now bit his lip, feigning pitiful supplication as he gazed at Sia Sisi. Sia Sisi, please, save us. At that very moment, a mutated rat lunged forward. Panic erupted, the 2 men cursed wildly as they scrambled backward, even shoving women from the crowd forward to shield themselves. Just as one man shrieked and stumbled toward the doorway, Sia Sisi surged forward, yanked the door open, and seized him in an iron grip. She locked her arm around his throat, a chilling smile playing on her lips. Was it you who insulted me just now? The man thrashed violently, clawing blindly behind him for her, but she moved with ruthless precision. She denied him any chance to resist, driving a sharp kick into the back of his knee, forcing him to collapse face first onto the ground. In that same heartbeat, the mutated rat charged and sank its teeth deep into the man's face. He screamed, writhing desperately, but Sia Sisi held fast her hand, clamping down hard upon his convulsing body. Insult me and pay the price. Her eyes flicked coldly toward the second man who had cursed her just as he turned to flee. Sia Sisi freed one hand and flung the concealed blade at his back. A guttural cry tore from his throat. He crumpled, the knife buried deep in his skull. Before her, the man she held was already dead, devoured by the mutated rat. When the creature lunged at her next, she kicked it aside with contemptuous force. Amid stunned silence, Sia Sisi walked to the corpse, impaled by her blade, withdrew it smoothly, and smiled faintly at the trembling crowd. Tell me, what is more terrifying? The mutated rats, or I? The crowd scattered in terror, chilled to the marrow. Without hesitation, Sia Sisi hurled both instigators from the balcony. Ding Lei approached and volunteered to clean the blood from the doorway. Sia Sisi accepted without pretense, handing the task over without delay. Over the next few days, they labored to clear the rooftop snow, eventually clearing most of it. Given the current snowfall rate, they judged it would be some time before another round of shoveling was needed. No one complained, not during these grim days. All understood the necessity of vigilance. Once the work was done, Lin Yuan proposed dinner at his place. Their growing familiarity made the suggestion easy to accept. With such a monumental task completed, their spirits lifted, and they agreed unanimously. Sia Sisi and Ding Lei each brought provisions from their own stores. Around the table, they shared fragments of their pasts, and the meal passed warmly. Even Dahe devoured several generous slabs of meat, smacking his lips contentedly beside the table. Truly, Lin Yuan was a prodigious eater, Sia Sisi observed with quiet amusement, a bottomless pit rivaled only by Dahe himself. In these days of shared labor, Ding Lei gradually opened up, beginning to speak of her own history. Their conversation flowed easily, until suddenly the distant roar of an engine pierced the silence outside. For days, no government vehicle or vessel had appeared. Outside reigned absolute stillness, not even birdsong broke the hush. That sudden mechanical growl left them all stunned. Sia Sisi and the others hurried to the window, raising binoculars. Below, 3 massive off-road vehicles rolled steadily forward, though from their floor the details remained obscured. These were heavily modified oversized tires, reinforced chassis, and anti-slip chains welded onto the wheels, allowing them to traverse the treacherous ice as if treading solid earth. A subtle lift of Xiaoxi's brow betrayed her uncertainty, while nearby survivors still clinging to life erupted into frenzied excitement. They believed salvation had finally arrived. People poured from upper floors, sprinting toward the vehicles, shouting, "Take me to the shelter. I need to get to the shelter." A gunshot cracked across the sky, deafening absolute. Every restless resident froze mid-motion. Most were ordinary civilians, whose only prior exposure to firearms had been through television and online media. None had ever seen a real gun or heard live gunfire. Then snow began falling, thick feather-like flakes swirling in the wind, descending in silent abundance. "Stay still, stay put. Move and I'll blow your head off." A burly man leapt from the jeep, clad in a mink coat and bearing a long vertical scar across his face. Though he glared savagely at the onlookers, his demeanor shifted entirely as he approached the rear seat. With reverent care, he opened the back door, smiling warmly inward. "Madam Lin, please step down carefully." Yes, this was the Lin family's convoy. Seated inside was none other than Madam Lin herself. Since the apocalypse began, she had feared for her grandson Lin Yi, her sole heir from the main branch. He was the Lin family's future, their hope, their legacy. Yet when acid rain fell, the Lin clan seized a rare transformative opportunity, one promising unprecedented ascendancy. They worked ceaselessly, leaving no time to search for Lin Yi. Assuming he was stationed at the commercial district, they reasoned he'd have ample food and felt little urgency. Later, when the government established shelters, Madam Lin personally arranged for his relocation. But the shelter reported Lin Yi had never arrived. Thus Madam Lin came to this very building to find him. What she did not anticipate was stepping from the vehicle, only to see Lin Yi's lifeless body sprawled on the frozen ground before her. His face stared upward, eyes wide open, a dark pool of blood beside him. His hands and feet were gone, reduced to smooth spherical stumps. Already fused with the surrounding ice, his corpse resembled a grotesque sculpture. My grandson." Madam Lin collapsed to her knees, her wail raw and desolate, echoing endlessly across the barren expanse. "Who did this? Who turned him into this?" Trembling, she rose and fixed her gaze on the scarred man beside her. "Find the murderer. Find him, now." The man nodded solemnly. With a curt wave, 5 or 6 more armed figures descended from the vehicle. Each stood over 180 centimeters tall, broad-shouldered, thick-muscled, fully armed with lethal precision. Their sheer presence suggested they could level the entire building. "Madam Lin, please wait in the car for a moment. We'll first escort the young master out from here, so he can be taken home." The burly man at the front gently supported Grandma Lin. Grandma Lin's composure had largely returned as she closed her eyes and took several deep breaths, tears streaming steadily down her cheeks. After a moment, she steadied her voice and said, "Please handle this with utmost care. Don't harm him." Having spoken, Grandma Lin turned and re-entered the car. The lead man raised his hand. "Fetch our tools. We're bringing the young master out now." "Yes, Captain Wu." The other men responded in unison. Meanwhile, Xia Sisi stood atop the building, watching the commotion below alongside Lin Yuan and Ding Lei. Even Grandma Lin's anguished cries had carried upward. So quiet was the world now that every sound traveled clearly. "The Lin family has arrived." Xia Sisi glanced toward Lin Yuan beside her. His expression remained impassive. "What does it have to do with me?" Xia Sisi studied him. "I'm afraid today it truly does." Lin Yuan paused, startled, then turned fully toward Xia Sisi. She flashed him a wide, dazzling grin. "Lend me a hand. Consider it a debt I owe you." Lin Yuan gazed at her smile, and an unsettling premonition flickered across his mind. Yet without hesitation he nodded. Downstairs, the burly men spent nearly half an hour chiseling young Lin Yi free from the thick ice encasing him. His body had long since stiffened, yet the bitter cold had preserved it. No decay, but also no dignity. Suicide by leaping left his features grotesquely unrecognizable. Grandma Lin cradled Lin Yi's lifeless form without flinching, weeping bitterly for a long while before instructing her men to wrap the corpse in a large heavy bag for transport home. Once that was done, Grandma Lin narrowed her eyes, fixed her gaze upon the towering building before her, and strode forward with steely resolve. Every resident inside watched in silence. Mo Yin instructed her husband to lock their door tightly. No matter what unfolded, under no circumstances were they to open it. She never imagined, however, that within minutes their door would be kicked open. Captain Wu hurled into Mo Yun's apartment a young man who'd been peering curiously from the stairwell. Someone Mo Yun recognized, one of the few remaining residents on the floor. He appeared dull-witted, thin, unremarkable, and notably lacking in foresight. Clearly he'd ventured upstairs merely to snoop on the commotion, only to be seized by Captain Wu. Captain Wu trained his pistol on Mo Yun's temple and demanded, "I've heard you're the one who manages affairs on this floor." Mo Yun nearly choked with indignation. She'd merely mediated a handful of minor disputes, hardly qualifying as a manager. But under that cold black muzzle, she dared not deny it and reluctantly nodded. "Do you know Lin Yi?" Captain Wu asked. "Yes." He lived on the 5th floor before moving to the 48th with his girlfriend. They shared an apartment. Mo Yun stammered the reply. Was that wretched woman the one who killed him?" Grandma Lin cut in, voice icy. I don't know. Lin Yi died 2 days ago. Whether he jumped or was thrown, I truly have no idea. Her voice broke under the weight of the gun barrel pointed squarely at her forehead. Tears welled in her eyes. Grandma Lin ignored her terror entirely. "What else do you know? Tell me everything, every detail about this building, everyone inside it. Now." After being shoved aside, Mo Yun scrambled to her husband's side. Seeing his wife struck, he immediately pulled her into his arms. Summoning unexpected courage, he met Grandma Lin's murderous glare and shouted, "Justice demands its due. Seek your vengeance where it belongs. Go to the 66th floor." Lin Yi bore a grudge against a woman there, Xia Cici. And more, I've heard him call a man on that floor Uncle Lin. Lin Yi's death is certainly tied to them. At the name Xia Cici, Grandma Lin's mind erupted, as if her skull might split open. Xia Cici is in this building too. Of course she remembered their last encounter. The girl who once seemed meek and submissive now revealed as a wolf bearing fangs. And Lin Yi's Uncle Lin. That was Lin Yuan. How could she have forgotten him? In that instant, fragmented clues surged through her thoughts like lightning. Each one screamed the same truth: Lin Yi's death was inseparable from Xia Cici and Lin Yuan. Mo Yun, reading Grandma Lin's expression, sensed the gravity beneath the surface. "I saw them arguing. I even witnessed Lin Yi and his girlfriend go up to plead with them, only to be driven away both times." At those words, Grandma Lin clenched her fists until her knuckles whitened, striking the air violently. Regret seared her soul. Why hadn't she come sooner? Why hadn't she saved her grandson? She had just lost the Lin family's most vital heir, and Lin Yi's horrific condition screamed of torment endured before death. Her heart shattered anew. "Where are Xia Cici and Lin Yuan? Tell me this instant. I'll ascend and tear them limb from limb." Elsewhere, Xia Cici feigned returning to her apartment, then re-emerged holding a handgun. Moments later, back in Lin Yuan's room, she flipped her wrist and revealed the weapon. Lin Yuan's eyebrows lifted slightly at the sight of the firearm, an unspoken question: where did that come from? Xia Cici only smiled. "Grandma Lin will be coming for us soon. I'd like you to serve as my temporary bodyguard." Then she turned to Ding Lei. "Stay indoors. For now, don't step outside. They're armed." Ding Lei said nothing more. She understood the urgency and simply nodded. "No need." When he reappeared, he held a submachine gun, far more formidable than Xia Cici's pistol. "I've got my own firearm. Keep yours." Xia Cici studied the man before her gaze sharpening. Just who was Lin Yuan to possess such weaponry? She glanced toward the bedroom he'd just exited. She noticed he'd casually locked the door behind him. A quiet certainty settled over her. That room held far more than mere surprises. It held secrets. Elsewhere, Xia Cici remained unaware that Hao Rou had already panicked, clutching Wan Wei's arm tightly. "Brother Wan, let's run. No one's downstairs right now. We'd slip away unnoticed." My right eyelid's been twitching relentlessly. Something terrible is about to happen. After the group led by old Madame Lin entered the apartment, Xia Cici stood ready for battle. She knew they were armed, so she went back inside to retrieve the bulletproof vest produced from her space. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows upon seeing that Xia Cici even had a bulletproof vest. "Miss Xia, you are more mysterious than I imagined." Xia Cici ignored him, wanting to return the same words to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan chuckled and went inside to get 2 bulletproof vests, wearing one himself and giving the other to Ding Lei. At this moment, Xia Cici finally understood why Lin Yuan had placed those gym equipment outside when he moved in. The good stuff inside his place was too plentiful, and the gym equipment had to be placed at the back. Xia Cici wanted Lin Yuan and Ding Lei to help intimidate the visitors with guns. Meanwhile, she cleverly took a bucket of water to the staircase. She poured it down the stairs. In the current temperature close to -30 degrees, the water froze instantly. "Old Madame Lin, I hope you enjoy the grand gift I prepared for you." Xia Sisi looked at the completely frozen staircase and sneered. However, old Madame Lin arrived later than Xia Sisi had expected. The others stayed inside complaining about the cold while continuing to eat hot pot. After finishing the hot pot, Xia Sisi pretended to go back inside to get something, but in reality, she took 2 bags of snacks from her space, claiming they were dessert after the meal. Before the storm approached, the group didn't feel too tense. After all, they had Dehe as a warning. After evolving, Dehe could hear from quite a distance. Xia Sisi thought about how old Madame Lin was already in her 70s or 80s and had to climb the stairs step by step, not knowing how long it took her to ascend the 66 floors, making her feel quite satisfied. After about an hour, Dehe suddenly stood up, focusing intently on the door outside. At the same time, a cacophony of noise and loud curses echoed from outside. Someone must have slipped on the ice and fallen. Xia Sisi signaled to Ding Lei and Lin Yuan there. When Xia Sisi and the others reached the door, they found the staircase door being pounded furiously. Bang! 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 Then came old Madame Lin's furious voice. Xia Sisi, you little wretch. Open the door. Did you kill my grandson? Xia Sisi looked at Ding Lei and Lin Yuan beside her. At this moment, Lin Yuan held a handgun and Ding Lei had one as well. However, Ding Lei's gun was not loaded with bullets yet. After all, using firearms without training could lead to accidental injuries. But the stance of both holding guns at the front door was already quite intimidating. Old Madame Lin had to be carried up the stairs due to her rheumatism. During the climb, she was being carried by Captain Wu, and who would have thought that just as they were close to the top, Captain Wu slipped and fell straight down. Captain Wu, over 6 feet tall and built with solid muscles, almost crushed her when he fell on her, nearly knocking the breath out of her. Even now, she still felt a sharp pain in her chest. Looking at the large puddle of water on the stairs, old Madame Lin felt her breath catch. This was clearly targeted at them. Xia Sisi, filthy bitch, do you want to kill me? The Lin family will not let you off. Xia Sisi held the gun that came from her space. She looked through the peephole on the door, locking onto old Madame Lin's position. Then she swiftly opened the door and aimed her gun at old Madame Lin's forehead. The old lady, who had been coughing violently, immediately fell silent, stunned in place. Old Madame Lin, long time no see. You're still quite vigorous, even cursing with such strength. Xia Sisi, you. At the same time, several guns were aimed at Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi fearlessly looked at the several burly men, especially at the leading Captain Wu. Gentlemen, don't try to scare me with your guns. If my hand shakes, your master will be dead. Captain Wu gritted his teeth, glaring at Xia Sisi, astonished that this woman could still be so arrogant in such a situation. Xia Sisi, I'm here to demand an explanation today. How did my grandson Lenny die? Old Madame Lin's earlier bravado was gone, her tone shifting from cursing to demanding an explanation. As for the explanation you want, I actually have it. I know how Lenny died. But why should I tell you? Xia Sisi looked at old Madame Lin. Lenny betrayed me, and now that he's dead, I'm certainly pleased. Moreover, what relation do I have with your Lin family? Why should I tell you the information you wish to know? What benefit would I get from letting you seek revenge for your grandson? At this moment, old Madame Lin turned her gaze to Lin Yuan behind her. Xia Sisi, I didn't expect the daughter of the Xia family to be so depraved, actually getting involved with our Lin family's illegitimate child. Hearing the words illegitimate child, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't make any move. Xia Sisi glared at old Madame Lin. Old Madame Lin, I thought you were a smart person. At this point, do you think provoking us will be beneficial? In this building, only I know how Lenny died, and I have evidence. Not only that, but if we wait any longer, it might be too late for you to seek revenge for your grandson, because they are packing to leave. Old Madame Lin glared at Xia Sisi with resentment. Give me one of your modified cars, including everything inside, and I will tell you how Lenny died. I guarantee the evidence will satisfy you. Xia Sisi looked at old Madame Lin with a wicked smile. Old Madame Lin hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, all right. On the other side, Hao Rou had already learned that old Madame Lin had come and noticed they had gone to the 66th floor. Meanwhile, she was packing things with Wan Wei, preparing to escape. Wan Ge, let's hurry while they're upstairs. We need to move quickly, they have guns. Hao Rou grasped Wan Wei's arm. The two had just conspired, although old Madame Lin had gone to find Xia Sisi. The lack of gunfire meant that she hadn't killed Xia Sisi immediately. Thus Xia Sisi might expose what they had done. The two packed a considerable amount of things and hurriedly shouldered 2 large bags as they prepared to leave. However, just as they descended 2 floors, they heard footsteps coming from above, along with old Madame Lin's roar. Hao Rou, you bitch. Liked you so much. Whoa. I will kill you and tear you to pieces. Hao Rou's face turned pale instantly. Wan Wei, and she hurriedly ran down. But Captain Wu and his group arrived at the floor where Hao Ro was quickly discovering that the people inside had rolled up their bedding and left. Moreover, upon seeing the blood splattered in the bedroom, old Madame Lin's already weary body nearly collapsed. Catch them. Bring those two bastards back. Old Madame Lin pounded the floor, forcefully shouting. Captain Wu quickly led the men to chase down. In old Madame Lin's hand was a voice recorder. It was given to her by Xia Sisi. She clutched the recorder tightly, tears streaming down her face. Inside were the recorded evidence of Hao Ro killing Lin Yi. It was intentionally recorded by Xia Sisi during her earlier visit to gather information. Wanga, what are you going to do? Humph, didn't you say this person can't die? Then chopping him up shouldn't be a problem. After all, I know his current condition. If we do nothing, his entire arm will become necrotic and in the end he will truly die. What we're doing is also saving him. Wanga, thank you. And you must be my witness. If the Lin family comes looking for us in the future, you must testify that everything we did was to save Lin Yi. You say in the future this delicate little girl, what can she rely on? Will Wanga protect you? After that there were only the sounds of Hao Ro and Wan Wei's moans. The more old Madame Lin listened, the angrier she became, wanting to rip apart this pair of dog men. Hao Ro and Wan Wei fled downward, but they were dressed heavily due to the frigid weather. Over the past few days, Wan Wei had been feeling a bit unsteady, his steps light. Initially, he was holding Hao Rao's hand tightly. However, upon realizing that the pursuers above were closing in and seeing Hao Ro fall, he abruptly let go of her. Wanga. Hao Ro quickly scrambled up from the ground and grabbed Wan Wei's arm. Wan Wei felt a surge of panic. The reason he was with Hao Ro in the first place was due to his desire for her beauty and body. Now any shred of affection or fondness he had for her was crushed by his instinct to survive. You brought this upon yourself. It has nothing to do with me, nothing at all. Wan Wei gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and ran away, shaking off Hao Ro. Hao Ro was pushed aside by Wan Wei, her face crashing into the railing of the stairs. She had already been sweating from running, and now that sweat instantly froze against the icy railing. The ice glued her face to the railing. It was akin to many people licking a cold metal railing in winter, causing their tongues to stick. What she needed now was warm water to melt the ice, binding them together. But the footsteps of Captain Wu and his men were growing ever closer. Where could Hao Ro find hot water? Gritting her teeth, she exerted force in an attempt to separate her face from the railing. She covered her face and turned to look at the railing, only to find a piece of skin had been ripped off. A bloody mess clung to the railing. She had no time to feel sorrow as she hurriedly stood up and dashed downwards, but was still caught by Captain Wu from behind. Captain Wu looked at the woman whose face was half destroyed, his brow slightly furrowing. The young master of the Lin family has poor taste after all. After a while, Wan Wei was also captured. This pair of shameless lovers was thrown before old Lady Lin. Wan Wei, facing the dark muzzle of a gun, spilled everything. He claimed that Hao Ro had ordered the attack, that she had seduced him before Lin Yi's death, and that she hadn't cared for Lin Yi, allowing him to suffer frostbite, which led to his eventual suicide. Hao Ro, not to be outdone, crazily claimed that Wan Wei had tempted her and that he had severed Lin Yi's hands and feet. In an instant they were at each other's throats. Granny Lin trembled as she stood up, tightly clutching the recording pen, her expression as cold as ice. She approached Captain Wu and took his handgun. Before Hao Ro and Wan Wei could notice, a gunshot rang out and Wan Wei's head exploded. White brain matter and bright red blood splattered across Hao Rao's face. The curses she had been about to utter caught in her throat. She looked at the old lady before her, resembling a god of death, and hurriedly knelt on the ground, bowing her head. Granny Lin, you must listen to me. I loved Lin Yi so much, how could I harm him? It was all Wan Wei and Xia Sisi. They are the ones who killed Brother Yi. What my grandson suffered, she must repay 100-fold. You have 3 days here. After it's done, take pictures for me. Understood. What my grandson suffered, she must repay 100-fold. You have 3 days here. After it's done, take pictures for me. Understood. Not bothering with Hao Rao's wails behind her, Granny Lin led a few burly men outside. Captain Wu cracked his knuckles, the sound sending chills down Hao Rao's spine. The 2 burly men accompanying Captain Wu also closed in on Hao Rao. Terrified, she backed away. Then, gritting her teeth, she tore off her top. Brothers, please, I beg you. Do whatever you want, but don't kill me, okay? I beg you. Hao Ro feigned a weak demeanor, deliberately positioning her legs to appear long and alluring. But this only earned her mockery from Captain Wu and the others. This ugly monster still thinks she can seduce us, haha. She should take a look at herself in the mirror. Hao Ro had always prided herself on her beauty since childhood. She had never been called an ugly monster before. It was only now that she realized her face was ruined. Through the glass in the room, she saw her grotesque visage. Flesh was torn apart, and she was splattered with Wan Weiss brain matter and blood. Now she looked like a demon. "The brothers will have fun with you, don't worry." Captain Wu pulled out a knife, flashing it in front of Hao Rou. Soon the entire building echoed with Hao Rou's wails. 3 days later, on a blood-soaked bed, a woman who had no intact flesh left lay with her hands and feet severed. It was akin to an ancient torture known as human pig. Beside her lay several syringes. The liquid inside those syringes was the drug that kept her alive for the past 3 days. Otherwise, under the torture of the first day, she would have already perished. She was merely hanging on to life by those drugs for 3 days. And this woman was Hao Rou. According to Granny Lin's orders, Captain Wu had stayed in the building for 3 days, torturing Hao Rou for that long. In the end, he captured the gruesome and bloody scene. The timeline returned to the day old Lady Lin left. After instructing Captain Wu to entertain Hao Rou, she was carried downstairs. After releasing her anger, she became even more rational. Her mind was filled with images of Lin Yuan and Xia Cici standing together, as well as the firearms in their hands. "Humph, that bastard Lin's offspring is indeed formidable." Old Lady Lin gritted her teeth. At the same time, she recalled Hao Rou and Wan Wei fighting furiously, saying that Xia Cici had told them to sever Lin Yi's hands and feet. She clenched her fists tightly, cursing Xia Cici in her heart. But she knew that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Xia Cici and Lin Yuan were now the local tyrants of the 66th floor and even the entire building. Although this old woman was still blinded by rage, she had not yet reached the point of foolishness. Once they reached the ground floor, a few people asked Old Lady Lin if she truly wanted to leave a vehicle behind for Xia Cici. Old Lady Lin looked up at the top of the apartment. "Humph, of course. Why wouldn't we leave? Do you think our Lin family can't even afford a car now?" They left behind a modified off-road vehicle and, as agreed with Xia Cici, did not touch any. Old Lady Lin took one last look at the building. When she noticed that the building not only had many floors, but also that the walls had hardly been damaged by acid rain, she was astonished and her eyes glinted. "Humph, do they really think they can escape a calamity by occupying this building?" She looked at a burly man beside her. "Isn't the government looking for new shelters? I think this building is quite suitable. Go to Commander Wang now and report that our Lin family has found an excellent shelter. That woman Xia Cici and that bastard Lin Yuan." Humph. The burly man who received the order nodded and drove off in an off-road vehicle. Meanwhile, Old Lady Lin and the others climbed into their last off-road vehicle and left. On the 66th floor's rooftop, Xia Cici coldly smirked as she watched Old Lady Lin depart. Just as she was about to turn away, she noticed Lin Yuan appearing downstairs. He jumped into the off-road vehicle left by Old Lady Lin and followed in the direction they had gone. Xia Cici frowned. What was Lin Yuan planning? On this day after Grandma Lin passed away, Xia Cici returned to her room. After all the commotion, it was already dark. She first put away several solar charging panels that were fully charged. Then she checked the operation status of the generator at home. It snowed today, and the snowfall would only get heavier with fewer hours of sunlight ahead. At this moment, the hundreds of charging panels that Xia Cici had stored came in handy. She had actually started charging all the panels days ago, and now they were all fully charged. Calculating it out, it was enough to ensure that the power of the tablets, phones, and other small devices she had could last through the extreme cold period. As for larger appliances like refrigerators, they were powered by the generator. After feeding Dehe and Huiji, Xia Cici decided to check the space. She first ran to Farm No. 1. After harvesting a pile of firewood earlier, she had some minor mischief in mind. It was also an experiment for the farm. This time, she buried the corpse of a mutated creature in the farm. She found it on the roof. It was a mutated magpie. From the looks of it, it had been frozen for many days, about the size of a wild chicken, and its feathers had mutated into very dazzling colors. Previously, she had buried plants, bread, and man-made items in Farm No. 1, but she had never buried organic matter. The produce from the farm was also varied, just like the rabbit with blueberry purple fur. Xia Cici had seen the rabbit yesterday, and it had grown larger than before, now resembling a small dog. Moreover, the little rabbits it produced were a combination of rabbit mother and father, looking very interesting with their colorful appearances. At this moment, she stood in front of Farm No. 1, looking at the spot where she had buried the mutated magpie's corpse. However, she noticed that the spot where it should have bulged out was completely empty. Xia Cici squatted down and used a shovel to search that area, but found nothing. The farm had not produced anything. Did the farm eat the corpse of the mutated animal? Xia Sisi exclaimed in surprise, voicing her conclusion. She decided that when she had time she would go look for more mutated animal corpses to see if that was indeed the case. Since nothing was produced, Xia Sisi could only place a large cabbage she had grown in Farm No. 2 directly into Farm No. 1. This could also be considered an experiment. She wanted to see what kind of changes would occur if the vegetables produced in the space were reinforced once again. The animals in the ranch were very lively. Xia Sisi had been patrolling the ranch every day, producing those byproducts that could be made. She noticed that these animals grew much faster in the farm than outside. For instance, the alpaca, she had just sheared its wool the day before yesterday, and today it was ready to be sheared again. She temporarily stored that wool. Currently the space had not upgraded to a function that could directly turn the wool into clothes or quilts, but she believed that one day it would. Finally, Xia Sisi arrived in front of the garbage processor. The garbage processor had been very efficient these days, producing good results. Xia Sisi cheerfully opened the garbage processor, eager to see today's good stuff. Who would have thought that what appeared before her was actually a glove? And on the other side there was a single sock. Yes, it was just one glove and one sock. At that moment Xia Sisi just wanted to throw something. Who gives someone things that are just one of each? Isn't this intentional? Xia Sisi felt the malice from the space once again. If the space could take human form and stand in front of Xia Sisi at that moment, she would undoubtedly give it a good scolding. What are you playing at? After tidying up the space, Xia Sisi decided to make a big move. After dismantling several safes in her brother's office that day, there were still 2 left, which were also taken from his secret room. These 2 safes were of a higher grade, so they had not been cut open at the time. Today Xia Sisi decided to put in some effort and cut open these last 2 high-grade safes. Xia Sisi thought about it and took the electric saw and other tools, bringing those 2 half-height safes out of the space. Outside the space, Dahe was standing on top of Huiji, pretending to sleep. The 2 had long gotten used to Xia Sisi's sudden appearances and disappearances, hardly batting an eye. Xia Sisi walked into an empty room, intentionally closing the door to avoid disturbing the 2 sensitive-eared little ones with the loud noise of the electric saw. The space was quite magical, any electric device that entered could not be used. Therefore, she was unable to cut the safes within the space. After tying her hair into a braid, Xia Sisi got to work. It took an entire hour just to cut a small opening in the top of one of the safes. What could be inside? To be stored in such a thick safe. Xia Sisi wiped her sweat and temporarily reduced the fire in the room. Looking through the small opening, Xia Sisi peered inside. At this glance, she was speechless. Inside were stacks of documents. But thinking that she had already cut it open, she couldn't waste it. She busied herself for a while longer and finally opened a space large enough to insert her hand. However, when she reached in and pulled out one of the documents, her heart nearly stopped. It was actually a contract for goods. These documents clearly stated where and what kind of goods were stored. Moreover, many of the goods were stored high up and in the basement. Xia Sisi thought about these locations and was quite sure that several of them should not have been harmed by acid rain. Furthermore, there were 2 underground warehouses extremely close to this place. Within a kilometer. The items inside were quite surprising. Xia Sisi excitedly took out these contracts and then found a map to mark these locations. And the 2 warehouses within a kilometer, Xia Sisi pondered, taking advantage of the heavy snow not yet having arrived, as it was currently only light snow. Should she go out for a trip first? Xia Sisi opened the door and saw Dahe playing outside, and an idea formed in her mind. A dog is useful for a day. In this kind of weather, wouldn't it be best for the dog to pull the cart? Dahe looked at Xia Sisi, who was staring at him with a toy in his mouth, stunned. What does that mean? Why is she looking at me like that? At that moment, Xia Sisi heard a knock on her door. She raised her eyebrow and went to answer it, only to find Lin Yuan standing outside. Lin Yuan placed a bloodied car key in Xia Sisi's hand. Sorry, I damaged your car. Can I pay you back later? Xia Sisi glanced at the car key in front of her, already somewhat deformed and stained with blood. She frowned and did not take it, instead raising her eyes to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was not one to be overly sentimental. Seeing Xia Sisi refuse the key, he simply took it back and said, I'll compensate you with another car later. Not just one car, right? The car is destroyed, but what about the stuff inside? Grandma Lin promised it would all be mine. Xia Sisi narrowed her eyes at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stiffened as he turned to leave. I'll also compensate you with a gun. What about the bullets in the gun? Xia Sisi fixed her gaze on Lin Yuan. 12 bullets, Lin Yuan said, his brow slightly furrowing. Is that all? Xia Sisi crossed her arms, looking at Lin Yuan. 2 hand grenades, Lin Yuan said, a hint of disdain creeping into his expression. There are also some destroyed supplies, but I didn't look closely. Lin Yuan sighed. Xia Sisi nodded at this alright. As Lin Yuan turned to leave, it was evident that even this wealthy landlord felt a pinch at that moment. So when he placed a gun, 12 bullets, 2 hand grenades, and a box of supplies at Xia Sisi's doorstep, he didn't even say a word to her. He merely knocked on the door, left the items, and departed. Xia Sisi opened the door and brought the items inside. She recalled how she had made that deal with Grandma Lin and felt she had truly profited. At that moment, she had sensed that Grandma Lin's car contained real goods. Now, while she didn't lack for supplies, she was genuinely delighted to see those firearms. However, looking back at these items, she fell silent. What on earth had Lin Yuan been up to? He had used up so many bullets and grenades, and even a whole car was left in ruins. Thinking of the blood on the car key, Xia Sisi suddenly recalled Grandma Lin's face. She snorted coldly, deciding to keep this matter to herself, not directly rushing to Lin Yuan's door to inquire. After all, this was still Lin Yuan's family matter. That night, Xia Sisi slept soundly. With Hao Ro and Lin Yi dead, she felt she had avenged her past life. Thinking of this made her feel as though she could wake up smiling from her dreams. The next morning, Xia Sisi noticed that the temperature had dropped again. In the early morning, while several people were exercising outdoors, Ding Lei rubbed her arms. Why is it so cold? For the next few days, let's look for burnable furniture in this building and the adjacent building B and store them at home for now, Lin Yuan suggested. In fact, over the past few days, they had already moved all the burnable furniture from the nearby floors. But with the temperature dropping again, they would quickly consume the firewood. Although Xia Sisi did not lack for firewood, she did not want Lin Yuan and Ding Lei to know about her spatial abilities. A few days ago, Ding Lei had gone downstairs to retrieve Lu Xiaofia's generator. Now on the 66th floor, at least everyone had one generator. They had also gathered all the small heaters, electric blankets, and other electrical items they could find from the nearby floors. But these electrical items were not as useful as a fire stove. After discussing, everyone went to their rooms to grab their things, deciding to start today's collection. Meanwhile, Dehei was responsible for guarding the stairway. After the temperature dropped again over the past 2 days, Dehei's fur had become even thicker than before. Now Dehei was about the size of a horse, with fur so dense that one could not feel the skin underneath, all soft and fluffy. Of course, his appetite had also increased significantly. Xia Sisi calculated that Dehei's food intake was roughly equivalent to 60 servings of regular food and 10 of her own. This thought made Xia Sisi feel a little anxious. She had plenty of supplies in her space and her farm could produce food, but she couldn't keep up with such an appetite. After instructing Dehei to guard the house, the group headed downstairs together. The nearby floors had long been stripped bare as Xia Sisi and the others had emptied them out. They could only continue downward. However, when they reached the 40th floor, they found that all the doors had been pried open and the usable items inside were gone. It's the 48th floor, Ding Lei said beside her. As they passed the 48th floor, they noticed it had also installed a door at the stairway like the 66th floor. Xia Sisi and her companions did not pay much attention to such actions. After all, they could take certain measures for survival in this apocalypse, and so could others. Let's check further down. To their surprise, every burnable and usable item in the entire building had been taken away. At this moment, Xia Sisi thought of the anti-theft door installed at the stairway on the 48th floor. No wonder they had installed an anti-theft door at the stairway. It must have been because too many items were being stored in the hallway. Xia Sisi chuckled coldly, thinking that the couple on the 48th floor, Mo Yun and her husband, were quite something. Although she too would collect survival supplies in bulk, she had even emptied out the 12th floor across. But as the saying goes, rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. It's best not to hastily consume everything right under their noses, lest it provoke the neighbor's resentment. She had just come down and noticed that besides the 48th floor, there were still other people living in this building, such as the abusive man from before and his wife Mrs. Jin's daughter-in-law, and so on. There were obviously some protective measures placed in front of their doors, indicating that there were residents inside. Moreover, when Xia Sisi and her group passed by their doors, some would cautiously peek out. What Xia Sisi did not expect was that Mo Yun's actions quickly incited public outrage. It turned out that some people had discovered that the firewood on the upper floors had been moved. They all thought it was the work of the 66th floor and did not dare to retaliate. After all, they knew that the people on the 66th floor were fierce and had a large mutated black dog. Even if everyone went up together, they would not be enough to take them down. But today, when the people from the 66th floor came down to look for firewood, they returned empty-handed and began discussing the anti-theft door installed by the Mo Yun family on the 48th floor. This caught the attention of some who were observant. At the same time, they recalled the sudden appearance of the anti-theft door at the stairway of Mo Yoon's floor. Damn it. Who took all the furniture and firewood, leaving others unable to survive? Damn you, Mo Yoon, I always thought you were a good person. The one who let out this furious shout was the abusive man from the 58th floor. Other people who had been peeking out also emerged from their homes. In an instant, all the remaining residents in the building, except for the Mo Yoon family, appeared on the stairs at various levels. They cursed and gathered together. Quickly, this group of people came together. Xia Sisi and her companions did not pay attention to this. They did not want to join the fray. They also believed that it was not yet the time to rob the homes of the living. They decided to check Building B. That area had more office spaces and fewer residents, so there should be more furniture than here. A trip to Building B was something Xia Sisi and her group needed to do sooner or later, but because of Mo Yoon's actions, they accelerated their plans. Mo Yoon had always been a person who could navigate social situations with ease. Before the apocalypse, she garnered recognition from her superiors at work and maintained good relationships with the nearby homeowners. Every year, she was recognized as an outstanding employee. In her family life, she had a husband who adored her. This husband was extremely doting, always listening to her and protecting her. One could say she led a very successful life thanks to her cleverness and eloquence. After the apocalypse, she relied on her silver tongue to gain the trust of homeowners who already held some affection for her. She was chosen by the people upstairs to be the floor leader. Although this role had no real power due to the presence of the 66th floor, yet she enjoyed the feeling of being held in high regard. She even made arrangements with the residents, promising to band together once they reached the shelter. Mo Yoon remained their leader. However, she never expected that the government shelter's ships would not return while the extreme cold would arrive. After the arrival of the extreme cold, she gained a new understanding. Titles like floor leader and leader were utterly useless. She was genuinely frightened and realized how wise her actions had been prior to the 66th floor. At this point, survival was the only thing that mattered. After discussing with her husband, they decided to seal off their floor completely, just like the 66th floor. Then, during the quiet of the night, she collected all the nearby furniture and firewood, filling her home and the other rooms and hallways on the 48th floor. As for the lives of others, she no longer cared. She was no longer a floor leader, why should she be concerned? However, unexpectedly, as Mo Yoon was comfortably sleeping at home, she was abruptly awakened by the commotion at the stairwell. Her husband Lee Ming-chao, a real estate agent, rushed out holding a kitchen knife in one hand and an axe he had found in another room in the other hand, shouting, "What's going on at my door?" A domestic abuser wielding a massive cleaver was banging on the door, yelling, "Open up, you dog. Did you take all the firewood from the entire building? Are you trying to freeze us to death?" Lee Ming-chao's eyes twinkled, and he instead wore a smile. "Hey, isn't this our brother Dong? Don't worry, what are you talking about? We were friends before, how could we do such a thing as neighbors?" That was all the doing of the 66th floor. This explanation was a pre-arranged agreement between Lee Ming-chao and Mo Yoon. They decided to shift the blame onto the 66th floor. Their supplies were not just limited to firewood, they had many other items. If the others in the building found out, their lives would be in danger. Nonsense. The 66th floor went down looking for firewood and found nothing. The domestic abuser brother Dong cursed loudly, ignoring Lee Ming-chao's words, continuing to kick the door. However, he hadn't eaten much in the days leading up to this, and at this moment he lacked the strength. After a few kicks, he failed to break the door and was exhausted. The few people beside him were also cursing at the door, especially a young boy who looked emaciated and was not very tall. His eyes were red as he stared at the door, shaking from either anger or cold. "You took our life-saving firewood, open up quickly or we'll break in." "Then come in." Lee Ming-chao, realizing the situation was exposed, knew it wouldn't end well today, smiled, and said to the people at the door, "Go ahead and break in. You might as well come in before starving to death." After saying this, he ignored the commotion outside and returned to his room. At this moment, he felt quite proud of the decision he made with his wife to seal the stairwell like the 66th floor. Now, with two large iron doors at the stairwell, those emaciated people could never break through, no matter how loud they shouted. Mo Yoon hid at home and only asked Lee Ming-chao when he returned, "Are you okay?" Lee Ming-chao chuckled and stroked Mo Yoon's face. "I'm fine, let them make a fuss. Can they really turn the sky upside down?" Hearing this, Mo Yoon nestled her head against Lee Ming-chao's chest and said, "Husband, you're really amazing. If you have the guts, don't come out. If you do, I'll kill you." After making a ruckus, the people outside spat a few times in frustration. Brother Dong kicked the door one last time in anger and turned to leave. He did not notice a pair of eyes nearby filled with resentment staring at him. It was the daughter-in-law of Granny Jean. Meanwhile, Xia and others tried to cross the corridor connecting Building A and Building B to get to Building B. However, they were taken aback to find that the corridor had been damaged. This corridor, located on the 40th floor, was semi-outdoor, covered by a medium-sized awning. The sides were not completely sealed for ventilation. However, due to prolonged acid rain and the extreme cold weather in recent days, the corridor had broken in the middle. There was a gap of more than 3 meters in between. The group stood at the A building side, gazing across, momentarily silent. No wonder the people from Building A had not gone to Building B. "I can get across." After a moment, Lin Yuan said. Xia turned to Lin Yuan, not surprised by this. "I have a rope." Xia took out a thick hemp rope about 2 fingers wide from her backpack. She had previously anticipated that the corridor might have issues, as she had seen too many buildings destroyed by acid rain in her past life during the apocalypse. She didn't expect it to be useful. Lin Yuan took the rope but stepped back. Xia was about to ask him what he intended to do when she saw him retreating more than 10 meters before sprinting forward like an agile leopard, jumping directly from one end of the corridor to the other. There was not a hint of hesitation. "Wait a moment, I'll see if there's anything to connect the 2 sides." Lin Yuan left and after a while returned with a huge tabletop, which he threw across the gap directly connecting the 2 sides. The group smoothly made their way to Building B. As they had suspected, there were not many residents in Building B and resources were plentiful. Ding Lei and Lin Yuan were actually not lacking in food, wearing their fur coats, but they were in dire need. So for the first trip, they decided to look for firewood as much as possible, especially durable hardwood. However, in this office building, they discovered charcoal. It seemed that the company had planned to go camping outdoors for team building, but didn't get to go because of the apocalypse. There were 5 or 6 boxes of charcoal, and they found a camper van to load it all. But just as they wanted to leave, they saw a group of people approaching from the end of the floor. "Drop the supplies. Leave the woman. I might spare your life." The man leading them was holding a gun, pointing it at them. Just as Xia had placed her hand in her pocket preparing to draw her handgun, she heard Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh. Before Xia could react, the man beside her dashed out. "You don't come any closer or I'll shoot." The leading man shouted loudly and the others positioned themselves as well. However, Lin Yuan was like a beast that had plunged into a herd of herbivores, swiftly taking down these men in just a few moves. The leading man didn't even fire a shot. Lin Yuan walked over, kicked the gun from the leading man's hand, and stomped it into pieces. Only then did Xia and Ding Lei notice that the gun was fake. "Spare me, great hero. Just let me go this once." The leading man, all bluster but no backbone, was now kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. The other men were also trembling as they knelt behind him. Xia walked over, looking at the shattered fake gun, and asked Lin Yuan, "How did you know this was fake?" "Just one look, it's fake." Lin Yuan did not elaborate further. Xia squinted at him, not pressing the matter. These men were the only ones in Building B. They could be described as a bunch of unfortunate souls. Most of Building B was for commercial use, consisting of offices. Before the acid rain fell, most companies had taken a holiday. However, that damned 996 company not only didn't take a break, but also made them work overtime. As a result, they were stuck in Building B. At first, they didn't think much of it, as several big men happily ate the company's employee benefits while the power was out, considering it a paid vacation. But after a couple of days, the water was also cut off and the acid rain submerged the lower floors. That's when they truly panicked. But they couldn't go back. When the rescue team arrived, they received the news rather late. When they ran over to shout, the boats were already full, and they were told to come back the next day. But that night, 2 of us froze to death. We were all huddled together for warmth. How could it just be those 2 who died? As the leading man spoke, he started to choke up. Looking at his sagging skin, it was clear he was a big man before the apocalypse. He must have gone through a lot in these days of the apocalypse. He appeared to have lost quite a bit of weight. After Xia and the others understood the situation, they didn't want to get too entangled with this group. "We need to take some firewood with us," Xia said. "No way. This entire building's contents are... We only have these things. If you take them, we'll starve or freeze to death here." "Absolutely not." The leading man shouted loudly. Lin Yuan shot a glare at him, and he quieted down. In the end, these local thugs had no choice but to let Xia and her group pass. After Xia and the others moved the charcoal away, they emptied the entire conference room of tables and chairs. They temporarily stacked these in Building A, then moved them up to the 66th floor. With these items, they would at least be able to live comfortably for 2 or 3 months without needing to gather firewood again. There were indeed plenty of tables and chairs in Building B, but when Xia Sisi and the others searched 2 floors they found no food. It had likely been hidden away by that group long ago. But it didn't matter, they weren't originally here to look for food. The fact that they left the charcoal in such an obvious place without touching it means they must have more powerful heating supplies. After moving the things, Ding Lei said to Xia Sisi. Lin Yuan and Xia Sisi both agreed. Xia Sisi also noticed that the leading man kept lamenting about the firewood and charcoal, but he didn't seem genuinely distressed about it. It seemed he was using the firewood and charcoal as a facade. As soon as Xia Sisi and her group were about to move everything upstairs, they saw that group suddenly appear at the edge of the corridor connecting buildings B and A. It seemed he was using the firewood and charcoal as a facade. As soon as Xia Sisi and her group were about to move everything upstairs, they saw that group suddenly appear at the edge of the corridor. Then 2 men tied with ropes around their waists stood on top of the cabinet and began to jump vigorously. Xia Sisi was curious about what they were doing. After a while, the already eroded ground collapsed with a loud crash. The heavy cabinet fell down. The men tied with ropes were pulled back to Building B by the others. Then another heavy cabinet was placed at the edge, and this happened 3 times in a row. The bridge between Building A and Building B was completely severed. There was now a gap of over 10 meters. The leading man stood facing Building B, gazing at Xia Sisi and the others in Building A from afar. If you have the ability, come fly over. The leading man shouted loudly. Xia Sisi looked at this group and found it quite amusing. What's your name? Xia Sisi asked the leading man. I'm Dyson, the one who makes hair dryers. The man shouted loudly. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan exchanged glances, both wearing faint smiles. They never expected that, even in the apocalypse, they would encounter such a lively character. Just as they were cutting off the connection between A and B, Xia Sisi and her group could have intervened. They understood their intentions. But they didn't move. One reason was that they still had quite a bit of supplies on hand. The second was that they sensed this group was not as simple as they appeared, always slick with words while concealing their true strength. Aside from this leading Dyson, Xia Sisi felt that there were other eyes in that building watching them. This Dyson might not be the true leader. Moreover, coming up with a method to sever the bridge between A and B and actually accomplishing it showed that these individuals were no ordinary people. Just jumping vigorously with only a rope for protection at a height of 40 stories was already quite impressive. Hey, you all have the ability, let's not interfere with each other. Dyson shouted at Xia Sisi and the others from across. Xia Sisi looked at the small team of about 5 or 6 people across and waved her hand at them, indicating her agreement with Dyson's proposal. Beautiful lady, of course, if any of you fancy one of us and want a date, we're still open to that. The group ignored the people in Building B and moved the last of their belongings back into the building. On the way, Xia Sisi said to Ding Lei and Lin Yuan, employees of 996. They don't look like it to me. Lin Yuan nodded lightly. They probably just arrived here after the acid rain. How can you tell? Xia Sisi asked. During the fight just now, I tore off a few of their clothes and saw that their skin had large areas of corrosion. That could only happen after prolonged exposure to acid rain. Hearing this, Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan's neck, which had a scar exposed, and nodded. Look back. At that moment, Ding Lei suddenly spoke. They had just reached the 62nd floor, and beside them was the stairwell window. Through the window, Xia Sisi saw a woman standing in Building B, gazing towards Building A. Due to the distance, she couldn't see the person clearly. However, Xia Sisi felt a sense of pressure in her gaze with that person. That was a very formidable individual. Xia Sisi could basically confirm that the person was the leader of the group in Building B, not the recently mentioned Dyson. In fact, even Dyson might not be the person's real name. However, for the time being, they had no need to delve into each other's affairs. The group quickly returned to the 66th floor and sorted through the items piled up in the hallway. Xia Sisi selected some charcoal but did not take any wood. Lin Yuan took some charcoal along with a few pieces of furniture. This was because Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan had already swept through the entire floor earlier and taken quite a bit of lumber. The remaining items were given to Ding Lei, who looked extremely grateful at the sight of the two. After a moment of hesitation, she finally said, "How about coming to my house for a meal?" After a long day, the group was tired and did not want to stir things up further, so they agreed to meet another day and returned to their respective rooms. Upon entering her room, Dahe came over with a droopy face, looking rather unhappy. Xia Sisi was puzzled. What was going on? Was Dahe upset about something? He hadn't shown such sensitivity before. Xia Sisi went to ask the little gray bird that had flown over and was affectionately rubbing its head against her cheek. Gray bird, what happened to Dahe? Why does he look so down? The gray bird tilted its head slightly, its round little eyes scanning Dahe before replying. Dahe is in pain. Hearing the word pain, Xia Sisi immediately stood up and rushed over to Dahe, hugging his neck. Where does it hurt? Xia Sisi thought, could it be that someone had come to cause trouble on the 66th floor and hurt Dahe? It's been hurting for several days. Dahe said, it's nothing and didn't let me tell you, the gray bird said casually, but Xia Sisi was completely taken aback. He had been in pain for several days, and why hadn't she known? Xia Sisi knew that animals like cats and dogs had a high tolerance for pain, and ordinary cats and dogs could endure pain at least several times more than humans. When Xia Sisi was young, she had a big tabby cat that was chubby and very cute. The tabby cat didn't like to move around much and was fine no matter how she touched it. When Xia Sisi was young, she had a big tabby cat that was chubby and very cute. The tabby cat didn't like to move around much and was They took it to the hospital where the stones inside its belly had grown large. However, after examining Dahe thoroughly, Xia Sisi found no injuries and could not tell where he was sick. Worried, she coaxed Dahe into drinking a large bowl of spiritual spring water. Little did she know that night, while Xia Sisi was sleeping, she was awakened by a gentle murmuring sound from Dahe beside her. The gray bird had also flown in, circling around Dahe, anxiously struggling to articulate its words, only managing to repeat phrases like Dahe is in pain and Dahe is going to die. Xia Sisi encouraged the gray bird and Dahe to communicate to figure out exactly where Dahe was hurting. However, despite their evolution, Dahe and the gray bird's intelligence had not matured enough for normal conversation. After a series of questions, the conclusion was reached: Dahe was in pain all over, as if there were fire burning inside. Outside, the temperature had dropped to over 30 degrees below zero, and although Xia Sisi had a charcoal fire going inside, the room was only just above freezing. Even so, Xia Sisi was sweating from anxiety. She didn't dare to give Dahe any random medication, nor did she dare to let him drink the spiritual spring water, so she could only hold him tightly. After multiple examinations of Dahe's body, she had a premonition Dahe might be on the verge of further mutation. Soon Dahe's body began to heat up. Xia Sisi checked Dahe's temperature, and it had already reached 60 degrees. Dahe completely lost consciousness. The gray bird also stopped making noise, quietly standing beside him, its eyes fixed on Dahe. Dahe remained unconscious for 3 days. During this time, Xia Sisi would regularly check his temperature and give him some water. As for food, Dahe refused to eat anything. On the night of the 4th day, while Xia Sisi was sleeping, she suddenly felt a wet sensation on her face. Opening her eyes, she saw a large dog's head and a pair of bright, sparkling dog eyes. However, in the darkness, those eyes emitted a blue glow with some starry specks of light within. It was just like the glowing specks she had seen in the spiritual spring and the dark earth. Suddenly, Xia Sisi recalled something. Previously, Dahe had consumed a blue light in the space. Could it be that this light point had prompted Dahe's evolution this time? All traces of sleep vanished as Xia Sisi woke up instantly. She sat up and noticed another change in Dahe. He had shrunk. But now Dahe had surprisingly returned to the size he was before his mutation. Apart from those blue eyes, he bore no other differences. Xia Sisi looked at him in amazement, gently stroking his head, murmuring, "What kind of mutation have you undergone?" However, just as she spoke, Dahe couldn't respond. The gray bird beside them began flapping its wings and shouting loudly, "Hungry Dahe is hungry, starving." At that moment, Xia Sisi finally understood why Dahe had woken her up in the middle of the night. He was calling out, "The one who scoops the poop, it's time to feed me." Then Xia Sisi witnessed what it meant to have a bottomless pit. 2 kilograms of dog food disappeared in a few bites. After finishing, Dahe looked at her sitting patiently and waiting. Those dreamlike blue eyes gazed at her, making her feel as if she were being watched by all that is beautiful. The gray bird chimed in, more food. Then Xia Sisi took out a few cans of dog food from the space. In just a few bites, they were gone. Thinking that perhaps ordinary cans were not enough, Xia Sisi took out a can of rabbit meat produced in the space. Still, in just a few bites, it was gone. This time, Xia Sisi was determined. She directly took out a large laundry basin from the space, filled it with a total of 20 kilograms of dog food, and added a big bag of freeze-dried food. This time, it was not just a few bites. Dahe took 10 minutes to devour everything, leaving nothing behind. Then he sat patiently looking at her expectantly. Seeing this scene, Xia Sisi felt her scalp tingle. "No way. If you keep eating like this, I won't be able to afford you." At that moment, Xia Sisi nearly cried. This time, Dahe clearly ate slower than before, and by the end, he showed signs of being unable to eat anymore. But adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Dahae managed. This time Dahae clearly ate slower than before, and by the end, he showed signs of being unable to eat anymore. But adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Dahae managed to finish everything in that large basin. After eating, he lay down beside her and fell asleep. Only Xiaoxici was left in a state of chaos. What should she do? The child ate too much, and she couldn't afford it. What a pitiful direction for evolution. Can I return him? In the following days, Xiaoxici observed Dahae with great caution, her heart filled with anxiety. If Dahae continued to eat like this every day, even if she stocked up a mountain of food, it would be consumed. Fortunately, apart from the first meal, after it woke up where it consumed dozens of pounds of dog food, several cans, and dozens of pounds of meat, it returned to normal eating habits afterwards. Moreover, after a few days of observation, Xiaoxici discovered Dahae's mutation direction. It could now change size at will. Its intelligence had also increased to a certain extent, especially when it came to teasing Xiaoxici. Previously, it would only turn on the air conditioning to scare her while she was in the bathroom. Now Dahae could change size, and occasionally when she opened the door it would block her way like a wall. Fluffy and black, pushing against it was futile. If it didn't get delicious snacks, it wouldn't budge no matter how much you yelled. It had a certain attitude of "this mountain is mine, this tree is mine, if you want to pass, leave a toll." Xiaoxici was utterly exasperated with this rebellious creature. Moreover, Huiji had conspired with Dahae. Dahae didn't know when Xiaoxici would leave, completely relying on Huiji's warning. Thinking of this, Xiaoxici couldn't bear it any longer and dragged the two little ones over for a proper scolding. From now on, whoever misbehaves will miss out on good food. Without snacks, Dahae would even have its toys confiscated. As for Huiji, all the nuts would be cut off. You two figure it out. This way the two little ones behaved a bit more. However, Xiaoxici could tell that this was also because Dahae had just gained this ability and found it novel, wanting to use it now and then. After delaying for several days, Xiaoxici and Lin Yuan had not communicated much. The wind and snow outside were stronger than before, but it had not reached the point where a whole floor would be submerged overnight. Xiaoxici calculated the time and thought that according to the situation from her previous life, after the wind and snow started, it would take about 10 days to begin a heavy snow. Before that, Xiaoxici decided to go out. Originally, she wanted to use the car left by old lady Lin, but unexpectedly Lin Yuan had broken it. The other vehicles in her space were not modified for snowy weather, so Xiaoxici glanced at Dahae, who was dozing off with its head drooping. "It's you." That day, after Xiaoxici had just finished getting dressed, she took out the parts of the motorcycle she had disassembled from the delivery in her space, preparing to transform it into a dog sled, when Dahae, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly stood up. Seeing that Dahae was looking toward the entrance, Xiaoxici knew someone was coming from the stairway. Sure enough, after a while there was a knock at the door from the stairwell. Xiaoxici finished dressing and went out with Dahae. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Ding Lei also walked out. Each of them was holding a knife. Ever since their visit to Building B, the group had become more vigilant. These days, although there had been chaos downstairs, none of the remaining people dared to come up. They also didn't want to concern themselves with how others lived. Who would have thought that someone would come knocking at the door now? The group exchanged glances, and finally Lin Yuan nodded to everyone and walked toward the door. When he opened the inner door, he was shocked to see a woman covered in blood standing outside. This woman looked disheveled and was wearing many layers, so for a moment Xiaoxici didn't even recognize her. After a moment, she finally recognized her and frowned, asking, "Are you the daughter-in-law of Granny Jean?" Yes, the visitor was indeed Granny Jean's daughter-in-law. After Granny Jean died, her husband and son also passed away. Granny Jean's daughter-in-law was not someone one could sympathize with. She fully embodied the saying, "Those who are pitiful must also have their flaws." Her name was Wang Nana. Before getting married, she was born into an ordinary family, but her parents spoiled her. One could say she was indulged, leading her to be overly innocent and kind-hearted. Later, she met Granny Jean's son Jean Lei, and they quickly fell in love. Jean Lei was a mama's boy, and mama's boys have a characteristic: they lack a sense of self. In front of their mothers, they center everything around them. When their mothers are not around, they center everything around others. In the beginning of their relationship, Jean Lei treated Wang Nana very well, almost entirely obedient to her. Wang Nana thought she had found true love and insisted on marrying Jean Lei against her parents' wishes. However, Wang Nana's parents were clear-sighted and did not want to see their daughter suffer in such a family. Thus, Wang Nana had a 2-year tug-of-war with her parents. During these 2 years, her loving parents in helplessness were almost on the verge of severing ties with her. Wang Nana's father spoke earnestly, saying, "Nana, Dad just doesn't want you to suffer. If you give up now, you are only giving up on a little over 2 years of feelings. But if you marry him you will suffer for more than 20 years. You have to believe me, Dad is only looking out for you. But Wang Nana couldn't understand. She even still thought that Granny Jean, who seemed to have picked up a daughter-in-law for nothing, was a good person. Ultimately, under her parents' strong opposition, Jean Lei and Wang Nana almost broke up. At this time, Granny Jean came up with an idea. She encouraged Wang Nana to get pregnant before marriage. Wang Nana agreed and indeed became pregnant. Now Granny Jean's family had secured Wang Nana. They didn't even need to pay the bride price and made things difficult for her once she married. They claimed Wang Nana was shameless, a worthless woman lacking in virtue. Because Wang Nana insisted on marrying Jean Lei and refused to agree to her parents' suggestion of an abortion, her relationship with her parents grew increasingly distant. This led her to a situation where she was bullied by the Jean family with no parents to rely on. In a world lacking clothing and food, she was further tormented by Granny Jean, who almost sold her off for food. When Granny Jean died, she was quite happy. She initially thought that the man who had once treated her well would wholeheartedly be with her after Granny Jean's death. But this dream didn't last. The night she lost her husband and her son. The man who once treated her well, who later bullied her alongside his wicked mother-in-law, had died, which was whatever. But her son, the precious baby who came from her womb, had also died. She was filled with hatred. And in a situation where communications were cut off, she had lost contact with her parents. It seemed like she was the only one left in this world, without any life goals. Now she only had one thought: revenge. She knew it was that man who looked scruffy and abused his wife who had killed her child. So she had been plotting her revenge these past few days. And now she had finally succeeded. She had only one thought. She reached the 66th floor and saw the door across from her open. Covered in blood, she looked at those people and revealed a smile. Who is Xia Cici? I heard you are the cruelest in this building. Can I ask you one thing? And now she had... Xia Cici looked at the woman whose mental state seemed somewhat unstable, and her gaze grew serious. In her previous life, during the apocalypse, she had seen many people who no longer wished to live. Some had lost all their loved ones, some bore disabilities, and others could not bear the arrival of the apocalypse. She had even killed a person who begged her to do so. This was after the plague of insects arrived. She and a small team had gone to a warehouse to search for supplies. Unexpectedly, they encountered a man whose body had been half-eaten by insects. His entire leg was nothing but stark white bones. His organs were removed, and there was not a single good piece of flesh left on his face. The man begged them to kill him. Xia Cici was the closest, so she was the one to take action. With one swift stroke, she pierced his heart, and in just a second he had breathed his last. Xia Cici still remembered that the man had died with a smile on his face, a smile of liberation. But this woman before her... Xia Cici appraised her from head to toe and coldly said, if you wish to die you can commit suicide. Or by all means come and find trouble with me. If you don't even have the courage for that, how could you have the courage to endure the knife I would pull out? Not wanting to say more to this woman, especially in the apocalypse, Xia Cici simply closed the door. Kill me please, anyone can just kill me. She had contemplated jumping from the building to end it all. But she lacked the courage to leap. Thus she decided to seek out the notorious figures on the 66th floor. She had contemplated jumping from the building to end it all. But she lacked the courage to leap. Thus she decided to seek out the notorious figures on the 66th floor. However, she did not expect that this group of people would be completely indifferent to her. To seek revenge, she got close to that scoundrel of a man, seduced him, and killed him while he was asleep. Through all this torment, she realized she still wanted to live. No matter how desperate she felt, her will to survive was still... After returning home, she thought of cutting her wrists, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. She wanted to take off her clothes and freeze to death, but she couldn't endure it for long. Through all this torment, she realized she still wanted to live. No matter how desperate she felt, her will to survive was still strong. She still wanted to live. What a worthless life, Wang Nana murmured. So after another day of contemplation, she took all her belongings and went downstairs. Braving the wind and snow, she headed towards Building V. Granny Jean had previously wanted her to go sell herself, intending for her to go to Building V. Perhaps because it felt slightly more distant, unlike Building A where everyone knew each other, it could provide her with some face. At that time, the corridor between Buildings A and B had not yet been severed, and Granny Jean had pushed her towards Building V. There she encountered a very formidable woman. That day, Granny Jean was forced to kneel and beg for mercy just to save her own life. The woman looked at Wang Nana with disdain. People like you who lack brains do not deserve to live. But if one day you gain some sense, you can come find me. After all, only those who have undergone profound enlightenment are worth teaching, and they can also forge sharper blades. Now Wang Nana trudged through the snow, finally arriving in front of Building V. She looked up and saw the woman staring down from the windowsill above, a faint yet cruel smile on her lips. Behind the woman stood a row of men, as if they were following her every command. On the other side, after closing the door, Xia Cici returned to make the final modifications to the sidecar motorcycle that lacked an engine, adding anti-slip chains to the wheels, and on top of the sidecar, she affixed a soft top taken from a convertible sports car, which was of very high quality. Xia Cici tugged at the soft top and couldn't help but exclaim, indeed it was from $1 million top-tier sports car. Impressive. She welded the soft top onto the sidecar. Thus, she created a sheltered place for herself from the wind and rain. At the front of the soft top, Xia Cici made a hole and used a transparent plastic sheet to cover it, allowing her to see the outside situation. At the bottom there were also 2 holes, allowing her arms to reach out and grab the rope tied to Dahe. Once all this was done, Xia Cici was very satisfied and checked everything, then tied it to the sidecar with a hemp rope produced from her space. Dahe was still silly, spinning in circles beside her, seemingly very interested in this strange object, completely unaware that Xia Cici would take it to race through the snowy ground when night fell. After completing all of this, Xia Cici took a short nap. When it was midnight, she quietly stored Dahe and the plane into her space and sneaked downstairs. Xia Cici noticed that Lin Yuan and Ding Lei had not followed her, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Although they were considered teammates now, there were some secrets she did not want them to know. With the heavy snow having fallen for a week, the 8-story building was already covered. This saved Xia Cici some time in descending. At this moment the snowfall had stopped and a huge and bright moon was shining in the sky, casting a white light. The snowfield was illuminated silver, reflecting specks of white light. Xia Cici took out the prepared sunglasses and put them on to prevent snow blindness from spending too long. Taking advantage of the stillness of the night, she wore her heavy snow boots and walked out for several meters, finding a secluded spot before releasing the sidecar and Dahe. Dahe hadn't been out for a long time, and it was also its first time stepping on snow. It lifted its paws and then cautiously placed them down again. It lifted its paws again and stepped down. Then it froze in place. The big dog's face showed a hint of confusion, its brows furrowed, and Dahe's droopy face appeared even longer. Seeing its dazed expression, Xia Cici couldn't help but chuckle. Taking advantage of its stupor, she tied the pre-prepared rope around its body. Dahe looked at the ropes with some puzzlement, not understanding what the one who scooped its poop was trying to do. After securing Dahe, Xia Cici tugged on the rope and found that the hemp rope produced from her space was indeed much better than regular hemp ropes, and it had a certain degree of flexibility. She was very pleased with this. Dahe, run! Xia Cici commanded Dahe. After a moment's hesitation, Dahe looked at the outdoors, which had changed, but still excitedly beckoned it, and then it dashed off, running with all its might. Xia Cici felt a push sensation, and her whole being was propelled forward. Dahe to the left. She tugged on the left rope. Dahe to the right. She pulled on the right rope. Thus, after several coordinated efforts, Xia Cici and Dahe slowly developed a tacit understanding. And the distance, which was less than a kilometer, was quickly covered. Xia Cici got off the sidecar and untied the ropes from Dahe. She carefully observed her surroundings and found that before her was a small building about 8 or 9 stories high. However, the trouble was, this building was mostly buried. What Xia Cici needed to find was the storage room at the bottom of this building. After searching around, she finally found a window that she could enter. With one kick, she shattered the glass of the window and climbed inside. To her surprise, this building, which was almost buried under the snow, actually had natives. Moreover, not just one. After jumping into the building, Xia Cici put on her headlamp. Looking around, this floor resembled a factory. Or rather, it was a production line for canned food. However, the factory had long since stopped operations and lost power. The ingredients here were decayed, emitting a pungent odor. Xia Cici took a few steps forward and accidentally kicked something with her foot. Bang, bang, bang. A series of metallic rolling noises made Xia Cici jump back alertly. The large black dog beside her also retreated, baring its teeth as it stared ahead. Nothing happened, and Xia Cici realized that what she had kicked was a can. Crouching down, Xia Cici carefully picked up the can and discovered it was a complete unopened sardine. As the headlamp illuminated the surroundings, Xia Cici was astonished to find countless sardine cans scattered across the floor, all unopened. As she continued walking, she found cans of yellow croaker salmon, braised ribbonfish, fermented black bean mullet, tuna, and more. Xia Cici collected the cans as she walked. When she reached the stairway, however, she hesitated to go down. The large black dog displayed some anxiety. It fixed its gaze on the bottom of the stairs as if sensing something down there. Xia Sisi quickly turned off her headlamp and observed the stairway, but saw nothing. She listened intently, but heard no sounds. However, she trusted the large black dog's hearing and sense of smell. There must be something here. Moreover, she felt that something was off about this place. After the acid rain ceased, the government had conducted a rescue mission, yet many people still came nearby searching for supplies. These cans were easy to store and consisted of meat that people liked, yet there were no signs of rummaging. After walking through the entire floor, Xia Sisi noticed that the ingredients left on the production line were naturally decayed with no signs of being looted. There weren't many cans on the ground, most were neatly arranged. The whole floor, aside from a few areas that seemed to have been bumped, was surprisingly tidy for a post-apocalyptic setting. She couldn't believe that no one had ever come to this entire building, or at least to this floor. After all, the acid rain had submerged at least 4 floors at the time, and this building had at least 8 floors. Xia Sisi couldn't be completely sure of its height due to being buried under snow. Even so, the nearby residents must know that there is a food processing factory here. Xia Sisi couldn't believe that no one had visited for so long. So, what had stopped people? Suddenly, Xia Sisi had an idea. She summoned the gray bird from her space. The gray bird circled in the air, appearing somewhat uneasy. Despite its size now and often goofing around with the large black dog at home, it was actually quite weak. Taking the gray bird out was a carefully considered decision by Xia Sisi. The gray bird had been too chatty at home. Although Xia Sisi had repeatedly emphasized that it must not speak once outside, it had promised well, but it still posed a risk. After circling around, the gray bird ultimately landed on the large black dog's head, its eyes darting around. Fortunately, even in this situation, the gray bird managed to hold its silence, strictly adhering to Xia Sisi's instruction of no talking when going out. Gray bird, you fly fast and are agile. Go down for a bit and see what's below. This was Xia Sisi's thought. The gray bird was more convenient in the air, and its flight was silent with excellent night vision, making it quite suitable for reconnaissance. It was a case of raising a bird for 1,000 days to use it for a moment. The gray bird hesitated for a moment, seemingly fearful of the stairway. But in the end it spread its wings and flew out. Xia Sisi and the large black dog quietly waited in the darkness for the gray bird's return. 1 minute, 2 minutes. In the stillness, Xia Sisi seemed to hear a sound from below. It was an extremely light sound of something landing. Then came a soft meow. Xia Sisi jolted. Was there a cat? Xia Sisi saw that the large black dog had arched its back, staring intently ahead, assuming an attacking posture. Soon Xia Sisi spotted a black cat almost camouflaged in the darkness, slowly coming up from below. At that moment, a shadow rushed up directly from the bottom of the stairs. Xia Sisi jumped in surprise, only to realize it was the gray bird. She had never seen the gray bird fly so fast. The bird circled anxiously above Xia Sisi's head, opening its mouth several times in a panic, but not making a sound, still adhering to Xia Sisi's rule of no talking when going out. You are allowed to report the situation, Xia Sisi said, quickly, her gaze fixed on the cat. The black cat tilted its head slightly, wearing a curious expression, cautiously lifting a paw as if to Overall, it seemed like an innocent little kitten, akin to those basking in the sun in green belts, ready to roll over at any moment. Except for its size. This black cat appeared to be about the size of a leopard, over a meter long, with its tail raised and slightly curled, its large paws as big as a palm, hinting at the sharpness and size of the claws retracted within. Large felines have always been among the apex predators on this planet, like the forest overlord the tiger and the grassland sovereign the lion. Even leopards, cheetahs, and snow leopards are formidable figures. Thus it has been said that the reason little kittens can appear gentle and adorable in the arms of bipedal beasts is merely due to their relatively small size. Now, what stood before Xia Sisi was completely unrelated to gentle and adorable, sending a shiver down her spine. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that even more spine-chilling events awaited her. After hearing Xia Sisi's words, the gray bird immediately exclaimed anxiously, "Cats, so many cats. So many cats." Its voice trembled with evident fright. After speaking, it flew onto the large black dog's back, shivering as it looked ahead. The large black dog suddenly rushed in front of Xia Sisi, shielding her completely. At that moment, Xia Sisi also noticed movement coming from the bottom of the stairs. It was a series of extremely light footsteps, almost silent. But with so many, they formed a peculiar sound: puff, puff, puff. Then Xia Sisi saw countless pairs of green glimmering eyes appearing right in front of her, behind the black cat. Meow, meow, meow. The chorus of cat calls intertwined in the dark night, creating a symphony that sent chills down one's spine. Xia Sisi scanned the area and counted at least 20 cats. Moreover, they were all gigantic mutated cats. Xia Cixi's mind was racing swiftly. In her previous life, after the insect disaster arrived, many mutated creatures appeared. She had encountered desperate situations before, but at that time they were mostly in teams outside. When dealing with these mutated creatures, the most important point is to utilize their animal attributes. No matter how much they have mutated, they are still fundamentally the same animal. Just like Dahe, even though its intelligence has increased, and it now has the ability to change size, and its physical qualities have greatly improved, at its core it is still a dog. It still enjoys toys and snacks. So what about these cats? Xia Cixi thought and took out the catnip balls she had collected from the pet paradise. As soon as this item appeared, Xia Cixi noticed that the cats began to stir. Taking advantage of their rush, Xia Cixi threw the catnip ball down the gap along the staircase railing. Yes, it was the gap at the corner of the staircase that led directly to the first floor. The big cats who had been paying attention to Xia Cixi immediately rushed down, with meows quickly disappearing from sight. Then Xia Cixi hurriedly retreated with Dahe and Huiji to the top floor, tightly locking the door to the staircase. At this moment she realized her heart was pounding and her breathing had become quite rapid. That was indeed a close call of false alarm. The reason Xia Cixi returned to this level was that she suddenly remembered that this floor was mostly very clean, having not been ruined by those big cats, which indicated that there must be something here that those big cats feared, so they had not entered. She needed to find that something. Yes, she had not completely given up on the idea of searching for supplies downstairs. First, after collecting all the canned food on this entire floor, Xia Cixi knew that there must be a large amount of meat in this building. After all, it was meat. Although Xia Cixi was not lacking in meat now, Dahe could eat. Dahe's appetite was already substantial, and it was uncertain how much food it would need in the future. Moreover, the items on this floor were all fish meat cans, which are very easy to preserve and would become valuable hard goods and sought-after items in the future. Secondly, she still had quite a bit of catnip. In addition to catnip, she also had cat cans, cat toys, and cat treats. All of these were obtained from the previous pet paradise. Even if she did not find that which could make these big cats fearful, she could use these items to lure the big cat. At the very least, she still had the space to retreat to. Thinking about this, Xia Cixi began to move around the room. What exactly was it that made those big cats unwilling to enter this level? Once the door closed and the big cats left, Xia Cixi noticed that Dahe had calmed down, which indicated that this level seemed safe in Dahe's eyes. That at least meant that the thing that frightened the big cats was not some dangerous creature. Just then, Xia Cixi noticed that Dahe was not moving. Not only Dahe, but even Huiji, which had been circling above Xia Cixi's head, did not follow her. Xia Cixi turned her head and found Dahe's face just 1 meter away, displaying a look of disgust, while Huiji also had an expression that was hard to describe. Xia Cixi observed and listened carefully, but found nothing. However, she soon caught a whiff of a strange smell. It was not the stench of rotten fish and shrimp, but rather a more pungent odor mixed in. Overall, this place was still relatively clean, but it was too dark and the machines were too intricate, making it difficult for Xia Cixi to see every corner clearly. She first took out a mask from her space and put it on, then added a powerful outdoor flashlight. This flashlight had a high power output and could illuminate a larger area. Finally, under the light of the flashlight, she saw a huge corpse beneath the machines. It was also a cat. A rather plump big white cat. It was about 2 meters long, with long fur lying stiffly beneath the machines, its 4 legs stretched out, eyes tightly closed, and its face was somewhat grim, as if it had endured great pain before dying. To be cautious, Xia Cixi found a bamboo stick from her space and poked the big white cat from a distance. The big white cat showed no reaction, and its skin and flesh had already frozen into blocks of ice. At that moment, Xia Cixi broadly understood why those cats did not dare to come up. Animals generally fear the corpses of their own kind. Moreover, this big white cat was larger than the others. This meant that in terms of strength it was tougher than. Perhaps this big white cat was the leader of those cats and had issued some command before coming up to this level. However, it unexpectedly died here. Glancing at Dahe and Huiji behind her, she noticed that they also seemed to dislike the smell emanating from the big white cat's corpse, keeping a meter away. Xia Cixi could only crouch down and drag the white cat's corpse out. After pulling it out, she saw that the big white cat's body seemed to have grown some spiky protrusions, and some of its skin looked as if it had been burned. After studying it for a while, Xia Cixi came to the conclusion this was a cat that had died during the process of evolution. No wonder those cats were afraid of the big white cat's corpse, and no wonder Dahe and Huiji disliked it. It must have a higher evolutionary level, emitting some intimidating scent. Xia Cixi thought and took out a large machete from her space, chopping off the tail of the white cat's corpse. She tried to lift the tail and walked a few steps towards Dahe and Huiji. Dahe also wanted to retreat but temporarily did not move. It seemed that the tail of the white cat's corpse also had the same effect. Obeying Xia Cixi's command of no talking, it held back. Dahe also wanted to retreat but temporarily did not move. It seemed that the tail of the white cat's corpse also had the same effect. Xia Cixi stored the remaining white cat's corpse in her space, intending to see if she could bury it in farm No. 1 when she returned. Thus Xia Cixi carefully opened the door at the staircase entrance, holding the white cat's tail, and began to descend. After going down a few flights of stairs, Xia Cixi saw the large 9 written on the wall, realizing that this building originally had 9 floors. When she arrived at the entrance of the 8th floor, she discovered 3 pairs of green glimmering eyes staring intently at her from the 3rd floor. They were 3 mutated cats. Xia Cixi also noticed that this level was still a production workshop. Canned beef and chicken were being produced. She raised her eyebrows. Oh, these are all things Dahe likes to eat. Xia Cixi hung the cat's tail on her clothing belt and walked in. The mutated cats also noticed her arrival. Indeed, Xia Cixi had guessed correctly. As she walked in with the corpse of the mutated cat, the other cats let out terrified howls and then fled from this lair. Seeing this scene, Xia Cixi finally felt relieved. No longer hesitating, she began to frantically collect canned food. However, unlike the untouched 9th layer, many items in this layer had already been ravaged by the mutated cats. Xia Cixi could only distinguish and place the good cans into her space. After finishing the 8th layer, she proceeded to the 7th, 6th, and 5th layers. Similarly, the mutated cats would wail and leave whenever Xia Cixi entered. Although she encountered a large black cat that seemed somewhat unwilling after it hissed at Xia Cixi a few times in a threatening manner, it ultimately jumped away. In these 3 layers, Xia Cixi obtained some other meat canned goods. Most delightfully, in the 5th layer, she found the production of pet canned food. No wonder the nearby cats would gather here. However, most of these pet cans had been bitten open and eaten by the mutated cats, and Xia Cixi only managed to collect a few hundred. But as she was about to leave, looking at the entire production line for pet canned food in this layer, she raised her eyebrows and decided to take it into her space as well. Who knows when she might be able to produce canned food for the large black cat. After this thought, she went upstairs and collected 2 ordinary canned food production lines into her space. After finishing all this, Xia Cixi looked at the passage to the 4th layer, feeling troubled. From the documents she reviewed, she learned that the warehouse was located just a few layers below. The upper part of this building was the production line, while the lower part was the warehouse. A total of 4 layers, along with 2 basement levels below, were filled with various meats. These 6 layers served as a giant refrigerator built as a cold storage by the factory, tightly wrapped in stainless steel with a generator for power. According to the floor plan of the cold storage in the contract, the lower layers were only connected by 1 large door with internal stairs. Normally, workers on the production line would enter through the external stairs at the back and only enter the cold storage through the stairs on the 4th layer when necessary. After seeing the description in the contract, Xia Cixi was certain that such a cold storage should be well sealed and would not be infiltrated by acid rain, which is why she dared to come here. However, this area seemed to be slightly lower than the region where Xia Cixi was, so the acid rain did not merely submerge the 4 layers as it did in her building, but rather flooded the middle position between the 4th and 5th layers. Here at the corner of the stairs, a window was open, allowing acid rain to pour in. Now a thick layer of ice about half a meter thick had formed. With Xia Cixi's current abilities, it was impossible for her to break through this layer of ice. At this moment, she suddenly noticed a hole about half a meter in radius beside the ice layer. Xia Cixi instantly felt a surge of tension. This was a hole made by some mutated creature. But after that initial anxiety, she felt overwhelming joy. This animal must have dug the hole after extreme cold, and the opening led downward, indicating there was a space below that could sustain mutated creatures. Thus it further indicated that the area below was well sealed and had not been eroded by acid rain. Moreover, this hole might just be big enough for the large black cat who can change size. Big Black. Xia Cixi called the large black cat over, pointing at the nearby hole. Can you go in there? The large black cat glanced at the hole, then lowered its face to look at Xia Cixi, its eyes rolling slightly upward as if to say, "Do you look down on me?" Xia Cixi no longer hesitated and immediately took out the purple space pendant she had obtained from the jade market. She dripped a drop of her blood onto it again, then communicated with the space, with her mind indicating that she wanted to unbind it. Soon she felt herself disconnecting from the space, successfully unbinding. After she unbound, her dog's space began to vibrate wildly against her chest, as if saying, "Eat, I want to eat this stuff, is delicious, give it to me." Ignoring the agitation of the dog's space, Sia took out a needle and pricked the paw of the large black cat, letting a drop of its blood fall into the space. The large black cat looked at Sia's actions with some confusion. But when its blood fully merged into the space, its pupils suddenly constricted violently. Sia knew that this was a sign that it had established a connection with the space. She took out a can from her space and demonstrated several times how to place the can into the space. The large black cat watched quietly, its big head tilted as if it did not quite understand. After several demonstrations and various explanations, the large black cat finally gently touched the can in front of it with its paw, and then the can disappeared. To be on the safe side, Sia took out a few more items for the large black cat to experiment with. The large black cat succeeded with all of them. Big Black, the important task of collecting resources from the lower layers is entrusted to you. Sia gently patted the large black cat's head. The large black cat frowned tightly, showing its lower eyelids, while looking at Sia, its face displaying an unwilling expression. Sia knew that this task was indeed a bit heavy for the newly evolved large black cat, but she had no other options. Whenever you see a door, find a way to open it. You can do it. The large black cat had already learned how to open doors at home, and it was no problem for it to handle ordinary doors. As for the cold storage door, let's treat this dead horse as a living horse. If there is danger or if you can't do it, it's okay, just come back quickly. Sia repeated this to the large black cat's ear several times. After ensuring that the large black cat understood her meaning, she let it go out. Thus the large black cat shrank its body wearing the space pendant and crawled into the hole. Sia held onto the large gray cat and waited in place. The large gray cat's eyes were alert and tense, watching the upper position. Sia knew that the mutated cats, although frightened and not approaching, were still lurking nearby, eyeing her group. Sia waited for 2 hours. There was no movement below, as if the large black cat had vanished. During these 2 hours, Sia worried for the large black cat, but thinking of the cleverness and wisdom it usually displayed, along with its ability to grow and shrink and its strong body, she believed it would be fine. When the clock struck 4, Sia looked out the window and saw the morning star beginning to shine. At that moment, she finally heard some noise. She hurriedly looked towards the hole. But to her surprise, what crawled out from the hole was a dark clawed paw. That was clearly not the large black cat. At the moment that dark claw appeared, the mutated cats that had been lurking and watching her started to stir behind her. It was apparent that these mutated cats and the mutated creature with the dark claw were mortal enemies. But where had the large black cat gone?